To live is to fight. To die is to find rest in life. There is no glory. In death there is redemption. Prayer of the Death Legion from whence I hail. My memories have long since faded. That place bears such a striking resemblance to the fabled ancient Tyra, a land that inspires yearning. Yet, I can no longer return to my distant homeland, for here I shall fulfill my unwavering loyalty to the Emperor. Blue Star, Dragon Kingdom, Jiangzhou City, Jiangzhou Sports Center. Today, the Jiangzhou Sports Center is hosting a rather grand event, the Jiangzhou Comic Expo. A myriad of anime and two-dimensional characters have gathered, with attendance reaching tens of thousands. At this moment, at the entrance of the sports center, stand an imposing figure clad in a heavy, dark green military overcoat, adorned with a Mark 9 helmet and an antiquated gas mask. A closer inspection reveals that the individual is laden with an array of equipment, grenades and energy packs for firearms, all secured upon a chest rig. On the left rear side, a combat shovel hangs from the waist, while a bayonet is sheathed at the lower back. Clad in black gloves, the figure grips an oddly designed firearm, and with a military pack slung across his back, he resembles a soldier from a bygone century. A double-head eagle emblem is affixed to his helmet. Qin Hai gazes up at the sun, then surveys the throng of people surrounding him. He raises the peculiar firearm in his hands, as if doing so might bestow upon him a modicum of security. Qin Hai was not originally from this world. He has traversed dimensions twice, perhaps even more. He hails from a realm strikingly similar to Blue Star Earth. There, he underwent his first traversal. He found himself in the world of Warhammer 40K, becoming a soldier of the Sun Tobaborn Krieg Death Guard. That realm of Warhammer, as those who understand know, is akin to a hellish trial. From his birth in Krieg, Qin Hai was destined to endure a life of torment. Since his inception, apart from the initial growth phase, every day of his existence was devoted to the study of combat. He trained tirelessly until he transformed into a fresh recruit poised to enter the battlefield. Once all preparations were complete, Qin Hai embarked on a path of penance for the Emperor. After enduring more than a year of warfare, he experienced a second traversal, and now he found himself in the Blue Star. Unlike his initial journey from Earth, this time he arrived fully equipped. Clad in standard Krieg soldier regalia, Qin Hai materialized in Jiangzhou, Longhua, on Blue Star. Curiously, he possessed a legitimate identity here, sharing the same name, Qin Hai, orphaned and left with a substantial inheritance. Indeed, a considerable fortune. At first, Qin Hai suspected he was under the influence of some chaotic demon, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. However, after some time, he grasped the true nature of this place and laid his anxieties to rest. Having already traversed once, encountering it again seemed hardly peculiar. With events unfolding thus, Qin Hai chose to adapt to his circumstances. Given the differences between worlds, it was impractical for him to don his Krieg uniform daily, hence, at that moment, he shed the military coat he had worn throughout his life in the Warhammer universe. Yet, inexplicably, Qin Hai found himself somewhat nostalgic for the days when he sought atonement before the Emperor. To don this distinctive attire with pride, he often participated in various comic conventions, showcasing the very gear he had brought with him from another realm, traversing these events in full regalia. This served as a means to reminisce about yesteryears while simultaneously demonstrating his unwavering loyalty to the Emperor. What a splendid notion! Thus began the emergence of a uniquely clad individual at comic conventions throughout Jiangzhou. To describe his attire as merely eccentric might be an understatement. Given the absence of any games or animations related to the Warhammer universe on Blue Star, Qin Hai's presence in heavy military garb amidst a sea of anime characters appeared most peculiar to the locals. However, no one probed too deeply, merely perceiving him as someone with a distinct penchant. As he frequented these events, Qin Hai became a modest legend within Jiangzhou's cosplay community. Over time, he forged some friendships along the way. At this moment, he stood outside the sports center, awaiting the arrival of others. Ahai! While aimlessly wandering the venue, a voice called out from behind him. Qin Hai turned to face the source of the sound. He saw three young individuals clad in cosplay approaching him with enthusiasm. Ahai! It was quite the challenge to find you. Fortunately, you were the only one in this entire stadium dressed like that. Otherwise, locating you would have been quite the endeavor. The speaker, a young man named Zhang Wei, was someone Qin Hai had met at a previous convention. Zhang Wei is an ardent enthusiast of military gear, and thus, when he first encountered Qin Hai, he was instantly captivated by Qin Hai's distinctive outfit. The equipment, which bore no resemblance to modern styles, deeply intrigued Zhang Wei, particularly the peculiar firearm that Qin Hai wielded with its rugged silhouette. Due to his passion for military paraphernalia, Zhang Wei's cosplay was that of a fully armed Special Forces soldier. The other two individuals present were Su Lu and Su Xiao, twin brothers who embodied the essence of the anime subculture. They were adorned in attire from the wildly popular game, Monkey King. "Quick, quick, it's about to start," Su Lu exclaimed, urging his companions. "Hurry up, I need to find some pretty ladies to collect stamps," he shouted towards Qin Hai and the others. "Huh, don't bother, you'll end up with a guy." At conventions, it's impossible to distinguish between cosplayers, they all look alike. Su Xiao jested that, "If you ask me, you two should heed my advice and cosplay as the higher brothers, you turn heads everywhere." Zhang Wei chimed in, offering his rather dubious suggestion. "Get lost. Can you not come up with anything better?" After playfully punching Zhang Wei, the brothers turned to Qin Hai and said, "Ahai, you should also pitch in with some ideas. What should we all wear to the next convention?" "Exactly. And stop wearing that heavy military coat. It's scorching outside, and you must be sweltering." Zhang Wei adjusted his helmet, which had been knocked askew by the brothers. "You two should give it a rest. When have you ever seen Ahai speak after donning that outfit? Let's go, we're wasting time." Indeed, upon donning the attire of the Krieg soldiers, Qin Hai once again embraced the age-old tradition of the silent Krieg warriors. Naturally, the act of shedding the uniform remained quite ordinary after all, although he possessed the physical essence of a true Krieger. In spirit, Qin Hai had lived 3 lifetimes and had not entirely succumbed to the traits of the Kriegsman. Nevertheless, his unwavering loyalty to the Emperor remained intact. It is worth noting that as Qin Hai was on the brink of returning to the Golden Throne in the Warhammer universe, it was at that moment that he found himself transported to this realm. This realization came shortly after his arrival, confirming that he had not fallen under the sway of chaos. For no malevolent entity would expend effort to manipulate a soldier on the verge of death. Chapter 2. Zombies at the Comic Convention. Wawawak. By the heavens, it's a greenskin. Upon hearing the commotion, Qin Hai instinctively tightened his grip on his weapon, swiftly raising his gun towards the source of the noise. A horde of individuals dressed as orcs from the Warcraft universe surged past him. Fortunately, at the very last moment, Qin Hai retracted his finger from the trigger. Had he not done so, the consequences would have been dire. Beside him, Zhang Wei noticed Qin Hai's reaction and curiously inquired, "Hey, what's up, Ahai?" With an air of nonchalance, Qin Hai slung the gun behind him and replied while walking, "Nothing, let us go." "Oh," Zhang Wei nodded, preparing to move forward. However, in the next instant, he turned to Qin Hai with a look of disbelief. "Goodness, Lao Qin, you spoke." Zhang Wei's astonishment was understandable. Qin Hai's instances of speaking while donned in this attire were few and far between. Throughout their long acquaintance, he had scarcely heard Qin Hai utter more than a handful of words while dressed in his Krieg getup. Nevertheless, this time, Qin Hai remained silent, continuing on his path, prompting Zhang Wei to hastily follow suit. Meanwhile, the Su brothers were busily scouring the venue in search of stunning cosplaying beauties, while Qin Hai and Zhang Wei meandered aimlessly through the crowd. As a military enthusiast, Zhang Wei instinctively adopted the demeanor of a soldier on patrol, striking a pose as if genuinely engaged in a serious reconnaissance mission. "I am the Emperor." Another shout erupted from the throng nearby, causing Zhang Wei to glance over instinctively. Indeed, there was a fellow dressed as a cosplaying emperor, accompanied by several attendants in armor, each wielding a sword. It was clearly a cosplay group. "Ah, today we have a cosplaying emperor, such a rare sight. Hey, Lao Qin, what happened to your hand?" Zhang Wei inquired, casting a glance toward Qin Hai, who was gripping the strap of his firearm tightly, his body trembling slightly. Heretic, heretic. Qin Hai's mind screamed in turmoil, yet he maintained a facade of calm. "It's nothing." "Oh." Zhang Wei, seemingly oblivious, resumed wandering alongside Qin Hai. As they strolled, Zhang Wei could not resist the urge to chat with Qin Hai, although it was mostly him speaking while Qin Hai listened. "By the way, Lao Qin, did you catch the news before you arrived? It's about that laboratory in Eagle Land where a virus research facility exploded, resulting in a leak. This only came to light recently, and the Eagle Land government has claimed to have resolved the situation." Leaning closer, Zhang Wei whispered conspiratorially, "Let me tell you, Lao Qin. A friend of mine from Eagle Land mentioned that the virus leak happened months ago, and they have only just revealed it under mounting pressure. I've heard there are already infections over there. If you ask me, Blue Star is bound to be ruined by those scientists from Eagle Land sooner or later. Oh look, there's even a cosplaying zombie at this convention." As he spoke, Zhang Wei's attention was drawn to a swaying figure in the distance. How intriguing. We should certainly try this approach next time. Qin Hai, however, remained indifferent. He would wear this outfit regardless. Yet, the cosplay lacked professionalism. Donning a fox demon costume while portraying a zombie was surprisingly fitting. Observing the individual's complexion, the veins were prominently visible. Zhang Wei's live commentary ultimately captured Qin Hai's attention. He noticed that the cosplayer portraying the fox demon had skin tinged with a bluish hue, with pronounced veins adorning their neck, staggering as they walked. Surrounding them were similarly curious onlookers, gazing at the zombie. However, Qin Hai soon detected something amiss. He realized that some individuals, who had previously appeared normal, had unknowingly adopted this peculiar state. Less than 10 meters away, another individual was swaying unsteadily, emitting low, mournful groans. Sensing the escalating situation, Qin Hai retrieved the laser gun from his back, preparing to shoot at a moment's notice. Just then, a bioweapon enthusiast approached one of the cosplaying zombies. Eager to collect a memento. "Hello, may I collect a stamp from you?" a girl inquired, directing her attention toward the groaning zombie. In the next instant, the zombie seemed to react to some unseen stimulus, lunging forward and sinking its teeth into the girl's neck. The formidable bite pierced her carotid artery, causing blood to spurt forth, splattering the onlookers nearby. At this moment, a throng of individuals stood in stunned silence, their eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. Once the reality of the situation registered, a cacophony of screams erupted as they fled in terror. Murder! The once dormant zombies, seemingly in a state of standby, were roused by the scent of blood and the commotion of the crowd. Like machines coming to life, they lunged at the nearest victims, sinking their teeth into flesh. The entire sports hall descended into chaos, with people shoving and pushing toward the exit. The air was thick with the sounds of panicked footsteps, the growls of the undead, the stench of blood, and the echoes of screams, mingling with the grim presence of bodies and death. Amidst this turmoil, Zhang Wei stood transfixed, his mouth agape as he beheld the horrific spectacle. He could scarcely believe this was reality. Everything had transpired so abruptly that he had yet to process it. Conversely, Qin Hai was not paralyzed by shock. The moment the first person was attacked by a zombie, he sprang into action. Having watched the Resident Evil film series back on Earth, he had retained some knowledge, despite most memories of Earth's era fading during his time in the Warhammer universe. In this similar world of Blue Star, zombie-themed films existed as well, and throughout the past year since his arrival, he had revisited them. Coupled with the news Zhang Wei had mentioned earlier, a ludicrous notion ignited in Qin Hai's mind. However, there was no time for contemplation. Su Lu and Su Xiu, the two brothers, had previously rushed off to gather others, leaving Qin Hai and Zhang Wei behind. The primary objective now is to locate the two brothers, then swiftly exit the sports center, where the crowd swells to tens of thousands. The sheer number of people is overwhelming, should chaos ensue. It would not require the intervention of zombies for a tragic stampede to result in numerous casualties. In such a scenario, amidst the throng, it remains uncertain how many would survive. Thus, the moment the screams erupted, Qin Hai commenced his search for the Su brothers. Having traversed to Blue Star for a year, he had forged friendships with these four individuals, all of commendable character. At this moment, his intention was to rescue them, and if he ultimately failed to locate them, he would not bear the blame. Fortunately, Qin Hai soon spotted the Su brothers not far from his position. Without hesitation, he seized the still-dazed Zhang Wei and sprinted towards their direction. Chapter 3. System Activation. Zhang Wei, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his senses after being tugged and dashed towards the Su brothers as well. At this juncture, Su Lu and Su Xiu had also noticed the conspicuous figure of Qin Hai and were hastening towards him. However, to their left, a zombie had been inadvertently forced into their vicinity, locking onto them and lunging forward with outstretched claws. "Watch out, Lao Su. There's a zombie to your left," Zhang Wei shouted in warning, striving to alert the brothers to the impending danger. Yet, Qin Hai's reflexes were swifter. Before Zhang Wei could finish his warning, Qin Hai raised his weapon and fired. A brilliant red laser surged forth, striking the zombie squarely in the head, resulting in an explosive disintegration of its cranium. No. It was as though the intense heat of the laser had incinerated it entirely. Before Zhang Wei could close his mouth, a beam of red light shot out from the side, leaving the zombie utterly bewildered. Tilting its head, it observed Qin Hai, who remained poised with his firearm, vigilantly guarding against any zombies encroaching upon them. What the hell? At that moment, Zhang Wei was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. No way, my friend. I thought you were merely toting around that broken gun as a model, only for you to reveal today that it is indeed real. And it's a laser gun. No less. The Su brothers shared a similar astonishment, clearly not expecting Qin Hai's weapon to be genuine either. However, the gravity of their situation did not allow for further contemplation. The quartet promptly sprinted towards the entrance of the sports center without uttering a word. Fortunately, they were not far from the entrance, having just arrived moments earlier. Otherwise, by the time they reached the door, it would likely have been completely blocked, turning the scene into a veritable buffet for the zombies. Seizing the opportunity before the throngs converged at the entrance, Qin Hai and his companions exerted every effort to reach it, dispatching several zombies that had fixated on them along the way, each with a precise shot to the head. This spectacle left the other three even more dumbfounded. Having finally escaped the sports center, the outside world matched Qin Hai's expectations, teeming with panicked crowds and ravenous zombies. The street traffic was utterly paralyzed, and in the heart of the city, a catastrophic multi-vehicle collision had exacerbated the chaos. Qin Hai astutely noted that some individuals who had been bitten during their escape were now displaying symptoms of zombification, much like the unfortunate soul ahead of the four. The individual surged ahead of the group, only to be scratched on the arm by a zombie amidst the chaos, with symptoms now beginning to manifest. Observing the man before him, who was now coughing incessantly and whose arm had begun to turn a disturbing shade of blue, Qin Hai wasted no time and swiftly executed a precise shot to his head. He then led the three companions in search of a secure refuge. Given the current circumstances, the roads were completely congested with vehicles, rendering any attempt to commandeer a car futile. Moreover, the streets were teeming with people, once they had fled. What remained would be entirely zombies. This was the city center, inherently bustling with foot traffic. Surrounding them were shopping malls and restaurants, all high-traffic areas, none of which were prudent options. With this in mind, Qin Hai directed his gaze towards the distant residential buildings. In comparison to the number of zombies on the streets, those within the apartments would likely be significantly fewer. Even if some had mutated, most would probably be confined indoors. Should any have fled from the street? The corridors of the residential buildings offered a greater sense of security than the open streets, providing an environment more conducive for Qin Hai to utilize his skills, though the distance was somewhat considerable. Resolutely, Qin Hai gestured for his companions to follow. Zhang Wei and the others exchanged glances, ultimately agreeing to trail behind Qin Hai. After the recent events, they had come to realize that Qin Hai was no ordinary individual. After all, who brings a serious laser gun to a comic convention? They were even beginning to suspect that the grenades hanging from his belt were genuine. Thus, the quartet sprinted towards their new objective. On the road, Qin Hai intermittently fired his weapon, dispatching zombies that dared to approach him with unwelcome familiarity, all the while silently contemplating the remaining supplies at his disposal. He wielded the standard Lucius Model No. 98 laser gun of the Death Legion, equipped with a standard energy pack capable of sustaining 25 shots. In addition to this firearm, he possessed two fully charged energy packs and two No. 38 fragmentation grenades, alongside a single armor-piercing grenade. The only other item in his possession was a combat shovel. Having already expended 9 shots from his gun, he had 16 rounds remaining. Just after Qin Hai eliminated another zombie, a sudden notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully killing 10 zombies. The Death Legion system is now officially activated. Oh no, not this. Qin Hai halted momentarily, instinctively sensing that he was under the scrutiny of an enigmatic force, as the chaotic four deities would surely be intrigued by a transmigrator. Yet, regardless of whether it was this force or something else entirely, all matters would have to wait until he was in a safe position. After sprinting for 10 minutes, the group successfully reached their destination. Ahead of them were numerous others who had chosen the same refuge. Some were residents, while others were mere seekers of sanctuary. Upon entering the building, the group swiftly closed and locked the door to prevent any lingering individuals or zombies from following them. This action, however, provoked the ire of those still outside, with several middle-aged men erupting in furious shouts. Hey, you brats, open the door right now. Hurry up, do you hear me? If I get in, you'll regret it. Listening to the sounds emanating from outside the door, Su Lu and Zhang Wei exchanged glances. After a moment of hesitation, Su Lu spoke up. Do you think this is perhaps unwise? Upon hearing Su Li's words, Su Xiao interjected decisively, "Don't be foolish, brother. If we leave the door unlocked and a few zombies wander in after we depart, it would spell disaster." Su Li scratched his head and pondered for a moment. He conceded, "You do have a point." Thus, he dismissed the clamor outside, for after all, it is better for the dead to perish than for the living to suffer. As the outsiders realized that no one intended to open the door, their fear of being pursued by zombies prompted them to vacate the area in search of a safer refuge. Meanwhile, Qin Hai meticulously surveyed the individuals who had entered before them. There were approximately a dozen, and notably, none were zombies. Those on the lower floors had hastily ascended the stairs. The remaining 7 congregated around the elevator, fervently pressing the buttons, praying for the lift to arrive swiftly. However, the moment the elevator doors slid open, several zombies lunged forth, immediately toppling the waiting individuals and savagely biting them. A total of 5 zombies pounced on the first 5 people, causing the remaining 2 to freeze in terror, their legs trembling as they scrambled towards the stairs. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Qin Hai swiftly raised his firearm, taking careful aim. One by one, he dispatched the 5 zombies and the 5 soon-to-be zombies, ensuring their demise under his steady hand. Chapter 4. Seeking shelter after a thorough inspection and confirming that no survivors remained, they proceeded towards the stairwell. The decision to avoid the elevator was made to prevent a recurrence of the earlier chaos upon opening the doors. The 3 individuals behind Qin Hai gazed at him, whose decisive demeanor was striking, and they could not help but swallow hard. "Goodness, old Qin is incredibly formidable," Su Lu exclaimed, staring in astonishment at the 10 headless corpses before him. "Hiss, don't call him old Qin. He should be addressed as Brother Qin," Su Xiao remarked, giving Su Lu a light pat on the back. Subsequently, the 3 of them followed Qin Hai up the staircase. Every passing second was of utmost importance. With each minute spent without finding a secure location, they faced an additional minute of peril. After ascending 4 floors, Qin Hai cautiously peered into the corridor, finding it devoid of zombies. However, for the sake of prudence, they continued upwards for several more levels, ultimately reaching the 11th floor. It was not that Qin Hai was unwilling to proceed further. Such a distance posed no challenge for genetically enhanced Krieg soldiers. Yet, Zhang Wei and the others were not as resilient. After a frantic 10-minute dash to arrive here, followed by an arduous climb to the 11th floor, compounded by the significant fright they had endured, they had truly reached their limits. Thus, Qin Hai had no choice but to halt on this level. In truth, he preferred ascending to even higher floors, as they could ensure a diminished number of zombies. It was improbable that external zombies could infiltrate. Even those who had undergone transformation would likely be confined to their own residences, rendering the environment considerably safer. However, Zhang Wei and his companions were simply unable to continue. Had they not discarded their cumbersome cosplay gear earlier, it was likely they would have collapsed before reaching the 11th floor. This building contained 6 households per floor. Qin Hai cautiously extended his head to survey the surroundings for any signs of zombies. He soon discovered that one of the doors at the far end of the hallway stood wide open, with the lifeless body of a woman sprawled at its entrance, her remains having been gruesomely gnawed upon. A garbage bag lay nearby, seemingly destined for the downstairs refuse, but fate had other plans as a zombie, transformed in death, launched an assault. While Qin Hai was still observing, a low growl emanated from the room with the ajar door, and shortly thereafter, a staggering zombie stumbled forth. After a brief assessment, Qin Hai raised his firearm and fired, a shot ringing out that shattered the creature's skull. He then approached the doorway and ensured the female corpse on the ground was dispatched with another shot, preventing any resurgence. However, upon reaching the threshold, he discovered 2 additional zombies within the room, one crawling across the floor, its legs severed and twisted in the shadows, while the other lay lifeless. In light of this unsettling scene, Qin Hai tossed his depleted weapon to Zhang Wei, who had followed closely behind, and retrieved a combat shovel from his back. The silent Krieger unsheathed his loyal entrenching tool, and with a swift motion, Qin Hai dispatched the crawling zombie to meet its maker. After meticulously inspecting the room, the group entered and secured the door. Zhang Wei and his companions, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the floor. After replacing the energy pack in his laser gun, Qin Hai settled into a chair, removing his gas mask to gaze out the window. Outside, the air was filled with the cacophony of shouting crowds and blaring car alarms. "We are fortunate," Qin Hai remarked, his voice resonating in the stillness of the room. "We happened upon an open door. Otherwise, we might have had to force our way in." Zhang Wei and the others exchanged glances, and then Zhang Wei rose to inquire, "Old Qin, what on earth is going on? Your gear is truly remarkable. Alas, When the gun was fired, I was momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, the zombies had exploded right beside me. The Su brothers echoed in agreement. Qin Hai gently caressed the gun, a flicker of nostalgia passing through his eyes. Brothers, the apocalypse has arrived. The zombie outbreak is upon us. He turned to old Zhang and remarked, "Do you recall what you mentioned at the comic convention?" Upon hearing Qin Hai's words, the other two men directed their gazes toward Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei, feeling the weight of their attention, momentarily froze. However, upon hearing Qin Hai's statement, he quickly regained his composure. "Are you implying?" Zhang Wei exclaimed, astonished as he looked at Qin Hai. Qin Hai merely nodded in affirmation. "Please share what you know." Zhang Wei swallowed hard, his expression tense as he began. "A friend of mine living in the States recently sent me a message about a large-scale virus leak that occurred there. Initially, no one was aware, until some infected individuals appeared on the streets, biting anyone in sight as if possessed. Ultimately, a testing facility discovered that the infected were carrying a peculiar virus. Under mounting pressure, the U.S. government finally issued a statement recently. It even made the news these past few days. I thought it was merely an ordinary virus leak. Who could have anticipated it escalating into a zombie crisis?" At this point, Zhang Wei's expression shifted to one of alarm. "Oh no. My friend in the States is likely doomed." As the conversation progressed, everyone began to comprehend the situation. The leak of the zombie virus from Eagle's side had precipitated this catastrophe. How brief a time had passed since the virus escaped. Yet it had already spread across the globe. From what I gathered from my friend, it seems the leak had occurred several months prior, only recently surfacing to external awareness. This is disastrous, utterly disastrous. I firmly believe that our nation will come to our rescue, Su Xiu declared resolutely. However, before that, we must first ensure our own survival, Qin Hai remarked coolly. "Everyone, let's gather any usable items and food from the room," he instructed. With that, Qin Hai donned his gas mask once more, slung his weapon over his shoulder, and rose to survey the surroundings. "Old Qin, you should rest. Leave this matter to us," Zhang Wei suggested. "By the way, what exactly is the deal with your laser gun?" He finally remembered to inquire. "It's classified research from home," Qin Hai replied succinctly, leaving them to speculate further. Classified? Could it possibly be a secret military project from our Dragon Nation? Impressive. The excited voices of the three resonated. But Qin Hai merely shook his head, choosing not to engage. Instead, he approached the window and silently observed the unfolding scene outside. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei and the others began rummaging through the house for anything of use. Standing by the window, Qin Hai's attention had already drifted elsewhere. He recalled the sudden emergence of the Death Legion system. The name of the system transported him back to his previous experiences in the Warhammer universe, where the full title of the Krieg Legion was indeed the Death Legion. Upon activating the system, he discovered it contained only three functions: the personal panel, the marketplace, the warehouse. Such a succinct interface made even Qin Hai flinch. The three functions required no introduction. Anyone could readily discern their purposes. Chapter 5, The Research System Open Personal Panel, Qin Hai silently intoned. Immediately, a translucent interface, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. Personal panel. Name: Qin Hai 6486. Occupation: Krieg Engineer. Equipment: Radiation-resistant overcoat, standard gas mask, Krieg standard helmet, Lucius Type NO. 98 laser gun, fragmentation grenades 2, armor-piercing grenade. Engineer-S shovel. That was all. Good heavens, this is what you told me. Exasperated, he exited the personal panel and subsequently opened the marketplace. Oh, my divine sovereign above. The items within the marketplace compelled Qin Hai to exclaim in awe. The purchasable options in the marketplace were categorized into 4 sections: personnel, equipment, vehicles, and production lines. Personnel interface: Krieg Soldier, 40 exchange points; Krieg Engineer, 50 exchange points; Watchman Captain, 80 exchange points; Krieg Grenadier, 100 exchange points; Krieg Death Rider, 300 exchange points; Death Rider Captain, 400 exchange points; Death Legion Political Commissar, 1,000 exchange points; Krieg Quartermaster, 50 exchange points. The personnel interface was comprehensive, showcasing an extensive variety. The equipment interface contained an array of firearms and grenades. Qin Hai cast his gaze towards the upper right corner, where the value of his exchange points was displayed. Exchange points, 25. These 25 points were presumably the result of the zombies he had previously vanquished, with each zombie yielding a single point. Observing the array of items in the system shop, Qin Hai was now convinced that this was not the work of a trickster or a malevolent deity. This was undoubtedly the manifestation of the great emperor's power. Indeed, the emperor cherished all of humanity. Even those from disparate worlds would receive his benevolence. His arrival was no mere coincidence. The presence of these items within the system further solidified his conviction. With this system, he could summon a legion of Krieg Death Guard to fight for the emperor until this world was wholly conquered. Praise be to the emperor. As these thoughts surged through his mind, Qin Hai felt an exhilarating thrill. Old Qin, we've gathered everything. Come take a look. Zhang Wei's voice interrupted his reverie. Turning his head, Qin Hai saw that Zhang Wei and the others had already laid out the items they had collected. The provisions consisted mainly of rice, flour, and an assortment of vegetables and meats, with a fair amount stored in the refrigerator. Additionally, there were a few fruits and snacks, though in limited quantities. For 4 individuals. It would suffice for a considerable time, especially since they would not linger here for too long. There is quite a bit. It should be enough for us for now. Su Xiu remarked as he tossed a loaf of bread towards Qin Hai. Let us eat something to fill our stomachs. Qin Hai caught the bread Su Xiu had thrown and examined it briefly before nodding in acknowledgement towards the trio. Seeing this, Su Xiu smiled in return and resumed organizing the food with the other 2. Due to the lack of culinary skills among the group, they could only resort to some snacks and fruits to quell their hunger. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the others' distraction, Qin Hai attempted to access the system's warehouse to store the bread he held. However, his efforts proved futile, as the bread remained firmly in his grasp. At that moment, he received a message from the system. Note: the system warehouse is exclusively for storing system items. Large vehicles, production lines, and soldiers cannot be stored again after retrieval. It appeared that his hopes of utilizing the system warehouse for inventory were dashed. Furthermore, it seemed that once large equipment was extracted, it could not be stored again, which posed a dilemma. Items exchanged would not materialize directly, but would first be transferred to the system warehouse. To his surprise, Qin Hai discovered that the warehouse was not devoid of contents. In the first slot, there lay a gift box. It seemed the system lacked intelligence, as it had not even informed him of the novice gift pack. Had he not opened the warehouse, he would have remained oblivious. Subsequently, Qin Hai opened the gift pack, and in an instant, a message floated forth. A gift from the great human sovereign, to aid you in overcoming your initial challenges. Immediately thereafter, 10 figurine-like Krieg soldiers materialized within the warehouse. Krieg guards, equipment, standard Krieg gear. 10 Krieg guards, quite impressive. Had he redeemed them in the system shop, it would have cost 400 redemption points. Following this, Qin Hai clicked on one of the guards to examine its details. The information is largely consistent with his own. They all utilize Lucius pattern laser guns, carry 4 spare energy packs, and are clad in dark green military greatcoats, Mark 9 helmets, and gas masks. Additionally, each is equipped with a field backpack, 1 fragmentation grenade, 1 armor-piercing grenade, and a combat shovel. This constitutes the complete arsenal of a Krieg guardsman. And the other guardsmen possess identical gear. While they can muster the numbers to form an infantry squad, it is merely in terms of head count, as their weaponry is rather monotonous. A standard infantry squad of the Death Guard comprises 10 individuals, including a squad leader, typically a senior guardsman or a watch sergeant. A communication specialist equipped with a Vox communicator, 7 regular guardsmen, and 1 guardsman armed with a special weapon. The special weapon is typically chosen from among a grenade launcher, a flamer, a meltagun, or a plasma gun. However, the package yielded only the ordinary 10 guardsmen. Yet, for Qin Hai, these soldiers are sufficiently formidable. As a fighter hailing from the Warhammer 40k era possesses physical capabilities far beyond those of an ordinary human in this world. For now, it suffices to find an opportune moment to summon these 10 soldiers. After replenishing their energy with some bread, Qin Hai and his companions planned to rest here for the night, contemplating strategies when the chaos in the streets subsides by dawn. Compared to the tumultuous crowd, Qin Hai prefers to confront the mindless zombies that rely solely on instinct. Resting for the night will allow them to conserve their strength. Zhang Wei, prior to this, while you were searching the room, did you come across anything that could serve as a weapon? Indeed, we discovered a kitchen knife, a cleaver intended for chopping bones, and a knife used for slicing fruit. The latter is quite sharp. Zhang Wei displayed the weapons they had found before Qin Hai. Among these, the only viable weapon is the cleaver. The other 2 are rather short, and one cannot reasonably expect an individual to wield a kitchen knife against zombies, can they? Think of a way to arm all 3 of you, and tomorrow, assess the situation outside. If circumstances permit, we shall make our escape. And you too, change your clothes. Chapter 6. The Krieg guards early the next morning. The group awoke promptly. Having experienced the zombie outbreak the previous day, none could sleep soundly as if nothing had happened. Zhang Wei and his companions, sporting significant dark circles under their eyes, began to prepare food. As none of them possessed culinary skills, breakfast consisted of merely a hasty assembly. Although they were not adept at cooking, boiling rice posed no challenge, and they were able to fill their stomachs with plain rice. After breakfast, Qin Hai and the others commenced organizing their gear and deliberating on their next strategy. Zhang Wei was clad in yesterday's cosplay attire, a special forces outfit that provided greater protection than ordinary clothing, and he had been entrusted with the cleaver they found. The Su brothers changed out of their clothes from the previous day and found several articles of men's clothing within the house. Su Xiu procured a clothesline less than 2 meters long, affixing a fruit knife to one end to fashion a rudimentary spear. Su Lu, on the other hand, discovered a fire axe within the external fire cabinet. Thus, the three of them were somewhat equipped for the challenges ahead. Uncertainty lingered regarding the well-being of their parents. Zhang Wei sighed, expressing his despondency. Communication should still be intact, right? Why not attempt to send in a text? Su Lu suggested to Zhang Wei. I did. But there was no response, Zhang Wei replied, sighing once more. At this time yesterday, my parents were likely at the market shopping for groceries. Given the crowd and layout of the market, the situation appears grim. As Zhang Wei's words hung in the air, Su Lu and Su Xiu fell silent, sharing in the worry for their own parents, who were also unaccounted for. However, their hometown lay over 100 kilometers away from Jiazhou, making a swift return improbable. Enough with the lamentations. Regardless of the circumstances, we must first navigate this immediate crisis before contemplating anything else. Lao Qin, what shall we do next? Zhang Wei rallied himself and turned to inquire about Qin Hai's plans, as this quartet had now come under Qin Hai's leadership. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Hai replied, considering our current predicament, our best course of action is to seek a refuge where we can sustain ourselves long-term. We cannot remain here indefinitely. Aside from the uncertainty of our supplies, long-term safety cannot be assured. Sula nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, this room may suffice for a few days. But it is wholly inadequate as a permanent sanctuary. Moreover, our provisions will not last long, and eventually we will have to venture outside to gather supplies. I believe many of you have encountered numerous novels and films depicting apocalyptic scenarios involving zombies. Although they are mere fabrications, there is much wisdom we can glean from them. Zhang Wei concurred, stating, so, where shall we choose? It cannot be too distant, otherwise, I fear we may become a feast for the undead along the way. At that moment, Su Xiu interjected, but we still have Brother Qin with us. Those zombies wouldn't dare approach him. Do you think old Qin is a superhero? If a horde of zombies descends upon us, even deities would falter. Zhang Wei replied, let us focus on our destination. He adjusted his backpack and spoke calmly. Just then, Qin Hai suddenly chimed in, I suggest we go to my house. Qin Hai's remark immediately captured the attention of the trio. Zhang Wei clapped his hands in agreement, exclaiming, indeed, old Qin's house is not far from here, located in a villa district. The walls there are quite high, and the area is spacious. Moreover, the community features an underground parking garage, providing ample room for survival both above and below ground. Furthermore, there aren't too many residents in the villa district, so the zombie population should be relatively low. The only drawback is the distance. We would have to walk, and given the current circumstances, it could take us a whole day filled with uncertainties. Qin Hai shook his head. There is no need to worry about safety. I have some friends nearby. I contacted them last night, and they will meet us shortly. As for the distance, we can ride electric scooters. Friends? Old Qin, you are just like everyone else. Qin Hai remained silent, merely nodding slightly. You all tidy up a bit. When my friends arrive, we shall set off, he said. I will step outside to assess the situation. With that, Qin Hai rose, opened the door, and exited the room, leaving Zhang Wei and the others to exchange glances in the dim atmosphere. Ultimately, it was Zhang Wei who could no longer endure the oppressive silence and spoke up. Hey, have you noticed that old Qin seems like a completely different person since yesterday? Initially, Zhang Wei and the others believed Qin Hai to be a reticent individual, burdened by the loss of his parents. However, upon reflection, the image of Qin Hai's decisive demeanor from yesterday lingered in their minds. Furthermore, his equipment was nothing short of laser weaponry. If it was indeed a product of the Dragon Kingdom's secret development, how could it have ended up in Qin Hai's possession? Moreover, his exceptional skills and the unexpected composure that belied his 19 years were astonishing. It was frightening to think that Qin Hai mentioned having friends, indicating he was not alone. Enough with the wild speculations. The world has transformed drastically. To survive and to thrive, we must rely on old Qin. Su Xiao interrupted Zhang Wei's musings. Regardless, I am committed to following him. It has been quite some time, and the nation has yet to respond. I believe it is preoccupied with its own troubles. The future is uncertain, but surviving the present is our utmost priority. On the other side, Qin Hai was oblivious to the reactions of the three individuals in the room. He had ventured out seeking an opportunity to summon the 10 Krieg guards stationed in the warehouse. The friends he had mentioned earlier referred to this small squad of soldiers. Qin Hai first attempted to summon one soldier, and in the next moment, a blue luminescent screen appeared before him, revealing a Krieg soldier adorned in attire identical to his own. Upon materialization, the soldier stood rigidly, devoid of any extraneous movement. "What is your duty?" Qin Hai inquired. "To obey the emperor's will," the soldier replied in a monotone voice, devoid of fervor, as if merely stating an unremarkable fact. Nodding in acknowledgement of the answer, Qin Hai proceeded to summon the remaining 9 soldiers, but this time, he did not bring them directly to his side. Instead, he placed them on the first floor. Qin Hai discovered that, aside from summoning them to his immediate vicinity, he could successfully call them from a distance that was not excessively far. He opted to position them on the first floor to prevent Zhang Wei and the others from being startled upon encountering these soldiers. "Soldiers, assemble below," Qin Hai commanded. The soldier immediately turned and made his way to the first floor. Returning to the entrance, Qin Hai opened the door and announced, "Brothers, prepare to depart." Chapter 7. The operation. Upon hearing Qin Hai's words, Zhang Wei and the others sprang into action, loading the already packed supplies into backpacks retrieved from the wardrobe. Grasping their weapons, the brothers Su Xiao and Su Lu donned several additional layers of clothing to guard against potential zombie bites. Once all preparations were complete, the trio followed Qin Hai down the stairs. The corridor was eerily silent, a palpable stillness that sent shivers down one's spine. Qin Hai had only dealt with one horde of zombies the previous day, leaving him uncertain about the safety of the route leading to the first floor. However, he trusted that the soldiers who had just descended would ensure the area was secure. His primary concern was for Zhang Wei and the 2 ordinary individuals accompanying him. He feared they might fall victim to the undead. After acquiring the system, Qin Hai had contemplated abandoning Zhang Wei and the others to venture forth alone. After all, if he were on his own, he could eliminate the zombies at a much swifter pace. Bringing them along felt akin to carrying a few deadweights. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized that they were among the few friends he had made since his arrival in this world. Furthermore, he understood that his future subordinates would not solely consist of Krieg soldiers. He was here to conquer this world on behalf of the Emperor, not to bring about its ruin. Thus, he would inevitably recruit survivors, and Zhang Wei and his companions might prove useful in due course. Upon reaching the first floor corridor, Qin Hai's eyes immediately fell upon the vigilant Krieg soldiers. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei and his friends stood agape, astonished by the scene before them. They had initially assumed that Qin Hai's allies were merely a group of slightly stronger ordinary individuals. Yet, what appeared before them were 10 men clad in uniform attire, wielding standardized equipment and exuding an air of rigorous training. The more they observed, the more these individuals resembled soldiers, characterized by their professional movements, suffocating presence, and taciturn demeanor. At that moment, Zhang Wei and his companions grew increasingly convinced of their earlier assumptions. Conversely, Qin Hai was somewhat surprised that the 3 remained silent, thus sparing him the trouble of concocting a tale. "Earlier, I observed a row of shared electric scooters not far from the upper floors. In the current circumstances, electric scooters represent the most ideal mode of transportation. Their quiet operation allows for navigation through the intricate roadways of the present situation, making them the optimal choice for travel. Clear the zombies. Zhang Wei, you and your team unlock the scooters. Move." With Qin Hai's command, the Krieger soldiers swiftly opened the main gate and promptly commenced their mission. The sharp crack of laser guns echoed through the air. In mere moments, a multitude of zombies wandering near the building collapsed, each falling victim to a precisely aimed headshot from the skilled Krieger marksman. Thanks to the near-silent discharge of the laser firearms, the commotion went unnoticed by the distant undead. The Kriegers swiftly established a secure perimeter, remaining vigilant as they surveyed their surroundings. The streets were strewn with dismembered corpses, dried bloodstains, and scattered automotive debris, remnants of the chaos that had unfolded the previous day. The putrid stench of decaying zombies permeated the atmosphere, while the Krieger donned gas masks. Zhang Wei and his companions emerged only to be overwhelmed by the noxious fumes. Once a direction was confirmed, the group rapidly advanced toward their objective, dispatching zombies along the way. After approximately 6 or 7 minutes, they arrived at the designated location for the electric scooters. Zhang Wei and his companions acted swiftly, unlocking several electric bicycles, most of which had been knocked over during the chaotic escape the previous day. They first needed to right the fallen vehicles. Just as their plan was proceeding smoothly, a distant sound captured everyone's attention. Qin Hai quickly pinpointed the source of the noise. It was the voice of a survivor. It seemed that the survivor had spotted Qin Hai and his group from an upper floor, and upon noticing their firearms, was eager to descend and join them. Alas, Qin Hai silently lamented the unfortunate turn of events. The survivor's frantic movements had generated considerable noise, attracting the attention of nearby zombies. Already, several of the undead had noticed the survivor and were shambling towards him. The survivor, realizing his peril, became increasingly agitated, inadvertently creating even more noise that summoned additional zombies. "Help! Help!" the survivor cried out, abandoning any pretense of concealment as he sprinted towards Qin Hai and the others. However, just a few steps into his flight, the survivor was struck down with a gunshot to the head, fired by the first soldier Qin Hai had summoned. This shocking spectacle deterred the other survivors lurking in the shadows. They had not anticipated that, on the second day of the apocalypse, someone would dare to take a life. Furthermore, the appearance and gear of the Kriegs hardly suggested benevolence, effectively quelling any thoughts of descending among the other survivors. Although the individual who had created the disturbance was silenced, it was too late. A throng of zombies began converging on their location, the number visibly exceeding 100. With even more undead being drawn towards the commotion, there was no alternative. The Kriegs could only resort to gunfire. Fortunately, they were still able to withstand the current onslaught of zombies. At that moment, Zhang Wei and his companions had successfully prepared the electric vehicles. "Old Qin, hurry and get in. Quickly." Seeing this, Qin Hai promptly mounted one of the electric bikes while the Kriegs provided alternating cover for their ascent. The last two members of the group each tossed a fragmentation grenade, momentarily halting the zombies' pursuit. Observing this scene, Zhang Wei couldn't help but smirk. He knew that the grenades were not merely for show. With everyone now mounted on their electric bikes, this modest convoy commenced its journey. However, it must be noted that the sight of the Kriegs riding their yellow electric bikes exuded an inexplicable charm. The villa district where Qin Hai resided was approximately 40 kilometers away, and riding the electric bike would take a little over 2 hours. Additionally, they would need to evade zombies along the way, further extending their travel time. Nevertheless, this was considerably faster than walking. Meanwhile, at the Tianhai Villa District, a renowned upscale neighborhood in Jiangzhou, only the affluent could afford a residence here. The entire Tianhai Villa area spanned 50,000 square meters, encircled by a 3-meter-high wall. With only 3 grand entrances, comprising over 200 households, this place was relatively secure following the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse. Outside the Tianhai Villa District, a group of thugs armed with knives and clubs was stealthily approaching. The weapons in their hands were stained with the blood of zombies, indicating that these individuals had evidently attempted to hunt the undead. On the second day following the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, a daring group sought to hunt the undead. Their audacity and determination far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. "Brother, do you think we can get in here? I've heard the security at Tianhai community is quite stringent." With guards stationed everywhere, one of the younger members cautiously inquired of the leader. "Enough of your prattle. In the midst of a zombie crisis, those inside may very well be dead. Besides, don't you wish to see what the villas in Tianhai look like? Follow me, and there will be rewards. I shall lead you to experience the life of the affluent." Chapter 8. Tianhai Villa District. A band of over 40 individuals circled the perimeter of the villa district, ultimately arriving at a grand entrance. However, from a distance, they observed that the gate was obstructed by several vehicles and an array of miscellaneous items. "This is bad. It seems there are still many survivors inside, as the gate is barricaded. Brother, shall we still attempt to enter?" The leader pondered for a moment, glancing up at the towering wall that exceeded 3 meters in height. "Now that we are here, we must find a way to see what lies within. Let us climb over." With that, the leader began to gather some makeshift stepping stones to facilitate the ascent. Being young and agile, the members swiftly clambered over the obstacles. "Watch out. It's an ambush." Just as the leader breached the barrier, he was struck down by a sudden blow from a club. Those who followed were swiftly subdued, while those remaining outside were captured by the unexpected assailants. Inside the villa district, more than 40 individuals crouched on the ground with their hands clasped atop their heads, their weapons gathered and cast aside. A contingent of security personnel, clad in uniforms, patrolled the area. These were the guards of the Tianhai Villa district, a community populated exclusively by the affluent and elite, necessitating stringent security measures. The district boasted a contingent of 200 guards, not including the bodyguards hired by the wealthy residents themselves. Consequently, when the zombie crisis erupted, the security forces swiftly eradicated the undead and promptly sealed off the entire community. However, despite their efforts, they suffered significant losses. At that moment, a security captain emerged. "Is it these individuals?" he inquired. "Indeed, Captain. It is this group. They've been wandering around the perimeter of our community for quite some time. The surveillance room captured everything clearly. They attempted to breach our defenses, but my team apprehended them." The captain surveyed the crowd of individuals crouching on the ground. "Find a place to secure them. We currently lack the time to address them. The zombies in Zone 9 remain uncontained. Once we have cleared that area and completely sealed off the Villa district, we can deliberate on our next course of action." "Understood." With that, the surrounding guards advanced, each wielding batons, electric prods, and riot shields. "Get up and move quickly." As the intruders were escorted away, the guard who had led the capture turned to the captain and inquired, "Captain, is the situation in Zone 9 still the same?" The captain sighed in response. "Indeed. It remains the same. There are likely not many living souls left in the Villa district now. At most, there might be a few hundred survivors, and in Zone 9, there are several distinct zombies. We have already suffered considerable losses among our brothers." As the two were engaged in idle chatter, a voice crackled through the captain's walkie-talkie. "Captain, we have surveillance footage of a group of survivors riding electric scooters heading our way, clad in peculiar attire, about 10 of them." "Understood. Continue monitoring." After relaying this, the security captain gestured to the nearby patrolling guards. "More people are coming. Follow me to take a look." The group of a dozen individuals on electric scooters was none other than Qin Hai and his companions. They had set off from the city center in the morning, carefully navigating around densely populated zombie areas while simultaneously clearing smaller clusters of the undead. After more than 3 hours of riding, they arrived at this location just in time for noon, at the west gate of the Tianhai Villa district. At that moment, Qin Hai gazed at the barricaded entrance, his mind already formulating theories. As expected, just as the group approached the gate, a throng of individuals clad in security uniforms emerged, numbering around 30. "Hey, you in front. Stop your vehicles. No entry allowed here." The guards, having just appeared, shouted at Qin Hai's party. Upon witnessing this, Qin Hai and his companions immediately dismounted and walked towards the gate. "I am Qin Hai, the owner of Unit 12 in Zone 1. Hearing Qin Hai's words, the leading security guard paused for a few seconds, then impatiently retorted, "We've already stated, no entry is permitted here. Are you unable to comprehend? Regardless of your status as the owner, even if the supreme ruler himself were to arrive, entry is forbidden." Observing the security guard's vitriolic tirade, Qin Hai furrowed his brow slightly. "Oh, I see. I understand now." With that, Qin Hai raised the laser gun in his hand and, with a single shot, eliminated the vociferous guard. "This territory is now under my command. Who stands in favor, and who opposes?" At the very moment Qin Hai discharged his weapon, the soldiers accompanying him instantly aimed their guns, ready to eliminate the guards before them at a mere command from him, their response time not exceeding 10 seconds. Meanwhile, the guards stood frozen, their eyes wide as they gazed at the headless corpse beside them, swallowing hard. They had never anticipated that the gun in Qin Hai's hand was capable of taking a life. Now, realizing the gravity of their situation and witnessing a dozen weapons trained upon them, they were struck with terror, crouching down and shielding their heads, their posture reminiscent of the gang of delinquents they had recently apprehended. The security captain, who had come along, also crouched down, covering his head. He had assumed they were merely ordinary survivors and could never have imagined encountering a band of armed marauders. Moreover, is that a laser gun? When did technology advance to such a degree that laser weapons emerged? Not wishing to linger on unnecessary dialogue, Qin Hai leapt over the obstructing debris at the entrance. "Who among you is the leader?" he inquired, addressing the cowering guards before him. Upon hearing Qin Hai's words, the security personnel fell silent, their gazes instinctively drawn to the initial figure of the security captain. Following their collective gaze, Qin Hai recognized a familiar silhouette. "Captain Zhang, step forward," he called. A revelation that took everyone by surprise. The crouched captain, equally astonished that Qin Hai knew him, pondered if he might indeed be a resident of the area. Qin Hai. Qin Hai, that name seems vaguely familiar. Yet, the current circumstances offered little room for contemplation, compelling him to rise cautiously. "Sir, how may I assist you?" he inquired. "Please provide a brief overview of the current situation within the Villa District," Qin Hai replied with a calm demeanor. "Of course." Captain Zhang responded promptly. "The Villa District is divided into 9 zones. Currently, our numbers are limited. We have only managed to secure zones 3, 7, and 8. Once we gain control of Zone 9, we can effectively seal off the entire district. However, numerous zombies remain hidden elsewhere." The Tianhai Villa District is structured in a circular fashion, featuring 3 entrances located to the north, west, and south. The interior comprises 3 sections: the innermost zone, which is Zone 1, the middle section, encompassing Zones 2, 3, 4, and 5, and the outer section, consisting of Zones 6, 7, 8, and 9. The closer one is to the innermost villas, the higher their value, serving as a means of distinguishing the wealth of the residents in the Tianhai Villa District. At this moment, the number of zombies within the Villa District was not overwhelming. However, the remaining survivors were also few. After swiftly securing Zones 3, 7, and 8, the security personnel found themselves impeded by the zombies in Zone 9. The persistent endeavor to seize District 9 stems from the fact that the final ingress and egress of the villa area resides therein. Once District 9 is secured, they can effectively isolate the entire villa community, subsequently methodically eliminating the remaining zombies in other zones. By eradicating the undead and sealing the exits, the entire Tianhai Villa District could be transformed into a veritable sanctuary. The internal space is ample enough to accommodate thousands, and the towering 3-meter walls are sufficient to fend off the zombies, with possibilities for further fortification in the future. This is one of the reasons Qin Hai chose this location as a long-term refuge. "Understood. Have your men continue patrolling," Qin Hai instructed before leading his team directly toward District 1. Captain Zhang was taken aback by Qin Hai's decision to maintain the patrols, but he quickly regained his composure and exclaimed, "Leave this to us. You just keep an eye on things." As he watched Qin Hai's departing team, Captain Zhang wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. "Qin Hai, the one from the 12 households in District 1. Yes, not just a homeowner, he's a warlord." Just as Captain Zhang was contemplating the narrow escape from peril, the walkie-talkie on his chest crackled to life. "Captain, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Inform the other captains that the Villa District is now under his command." Qin Hai and the Krieg squad traversed through District 3, heading straight for District 1. At this moment, numerous security personnel were patrolling District 3. Thanks to prior communication via the walkie-talkie, Qin Hai and his team encountered a clear passage as they moved through. Upon arriving at Area 1, Qin Hai discovered that the boundary between the 2 districts was obstructed by various barriers, indicating a clear shortage of personnel within the security team. After navigating through the barricades, he could still discern the lifeless forms of zombies littering the road ahead, remnants left behind by the security team's response to the outbreak the previous day. Once he cleared a passage wide enough for 2 to traverse, Qin Hai led his team into Area 1. "Soldiers, eradicate the aberrations," he proclaimed, and without hesitation, he advanced forward. Swiftly, a zombie fell beneath the fire of his weapon. Area 1 is the most affluent sector of the Tianhai Villa District. Consequently, its population is relatively sparse. The outbreak occurred in the afternoon, a time when many residents were away from their homes, resulting in a lower zombie count in this area. The expanse of Area 1 is not particularly vast, allowing Qin Hai's squad of Krieger soldiers to efficiently cleanse the territory. As they methodically combed through street after street, they soon arrived at Qin Hai's residence. Standing before the house bequeathed to him by his parents in this world, he felt a tumult of emotions swell within him. Upon entering, he proceeded directly to the study, where he lifted a section of carpet to reveal a hidden door. This was the second reason for his return to this place. The substantial inheritance left by his parents in this world was considerable, and gazing at such a grand house stirred a restlessness in his previously subdued heart. Over the past year, he had expended a considerable amount of wealth on several renovations to this estate. At first glance, the changes were not immediately apparent, as the primary modifications had been made to the subterranean levels. Upon this realization, Qin Hai opened the system mall, intending to redeem a squad of Krieg soldiers to bolster his ranks. However, at that moment, he noticed that the number of exchange points in the upper right corner had exceeded 800. What could this mean? Qin Hai distinctly remembered that the total number of zombies he had cleared along the way, combined with those eliminated in Area 1, amounted to only a little over 300. How then did an additional 500 points emerge? Could it be a gift from a package? That seemed plausible. Since the last time he accessed the system mall, he had opened a package, and he should have revisited the mall at that time. Nevertheless, this unexpected surplus allowed him to summon even more soldiers. Consequently, Qin Hai chose to redeem 20 Krieg soldiers, exactly utilizing 800 exchange points, and deployed them into the underground facility. With a mere thought, the 20 Krieg soldiers materialized within the subterranean structure. Subsequently, Qin Hai lifted the hidden door, revealing a fingerprint password lock. Placing his palm upon it, a scanning process commenced, followed by a mechanical voice announcing its completion. The concealed door gradually transformed, ultimately revealing a staircase leading underground. Zhang Wei and the two others who had entered behind Qin Hai were taken aback by this spectacle. Wow, old Qin, a secret base. Upon hearing this, Qin Hai merely smiled faintly. It's just a personal hobby of mine. I'm an enthusiast of the apocalypse, so I fashioned myself a secret base. With that, Qin Hai was the first to descend the staircase. The underground facility encompassed the entirety of the villa and its surroundings, consisting of a warehouse, control room, lounge, hall, equipment room, and parking area. Qin Hai excavated the entire area beneath the villa and divided it into several distinct zones. Aside from the pre-existing underground parking facility, the remainder was meticulously renovated. The storage room housed a substantial quantity of supplies, while Qin Hai equipped both the interior and exterior of the villa with numerous concealed cameras, all of which could be monitored from the main control room. At this moment, 20 Krieg soldiers, summoned by Qin Hai, stood in the hall. Clad in dark green military overcoats and obscured by gas masks, their faces were hidden from view. Each soldier bore a Type 98 laser rifle across their chests, and the double-headed eagle emblem on their helmets signified their unwavering loyalty to the Kriegs. At this juncture, Qin Hai commanded 3 squads of soldiers, a formidable force capable of sweeping through the entire villa district, leading his troops back to the surface. Qin Hai noted that the zombies in Zone 1 had been thoroughly eradicated. The leaders of the few surviving residents within the villa district hastily gathered at Zone 1 as well. As Qin Hai emerged from his home, he was greeted by this scene. Before him stood not only Captain Zhang, who had initially arrived, but also a security captain and another individual resembling a bodyguard. The Tianhai Villa district comprised over 200 households, housing nearly 1,000 individuals. In addition to the homeowners, this number included various bodyguards, housekeepers, and caretakers recruited by each family. Consequently, when the outbreak of zombies occurred, those who managed to survive were predominantly robust individuals with superior physical capabilities and formidable combat skills. At this moment, Luo Shun felt a wave of trepidation. The sudden zombie crisis had shattered the worldview of this middle-aged man in his 40s. However, there was no time for contemplation. Luo Shun, with his formidable strength, led the other bodyguards to protect their employer as they fought their way through the horde of zombies. It was only upon encountering the assembled security team that they felt a slight sense of relief. Thus, the two factions collaborated to clear a safe zone. The following day, while he pondered his future plans, he was suddenly informed that a group of unidentified armed thugs had intruded. Chapter 10. The Zombie Purge has commenced. Captain Zhang's voice interrupted Luo Shun's train of thought. He looked up to see a group clad in military overcoats, adorned with gas masks, wielding peculiar firearms. Wasn't it only supposed to be a dozen or so? How did so many suddenly appear? Qin Hai addressed the 3 individuals standing before him. How many more do you have? Upon hearing Qin Hai's inquiry, the group momentarily froze, but Captain Zhang quickly stepped forward to respond. We have currently gathered over 200 survivors, the majority of whom are security personnel and bodyguards, with a few residents among them. Qin Hai continued to probe. What about weaponry? In terms of equipment, we possess a substantial number of batons, stun sticks, riot forks, and ballistic shields, came the reply. Qin Hai nodded in acknowledgement. Have your people assist in the assault on Area 9. He then addressed the Krieg soldiers behind him. 1 squad will remain, while the 2nd and 3rd squads will clear out the anomalies. As soon as Qin Hai's orders were issued, the Krieg guards eagerly advanced toward Area 9, leaving Captain Zhang and his team momentarily taken aback by the command. Ah, is this feasible? Enough with the trivialities. Let us have our brethren gather their gear and follow suit. Remember, stay behind and do not charge ahead too recklessly. From Zone 1 to Zone 9. There lies an untouched Zone 4 in between, thus commencing from Zone 1 affords us the opportunity to conquer Zone 4 as well. The Kriegs moved with remarkable swiftness, dispatching the zombies encountered along the way before the security team trailing behind could even assess the situation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the zombies fell before the advancing Kriegs, a sight that left the security team behind swallowing hard. The Kriegs operated in pairs, strategically dispersed across various locations in Zone 4. Just as they were swiftly clearing the streets of zombies, an unexpected event unfolded. Approaching Zone 9, a squad of Krieg soldiers encountered a creature that was unmistakably distinct from ordinary zombies. Its speed and agility far exceeded that of the typical undead. The moment it emerged, it charged toward the nearest Krieg soldier. Such a blatant disturbance naturally captured the attention of the soldier, who immediately raised his weapon to fire. Yet, astonishingly, he missed several shots. The zombie crouched low, using both hands and feet to pounce upon the Krieg soldier. Fortunately, at a critical moment, the soldier managed to block the attack with his firearm, preventing the creature's claws from piercing him directly. Another Krieg soldier, quick on the uptake, delivered a powerful kick, sending the zombie sprawling off his comrade before firing 3 shots to eliminate it. This must be the very zombie that had previously claimed the lives of many of our brothers. It is surprising how swiftly it was dispatched. Hello, brothers. A security officer called out to the 2 Krieg soldiers. There's more than one of those zombies, so be cautious. Meanwhile, Qin Hai, leading a thorough search of Area 1, received a system notification. Congratulations, host, for exterminating an evolved zombie. You have earned 10 exchange points. Ah, evolved zombies. Qin Hai squinted upon hearing the system's prompt. It was merely the second day, and already an evolved zombie had appeared. It seemed that the evolved entity from Area 4 had been eradicated by the Kriegs. Remarkably, 1 evolved zombie yielded 10 exchange points. This implies that 4 zombies could summon a single Krieg soldier. Currently, the number of soldiers was still woefully insufficient. Consider the staggering numbers of the Astra Militarum in the Warhammer universe. They are truly incalculable. The death corps of Krieg often numbers in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions. For Qin Hai's death corps to reach such figures, it would require relentless efforts of slaying zombies, potentially accumulating tens of thousands. In due time, they could exchange for heavy weaponry and armored vehicles, rendering any zombies mere trivialities. On Blue Star, there are no greenskins, no ribcages, nor any insects, and certainly no chaotic traders. A collection of nations beset by a zombie crisis, witnessing a substantial regression in both society and productivity, would find it but a matter of moments for the might of the Krieg Death Corps to prevail, provided, of course, that the nations of Blue Star refrain from deploying nuclear weapons of such catastrophic potential. Returning to the matter at hand, the zombies in Area 4 had been largely exterminated by the Kriegs. In the villa of Zone 4, several well-hidden survivors were rescued. Due to the Kriegs' lack of eloquence, the members of the security team dispatched to assist were put to good use, tasked with receiving the rescued individuals. Meanwhile, the sounds generated during the extermination of zombies in Zone 4 had attracted a multitude of zombies from Zone 9, who were now converging toward this location. The seasoned Kriegs had already sensed this phenomenon and, having completed their extermination mission, had preemptively established a stronghold along the route leading to Zone 4. They intended to utilize this position to fend off the impending onslaught of the undead. Chapter 11. Abnormality. A cacophony erupted as hordes of zombies charged out from Zone 9, racing towards the makeshift stronghold erected by the Krieg squad. The moment the zombies appeared, the Kriegs commenced their gunfire. Shot after shot rang out, systematically eliminating the foremost zombies in their path. The 20-member Krieg squad employed a tactic of alternating fire, ensuring a consistent level of firepower. However, the sheer number of zombies pouring forth from Zone 9 proved overwhelming. Even with the Krieg's rapid shooting and high accuracy, the Lucius Model 98 laser rifles, being semi-automatic, relied solely on the speed of pulling the trigger. Ultimately, the crossfire from the 20 soldiers was insufficient to halt the relentless charge of the undead. Just as the amassed horde of zombies was about to launch their assault on the makeshift stronghold, one of the Krieg soldiers retrieved a fragmentation grenade, pulled the pin, and hurled it into the throng of zombies. Boom! The grenade detonated, clearing a swath of land ahead. Armed with grenades, the Krieg soldiers steadfastly defended their position. After a period of time, the zombies emerging from Zone 9 began to dwindle. Observing this, one Krieg soldier declared, "Conserve ammunition, fix bayonets." He then retrieved a bayonet from his waist and affixed it beneath the muzzle of his rifle. The other Kriegs, upon witnessing this, promptly followed suit, attaching their own bayonets. Among them, the first soldier to complete the task unhesitatingly vaulted over the cover, charging towards the thinning horde of zombies. The remaining soldiers, now equipped with bayonets, surged forth to engage the undead. The leading Krieg soldier raised his rifle, thrusting the bayonet directly into the head of a nearby zombie. With a swift twist of his hands, the creature's brain was reduced to a pulp. Following this, he delivered a kick that sent the zombie sprawling, executing the sequence of actions with seamless precision. At this moment, the soldiers behind him rushed forward, engaging the zombies in close combat. Yet, the instinctual movements of the zombies proved no match for the battle-hardened Kriegs. The remaining few zombies were hardly sufficient to sate the Kriegs' appetite for battle. Having dealt with the emerging undead, the Kriegs regrouped in pairs, re-entering Zone 9 to eliminate any lingering zombies. "Goodness, these men are truly beasts," muttered a security guard in the rear, clutching a riot fork. "These fellows are well-trained and coordinate with an exceptional synergy." "Well, that's stating the obvious. Anyone with eyes can see that," came the retort. "Enough of the chatter. Once they have eradicated the zombies within, we shall advance to seal the main entrance and exit." Meanwhile, Qin Hai led the remaining soldiers steadily toward Area 2. Securing this territory would grant him dominion over 2/3 of the entire Villa district. Currently, they had endured minimal losses. If his subordinates had been more numerous, there would have been no need to painstakingly conquer each area one by one, but rather to mount a full-scale assault. It was absurd that a mere Villa district felt akin to besieging a stronghold. At this moment, only Qin Hai's small team occupied Area 2, as Zhang Wei and the others had been left behind at his residence. Oddly, not a single zombie had been encountered along the way. As Qin Hai traversed the area, he noted the absence of any undead. However, he did come across a trail of blood, yet no bodies were in sight. Could it be that this place had already been purged? No, that couldn't be right. The zombies had been eliminated, but not by the security personnel. Spread out and search for any suspicious signs. Upon receiving Qin Hai's command, the Krieg squad immediately dispersed, seeking out potential clues. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Hai glanced at the exchange point, noticing that it had ceased to rise, now resting at 378. It appeared that the battle in Area 9 had concluded. Unexpectedly, there had been quite a number of zombies there, almost 300. Originally, Qin Hai had less than 100 exchange points, but now, it had surged back to over 300, having left behind over 100 exchange points for future use. Qin Hai proceeded to summon 5 Krieg guards. Upon their summoning, he promptly incorporated them into the search team. After a considerable period, the entirety of Area 2 had been thoroughly scoured, yet there was still no trace of any zombies. Not a single survivor could be found. Of course, it was possible that they had all fled, but the absence of even one zombie was quite peculiar. As the saying goes, unusual occurrences often suggest the presence of something sinister, and Qin Hai remained on high alert. "Commander, we have discovered a dragging mark." Just as Qin Hai pondered the reason for the zombies' disappearance, a Krieg soldier approached him with a report. "A dragging mark?" Qin Hai followed the direction indicated by the soldier, and indeed uncovered a distinct trace of dragging. He scrutinized the mark closely. By its size, it was evidently human. Qin Hai also noted a small amount of what appeared to be blood on the ground, the direction in which the mark led. Qin Hai raised his gaze towards the front. If one were to proceed in a straight line, it would lead to Area 7. Damn it. After the appearance of evolved zombies in Area 9, could it be that yet another monstrosity has emerged here? And this is only the second day? Qin Hai's expression grew grave as he gazed towards Area 7. There was undoubtedly something amiss in that direction. He had no intention of recklessly charging ahead with his current team without a clear understanding of the situation. That would be tantamount to courting death. Fortunately, he had previously instructed the 2 squads to head to Area 2 after eliminating the zombies in Area 9. According to their pace, it was estimated that they would arrive shortly. Indeed, 2 minutes later, 20 Krieger soldiers appeared within his line of sight. Currently, he commanded a total of 35 soldiers, a seasoned cadre of Krieger capable of handling most situations. However, for precautionary measures, Qin Hai exchanged for a plasma rifle and a flamethrower from the shop, just in case. Chapter 12. The Mutant. Reclaiming the Villa district after acquiring the 2 new pieces of equipment, Qin Hai felt an increase in confidence and directly followed the discovered traces. Along the way, no signs of zombies were detected. Thus, he arrived at Zone 7, where he finally encountered a few scattered zombies. Upon witnessing this, the Krieger immediately opened fire. However, at that moment, the wall of a villa to the left of the formation suddenly exploded. A colossal creature burst forth. In an instant, this behemoth shattered the Krieger's formation. One soldier, unable to evade in time, was knocked to the ground by a single swipe and then trampled upon. By the Emperor above, what in the name of all that is holy is that monstrosity? Qin Hai, regaining his composure, couldn't help but curse. Before him lay a creature 3 meters tall and 5 meters long, crouched ominously. Its paw, larger than Qin Hai's face, pinned the Krieger soldier beneath it. And the most bizarre aspect was that the creature's head was still of a normal human size, positioned centrally atop its towering body, adorned with protruding spinal ridges. At that moment, Qin Hai watched in horror as the creature lifted the Krieger soldier trapped beneath its claw and brought him towards its abdomen. Immediately, the creature's abdomen split open, revealing a gaping maw that voraciously engulfed the Krieg soldier. At this moment, Qin Hai grasped the reason behind the absence of any zombies in Sector 2. They had all been devoured by this beast. Observing the creature savoring its meal, the Krieg soldiers, without awaiting Qin Hai's command, opened fire. However, the laser weaponry, which had proven effective against ordinary zombies, merely perforated the creature's hide, creating but a single wound. Furthermore, the creature exhibited remarkable agility, dispatching 2 of Qin Hai's soldiers in mere moments. Meanwhile, the Krieg soldier equipped with the plasma gun began to warm up his weapon, yet the creature's erratic movements rendered it impossible to aim accurately. In light of this situation, several frontline Krieg soldiers resolutely charged toward the monster. Taking advantage of the creature's distraction as it continued to stuff corpses into its maw, one soldier leaped onto it, plunging his bayonet into its flesh, and then pressed the gun against the creature's body, unleashing a relentless barrage until the energy pack was depleted. Simultaneously, another Krieg soldier wielded a combat shovel, aiming for the creature's head, but it evaded the strike with a nimble step, though the blow still managed to strike its shoulder. The combined assault caused the creature to roll on the ground, attempting to dislodge the soldier clinging to its back. At that critical juncture, the plasma gun had reached full readiness and fired, striking the creature's body. The blast obliterated a third of the creature's mass, and with a slight adjustment of aim, it was severed in half. At this moment, the creature lay on the ground, resembling nothing more than a mass of mire. Regrettably, the Krieger who had previously leapt onto its back met his demise beneath a single gunshot. Concurrently, a system notification echoed in Qin Hai's mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully exterminating a mutated zombie, earning 100 exchange points. A mutated entity. Only on the second day did such a being emerge. What kind of virus possesses such potency? Meanwhile, Zhang Wei and his companions, alerted by the sounds of battle, hastily arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the colossal creature before them, they were momentarily rendered speechless. Is this not Wang Chung from Area 2? How has he transformed into this? Qin Hai turned to see that it was indeed Captain Zhang who had spoken. Do you recognize him? Qin Hai inquired. Captain Zhang quickly replied. I can still recognize his face. It's Wang Chung from Area 2, just returned from Eagle Country the day before yesterday. I remember it vividly. Upon hearing the mention of Eagle Country, the expressions of Zhang Wei and his companions twitched slightly. Qin Hai discerned the likely source of this transformation. It was probable that he had contracted a formidable virus while in Eagle Country, returning mutated and having consumed numerous zombies, resulting in his current state. Subsequently, Qin Hai gestured for the soldier equipped with a flamethrower to approach and incinerate the creature. A torrent of flames erupted, engulfing the entire form of the monstrosity. The fierce blaze reduced its remains to ashes. With the destruction of this mutated entity, the number of zombies in the entire Villa district dwindled significantly. This was, in part, to be credited to the mutated creature itself, which had devoured a considerable number of zombies. In the ensuing moments, Qin Hai swiftly reclaimed the remaining 2 districts, thereby ensuring the entire Tianhai Villa area fell completely under his control. That night, within the confines of his villa, Zhang Wei, Su Xiu, and Su Lu lounged on the sofa in the living room, engaging in a casual discussion about the day's events. Zhang Wei remarked, "That creature we encountered today was truly terrifying. What kind of virus could mutate into such a monstrosity?" Su Xiu shrugged and replied, "Who knows? Wasn't that thing previously in the Eagle Sauce territory? It only returned the day before yesterday. The virus has been proliferating there for months. It's hardly surprising it ended up like that." At this juncture, Su Lu chimed in. "Indeed, we owe a debt of gratitude to Qin Hai for eliminating that abomination. Otherwise, in due time, the inhabitants of this area would have surely been devoured." As the trio engaged in light-hearted banter, Qin Hai pushed open the grand entrance of the villa and stepped inside, illuminated by the soft moonlight. The 2 Krieger guards stationed at the entrance were still visible. "Oh, you're back. How did it go, Lao Qin?" The 3 inquired as Qin Hai approached the sofa and settled down with a thud. I conducted a thorough inspection. There are no zombies left in the entire villa area, Qin Hai stated matter-of-factly. Zhang Wei immediately responded, so, we can consider ourselves firmly established here. Nodding in acknowledgement. Qin Hai then turned his attention to the three of them and said, next, let us deliberate on our future development plans. After listening, Su Xiu chuckled nonchalantly and remarked, Old Qin, you can decide on such matters. We are utterly inept and not engaged in any related work. Thus we cannot offer any assistance. However, Qin Hai shook his head and replied, relying solely on my judgment is manageable for now, but as we expand, it will be impossible to depend on one person alone, and I simply lack the energy for it. In the future, my focus will undoubtedly be on the Legion of the Dead. Only by strengthening the Legion can we better serve the Emperor. It is foreseeable that Qin Hai will devote himself entirely to slaying zombies and summoning soldiers in the upcoming days. To him, the ordinary survivors hold three essential roles: laborers, soldiers, and scavengers. Those rescued survivors will either work in factories for production or contribute to the construction of shelters at the sites. Alternatively, some may join expeditions to search for supplies in the outside world. Furthermore, Qin Hai plans to recruit a group of obedient survivors to form a support army, as the current numbers of the Legion of the Dead are insufficient, necessitating the strategic allocation of forces. Chapter 13. Management Brothers, I require your assistance, Qin Hai stated earnestly. Although his face was obscured by a gas mask, the sincerity in his tone caused the three to shudder slightly. Zhang Wei pondered for a moment, as if resolving within himself, and then looked up at Qin Hai. I understand. I have no issue helping. But you are aware of my past. I've only indulged in leisure at home. If things go awry, you cannot hold me accountable. Upon Zhang Wei's agreement, the Su brothers no longer hesitated. Old Qin, without uttering a word, acknowledged that due to your prompt rescue yesterday at the sports center, from this day forth, your word shall be law. Indeed, speak forth, and let us know how we shall proceed. Observing their demeanor, Qin Hai nodded in satisfaction. Su Xiu and Su Lo, I recall that your family operates a business. You too should possess some managerial experience, correct? Su Lo nodded in response, stating, our family did indeed send us to gain some experience in the company for a period, but our aspirations lie elsewhere, and thus we departed after a few years. While our management experience may be limited, we do possess some. Qin Hai acknowledged their input, affirming that any experience, however scant, would suffice. Henceforth, you two shall be responsible for managing the survivors within the shelter. As for the specifics, I lack experience in that regard, so I leave it to you both to deliberate. Zhang Wei, your fascination with all things military is well known. Therefore, you shall take charge of recruiting an exploration team from among the survivors, tasked with venturing into the outside world to gather supplies. But only in areas that have been cleared. My stipulation is that this exploration team must exhibit a certain level of combat capability and obedience. Your knowledge of military matters should enable you to train the exploration team akin to a military unit. If circumstances permit, I may later transition the exploration team into a support force. After a brief pause, Qin Hai added, of course, we currently face a scarcity of resources and equipment, which will be our objectives for future development. As Qin Hai concluded his extensive discourse, the breaths of the three individuals grew noticeably heavier, particularly Zhang Wei, who was inherently enamored with military equipment and knowledge. The prospect of potentially leading a genuine army was undeniably exhilarating. Although Qin Hai spoke of auxiliary forces, they were nonetheless part of the military. After further deliberation, they ultimately decided upon a formal name for the refuge, designating it as Tianhai Shelter after the current villa district. Once the discussions concluded, the group retired to sleep in Qin Hai's villa. In the realm of dreams, however, Qin Hai was haunted by unsettling visions. At dawn the next day, Qin Hai awoke early, stretching languidly, yet his visage bore signs of fatigue. He rubbed his sore cheeks, reflecting on the dream he had experienced the previous night. Astonishingly, he had envisioned the system as a manifestation of treachery, the zombies as the byproducts of corruption in this world, and the external realm filled with devotees of terror and depravity. Oh heavens! How could the Emperor allow such a state to persist? The thought compelled Qin Hai to slap himself twice, rising resolutely. Today marked another day of charging forth in the name of the Emperor. Donning his gas mask, he approached the balcony, clasping his hands in prayer towards the sun. O immortal Emperor, please have compassion for our insignificant sufferings. O Lord of the galaxy, may you bless your flock ensnared by the alien. O guardian of light, Guide us through our darkened paths with your brilliance. We are your warriors. We are your servants. Abandon all pretense of virtue, devoid of deceit, and never succumb to arrogance. Hold steadfast to your hatred, maintain your animosity, and gather your wrath. Bestow this upon those unclean, those aberrations, those mutants. With your anguish and toil, with your golden throne and your demise, with your destruction and your godlike resurgence among humanity, guard us and grant us strength. We fight for you. After completing the solemn recitation of the prayer, Qin Hai felt a surge of clarity. Adjusting his helmet, he strode forth with his weapon held high. Upon pushing open the door, he gazed up at the sun in the sky. Each day, without fail, he proclaimed his praise for the emperor. Today, Qin Hai had numerous tasks ahead, yet the most pressing remained the extermination of zombies. The management of the shelter would be entrusted to the 3 laborers he had recruited yesterday. Poor souls, even amidst the zombie crisis. They had been persuaded by Qin Hai to take up their posts. Today, a thorough tally of the survivors within the shelter was imperative. Currently, the total number of survivors stood at 367, with 2/3 being young adults, the majority serving as security and bodyguards. At this moment, all survivors were gathered in the community square, where the security personnel maintained order. Meanwhile, the brothers Su Xiao and Su Lu stood at the forefront, announcing the regulations they had hastily crafted the previous night. The first point: in light of the ongoing crisis and the acute scarcity of supplies within the shelter, all food will be distributed uniformly. The second point: we shall establish a search team to venture into the outside world, gather resources, and rescue fellow survivors. Those interested may sign up with Zhang Wei. The third point: Su Xiao elaborated extensively, weaving together a series of thoughts that resonated well. Ultimately, the shelter sought to recruit management personnel, prioritizing those adept in data analysis. After Su Xiao perused the shelter's regulations, the survivors below erupted into applause. Captain Zhang was the first to voice his agreement. Indeed, this is how it should be. In this transformed world, we must band together to survive. Absolutely. I stand in support of Brother Su. The survivors in the audience had witnessed Qin Hai and his companions dispatching zombies with lethal precision the previous day. And with Su Xiao's group presenting these regulations, no one dared to dissent. Should anyone challenge them, the station Krieg soldiers would not hesitate to act decisively. In their eyes, the essence of these rules was to ensure their service to the emperor. To oppose them was tantamount to refusing to serve the emperor, marking one as a heretic. The Krieg soldiers dealt with heretics by shattering their skulls with engineer shovels. As the gentle sound of applause resonated from the audience, Su Xiao and his companion exchanged smiles, pleasantly surprised by the positive reception of their inaugural endeavor. However, at that moment, a group of flamboyantly dressed individuals, adorned with tattoos, pushed through the crowd to the forefront. I refuse to accept this. Why should you dictate these rules? In my view, these resources ought to be managed by the strong. What gives you, with your spindly arms and legs, the right to stand above us? Have you ever slain a zombie? The leader of this group directed a barrage of insults towards Su Xiao and his companion. Indeed, I believe this place should be entrusted to my elder brother for management. What are you all, really? One of the underlings shouted, pointing at the Krieger soldiers standing guard. And you lot, clad in military coats and gas masks, think yourselves formidable? Carrying toy guns, do you find that amusing? Chapter 14. The food processing plant. Over 40 ruffians, the very same group that attempted to breach the Villa district yesterday, found themselves in this predicament. Initially confined within an unoccupied villa, they were released today at Captain Zhang's behest, as Qin Hai had summoned everyone to gather. Little did they anticipate that this would lead to such a significant debacle. These released individuals were already discontent, believing they had been captured due to the security guards' ambush. Thus they resolved to attempt seizing control of the situation today. Even in failure, their numbers afforded them a sense of invulnerability against any repercussions from the opposing side. However, upon arriving at the square, they were collectively taken aback. The once arrogant security guards had reverted to their duties, as if a regime change had occurred overnight. Yet, upon noticing the 2 youngsters at the forefront, flanked by several Krieger soldiers, their disdain quickly flourished. After all, they had been locked away the previous day and had not witnessed the Kriegers in action against the zombies, nor had anyone taken the initiative to inform them. Thus, in their eyes, the Kriegers appeared as nothing more than a group of delusional individuals clad in overcoats. As they observed the commotion unfolding, the security guards tasked with maintaining order began to feel a sense of panic. After all, they had witnessed the prowess of the Krieg, and one of their own had fallen by their gunfire. Meanwhile, upon hearing the commotion, Qin Hai furrowed his brow slightly before hastening towards the square with his men. 10 minutes later, a group of individuals, bound and subdued, was carried away. Qin Hai was taken aback that anyone dared to cause trouble. Nevertheless, this incident had yielded over 40 natural zombie traps for him. He left a squad of Krieg soldiers to guard the shelter, while the rest were dispatched to hunt zombies. Following the loss of 5 soldiers to a mutated zombie the previous day, only 20 remained by Qin Hai's side, aside from the 10 left to defend. However, this was still sufficient, as he possessed enough points to exchange for another squad of soldiers. Yet, all of these points were utilized to procure supplies and equipment. Qin Hai's plan for the day was to scour the areas surrounding the shelter thoroughly. To sustain a day of intense combat, he exchanged for a substantial quantity of energy packs and various types of grenades. Consequently, in the ensuing days, the vicinity of the villa resounded with the sounds of laser guns and grenade explosions. 3 days later, in the Tianhai Villa district, 2 trucks emerged from the gates of the shelter. Each truck was loaded with 25 Krieg soldiers, heading towards a factory located 20 kilometers from the shelter. During these 3 days, Qin Hai had expanded his forces to 200 men and had thoroughly cleared the surrounding areas, firmly securing them under his control. At that moment, within the first truck, Qin Hai gazed thoughtfully at the electronic map in his hands. The food processing plant was adjacent to a canning factory. Essentials should be in ample supply. Sitting beside Qin Hai, Zhang Wei gazed at the markings on the map and remarked that their objective for the day was these 2 food processing plants. At this moment, the population of the shelter was nearing 1,000, an increase from the original 300. Bolstered by the additional 200 individuals Qin Hai had recruited over the past few days. After a recent sweep of the surrounding areas, nearly 400 people had emerged. The food reserves in the shelter were dwindling, considering the substantial daily consumption of nearly 1,000 individuals. Furthermore, there were no large shopping malls or supermarkets nearby, and the meager food supplies gathered daily by the search teams were insufficient to meet the demand. Thus, Qin Hai turned his attention to these 2 food processing facilities. Utilizing the maps downloaded a couple of days prior, he drove 2 collected trucks directly towards their destination. Zhang Wei, puzzled, inquired, "Shouldn't we bring along more members of the search team? With a few more vehicles, we could transport a greater amount of food." In response, Qin Hai elucidated, "We only managed to find these 2 trucks. Bringing additional vehicles would not yield a significant increase in our haul, and it would only serve to attract zombies unnecessarily. Moreover, I am convinced that in a place like a food factory, there must be survivors. Those survivors would not neglect such a vast granary. The processing plant is bound to have its own delivery trucks, and once we arrive, we will have both personnel to assist in the loading and vehicles to transport the goods." Listening to Qin Hai's explanation, Zhang Wei's expression was one of disbelief. "Wow, it can be approached this way." Qin Hai smiled, but remained silent. "All right, we are about to pass through an area we haven't yet cleared. What is there to fear? There are no significant population centers along the route to the factory, at most 1,000 zombies. Besides, we are traveling by car. What zombies could possibly keep up with us? Furthermore, the round trip will take just over an hour. The distance is not great." Zhang Wei made a valid point. Yet Qin Hai remained cautious, urging the convoy to pass swiftly to avoid any unforeseen events. Meanwhile, inside the food processing factory, a man was suspended in midair, his body marred with scars. Beside him stood 3 individuals wielding whips, mercilessly lashing at him. Crack, crack, crack. "This is what you get for stealing. This is what you get for stealing." The leader among them raised his whip high and struck down with ferocity. At that moment, the 2 subordinates approached, saying, "Brother Wang, be careful not to tire yourself out. Let us take over for the remaining blows. You should rest for a while." Referred to as Brother Wang, the man glanced at his subordinate and replied, "All right, I'm quite exhausted from punishing this scoundrel. You take over." With that, Brother Wang settled into a nearby chair, while the 2 subordinates approached the suspended man with grins on their faces. "Tell me, Lao Sun, why do you insist on stealing? Since your family arrived here, how has Brother Wang ever deprived you of a meal? And yet, you remain ungrateful and dare to steal." Just then, the man spat defiantly at one of the subordinates. "Hee, gratitude. The favor you speak of, is it the kindness of providing each person with a kin a day? Or is it the mercy of allowing the elderly in the factory to starve to death?" During this exchange, the man's face contorted in a grimace as he glared at the 2 subordinates below. Let me tell you, a kin a day is already a generous allowance. While the factory may boast a substantial stock, there will inevitably come a day when it runs out. If we do not conserve now, do you intend to venture out in search of sustenance once it is depleted? As he spoke, the subordinate let out a mocking laugh. As for that old fellow you mentioned, he is far too aged to lift a finger. Keeping him around is merely a waste of food. Besides, in this day and age, who can guarantee their survival until tomorrow? The poor old man has lived long enough. Why should he endure hardship here? I am merely offering him an early release. The subordinate declared with a self-righteous demeanor, a smirk playing on his lips as he addressed the man suspended before him. As for you. With that, the subordinate raised the whip in his hand and struck down with force. The man winced in pain. Beast. Chapter 15. Underground Project Boss. 2 trucks have arrived outside the factory. They must be here for our food. Just as the subordinate continued to lash at the man hanging above, another rushed in, calling out to Brother Wong, who was seated. Oh, trucks have come? They are here to collect provisions. Gather the brothers. Let us go and take a look. Upon hearing the arrival of newcomers, Wang Gu immediately became intrigued and promptly summoned his subordinates to accompany him outside for a closer inspection. Once outside, he beheld 2 trucks that had just come to a halt. Observing this situation, he quickly beckoned his followers to gather around. However, before they could utter a word, Qin Hai and Zhang Wei emerged from the vehicles, and the rear doors of the trucks swung open, allowing a cadre of Krieg soldiers to leap down with alacrity. The trucks, being fully enclosed, were draped with waterproof tarps, concealing their cargo from prying eyes. The factory workers, startled by the sudden emergence of these strangely adorned figures, were taken aback. What on earth are these creatures? Wang Gu narrowed his eyes, sensing the threat. Brothers, arm yourselves. Fear not. Brother, this is our territory. Such a small number cannot stir the waters. Brothers, arm yourselves. Meanwhile, as Qin Hai disembarked, he was greeted by a throng of factory personnel rushing towards them. Initially, he believed they were survivors coming forth to welcome them, only to be met with a sudden onslaught of makeshift weapons, machetes, and steel pipes, charging at them. What a surprise right upon my arrival, he mused, finding the situation rather convenient. 10 minutes later, as Qin Hai surveyed the factory premises, the previously boisterous Wang Gu now trailed behind him, hunched over with a sheepish grin. Outside the factory, the once menacing group had transformed, each now wielding buckets to clean up the spilled ketchup from the ground. Within the factory, Qin Hai gazed at the man suspended before him and inquired, "What is the situation here?" "Ah, this fellow attempted to steal, and we apprehended him for punishment," Wang Gu promptly replied. Turning to scrutinize Wang Ji's face, obscured by a gas mask, Qin Hai felt a twinge of unease. Summon everyone present. We must account for the number of personnel and the quantity of completed foodstuffs. After issuing his command, Qin Hai strode away without a backward glance, uninterested in the affairs at hand, leaving them to Zhang Wei to manage. Upon returning to the truck, Qin Hai resumed his routine of browsing the system marketplace, eager to discover any useful items. Half an hour later, Zhang Wei angrily rejoined him in the vehicle. What transpired? Zhang Wei took a moment to collect himself, his fury simmering beneath the surface. I truly did not anticipate that, within just a few days, in a place replete with food, such a ludicrous circumstance as starvation could arise. The group we initially encountered had arrived here 2 days after the apocalypse began. They brazenly seized control of the factory's warehouse, monopolizing the food supply. Each person is allotted merely 1 can of food per day. It's unimaginable. Listening intently, Qin Hai's fingers drummed slowly on the steering wheel. Bring everything here. It coincides perfectly, as I have just exhausted the previous batch of zombie traps. Now, what is the current status of the factory? Zhang Wei took a moment to compose himself before commencing his report. The number of survivors within the factory is limited, totaling just over 300, primarily comprising factory employees. The food situation appears quite favorable. At the onset of the apocalypse, they had already packaged products that had yet to be dispatched, resulting in a substantial stock. Approximately 13 delivery trucks filled with goods. For the foreseeable future, provisions are assured. Upon hearing this, Qin Hai nodded, relieved of any lingering concerns, allowing him to focus entirely on confronting the zombies. Oh, and during the earlier assessment, it was noted that among the survivors, there are a few exceptional individuals, including an engineer and several professionals in the construction field. I believe these individuals could significantly contribute to the development of the shelter. Should we consider bringing them back? The mention of an engineer plunged Qin Hai into contemplation. Upon returning, Have him meet me. After addressing the matters pertaining to the processing plant, Qin Hai led his team back to the shelter. The survivors from the food processing facility were also brought along, and all provisions within were thoroughly evacuated. Thus, the issue of food supply was momentarily resolved. That night, at Qin Hai's villa, which he had transformed into a command center, despite primarily leading the team himself, he sat in the living room, deep in thought regarding future plans. Before him sat a young man, poised and attentive. "Are you the engineer?" "Yes, indeed." The young man was startled by Qin Hai's sudden inquiry. "Let me put it this way. If I provide you with personnel and equipment, would you be able to construct a large underground shelter for me?" Qin Hai intends to develop an extensive subterranean project akin to the Krieger Star, featuring a labyrinth of tunnels equipped with an array of engineering machinery and production lines. The limited space above ground poses significant restrictions. Even with expansion, the shelter would soon encounter limitations, necessitating the demolition of existing structures for reconstruction. During this process, there remains the looming threat of zombie attacks, which is not a concern when operating underground. This is beyond my capabilities, Commander." The engineer wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. This task was akin to asking an ordinary creature to eliminate the Tang monk and his disciples. To expect him to undertake such a monumental project under the current circumstances, with a lack of manpower and incomplete equipment, was daunting. However, I am aware of someone who can accomplish it. My mentor, Liang Wenbin, is a premier underground engineering designer in Longhua. He will undoubtedly succeed. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Hai inquired, "Where is he?" Chapter 16. The mission, 10 teams 1 month later, at the Krieger camp, situated a distance from the Tianhai shelter. This location has been thoroughly transformed into a military base by Qin Hai, with hundreds of Krieger soldiers entering and exiting daily, one group departing to eliminate zombies, only to be replaced by another upon their return. At this moment, within the camp, a solitary Krieger soldier traversed the grounds, approaching an unremarkable building, which was under the vigilant watch of a dozen or so patrolling Krieger soldiers. The Krieger soldier approached the door and exchanged a brief nod with the sentinel stationed outside before pushing the door open. "Commander, 1186 reporting for duty." The room was dimly lit, with Qin Hai standing before a table, meticulously examining the map laid out before him. At this moment, Qin Hai had donned a new attire, shedding the former garb of a Krieger soldier. He was clad in a greatcoat fashioned from Makari beast fur, high leather boots, and a polished, gleaming breastplate adorning his chest. A standard Mark IX helmet rested atop his head, its double-headed eagle insignia shining brightly, complemented by the ever-present Krieger gas mask. His waist was equipped with a saber and a laser pistol, exuding the essence of a Krieger officer. This ensemble had been specifically exchanged by Qin Hai, for he now commanded several hundred troops, making it inappropriate to be attired like an ordinary soldier. A portion of this equipment was indeed sourced from the Death Riders, including the tall boots, saber, and breastplate. As most officers of the Krieger Death Legion rose through the ranks from the Death Riders, their attire naturally incorporated numerous cavalry elements. Although Qin Hai had never served as a Death Rider, he harbored a genuine fondness for this ensemble. He vowed that when the opportunity arose, he would certainly exchange for a warhorse of his own. Upon the arrival of 1186, Krieger soldiers are designated by numbers rather than names. Qin Hai nodded in acknowledgement. 1186. In light of your outstanding combat performance this past month, I require you to undertake a mission. I shall provide you with the finest team and the best equipment. Your objective is to retrieve a man named Liang Wenbin from the National Geological Testing Center in Jiangzhou City. This individual is crucial to the construction of our underground project, and his safety must be ensured. Yes, Commander. The Krieg soldiers stood at attention, responding solemnly. Of course, I shall not dispatch merely one team. You are the commander of the 10th Squad. Follow me, and I shall introduce you to your team members. With that, Qin Hai led the way. Upon reaching the camp square, 10 massive vehicles stood parked, alongside a pile of equipment. In front, over 100 Krieg soldiers stood in formation, organized into 10 distinct squads. After ordering 1186 to return to the ranks, Qin Hai began to formally outline the mission objectives. You will be divided into 10 groups, advancing toward the target location from 10 different directions. I shall equip you with the most advanced gear. However, once you set out, there will be no supplies or support. You must rely solely on yourselves. You will traverse the entirety of Jiangzhou City, and the map will be sent to the leaders of each group shortly. It is imperative that you safely bring back the target individual. Now, change your equipment and prepare to depart. With Qin Hai's command, the Krieg soldiers swiftly began to act, altering their gear. Qin Hai meticulously examined the equipment each group carried before finalizing the arrangements. Each group would be equipped with a Chimera armored vehicle, which included a commander, a driver, and a gunner. Vehicle name, Chimera, originating Foundry World, Griffin IV, known models, 2-11, members, driver, gunner. Commander, power plant, Vulcaner 16 dual-coupled multi-burn engine, weight, 38 tons, length, 6.9 meters, width, 5.7 meters, height, 3.72 meters, ground clearance, 0.45 meters, maximum speed, road 70 kilometers per hour, maximum speed, off-road 55 kilometers per hour, occupants, 12 persons, connection port, 1. At the rear of the vehicle, main armament, 2x heavy explosive shells, secondary armament, heavy explosive shells, heavy flamethrower, rotation angle, 360, elevation angle, -8 to 25, main weapon ammunition, 1,000 rounds, secondary weapon ammunition, 400 rounds or 10 rounds, armor thickness, turret, 150 millimeters, hull, 100 millimeters, vehicle designation, 0427-941-3062, CH-124, fireports, 6, 3 on the left and 3 on the right. In addition, the Chimera armored vehicle is capable of accommodating a 12-person combat team, which includes a commander, a flamethrower operator, a communications specialist, a sniper, 2 Krieg engineers, a Krieg quartermaster serving as a medic, a guard armed with a grenade launcher, and 4 Krieg grenadiers. In addition, there was a considerable amount of supplementary equipment, including energy packs, grenades, and bombs, affixed to the sides and upper armor of the Chimera armored vehicles. This constituted the arsenal of a single squad. Remarkably, Qin Hai had prepared 10 such squads, expending an indeterminate number of exchange points in the process. He personally led the team for an entire month to assemble this formidable group. The Black and White division of labor into 2 teams to eliminate zombies inadvertently elevated the reputation of the Krieg survivors in the vicinity. The reason behind Qin Hai's relentless pursuit of Liang Wenbin was his ambition to construct a substantial underground fortification, one capable of withstanding a nuclear strike. Only by establishing such a base could the Krieg Death Corps firmly secure their foothold in this world. At this moment, the 10 squads had completed their preparations and were gradually boarding their vehicles. As the Chimera armored vehicles roared to life and exited the military compound, Qin Hai's thoughts seemed to drift to distant realms. This mission was inherently perilous. 15 soldiers, 1 armored vehicle, traversing a city teeming with zombies from one end to the other. With 10 teams and 10 distinct routes, Qin Hai opted for a broader strategy, concerned that relying on a single path would pose excessive risks. Yet, despite the extreme danger of the undertaking, for the soldiers of Krieg, who had already pledged their lives to the Emperor, this mission presented the finest opportunity to sacrifice themselves in the Emperor's name. Standing at the entrance of the military compound, watching the 10 armored vehicles gradually recede into the distance, Qin Hai murmured softly, "For the Emperor." Chapter 17, Night Demon. A beam of laser sliced through the air. As a zombie lurking in the corner of the street was instantly struck down, its head exploding upon impact. In the distance, 1186 crouched beside the Chimera armored vehicle, wielding a Hell gun, the very weapon that had just unleashed the lethal laser. The Hell gun, also known as the Lucius Model 14 Heavy Laser Gun, or Thermal Laser Gun, boasts a shooting power of 28 megajoules and incorporates a multitude of supplementary features. The energy pack powering this formidable weapon is worn as a backpack, with the power cord connected to the weapon's rapid discharge unit. A heavy energy backpack can sustain the Hell gun for the firing of 200 rounds, while also allowing for a switch to a continuous fire mode, albeit with some instability. Moreover, this model of the Hell gun is equipped with a 4-fold scope and thermal imaging, serving as the standard weapon of the Krieg Grenadiers. After surveying the surroundings and confirming that no zombies remained, 1186 holstered his weapon and leaped down from the armored vehicle. The area was fortified by 2 Krieg engineers who had hastily constructed makeshift defensive structures around the Chimera armored vehicle. Several Krieg Grenadiers stood vigilant, keeping watch. It had been 7 hours since they departed from the camp at noon, and dusk was fast approaching. Given the heightened dangers of the night, they deemed it prudent to take a brief respite, intending to resume their journey the following day. The distance from the Tianhai shelter to the National Geological Survey Center in Jiangzhou spanned over 200 kilometers. While the Chimera armored vehicle's maximum speed reaches 70 kilometers per hour, contingent upon optimal road conditions. However, the current state of the roads was far from ideal, plagued by either extensive traffic jams or swarmed by zombies, reducing the vehicle's speed to barely over 30 kilometers per hour. Moreover, at times when faced with traffic congestion, they must recalibrate their routes. The 10th group, led by Unit 1186, has already altered their path twice today. At this moment, the communication officer within the ranks is exchanging information with the other 9 departing groups. 3 of these groups are currently moving unhindered. 2 groups are impeded by a horde of corpses, and 4 groups are in the process of recharting their courses in search of less traversed roads. As night falls, a small fire gradually ignites within the fortifications. Several Krieg soldiers are preparing their evening meal, a standard individual ration. Qinghai has not stocked abundant provisions for each squad. Once their individual rations are depleted, they will need to rely on their own resourcefulness. If all goes according to plan, they should pass through this night unscathed. However, just hundreds of meters away from their makeshift position, a shadow flits past. Simultaneously, within the fortifications, Unit 1186 is poring over a map, contemplating which route will be viable for the following day's journey. An enemy presence looms ahead. As 1186 is deep in thought, a watchful Kriegsgrenadier stationed atop the Chimera armored vehicle suddenly calls out. Upon hearing of the enemy threat, 1186 promptly stows away the map and rises to grab his weapon. Activating the searchlights, the target is 200 meters directly ahead. With 1180 SIXS command, 2 hastily installed searchlights mounted atop the armored vehicle swiftly illuminate the street ahead. As the lights flicker to life, 1186 immediately discerns the enemy lying prone before him. The creature, cloaked in a shroud of darkness, loomed at the size of a man. Its brain grotesquely altered by a virus, while a nearly 2-meter-long tail trailed behind it. The moment 1186 laid eyes upon this monstrosity, he and the vigilant Krieg Grenadier unleashed a barrage of fire. In a mere 5 seconds, numerous laser beams rained down upon the creature, and within moments, its body was reduced to molten remnants by the searing heat. Danger averted, or so it seemed. A vast cluster of enemy bioforms was detected 300 meters ahead, their numbers unknown. Open fire, commanded 1186 without delay. As the order echoed, the gunners, already in position, discharged their ordnance. The heavy explosive rounds from both primary and secondary weapons were unleashed, crashing into the massive creatures before them. Boom, boom. Simultaneously, the other Krieg soldiers hastily joined the fray, directing a torrent of fire into the streets ahead. Upon being discovered, the swarm of monsters abandoned their concealment and charged directly toward the stronghold. Yet, most of the creatures perished under the relentless barrage of the Chimera armored vehicle, and those few that managed to survive the onslaught were swiftly picked off by the skilled marksmen of the Krieg. Despite this, the monstrous horde continued to close the distance. Observing the dire situation, the Grenadiers swiftly switched their Hellguns to rapid-fire mode, intensifying their firepower and pinning the creatures in place, preventing any further advance. However, at that moment, while the Kriegs remained focused on the enemy ahead, one creature deftly maneuvered around their position, using vehicles as cover to leap into the heart of their defenses. However, this monstrous creature was immediately targeted by 2 waiting Krieg engineers. The moment the creature leapt into view, both shotguns were aimed and fired. Due to the proximity, the full force of the shotguns was absorbed by the creature, which was promptly obliterated in 2. Simultaneously, the number of monsters directly ahead began to dwindle, and astonishingly, after 10 minutes, the remaining creatures began to retreat. Upon noticing this development, Unit 1186 promptly ordered a ceasefire. Once all the monsters had retreated, Unit 1186 commanded the team to gather their equipment and board the vehicles for withdrawal. The sounds of the recent battle would surely have attracted the attention of nearby zombies. If they lingered any longer, they would likely find themselves encircled by hordes of the undead by dawn. As the order was given, the Krieg swiftly dismantled the makeshift equipment and boarded the vehicles in an orderly fashion. With the doors secured, the Chimera armored vehicle roared to life, heading away from the direction the monsters had fled. Meanwhile, the communications officer within the vehicle was relaying the details of the recent skirmish at the Tianhai refuge. Within the Krieg barracks, Qinghai listened intently to the intelligence report just delivered by his subordinates, his brow furrowing slightly. The new zombie bio group exhibited alarming traits. They could conceal themselves, live communally, employ strategies, launch ambushes, and flee. The mention of fleeing deepened Qinghai's frown. This group of zombies, demonstrating teamwork and an understanding of fear, had likely evolved a degree of intelligence. Such a development would render future confrontations significantly more challenging, a headache indeed. Qin Hai attempted to massage his temples, only to be met with the cold touch of his gas mask. Regaining his focus, he shook his head and resumed examining the reports from various regions. Another team had encountered a similar cluster of mutated zombies. These aberrant creatures seemed to emerge solely during the night. Subsequently, Qin Hai addressed the Krieg soldier recording notes beside him. Update the directory. Designate the name Night Demon for this mutated zombie variant, which tends to appear in groups under the cover of darkness, exhibiting a degree of intelligence, understanding teamwork, ambush tactics, and other rudimentary strategies. Relay this information to the entire army. Chapter 18. Onward. The following day, having endured the previous night's battle, the members of Team 10 had scarcely rested. Upon locating a quiet spot, they engaged in a brief respite. At that moment, 1186 was still engrossed in the map before him, having traversed half the distance. Given the speed of the Chimera armored vehicle and the various unforeseen circumstances on the road, they estimated they would reach their destination within 3 days at the latest. What typically would take mere hours to drive now required 3 days. To be honest, Qin Hai was taken aback when he initially calculated this duration. However, considering multiple influencing factors, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Commander, Group 7 has gone dark, reported the communications officer, approaching 1186. What has transpired? 1186 inquired. Uncertain. They have transmitted no information. Understood. Maintain contact. Yes, Commander. As 1186 redirected his gaze towards the map, the disappearance of the 7th squad heightened his vigilance. The configuration of the 10 squads was identical. If the enemy could silently eliminate the 7th squad, they could similarly extinguish their lives without a sound. In light of this, 1186 had to remain alert. They could not afford to perish before the mission's completion. By synthesizing intelligence from other squads with the local circumstances, 1186 discovered a pathway that would enable them to reach their target significantly faster than the other squads, likely arriving by nightfall. After charting the route, 1186 folded the map and approached the armored vehicle, addressing the resting soldiers of Krieg. Make the most of your rest. We shall depart in 1 hour. Meanwhile, within a residential building, several shadowy figures crouched by a window, observing the outside scene. Brother Jun, do you think they're military personnel? One figure whispered from the window. They must be. Did you not see that massive tank? This is Long Country. What else could it be but the army? The one referred to as Brother Jun responded promptly. However, our nation's forces do not don such attire, and that tank looks unlike any we've encountered. The cautious figure replied. Could it be that foreign forces have infiltrated? The first speaker ventured warily. Come on, don't jinx us, exclaimed the third figure hastily. Shoo, keep your voice down. We mustn't be discovered. What are you afraid of? We're quite far away. Junren pulled the 2 individuals down from the window and inquired. What do you think? Are we in? In? What exactly are we in for? One replied. Of course, we are to follow them. Junren declared, raising his finger to illustrate his point. Look, these individuals are certainly not ordinary folks. Who knows, they might be part of some covert special forces from our country. If we tag along, we could potentially uncover an official sanctuary. Moreover, if they are indeed some foreign forces, we could cause them a bit of trouble. Nowadays, even the most insignificant entities dare to trespass into our dragon country. Upon hearing Junren's words, the 2 beside him nodded in agreement. Well, I do copying and no coward. I'm in. One exclaimed emphatically. Your words resonate. I, Lu Yin, am no pushover either. With a resounding slap, Junren struck Lu Yin on the head. Is that how you use those words? He chided. Gather your things. Once they depart, we will follow their trail. All right. In response to Junren's command, Lu Yin and Du Kongping hurriedly began to pack their belongings. What if we end up in peril? Lu Yin suddenly posed the question midway through their preparations. Junren waved his hand dismissively, saying, What is there to fear? Life is but a fleeting moment. If we don't seize it, what is the point? Do you know why I bear this name? Junren, a soldier. My mother hoped I would become a hero, protecting our homeland. Had I not failed the political examination, I would be a proper soldier now. Hearing Junren's words, Lu Yin and the other expressed their curiosity, asking, political examination? What happened? Hello, my grandfather was once a bandit, and my father was involved in organized crime, such as the way things have unfolded. However, my mother still hopes that I can become a valuable asset to the nation. Upon hearing Junren's words, Lu Yin and his companion paused in their packing, staring at Junren with expressions of disbelief. What? Seriously? On the other side, after a brief respite, Team 10 set forth again towards their destination. After they had departed for a while, three figures cautiously emerged from the residential building, observing the tracks left behind. The trio fell into deep contemplation. So how do we proceed? Jun, do you have a vehicle? Junrin shook his head, replying, I don't have one. I thought you two did. What do we do now? Jun, you said we would chase them once they left. I assumed you had a car. At that moment, Junrin was equally flabbergasted. You both agreed so readily. I thought you had a vehicle. As the three anxiously paced in circles, their gazes fell upon the nearby bike-sharing station. Given the apocalyptic circumstances, surely no one is monitoring this anymore. Inside the Chimera armored vehicle, 1186 glanced at the map in his hand and remarked, Turn right ahead, then proceed straight. As the armored vehicle rounded the corner, the driver immediately exclaimed, Commander, we have a situation. After hearing this, 1186 folded the map and tucked it back into his pocket, before inquiring, what is the situation? There's a roadblock ahead, composed of abandoned vehicles. The gun barrel turned, and the gunner, peering through the observation scope, relayed his observations. Proceed onward. Upon hearing that the obstacle consisted of abandoned vehicles, 1186 deduced that it was likely a barricade erected by survivors, perhaps intended for some form of ambush. However, 1186 firmly believed that no one in this world would be foolish enough to attempt to rob an armored vehicle. Meanwhile, within the barricade, a subordinate crouched low, observing, and spotted the approaching armored vehicle, prompting him to flee in a panic. Boss, a big one is coming, he exclaimed breathlessly as he burst into the room. What is the fuss? Calm down. What kind of prize are we talking about? The leader, seemingly indifferent, replied while meticulously polishing an object in his hands, which upon closer inspection turned out to be a sleek black handgun. A car is coming. The subordinate was so terrified that his words became jumbled and incoherent. The leader frowned, letting out a cold snort. Humph. No need for such alarm. Let us go take a look. Chapter 19. Heresy, feast on my heavy explosive shells. By the heavens, what a massive beast indeed. Who was it that rushed into my room claiming a big one was approaching? The leader of this ragtag group, upon seeing the Chimera armored vehicle slowly approaching, felt his legs weaken. Yet at that moment, the subordinate could hardly muster the courage to step forward. The leader could only watch helplessly as the armored vehicle drew nearer, finally halting just a few meters away from the barricade, allowing him to gaze up at the ominous black muzzle of the cannon. Silently swallowing, he took a few trembling steps forward. However, before the leader could concoct a plausible excuse for setting up a roadblock to halt the vehicle, he noticed the hatch atop the armored vehicle opening. A figure, clad in a gas mask, emerged. They proceeded to remove the obstruction. The leader, momentarily stunned by the driver's command, quickly regained his composure and shouted to his subordinates behind him, Clear the way, swiftly. He incessantly urged his followers to act quickly, fearing that any delay might provoke the occupants of the tank, leading to dire consequences for him. At that moment, the leader surmised that these individuals must be on a critical mission, which explained their reluctance to engage with his group. As he had predicted, they were eagerly focused on completing their task, showing no inclination to concern themselves with the gang. Before long, the roadblock in front of the armored vehicle was dismantled, and the driver seized the opportunity to advance the vehicle forward. Witnessing the massive machine pass before them, many swallowed hard, having only seen such tanks on television. They were astonished by their imposing reality. At that moment, the subordinate who had first spotted the 1186 crew cautiously approached the leader and inquired, Are we just going to let them pass? The leader shot him a fierce glare and retorted, What else would you have us do? Engage them? The subordinate shook his head vigorously in response. Humph, they disregard us. Let us not stir unnecessary trouble. Once they have departed, we shall continue to reign as our own little emperors. The leader smiled triumphantly, yet he remained oblivious to the peculiar behavior of the Krieg tank commander atop the armored vehicle. The commander glanced back at the group behind him, then swiftly returned to the vehicle, securely shutting the hatch before addressing the driver. Change direction, fire the main cannon. Outside, the crowd, still reveling in the armored vehicle's departure, suddenly noticed the cannon's muzzle pivoting towards them. Heretics, taste my explosive rounds. With a resounding boom, the shell erupted from the barrel. The moment the projectile struck, the steel door at the rear of the armored vehicle swung open. A throng surged forth, emboldened as if under a fervent buff, brandishing hellish firearms. Bang, 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 whoosh. The armored vehicle had barely moved, yet the Kriegs, fueled by their explosive energy, dashed forward, raising their weapons to fire. At such close range, hitting their targets was even easier than shooting at a stationary target. Two Krieg engineers led the charge, toppling two adversaries who had not yet been dispatched, then thrusting their shotguns against the backs of the fallen foes a mere half-meter away. With two successive booms, the Krieg engineers pressed on, leaving behind four unrecognizable remnants on the ground. Meanwhile, the Chimera armored vehicle, having remained stationary, turned its chassis towards the crowd, plowing through them. The heavy vehicle mercilessly crushed those injured and lying on the ground into a gruesome mixture of flesh and bone. The leader, who had mysteriously emerged, gathered around 100 individuals after clearing away the zombies, establishing a barricade to engage in the business of robbery. When in a good mood, they would let people pass after collecting some supplies. However, when their spirits were low, they would kill the men and spare the women, accepting all their possessions. With a few firearms of uncertain origin as their deterrent, they lived like emperors in this land. In truth, had that individual not spoken out of turn, the group of 1186 would have been allowed to pass without incident. But alas, that unfortunate soul's indiscretion led to his demise, courtesy of a cannonball. The Krieg forces swiftly dealt with the 100 or so individuals in less than 5 minutes. After eliminating these heretics, the group of 1186 did not linger. They found a few barrels of water at the base to wash away the blood and remnants from their armored vehicle's tracks before departing. Half an hour later, 3 individuals on bicycles followed the tracks to this location: Junren, Lu Yin, and Du Camping. One could say that they pedaled with such fervor that their legs nearly took flight. It was quite a feat for them to have arrived here. "My goodness, I almost got snatched by a zombie back there," exclaimed Lu Yin, patting his chest in shock. Du Camping, after guzzling a bottle of water in one breath, echoed his sentiment. "Indeed, those people rolled right over us in their tank. We didn't even have a decent weapon. We were bound to become zombie fodder. Hey, what happened up ahead? I don't know. Let's go take a look." Ugh, goodness, how brutal. These individuals are certainly not benevolent souls, I assure you. At this moment, Junren, with a pallid complexion, surveyed his surroundings and remarked, "Why does this layout seem so much like an ambush?" With that, he took a few strides forward, but soon noticed something hard beneath his feet. What is this?" Junren bent down to pick up the object from the ground. "Goodness, it's an explosive device," he exclaimed, brushing off the dust to reveal its originally dark sheen. It was unmistakably the pistol wielded by the previous boss. "There is another one," Lu Yin shouted, pointing at the corpse of the nameless boss on the ground. To their astonishment, they saw a second pistol tucked into his lower back. Junren approached and retrieved the firearm, then rummaged through the body to uncover 2 magazines. A standard police sidearm. These fellows must have scavenged them from somewhere, he mused. Having long harbored aspirations of becoming a soldier, Junren was quite familiar with the standard firearms of Longhua, instantly recognizing the models of both pistols. "Let us head inside and search some more," he declared, leading the 2 companions toward a nearby building. Within the room, Lu Yin and his companion unearthed 2 items from a concealed box beneath the floorboards. "Wow, a shotgun and a submachine gun. Both are police issue. Where did these scoundrels manage to loot them from? A fallen SWAT officer. Never mind that. Let us just take them." Junren handed the shotgun to Lu Yin while the submachine gun was entrusted to Du Camping. Naturally, the 2 pistols found their way into Junren's possession. "I can't shake the feeling that we 3 resemble scavengers picking up the spoils of others," he mused. Chapter 20. Found the Jianggo National Geological Testing Center. "Hurry. They are closing in on us. Protect Old Liang and move ahead." Rat-tat-tat. Bang. Bang bang. A group of Dragon Kingdom soldiers was forming a protective circle around a middle-aged man in his 50s, maneuvering outward. "Captain, the zombies are multiplying," a soldier shouted as he fired at the encroaching undead. "Pick up the pace. Do not conserve ammunition. We must ensure Old Liang's safe passage." The captain, witnessing the ever-increasing horde of zombies before him, couldn't help but recall the events of a few days prior. 3 days ago, a helicopter took off from the capital, heading towards Jiangzhou. On board were 20 Special Forces operatives, their mission to locate Liang Wenbin. The station troops in the capital had spent a month establishing a large safe zone and constructing a substantial shelter capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands. However, due to the immense population of the capital, a staggering number of zombies had emerged in the aftermath of the apocalypse, with preliminary estimates exceeding 10 million. Consequently, after discussions among the high-ranking officials at the capital base, they reached the same conclusion as Qin Hai: the safety of underground shelters far surpassed that of above-ground bases by severalfold. The capital base had restored basic industrial capabilities over the course of more than a month, providing aid to a multitude of citizens, while retaining a significant portion of military strength. Now, all that was needed was an expert to guide the engineering efforts, and Liang Wenbin, as the nation's foremost underground engineering designer, came to their minds. A 20-man special operations team was directly dispatched by helicopter to rescue individuals in Jiangzhou City. Upon their arrival at the designated location, they were immediately met with an assault. Initially, they encountered a swarm of ordinary zombies surrounding the detection center, a challenge they were fully equipped to handle, bolstered by missiles and machine guns aboard the helicopter for aerial support. However, as they descended to execute the rescue, a sudden attack caused the helicopter to be shot down, leaving them oblivious to the source of the assault. Thus, they found themselves trapped in this dire situation. Fortunately, they located their target, Liang Wenbin, who, though somewhat famished, was otherwise unharmed. Unfortunately, their respite was short-lived. The explosive sound of the helicopter's crash attracted a multitude of zombies, including several evolved and mutated forms. This calamity resulted in the loss of all but 7 members of the Special Operations Team over the course of 3 days. I am out of ammunition. Reload. Upon hearing this, the captain swiftly retrieved his spare magazine and passed it over. Liang Wenbin gazed at the young warriors sacrificing their lives for his protection, and thoughts of those who had perished in the past 3 days brought him to tears. Children, do not worry about me. You have every chance to escape on your own. Carrying me is nothing but a burden. The captain, having replaced his spent magazine, replied, Old Liang, you need not say another word. We will not abandon you. After speaking, the captain surveyed their surroundings, his expression darkening further. They were now completely surrounded, uncertain if they would survive to see another day. At that moment, a cacophony of horn blasts echoed, growing ever louder in the ears of the gathered crowd. Suddenly, an armored police vehicle crashed through the gates, executing a deft drift to align its rear with several individuals. The door swung open, revealing a commanding voice resonating with authority. Don't just stand there. Get in the car. A fully armed female officer stood within, shouting at the onlookers. Reacting swiftly, a few individuals sprang into action, rushing towards the vehicle. The captain scooped up the still-dazed Liang Wenbin and hurried towards the car. Once everyone was aboard, the female officer secured the door tightly and called out, Lao Lu Drive. With those words, the armored vehicle surged forward, barreling out of the entrance, inadvertently sweeping several zombies beneath its wheels. Inside the vehicle, the recently rescued individuals gasped for breath. The captain turned to the female officer who had spoken earlier and expressed his gratitude. Comrade, thank you so much for your timely intervention. We are the Wild Wolf Special Forces, and I am their captain, Yi Yang. The officer glanced at Yu Yang and replied, No need for thanks. I am Chiu Yi, from the Jiangzhou Special Police Brigade. In fact, I noticed you 3 days ago. We spotted your helicopter not far from the detection center, and then witnessed its disastrous crash. At that moment, I realized there were survivors within the detection center, but it was entirely surrounded by zombies until today, when I finally had the opportunity to drive in and rescue you. Upon hearing this, Yi Yang shook his head and expressed his gratitude, saying, regardless of the circumstances, I must thank you. Had you not arrived in time, we might not have survived today. Chiu Yi smiled in response. Let us return to the base first, and then we can deliberate on the subsequent matters. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. With that, the armored vehicle accelerated once more, heading toward the horizon. Meanwhile, outside the detection center, within a residential building, the Krieger sniper withdrew his gaze from the scope. Commander, the target is secure. He has been rescued. Understood. Maintain vigilance. 1186 set down the radio and approached the communications officer. What is the status of the other teams? The communications officer stood up and replied, the 1st, 4th, and 5th squads have confirmed total losses. The regional team is en route. Reporting to the commander, we have located the target. With this confirmation, 1186 made his way toward the Chimera armored vehicle, knowing they must pursue swiftly. On the other side, Qin Hai, upon receiving news from the 10th squad, rose with excitement. All squads, accelerate to the target location for rendezvous. We must ensure the target's safety. With that, Qin Hai strode purposefully outside, contemplating how to intercept them en route. Over the past month, he had tirelessly amassed equipment, resulting in a significant increase in numbers, now exceeding 1,000, forming a formidable unit. However, mere infantry would not suffice. The true strength of the Krieger Death Legion lay not only in its fearless soldiers. Powerful armored weaponry, coupled with a substantial artillery barrage, constitutes the essence of a true Death Legion. However, at present, the sole armored division Qin Hai has managed to assemble has been dispatched. The remaining infantry are incapable of providing swift support. Qin Hai's gaze swept through the marketplace. Aha, this is it. With the newly acquired exchange points from recent days, alongside the existing reserves, a little more effort tonight could yield a significant sum. With that, Qin Hai personally led his troops to commence the assault on the alien foes. Chapter in The Krieg Death Legion. This chapter serves not to advance the plot, but to provide an introduction to the Krieg Death Legion. The Krieg Death Legion hails from a tabletop wargame known as Warhammer 40k. This legion is part of the vast human empire, led by the Great Emperor, and constitutes an elite force within the Astra Militarum. Born for war, they know nothing else throughout their lives. Among the myriad of legions composed of countless mortal soldiers, the Krieg Death Legion is renowned for its distinctive death worship, culture of sacrifice, and indomitable will. Specializing in attrition warfare, trench warfare, and siege operations, the Krieg Death Legion frequently finds itself deployed to the most inhospitable battlefields. These warriors exhibit unwavering loyalty to the Emperor. On the battlefield, they are ruthless, embodying a unique culture of sacrifice. For those from Krieg, death represents both atonement and liberation. These soldiers, burdened with sins since birth, aspire to redeem their past transgressions through valorous sacrifice in combat. All of this transpires because the world they inhabit once betrayed the Emperor. The homeworld of the Krieg people, situated within the Storm Zone, was once a thriving industrial imperial world. However, as time passed, some power-hungry rulers on the planet began to chafe under the Empire's control. Ultimately, in the year 433 of the 40th millennium, the rulers of Krieg declared their secession from the Empire. Those loyal to the Golden Throne swiftly retaliated against this act of rebellion. Colonel Yelton, commanding the 83rd Krieg Regiment, orchestrated counterinsurgency operations in the bastion of Iron Grell. Yet, the disparity in forces was vast, and the enemy had plotted for a long time. Soon, the Loyalists found themselves retreating to the solitary fortress of Iron Grell, which became the pivotal battleground determining the fate of the entire Krieg planet. Colonel Yolton had sought aid from the Imperial Star Command, only to be informed that the Imperial Navy could not spare any forces for quelling the insurrection. Surrounded by millions of rebellious troops, the Loyalists received their final order to engage the enemy by any means necessary at all costs to secure victory. In this dire predicament, Colonel Yolton made a resolute decision. If Krieg could not return to the dominion of humanity's sovereign, then no one would possess it. This world would descend into a conflagration, reduced to scorched earth, transformed into a hell's cape, but it would never sever its ties with the Empire. On the day of the Emperor's Ascension Festival that year, the entire surface of Krieg was engulfed in a nuclear inferno. With the aid of the Mechanicus, Colonel Yelton retrieved the sealed nuclear arsenal from beneath Iron Grell. A comprehensive military strategy was devised to eradicate the insurgents. In the eyes of Colonel Yulden, the inhabitants of Krieg, having forsaken the Golden Throne, were deemed complicit with the rebels. Under the gaze of all, missiles laden with nuclear warheads ascended from Steel Grell, unleashing a deluge of nuclear weaponry upon the globe. The ensuing total nuclear assault obliterated the entire world. The cities held by the insurgents crumbled swiftly as radioactive isotopes dispersed across the planet, leading to the annihilation of Krieg's ecosystem. A shroud of radioactive clouds obscured the sun, and a nuclear winter claimed billions of lives. In the annals of Krieg's future generations, the events of that fateful day would be commemorated as the Great Purge, also known as the Wrath of Yulden. Although the nuclear arsenal decimated a significant portion of the rebels, remnants of insurgents persisted. The world of Krieg was already equipped with an exceptionally advanced subterranean industrial structure, interconnected by underground tunnels throughout the continent. Some rebels managed to survive within these underground edifices. The ensuing civil war raged for 5 centuries, a relentless struggle lasting a full 500 years. During this time, Krieg's industrial facilities and populace gradually migrated underground. For 15 generations, the denizens of Krieg fought within confined subterranean spaces amidst the radioactive ruins. Coats and gas masks became the standard attire of Krieg's soldiers. War and death defined the entirety of Krieg's existence over these 5 centuries. The Loyalists seized tunnel after tunnel from the insurgents, engaging in protracted battles with an array of weaponry. Finally, 500 years after the nuclear bombs fell, when the Loyalists emerged victorious, the Krieg people had been irrevocably transformed. Much like their world, Krieg's has transformed into a desolate realm strewn with corpses, where barbed wire, craters, and trenches stretch endlessly to the horizon. The Khrigians stand as victors, embodying a cold and ruthless demeanor. Their lives are inextricably intertwined with war and death, from birth to demise. Their education has instilled in them a profound sense of loyalty and guilt towards the Emperor. The Khrigians possess a fervent culture of sacrifice, believing that merely eliminating traitors from their homeworld is insufficient to atone for their past betrayals. Only through sacrifice and battle can they achieve ultimate redemption before the Emperor. This ideology has fostered a veneration for death among the Khrigians, encapsulated in their adage, "Life is devoid of honor, only in death is there salvation." As Krieg returns to the embrace of the Imperium, it has been reduced to a wasteland. The once mighty industrial capabilities have diminished, leaving only the formidable and relentless warriors honed over 5 centuries to serve the Empire. Chapter 21. Night Demons. This is our base. AOE announced as the armored vehicle rolled through a grand gate. Captain Ye Yang peered out of the window. This was once a prison, wasn't it? Indeed. AOE chuckled. It was originally a prison. After the apocalypse began, the inmates fled en masse. Seeing that there was an existing defensive structure, we decided to utilize it as a stronghold to gather nearby survivors. Ha ha ha, that's right. The prison walls are quite formidable, whether attempting to escape or invade. It is no easy feat. A rather aged voice resonated, belonging to the elder Lu, the driver. Upon hearing the sound, Ye Yang turned his gaze and discerned that Lu must be at least in his 50s. Judging by his age, this gentleman seemed to be a seasoned police officer. However, Chiao Yi abruptly interrupted Ye Yang's thoughts, stating, "He is not a police officer. He is a prisoner of this facility, a car thief, and the best driver among us. Given the current circumstances, we have no choice but to enlist his skills." Upon hearing this, the corners of Ye Yang's mouth twitched in disbelief. This elderly man possessed such remarkable driving skills. Was this the senior version of A Fast and Furious saga? As they entered the base, Ye Yang noticed a significant number of individuals present. There appeared to be several hundred people. After disembarking from the vehicle, a few followed Chiao Yi into a room. The environment was rather bleak, after all. It was a repurposed prison. "We will assign you accommodation shortly. For now, let us discuss other matters," Chiao Yi remarked, pulling a chair to sit down. "Are you able to establish contact with the capital?" he inquired. Ye Yang nodded in response. "Yes, our communication devices are intact. We managed to make contact earlier. And another helicopter is expected to arrive for us tomorrow. By the way, is there no official shelter in Jiangzhou?" Chiao Yi sighed in response. "No. We have received no updates. There have been no announcements via broadcast or radio, and no official representatives have conveyed any information. Had we not rescued you today, we might still be in a state of disconnection. Enough of this for now. You all must be weary. Please take some time to rest." Having spoken, Chiao Yi exited without delay. The individuals within the room exchanged glances before each retreated to their respective sleeping quarters, weary from the trials of recent days. As night fell, the inhabitants of the refuge succumbed to slumber, while a contingent of officers armed with firearms patrolled the vicinity. Presently, the prison was manned by 63 officers, all equipped with specialized tactical gear, a formidable display of firepower, though merely sufficient for confronting minor hordes of ordinary zombies. Outside the prison walls, shadows materialized abruptly, only to vanish the next moment. In several unobserved corners, these shadows stealthily ascended the prison's barriers and leapt inside. Despite their covert movements, they were soon detected by the patrolling guards. Bang, 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 rat-a-tat-tat. Zombies, those mutated fiends, had breached the perimeter. Damn it, how did they get in? Upon realizing the incursion, the patrolling officers immediately opened fire. The gunfire drew the attention of all, even rousing the members of the Wolf Special Forces who had already succumbed to sleep. Yu Yang and his comrades sprang into action, seizing their weapons and rushing outside. "Leave 2 to guard Old Liang. The rest follow me." As they dashed toward the exit, they encountered Chiao Yi, who was also hastening outward with her group. They exchanged nods of solidarity before proceeding together. Upon emerging, they found the patrolling officers had gathered in a unified front, forming a defensive perimeter to repel the zombie assault. However, the zombies moved with alarming speed, and within moments, several individuals had been overrun and dragged away. As Chiao Yi rushed to support, the reinforcements promptly joined the fray. "How did these zombies get in? Has there been a breach in the walls?" Chiao Yi inquired while firing. A patrolling officer, seizing a moment, replied, "No. These creatures can scale walls." By the time we noticed, a considerable number had already infiltrated. "Damn it, maintain fire." The sound of gunfire erupted. Outside the prison, 1186 held a night vision binocular to assess the situation. Beside him stood 3 Chimera armored vehicles, their numbers having tripled with the recent arrivals of 2 additional teams. 3 more teams, still in communication, were en route and expected to arrive in approximately 10 minutes. It was the Night Demon Horde. They had breached the defenses. Prepare for combat. With 1,180 SIXS command, all personnel swiftly boarded the armored vehicles, heading towards the prison. Although the remaining teams would not arrive for another 10 minutes. The urgency of the situation left no room for delay. Each passing second could jeopardize their mission. Thus, the 3 Chimera armored vehicles sped towards the prison. Inside, after dispatching a night demon, Xiao Yi expressed concern. This cannot continue. Our ammunition will not last much longer. These mutated zombies are far too swift. Many bullets have missed their mark. We have only sustained ourselves through sheer firepower. Just then, the sound of engines roared. Did you hear that noise? However, before anyone could respond, an explosion resonated from outside. In the next moment, a Chimera armored vehicle crashed through the wall and surged into the room. As the vehicle came to a halt, a throng of Krieg soldiers emerged from behind. The sudden appearance of the armored vehicle and the soldiers clad in long coats and gas masks left everyone present momentarily stunned, rendering them incapable of continuing their fire. Fortunately, the subsequent actions of the Kriegs jolted them back to reality. Armed with hell guns, shotguns, grenade launchers, and flamethrowers, the Kriegs opened fire in rapid succession, demonstrating exceptional combat awareness as they swiftly eliminated a group of nightmarish zombies. Autumn E stood in astonishment, gazing at the peculiar figures before her, their strange attire. The imposing tank-like Chimera armored vehicle and the weapons that emitted. Was that laser fire? Engrossed in watching the Kriegs engage in battle, she failed to notice the impending danger approaching from her left. A nightmarish zombie stealthily crept closer, preparing to pounce while Autumn remained oblivious. Just as she sensed the imminent threat and braced for her demise, a laser beam shot forth, obliterating the zombie's brain. Turning her head, she beheld an eerie figure holding an unusual firearm, its aim directed towards her. It was evident that this individual had just saved her life. After dispatching the ambushing zombie, the figure redirected its focus to confront the remaining undead, unaware that this single act had not only rescued a life but also left a profound impression on Autumn's mind. The horde of nightmarish zombies numbered no less than 400. If they were mere ordinary zombies, the firepower of the police would suffice to fend them off. However, these nightmarish creatures were mutated zombies, exhibiting coordinated group behavior and remarkable speed, their sheer numbers posing a daunting threat. Without reinforcements, it was likely that they would soon be overwhelmed. Previously, due to the prison walls, although many had managed to breach the perimeter, the majority remained outside. The Kriegs divided into 2 teams, utilizing the Chimera armored vehicles as their base. One team held the line against the onslaught of the nightmarish zombies, while the other swiftly advanced to eliminate the undead within the prison. With the assistance of 1186 and the existing firepower inside the prison, the encroaching zombies were rapidly eradicated. However, there was no time for respite, as the sounds of artillery continued to echo outside. Upon emerging from the gaping hole created by 1186, they beheld 2 tanks akin to those in the courtyard stationed on the street, alongside dozens of individuals forming a line to repel the zombie assault. Night Young witnessed a zombie breach the line, only to have its head severed in a few swift motions by a figure wielding a military shovel. At that moment, the roar of engines filled the air, and soon after, 3 more Chimera armored vehicles appeared at the end of the lane. 3 shells detonated directly behind the horde of nightmarish zombies. The firepower and manpower of the Kriegs doubled instantly, and the severely weakened horde began to scatter in panic. Night Yang's expression shifted to one of disbelief at this sight. In the capital, the troops encountered a particular type of zombie, swift in movement and unpredictable in attack. This led to significant losses for the station forces when they first faced the night demons. Moreover, the sheer number of zombies in the capital was overwhelming. The mutated variants not only outnumbered those in other cities but also exhibited greater strength. Typically, when attacked by the night demons, the troops would fight until dawn, only to see the night demons retreat on their own accord, which left Yu Yang utterly astonished. This phenomenon had never been observed in the capital. Perhaps the scarcity of night demons in Jiangzhou meant that when faced with a heavily armed troop, they were largely eradicated and thus fled. Conversely, after a night of battle with the night demons, the capital's forces did not witness a significant decrease in their numbers, revealing their unawareness of the fear that the night demons possessed. This indicated that the mutated zombies were no longer mere corpses controlled by a virus, but rather an entirely new biological species. The thought sent a shiver down Yi Yang's spine. The revelation was too astounding to comprehend and warranted immediate report to the higher-ups in the capital. Meanwhile, once the night demons retreated, the Kriegs refrained from further pursuit. After all, their mission was to retrieve Liang Wenbin. In the aftermath, however, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Officer Chiu Yi and the other police officers, along with Yi Yang, raised their weapons warily at the sudden appearance of unidentified individuals armed with formidable firepower. At the signal from 1186, the cannons of 6 Chimera armored vehicles were aimed at the crowd, while the Kriegs also raised their weapons, gradually encircling the others. As the atmosphere between both parties grew increasingly tense, Yi Yang took the initiative to speak. "We are immensely grateful for your assistance. May I inquire who you are?" At this moment, Yi Yang was acutely vigilant. The attire and weaponry of the individuals before him were entirely unfamiliar. Even the tanks were of a model he had never encountered. It was conceivable that they belonged to some covert unit of the Dragon Nation. Yet this hypothesis was swiftly dismissed the instant their artillery pivoted towards them. Moreover, if he was not mistaken, their equipment was likely laser weaponry, something that the Dragon Nation was still in the process of developing, yet these individuals appeared to be fully equipped with it. Thus, the most plausible conjecture regarding this enigmatic group, armed with advanced weaponry, pointed towards foreign operatives or agents dispatched from another nation. Contemplating this, Yi Yang's brow furrowed deeper. Their adversaries' firepower far exceeded their own, and a single volley could reduce them to ashes. They needed to devise a strategy to stabilize the situation. "I wonder what brings you here?" Yi Yang inquired with a grave expression. At that moment, the members of the 1186 and the surrounding Krieg exchanged glances before one stepped forward and declared, "Where is Liang Wenbin?" The mention of Liang Wenbin's name caused a palpable shift in the demeanor of everyone present. The Wild Wolf Special Forces needed no further explanation. Their mission was to escort this esteemed professor back. Additionally, Chiu Yi, upon their rescue, understood that the old man was no ordinary figure, as it was unlikely that a special operations unit would be dispatched for someone of lesser significance. Although these individuals had saved their lives, the current predicament was precarious. "Ahem, who is seeking me?" At that moment, a somewhat weary voice resonated. The crowd turned in the direction of the sound and beheld Liang Wenbin emerging, flanked by 2 Special Forces operatives for protection. "Old Liang." The onlookers rushed forward to shield him. Observing the target's emergence, 1186 approached and stated, "Mr. Liang, please accompany us." "Impossible, you shall not." Night Yang stepped forward, his gaze resolute. In response, 1186 fell into silence, contemplating the assembly before him. For a Krieger, nearly sacrificing oneself for the Emperor on the battlefield sufficed. To request the extraction of a significant individual under such circumstances was indeed an arduous task. At that juncture, a communications soldier from the 10th group approached, extending a communication device. "Our commander wishes to speak with you." Liang Wenbin, taken aback, lifted his gaze, evidently surprised by 1180 SIX's words. After a moment's reflection, he slowly moved to stand before 1186, while Night Yang and the others remained vigilant, wary of any sudden moves from the Kriegers. Once Liang Wenbin received the communicator, 1186 instructed, "Please take this call privately." Liang nodded, subsequently retreating to the lounge within the prison, leaving the others to continue their tense standoff. Chapter 23. The turn of events. Half an hour later, Liang Wenbin emerged slowly. He approached 1186, handed over the communicator, and stated calmly, "I shall accompany you." Upon hearing these words, Yi Yang and the others were momentarily taken aback, then anxiously exclaimed, "What? Old Master Liang?" Liang Wenbin raised his hand and said, "I have made my decision. I apologize, Xiao Yi. I will personally explain the situation to the authorities shortly. Moreover, our nation is not solely reliant on my expertise in this field. I firmly believe we can navigate this challenge without me." Faced with Liang Wenbin's resolute stance, Yi Yang found himself at a loss for words. Although he had contemplated forcibly taking Liang back, the presence of dozens of Krieg soldiers made such an action impossible. Once Liang Wenbin consented to accompany the group from 1186, the atmosphere at the scene lightened somewhat. Following Liang Wenbin's decision, Yi Yang promptly sought a secluded spot to utilize his portable communication device to contact the capital. Thus, the current situation is that an unknown armed faction has emerged in Jiazhou, seeking to take Old Master Liang away, correct? A deep voice emanated from the communication device. "Indeed," Yi Yang affirmed. After a brief silence, the voice returned, "In that case, let them proceed. Preserving our strength is of utmost importance in the current circumstances. However, we must send someone to follow them. The rest will wait for your return." A helicopter is already en route to pick you up and should be arriving soon. Understood. Yi Yong replied, shutting off the communicator and stepping outside in a dejected mood. They had sacrificed the lives of several Special Forces members to locate Liang Wenbin, only to have him snatched away right from under their noses. Such occurrences are utterly unacceptable to anyone. However, Liang Wenbin has resolved to accompany them. And even those above have chosen to refrain from engaging in conflict for the time being. Under these circumstances, Yi Yong can only return with a sense of reluctance. Upon stepping outside, he finds that all personnel have commenced preparations to depart. The Kriegs are replenishing their ammunition in anticipation of the potential combat that may ensue. Meanwhile, the sound of helicopter rotors cutting through the air approaches. Everyone looks up to see an armed helicopter soaring in from the horizon. Have they arrived so swiftly? Prepare for boarding. Yes, Captain. Soon, the helicopter hovers above the group. At that moment, the communicator that Yi Yong carries comes to life. Wild Wolf, Wild Wolf. This is Grey Eagle 2. There are no landing conditions on the ground. I will lower the ladder. You can only climb aboard. Wild Wolf received. Subsequently, the members witness a ladder being dropped from the side of the hovering helicopter. As the elite team of Wild Wolf prepares to ascend, a dark object suddenly hurtles towards the helicopter from the distant ground. The pilot, upon noticing this object, is immediately drenched in cold sweat. Ascend. Ascend. Quickly. The pilot frantically pulls back on the control stick, and the object narrowly grazes beneath the helicopter before crashing into a nearby building. What on earth was that? The group barely registers the fleeting shadow before a tremendous explosion erupts from the distant skyscraper. Just as they remain in shock, a roar echoes from afar. Suddenly, a colossal zombie, nearly 4 meters tall, leaped into view. This creature was astonishingly massive. Unlike the other zombies whose bodies were marred with decayed flesh, this one was adorned with bulging muscles, reminiscent of the Hulk from an American film. However, its skin was not green but rather a ghastly gray. Moreover, this zombie possessed 4 arms, and certain parts of its body were covered in what appeared to be armor, though it was questionable, as it seemed to be a natural extension of the creature itself. The moment they laid eyes on the giant zombie, Krieger and his team aimed their firearms at it. The shadow they had witnessed earlier was indeed the culprit responsible for downing their helicopter. Night Sun reflected for a moment before asserting his certainty. What? The remaining Special Forces members exclaimed in astonishment. Captain, are you sure? Night Sun furrowed his brow as he gazed at the towering zombie, uncertain if it was indeed the one responsible. However, the object it had thrown earlier bore a striking resemblance to the one that had brought down their helicopter, leading him to conclude that it was highly probable that this was the perpetrator. Simultaneously, with the giant zombie's deafening roar, a horde of ordinary zombies emerged. Goodness! Could this creature be akin to a zombie king, capable of commanding lesser zombies? 1186 rapidly assessed the situation. It was clear that this was beyond their capacity to handle. To ensure Liang Wenbin's safe extraction, someone had to stay behind. Get in the vehicle. A spot has opened up on the armored vehicle of Team 10. Bring the target aboard. Upon hearing this statement, a member of the 10th Squad rushed over to join the few groups remaining to resist. Wait, bring her along. At that moment, Yi Yong spoke up. The crowd turned to see Yu Yang pulling Chiu Yi towards them. The rationale was clear. We cannot allow Elder Liang to go alone to your side. We must have accompanying personnel to maintain communication with us. As he spoke, Yi Yang glanced at the somewhat bewildered Chiu Yi and said, This is an order from above. You are a police officer and have saved us before. I trust you. Ensure Elder Liang's safety. With that, Yi Yang placed the communication device into Chiu Yi's hands. She looked at the device, nodded in understanding. She was not one to be overly sentimental. Whether staying behind to confront the horde or retreating, each individual played their part. Meanwhile, before 1186 could utter a word, a Krieg soldier armed with a flamethrower swiftly exited the armored vehicle to make space for Chiu Yi, seemingly anxious to prevent anyone from seizing the opportunity first. Observing this, 1186 refrained from further comment. Had he not been a commanding officer, he would have stayed as well. Chiu Yi quickly climbed into the armored vehicle, followed closely by 1186. As the rear door sealed shut, the Chimera armored vehicle roared to life and sped away into the distance. Yi Yang surveyed the personnel remaining and declared, Now, apart from us, there are only the 300 civilians left inside. Lao Du, facilitate their evacuation. Understood. Currently, there remains a considerable armed force. Excluding the operators of the armored vehicles, there are 62 Krieg soldiers, along with 5 Chimera armored vehicles. Additionally, there are over 40 remaining police and special forces. And counting the 7 from the Wild Wolves, the total exceeds 100. with a combat helicopter still soaring above. This configuration is roughly equivalent to a company of the Dragon Kingdom's military, albeit their ammunition is running low. Chapter 24. The giant zombie. Our immediate objective is to assist Elder Liang and the group of civilians in their evacuation by delaying time. My comrades, the responsibility now rests upon us. With that, Yang fixed his gaze upon the remaining Kriegs. Regardless of your origins, we now share a common goal. And I hope for a fruitful collaboration. As the crowd began their evacuation, Yang and his companions commenced their preparations. Given the speed at which the horde of zombies was advancing, they had merely 4 minutes before the threat would reach them. With the firearms at their disposal, they could hardly delay the inevitable. Leave it to us, spoke one of the remaining Krieg soldiers. His designation was 1127, and he was now in command of the Station Krieg troops. Their Chimera armored vehicle was laden with ample explosives. For minutes was more than sufficient for them to set up. They planned to place the explosives along the road ahead, detonating them when the zombie horde reached the activation point. This strategy would not only eliminate a significant number of zombies but also destroy the roadway, thereby impeding the advance of the ordinary undead. The Krieg engineers swiftly installed all the explosives in approximately 2 minutes. The remaining individuals merely needed to take cover and shoot. As the zombies drew nearer, 1127 pressed the detonation button in his hand. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening explosion reverberated throughout the street, annihilating a substantial portion of the gathered zombies. However, at this moment, the number of ordinary zombies amassed by the giant zombie exceeded 10,000. The zombies obliterated by the explosives were merely a fraction of the horde. It seemed that all the nearby zombies had converged here. Fortunately, their numbers were not excessively overwhelming, as most had congregated in the city center. Otherwise, we would have faced an even greater multitude. Prepare for battle. With Night Sun's command issued, all soldiers present commenced firing. The destruction of the street significantly hindered the zombies' mobility. Coupled with the firepower from 5 Chimera armored vehicles, the advance of the zombie horde was severely impeded. A helicopter also provided aerial support. Roar. The giant zombie, witnessing the sluggish movement of its minions, let out a furious roar. Moments later, the giant zombie leapt several times, closing the distance from kilometers away. Open fire. Open fire. Boom, boom, boom. The artillery from the armored vehicle struck the giant zombie, but due to the protective layer of flesh and bone, the damage inflicted was minimal. Within a few breaths, the giant zombie had already leapt into the makeshift defensive line. The soldiers in close proximity swiftly organized a counterattack. However, neither the conventional firearms nor the Lucius laser guns wielded by the Krieg proved effective against the formidable defenses. Only the Hellfire guns could inflict a modicum of damage. Yet such damage was utterly negligible against the towering 4-meter giant zombie. Subsequently, the colossal undead advanced a few strides to the nearest Chimera armored vehicle, its 4 robust arms clamping down on the vehicle with unyielding strength. With a thunderous roar, the giant lifted the armored vehicle above its head, disregarding the gunfire directed at it from Night Sun and others in the distance. It then hurled the vehicle toward another Chimera to the left. The collision of the 2 armored vehicles produced a tremendous impact, propelling one of them several meters away. How on earth are we supposed to fight this? Exclaimed a Special Forces soldier upon witnessing the giant zombie's approach. Our mission is merely to delay this beast. After that, we can retreat. Though it seemed increasingly unlikely that escape was viable. At this moment, the giant zombie set its sights on the 5 Chimera armored vehicles on the field, 2 of which had already been rendered inoperable. Observing the dire situation, the remaining 3 armored vehicles promptly repositioned their turrets and began to fire. Upon witnessing this, 1127 fell silent. For them, the ordinary horde of zombies posed little threat, easily manageable through artillery bombardment, coupled with the efforts of armored and infantry units. However, this giant zombie, with its incredible leaping ability, impenetrable defenses, and overwhelming strength, represented a significant peril to the operations of the Legion in this locale. The threat to the Legion signifies a potential disruption to the Emperor's conquest in this world, an unforgivable transgression. 1127 exchanged glances with several nearby Krieg grenadiers, and they nodded in mutual understanding. Qin Hai had supplied them with an abundance of grenades and explosives, the latter of which had just been entirely utilized. Each individual carried at least 2 grenades, aside from the reserves meant for resupply, while all other grenades had been retrieved during preparations. The total exceeded 100. And when combined, its impurity is a mark of the aberrant. Its uncleanliness is a mark of the aberrant. It invites disdain, a mark of the aberrant. It invites derision, a mark of the aberrant. It faces persecution, a fate of the aberrant. It faces exile, a fate of the aberrant. It achieves purification. A fate of the aberrant. 1127 was the first to retrieve the grenades from his person, meticulously binding them together. Although the shells from the Chimera armored vehicles inflicted minimal damage upon the giant zombies, some harm was nonetheless dealt. Seizing the opportunity while the giant zombies were momentarily ensnared by 3 Chimera armored vehicles, all the Krieg soldiers began to wrap their grenades. With the Krieg's firepower diminished, the defense against the horde of zombies was abruptly halved. What are you doing? Attack. The unusual behavior of the Kriegs drew the attention of a special police officer. Damn it, are you trying to flee? The officer instinctively sensed that the Kriegs were preparing to escape, but the subsequent scene left him momentarily stunned. 62 Krieg soldiers, each clutching an abundance of grenades, drew the attention of 1127, who turned to face them. The sight of expressionless gas masks staring back sent a sudden tremor through the heart of the SWAT officer. This peculiar occurrence also caught the attention of Night Sunday. Just as he was about to speak, 1127 rose first, setting the hellish gun to rapid-fire mode, and pressed the trigger to its limit, charging towards the giant zombie. Following him were the second, the third, and soon all the Krieg soldiers surged forth, racing towards the colossal undead. Chapter 25. Charge 1127 was the first to leap into the fray, and tragically, the first to fall. The relentless barrage from the hellish gun redirected the giant zombie's focus away from the Chimera armored vehicle. In the subsequent moment, 1127 found himself crushed beneath the immense weight of the undead, the tremendous pressure obliterating his form. Yet, in that fleeting instant, 1127 managed to pull the pin from a grenade. As the giant zombie's foot descended, the makeshift cluster grenade detonated explosively beneath its sole. This explosion seemed to trigger a certain mechanism. Before the giant zombie could grasp why it had obliterated an ant-like morsel, the next Krieg soldier had already reached its feet. To prevent the grenade from being dislodged or deflected, the soldiers firmly held onto the grenades, then seized the giant zombie's body to ignite the explosives. The successive assaults prompted the giant zombie to react. Seizing the moment before more Krieg soldiers could ascend its form, the giant zombie lifted its foot and forcefully stomped forward. Simultaneously, four arms flailed wildly, yet the 3 armored vehicles targeted by the giant zombie swiftly pivoted, accelerating with full force toward the colossal foe. Caught unawares, the giant zombie staggered from the impact, while the second oncoming Chimera armored vehicle knocked it down. Seizing this opportunity, all Krieg soldiers surged forward like a tide. In a moment unnoticed by anyone, the pupils of the giant zombie abruptly contracted. A series of explosions severed its left arm, and before anyone could comprehend the situation, the 3 Chimera vehicles that had toppled the giant zombie erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. This detonation triggered a chain reaction, igniting all remaining grenades. The crew inside the armored vehicles detonated the leftover munitions, sacrificing themselves as the final shell, striking fiercely at their adversary. The devastation wrought by this explosion was immense. The zombie's body was visibly mangled, lying inert amidst the flames that engulfed it, akin to the souls of the fallen Krieg's warriors still battling for the Emperor. Launching a final charge, the shockwave and heat from this explosion even propelled nearby police officers away, who, as they were thrown back, coughed up blood mingled with internal fragments. Night Sun realized that their internal injuries were fatal. Survival was no longer an option. Having just witnessed the Krieg's suicidal assault, Night Sun and others stood momentarily stunned, gazing at the enormous corpse of the zombie while swallowing their own saliva in disbelief. At that moment, the cacophony of the propellers jolted everyone back to reality. The recent explosion had cleared a relatively flat area, providing the pilot with the opportunity to land. Upon receiving Night Sun's command, the surviving individuals hurriedly made their way towards the helicopter. Perhaps by some twist of fate, all the survivors could indeed be accommodated. However, the horde of corpses was rapidly closing in. Fortunately, in the final moment, the helicopter ascended from the ground, just as relief washed over the group. The helicopter was jolted violently. Damn it, the zombies had grasped the rope ladder. Cut the ladder free. Quickly. The group turned to see several zombies firmly gripping the base of the rope ladder. At that moment, due to the added weight of the zombies, the helicopter began to descend slowly. As more and more zombies clawed their way up the rope ladder, the descent accelerated. Thankfully, at the last possible moment, the rope was severed, and the helicopter surged upward. It soared into the blazing midday sun, leaving behind a sea of zombies and a colossal, burning mass of corpses that had been encircled by the undead. The thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, reaching the ears of those who had departed early, including Liang Wenbin and Qiu Yi. Upon hearing the explosion, they both lowered their heads, their spirits dampened. The meaning of that blast was unmistakable to all. After a moment of silence, Chioe lifted her gaze to survey her surroundings. She had anticipated that the mysterious individuals would react in some manner following the detonation. After all, she was acutely aware that only the weapons wielded by these enigmatic figures could unleash such an explosive force. In this situation, it was evident that such an attack would only be employed in a genuine state of emergency. She had anticipated that these individuals might exhibit some semblance of sorrow, considering that their comrade had likely perished in that very moment. Although obscured by masks, Chioe could distinctly sense their utter lack of reaction, as if the recent explosion bore no significance to them whatsoever. "Who are you?" Not a trace of emotion for your fallen companion. Chioe suddenly spoke up. At that moment, Liang Wenbin tugged at her sleeve. After a brief silence, 1186 spoke in a flat tone. "They have fulfilled their mission. As for us, we are but a collective of penitent souls." Penitent souls. The unexpected nature of 1180 SIX's words prompted Chioe to ponder their meaning. Outside, the Chimera armored vehicle surged forward at full speed, heedless of any obstacles ahead. It collided with cars, crashing through them, and crushed through heaps of corpses without a second thought. There was no time to take detours. Every moment spent returning to the base earlier meant an increment of safety. Just then, a cacophony erupted from the street behind them. The driver leaned out to investigate, only to discover several mutated zombies in pursuit. Their skin, a deep shade of green, bulged with muscle, towering over 2 meters in height. It is merely a diminutive version of the previous giant zombie, differing solely in the fact that these smaller giants possess only 2 arms. Upon discovering the zombies, the commander immediately instructed the gunner to pivot the cannon towards the rear, aiming before unleashing a barrage. The defensive capability of these miniature giants pales in comparison to that of their larger counterpart. Thus, a single shot is sufficient to annihilate one. However, the ammunition within the armored vehicle is rapidly depleting, and there are at least a dozen zombies approaching at a swift pace from behind, relentlessly pursuing the armored vehicle. No matter how one attempts to evade them, they cannot be shaken off. At that moment, a resounding thunder echoed from the front, resembling the sound of galloping hoofs. Chapter 26. The Death Cavalry returned to base. Accompanying the sound of hooves was an unusual cavalry unit, adorned in distinctive attire akin to the Krieg infantry, mounted on genetically modified warhorses wielding high-explosive hunting spears. This was a 30-member team of Krieg Death Cavalry, typically tasked with patrolling the periphery of the base. In the current predicament, the cavalry's ability to provide swift support was paramount, prompting Qin Hai to deploy this squadron. Upon spotting the Chimera armored vehicle ahead and the pursuing zombies behind, the cavalry unit immediately entered combat mode. The 30 Death Cavalry drew their high-explosive spears forward at a diagonal angle, preparing for action. In an instant, the entire formation surged forward, for no creature could impede the charge of a cavalry unit that had already commenced its assault. Along the way, the ordinary zombies encountered were mercilessly reduced to a pulpy mass beneath the iron hooves of the Death Knight steeds. The Death Knights graciously cleared a path for the advancing Chimera armored vehicle. As the two forces converged, the gaze of the Death Knights shifted toward the towering mutated giant zombies ahead. Once the armored vehicle had passed, the Death Knights charged directly at the oncoming horde of zombies. In that fleeting moment of contact, the high-explosive spears wielded by the Death Knights plunged fiercely into the flesh of the giant zombies. Due to the unique characteristics of these mutations, the zombie skin possessed a commendable hardness, providing a prime opportunity for the Death Knights to unleash the full potential of their high-explosive spears. As the name suggests, the high-explosive spear is equipped with a detonation device. This 3.5-meter-long weapon features a hollow lightweight metal shaft, culminating in a spearhead that connects to an explosive impact fuse. This fuse is designed to direct the shockwave and shrapnel produced by the explosion towards the enemy rather than the Death Knights themselves. Consequently, upon impact, a series of violent explosions obliterated a dozen or more giant zombies. With this, the crisis was thoroughly averted. Under the protection of the Death Knights, 1186 and his companions safely returned to the base. At this juncture, the Tian Hai Sanctuary had undergone a remarkable transformation. Over the course of a month, the area under the sanctuary's control had expanded severalfold. The total number of survivors within the sanctuary had surged to 30,000, comprising both those rescued and others who had arrived seeking refuge upon hearing the news. Due to the limited capacity of the Tian Hai shelter, which could accommodate only a few thousand individuals, the survivors began constructing homes around its walls. Consequently, from an aerial perspective, the entire Tian Hai shelter had expanded several rings outward. At this juncture, the Krieg Death Legion had amassed a formidable force, with the infantry alone numbering 2,000. The Tianhai shelter had since been renamed the Tianhai Base. Before the gates of the Tianhai Base, Qin Hai stood alongside a contingent of Krieg guards, having invested considerable effort to procure the talent of Liang Wenbin. Thus, upon receiving word of his imminent arrival, Qin Hai promptly gathered his men to await him at the entrance. Although referred to as the base's gates, they were merely a makeshift structure of bricks and cement, as the prevailing circumstances did not permit a more substantial construction. The population was steadily increasing, akin to a daily expansion outward, and with the surrounding area nearly cleared, the gate had become virtually symbolic. At this moment, numerous survivors were coming and going, having ventured outside in search of supplies, functioning as peripheral members of an exploratory team. These survivors curiously scrutinized Qin Hai, who stood at the gate. Although the base was ostensibly managed by the Su brothers, it was evident to the discerning that this enigmatic figure was the true authority within the base. However, Qin Hai's constant presence in the military camp meant that ordinary survivors rarely encountered him. Therefore, witnessing him personally awaiting someone at the gate naturally piqued their curiosity. At that moment, Su Xiao emerged from the base and approached Qin Hai with a curious expression. "Has Professor Liang been located?" he inquired. Qin Hai nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed. He is on his way. Once he arrives, I shall entrust everything to you. Fulfill all his requests, ascertain the location promptly, and commence operations. Should you require anything, consult Zhang San and let his exploration team assist." "I understand, and as soon as he arrives, we shall begin our work immediately," Su Xiao replied with a confident nod. As the two engaged in conversation, a cacophony of hoofbeats and engine roars suddenly filled the air. Hearing the commotion, they turned their attention towards the source. The first to appear were several Death Riders escorting the convoy, followed closely by a Chimera armored vehicle. Witnessing the scene, Qin Hai felt a twinge of melancholy. Out of the 10 squads dispatched, only one had returned alive. This underscored the perilous conditions that still prevailed within Jiangzhou City. As the remaining Death Riders approached the vicinity of the base, they returned to their assigned patrol areas, leaving 5 of their number to guide the 1186 armored vehicle to Qin Hai. The vehicle came to a halt, and the rear door swung open. The first to disembark was 1186, followed by the other Krieg soldiers, with Liang Wenbin and Qiao Yi being the last to exit. Upon alighting, 1186 promptly approached Qin Hai, standing at attention to report. "Commander, the 10th squad has returned. The mission has been accomplished." Qin Hai nodded and replied, "Return to the barracks for a day's rest. Then rejoin the battle." "Yes, Commander," 1186 acknowledged with a salute before stepping back. Immediately thereafter, Qin Hai escorted Liang Wenbin and Qiao Yi to the command center at the base, where they would deliberate on subsequent matters. The vicinity of the prison base still bore the scars of previous battles, with numerous wandering zombies lingering about, albeit their density had significantly diminished compared to before. At this moment, the site where the colossal zombie had fallen was marked by extinguished flames, revealing a rather pitiful sight. Its biological armor lay shattered, 3 of its 4 arms obliterated, and its body charred black. Surrounding it were the remnants of 3 Chimera armored vehicles. Just then, the one intact arm of the giant zombie stirred slightly, and suddenly, its tightly shut eyes flew open. The giant zombie rose slowly, surveying its surroundings, ultimately fixing its gaze upon the wreckage of the Chimera vehicles. Chapter 27, Mutant Professor Liang. "It is an honor to finally meet you. I exerted considerable effort to have you here." In the conference room, Qin Hai, Su Xiao, Liang Wenbin, and Qiao Yi were seated around a square table. Liang Wenbin nodded slightly and then remarked, "Mr. Qin, I am deeply sorry for the soldiers who sacrificed themselves to save us. Although I am unaware of your identities, I express my sorrow for their sacrifice." Qin Hai nodded in response, his voice grave as he said, "Professor Liang, there is no need for such sentiments. Sacrifice on the battlefield is the ultimate aspiration of their lives. Now, let us discuss matters pertaining to the underground project." Upon hearing Qin Hai's words, Liang Wenbin's confusion deepened once more. Earlier, during their time in the armored vehicle, the remarks made by 1186 had already sparked his curiosity. And now Qin Hai's statements only intensified this intrigue. However, he was acutely aware that this was not the moment for inquiries. He believed that, in the course of their future interactions, he would gradually uncover the mysteries surrounding this enigmatic group of individuals. Regarding the construction of an underground base, I must conduct an on-site investigation. Additionally, a specialized team for construction and excavation, along with the requisite professional equipment, is essential. Furthermore, it is imperative that the documentation pertaining to the underground base be forwarded to the capital. This is non-negotiable. Qin Hai nodded, affirming that this posed no issues. as it was a condition they had previously agreed upon. While in prison, Qin Hai had laid out several stipulations that had compelled Liang Wenbin to acquiesce. The foremost of these was the assurance of their safety. The second point revolved around using Jiangzhou as bait, a realization Qin Hai had come to during the past month. It seemed highly probable that Jiangzhou lacked any substantial military presence. After all, a month had elapsed, and had there been any surviving armed forces, they would have established a formal sanctuary and initiated contact. Qin Hai's activities over the past month had certainly not gone unnoticed. One of Qin Hai's conditions was that, once the underground base was completed, he would provide refuge for the survivors of Jiangzhou. The third stipulation was that the documentation regarding the underground base must be submitted to the capital. This was an essential requirement, to which Qin Hai readily consented. The information from the base is inconsequential. He does not believe that the troops from the capital could reach this place. With survivors in Jiangzhou, it is improbable that the capital would resort to deploying large-scale destructive weapons. Adopting a different perspective, should the capital's base utilize their templates and suggestions, it would imply a prior understanding of the capital's base, which could be somewhat advantageous for future offensives. This individual is Su Xiao, currently responsible for managing the Tianhai base. If you have any needs, you may approach him. Upon hearing his name, Su Xiao stepped forward to shake hands with Liang Wenbin. Hello, Professor Liang. Please feel free to reach out to me for any assistance you may require. I will do my utmost to accommodate your requests. In the ensuing moments, Qin Hai allowed the two to converse. Exiting the conference room, he adjusted the cap upon his head and proceeded towards the military camp. While the construction of the underground base is undoubtedly significant, Qin Hai understood that this is not a process that can be expedited. Currently, their strength is far from adequate. Thus, he must first consolidate the resources of Jiangzhou. Whether it be manpower, materials, or even zombies, all are considered resources. His primary objective is to seize Jiangzhou, serving as a foundation for the underground base. Indeed, Qin Hai envisions an underground base that will encompass the entirety of Jiangzhou's subterranean expanse. Upon reaching the military camp, Qin Hai entered the command room and halted before the table. Notify 1186 to come see me. Yes, Commander, replied the guard outside the door, who then went in search of 1186. Before long, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed, and 1186 entered the room. Commander, 1186 reporting for duty. The soldier 1186 remained clad in his unchanged attire, having not reverted to his original equipment. He had now fully embraced the identity of a Krieg grenadier. Soldier, recount the encounter with the mutated zombie you faced today, commanded the officer. Yes, sir, replied 1186, proceeding to narrate his observations and experiences. As Qin Hai listened to 1180 SIX's account, a profound somberness enveloped him. His understanding of zombies had deepened. The ordinary zombies, those that emerged at the onset of the apocalypse, could be vanquished with relative ease by an average person. The evolved types, which had transformed from ordinary zombies, possessed restored muscle strength akin to that of a seasoned soldier, exhibiting remarkable power and speed, yet devoid of intelligence. Then there were the mutated entities, whose viruses had undergone alterations, granting them extraordinary abilities. These mutants typically operated in groups, reminiscent of animal packs, akin to the nocturnal demons and the small giant zombies they had annihilated today, who displayed rudimentary intelligence. Of course, Qin Hai had also encountered solitary mutated zombies, though none had prepared him for the one he faced today, standing at an imposing height of 4 meters. Its physique was robust and muscular, equipped with 4 arms, and adorned with parts that had evolved into armor-like structures. The Krieg soldiers stationed there should have now all returned to the Golden Throne, with over 60 well-equipped soldiers and 5 Chimera armored vehicles. He had also heard the explosions in that area today. The extent of damage inflicted by such blasts remained unknown to Qin Hai. However, he had not received any notification from the system indicating a substantial influx of exchange points, which suggested that the peculiar zombie was still alive, a rather disheartening revelation. Ding! A new type of zombie has been detected. The database is being updated. Just as Qin Hai was pondering this, the system, which had been silent for an extended period, made its presence known. The database feature had emerged when he first defeated an evolved zombie, merely documenting the zombies he had encountered, so Qin Hai had paid it little heed. He had not anticipated its activation at this moment. Database update, mutant zombie. Possessing a more robust physique, heightened intelligence, and formidable offensive capabilities, situated within the leadership tier of the zombie hierarchy. Upon reading this line of information, Qin Hai's pupils constricted sharply. He was astonished that such a brief message could trigger an update to the system's database. No, that wasn't quite right. It must be related to the Krieger warriors left behind for defense. The system was able to detect this, hence the abundance of information. Mutant. Zombie hierarchy. Leadership tier. It seemed the plan to unify Jiangzhou City would need to be expedited. Judging by the information, it was inevitable that zombies would evolve into an intelligent collective, akin to humanity, or rather, they were once humans. Furthermore, since they occupied the leadership tier, it was reasonable to assume their numbers would be limited. Nevertheless, one could foresee a bustling world in the days to come. Therefore, I command that tomorrow morning, aside from the soldiers tasked with defense, the remainder shall launch an offensive. Chapter 28. Departure, showcasing strength, Divine Emperor. Please guide the pursuit. Please monitor the target. Please take that insignificant life. The following morning, the meticulously prepared Krieg soldiers stood in formation on the military camp's parade ground. The number of soldiers mobilized for this operation exceeded 1,000. Among them were 2 standard Krieg infantry companies, 2 companies of Krieg death cavalry, and an understrength armored company. It took considerable effort for Qin Hai to assemble such a force within just over a month. A standard Krieg infantry company comprises 740 soldiers and officers, with its direct unit including a 5-member company command group, 2 10-member grenadier squads, each equipped with a Centaur multifunctional vehicle for mobility. Additionally, there is a heavy weapons platoon, which contains 10 infantry squads, with each squad led by a 5-member squad command group and consisting of 6 10-member infantry teams. The heavy weapons platoon itself is organized with a 5-member platoon command group and 9 6-member heavy weapons teams. A standard death cavalry company consists of 65 personnel, which includes a 5-member command group and 6 10-member squads. The combined total of infantry and cavalry has reached 610 individuals, although the number may not seem substantial. The equipment has seen significant upgrades. In addition to the standard infantry squads and grenadier teams, the newly added heavy weapons platoon includes automatic cannons, dual heavy lumberjacks, laser cannons, mortars, and more. Lastly, there remains the understrength armored company. Qin Hai exchanged for 6 Riemann Rust tanks, 1 Centaur multifunctional vehicle, 1 Atlas maintenance tank, and 2 Trojan ammunition transport vehicles, forming a formidable battalion of 10 war machines. Standing on the elevated platform in front of the parade ground, he gazed down at the rows of Krieg soldiers assembled below, silently nodding in approval. The efforts of recent times had not been in vain. According to the predetermined plan, each command group had clearly defined objectives. We depart in 5 minutes, Qin Hai announced, observing the troops with an air of calm. There was no need for a pre-battle motivational speech. The Krieg did not require such embellishments. They merely needed to know the objective and understand the orders. The 5 minutes passed swiftly, and the first to set off were 2 cavalry squadrons. A total of 130 cavalry riders, astride their robust steeds, galloped forth from the parade ground. In a modern urban landscape, particularly in the context of the current zombie apocalypse, this cavalry unit presented a strikingly unique spectacle. Following the cavalry were the armored platoons, with 2 tanks moving in parallel, forming 5 columns in total. Behind them marched the infantry battalion of the Krieg. The cavalry, tanks, and infantry advanced in an orderly fashion, creating an impressive sight. Meanwhile, the survivors within the Tianhai base rose early each day to labor. In addition to constructing their own shelters, they worked on the internal facilities and outer walls of the base. While a significant number of individual scavengers and the official exploration teams were also active, outside the base, several lone scavengers ventured forth, eager to penetrate the city and gather any supplies left behind by others. Many individuals began constructing yet-to-be-established walls around the periphery of the base. This day was initially meant to unfold like any other, filled with labor followed by a well-deserved rest. However, the tranquility of this day was destined to be shattered. Lao Shui, hurry up. We still need some cement over here. Move it along. Understood, Lao Shui replied, hastily making his way to a nearby open space to hoist a bag of cement and proceed toward the designated area. While he diligently carried the cement, a voice of surprise pierced the air beside him. Hey, what is that over there? Upon hearing the voice, Lao Shui glanced at the speaker but chose to ignore it. He believed that focus was essential for productivity, enabling him to transport more bags of cement and, consequently, secure additional provisions for the evening. He refused to squander time on trivial matters. Yet, soon enough, a thunderous sound echoed, drawing Lao Shui's attention. In that fleeting moment, he witnessed a scene that would remain etched in his memory. A fully armed cavalry unit galloped toward him. 130 cavalrymen passed by at a deliberate pace, as if performing for an audience. Lao Shui was taken aback by this spectacle, had it not been for the similarity in attire to the soldiers stationed nearby. He might have believed he was witnessing an ancient cavalry brigade traversing through time. Captivated by the sight, he even dropped the cement bag without realizing it. Before long, the entire Death Cavalry Brigade had passed, followed closely by 10 armored vehicles. The imposing body of the Lehman Russ tank, coupled with its menacing cannon, unmistakably showcased its formidable power. If the recent passage of the Death Cavalry Battalion merely astonished Lao Shui, the moment he laid eyes on the tanks, he was utterly dumbfounded. The surrounding survivors, laboring alongside him, shared in his bewilderment. My goodness, we still have tanks and cavalry? Is this not a dream? The working survivors gazed at the procession, each voicing their incredulity. The armored units were few in number, quickly rolling past the crowd, followed closely by a battalion of Krieg infantry. At this sight, the surrounding survivors comprehended the magnitude of the impending actions at the base. Originally, the marching contingent was not meant to pass in front of the base, but Qin Hai had adjusted their course at the last moment. This entire display was orchestrated to inspire the base's survivors. The Kriegs required no stirring speeches, yet the ordinary survivors did. Qin Hai believed that nothing could uplift morale more than witnessing a formidable army traverse before their eyes. These survivors had either sought refuge or been rescued by exploration teams, and the majority had never witnessed the Kriegs in battle. This orchestrated spectacle, reminiscent of a military parade, was intended to convey the strength of the force under which they lived, instilling a sense of hope while simultaneously instilling a measure of awe. The outcome, at present, was extraordinary. Meanwhile, Liang Wenbin, who had risen early to ascertain the situation at the base, and Qiu Yi, temporarily acting as his bodyguard, stood at the front of the base. They witnessed the entire parade unfold before them. The shock they experienced was no less than that of other ordinary survivors. Even though they had previously encountered the armored squad sent for their rescue, Liang Wenbin adjusted his reading glasses and murmured as he observed the procession before him. It seems that this place is far more enigmatic than we had imagined. The number of individuals in this squad and their equipment were anything but ordinary. How they came to be within the borders of the Dragon Country and what forces lay behind them remained a mystery. At this point, Liang Wenbin shook his head, deciding not to dwell on such thoughts, as they served no purpose. However, the emergence of this squad instilled in him a belief in the promises made by Qin Hai earlier. At that moment, Qiu Yi stared blankly at the team. The soldiers, resembling replicas of one another, reminded her of the soldier who had saved her with a bullet from the jaws of a zombie. She did not even know his name. Chapter 29. The Dead Against the Fallen. The effects were remarkably positive, and the next step involved formulating a specific combat plan. Qin Hai, seated in the open-top jeep, felt a profound satisfaction as he observed the expressions of the survivors. This series of actions could significantly bolster their publicity. Nevertheless, the current number of the Krieg Corps remained insufficient. Although a considerable influx of exchange points was expected following today's combat, the rate of soldier exchange was still too sluggish. Furthermore, he sought not only soldiers but also a variety of weaponry, tanks, armored vehicles, and artillery. As of now, the artillery unit of the Krieg had yet to be established. It appears that the proposal to transition the exploration team into a military force can now be placed on the agenda. In the present day, apart from the elderly, the infirm, and those laboring at construction sites, the remainder of the base can be classified as members of the exploration team, likely numbering over 10,000. This represents a substantial reservoir of human resources. With some training and the provision of weaponry, they may not rival the Krieg soldiers, yet they could serve as a makeshift auxiliary force. A wry smile crossed Qin Hai's face as he pondered whether he was, in fact, in the process of establishing a mortal auxiliary army in Blue Star. Nevertheless, even if successfully formed, it would undoubtedly remain an auxiliary force in the truest sense, merely offering support and certainly incomparable to the mortal auxiliary army of the Great Expedition. Yet, this would suffice. The challenge lay in procuring weaponry. As he could not afford to exchange his own points for their armament, he himself was in need. Furthermore, having resolved to activate the auxiliary army, it was imperative to ensure their ideological alignment. It was high time they became acquainted with the grandeur of the emperor. The entirety of Jiangzhou has been divided into 7 districts: Zhuangdong, Dongning, Fenghe, Huaining, Wuhuan, Shibu, and Baofeng, which together constitute present-day Jiangzhou. Qin Hai currently resides in the Zhuangdong district, of which he has already secured a substantial portion. The objective of this campaign is to gain complete control over Zhuangdong. Prior to the calamity, Jiangzhou boasted a resident population exceeding 4 million, with a relatively even distribution across the 7 districts. Thus, to thoroughly cleanse and dominate the entirety of Zhuangdong, Qin Hai must eradicate at least 200,000 zombies. This poses quite a challenge for the Krieger Legion in the present day. However, Qin Hai can simultaneously eradicate zombies while utilizing the accrued exchange points to bolster his army. As he decimates the undead, their numbers dwindle, while his forces multiply. After a period of marching, the Krieger Legion successfully arrived at the battleground. The Death Knights had already dispersed in advance, vigilantly observing the surrounding hordes of zombies and the special variants. Should any unusual activity arise within the zombie clusters, the Death Knights would promptly report. At crucial moments, these scattered squads of Death Knights could also converge, serving as a secondary line of defense. Meanwhile, in the rear, the Krieger Death Legion had established trenches under the diligent efforts of the Krieger engineers. Given that this area had previously undergone a sweep, the number of zombies was sparse. Moreover, with the Death Knight units having cleared the vicinity beforehand, the subsequent troops were able to construct the trenches safely. Due to material constraints, the Krieger engineers utilized an abundance of sandbags, wooden planks, and abandoned vehicles encountered along the way to serve as makeshift cover. The intricate network of trenches, built against the streets and buildings, was pervasive in the area. Numerous dual-barreled heavy logging machines and automatic cannons were positioned atop the fortifications, with mortar positions established in the rear. At this juncture, waves of Krieger soldiers began to enter the trenches, bracing themselves for the imminent battle. Several Lehman-Rustin tanks were also prepared in the rear, ready to provide artillery support at a moment's notice. In truth, these armored vehicles were designated by Qin Hai for urban warfare, possessing formidable armor that even the mutated zombie hordes could not breach. In the realm of urban warfare, a Lehman tank can be likened to an indomitable mobile turret. However, at this early stage, it serves merely as a support fire unit stationed behind the trenches. Qin Hai's strategy is thus, considering that the zombie horde in the Zhuangdong district has yet to evolve into mutated beings possessing human-like intelligence. They need only unleash overwhelming firepower to pin these mindless attackers in place, patiently awaiting their demise. The only threats to be wary of are the mutated zombie clusters and those possessing special abilities. Such a battle may prove somewhat monotonous for the Kriegs. Once all preparations are complete, the long-waiting Death Riders commence their advance. After distancing themselves from the range of fire, the explosives that had been strategically placed earlier unleash their devastating power. The air is filled with a cacophony of violent explosions that reverberate throughout the vicinity. The zombies, acutely sensitive to sound, frantically surge toward the source of the noise. Thus, a monumental clash between the deceased is imminent, without the need for commands from their leader. The Kriegs initiate fire the moment the zombies make their appearance. A torrent of lasers erupts from Lucius laser guns, and with the Kriegs' remarkable speed, a barrage of laser fire illuminates the battlefield before them. Meanwhile, the dual heavy logging units deployed on the battlefield began to unleash their formidable power, sending a barrage of bullets that shattered distant zombies into mere fragments, rendering them irreparable. The metallic projectiles, having obliterated the undead, continued their relentless assault on the approaching horde. Coupled with the support from the rear's small mortars and tank artillery, the zombie swarm found itself unable to advance even a single step. At the very onset of the battle, Qin Hai's system began to register an influx of exchange points. Nearly 100 points were credited every second. Observing that within mere minutes of combat, almost 10,000 exchange points had accumulated, Qin Hai couldn't help but marvel at the swift fortunes that warfare could bring, especially on such a grand scale. In the preceding days, although teams had ventured out daily to hunt zombies, their efforts were limited to small squads, lacking the deployment of large-scale destructive weaponry, resulting in painfully slow progress. The efficiency of this harvesting was exponentially greater than before. Watching the exchange points continue to surge, Qin Hai's smile beneath his mask nearly skewed with elation. In Chapter 30, Quadruple Artillery, under the relentless firepower of the Legion, Qin Hai's exchange points soared like a rocket, quickly re-entering the 5-digit realm. If this momentum persisted, he would soon be able to redeem an entire combat unit once more. However, not all things unfolded smoothly. A dark speck on the horizon hurtled toward the position with alarming speed. Before anyone could react, it crashed into the rear of the stronghold. It was at this moment that Qin Hai discerned the true nature of that ominous object. To his astonishment, it was a mass of zombies tightly entwined together. This spherical amalgamation of the undead exploded upon impact, unleashing a horde of zombies that began to crawl towards the nearby Krieg soldiers. As for the reason behind their crawling, Frankly, it was unexpected for Qin Hai that these mindless creatures could devise such a method to hurl their kind into the battlefield. It is likely that a peculiar mutated zombie had emerged within the advancing horde, possessing a certain level of intelligence to conceive such a strategy. However, the zombies could hardly have anticipated that the majority of their ordinary comrades would be flattened by the sheer force of impact upon landing. Those fortunate enough to survive found their spines shattered, now sluggishly crawling on the ground. With only 2 or 3 zombies in the central position managing to retain their physical integrity. Yet, their numbers were far too scant before they could rise. They were swiftly dispatched by nearby Krieg soldiers with a single shot to the head. The crawling zombies, even in their incapacitated state, moved more swiftly than those attempting to stand. In essence, they proved to be of little utility. Nevertheless, they did manage to divert some military resources. While a few unfortunate souls met their demise directly upon impact, it appeared that the enemy zombies possessed a modicum of intelligence, but not in abundance. While their efforts were ultimately ineffectual, they still posed a nuisance. These hurled zombies resembled explosive flowers. Once their numbers swelled, the resulting damage could become quite significant. Contemplating this, Qin Hai narrowed his eyes. Who would have thought that these zombies had devised a bombardment tactic? Was this a form of biological mortar? No. It can at most be considered a biological catapult, as this method cannot project anything very far. It appears to be yet another variant of a mutated zombie endowed with extraordinary strength. However, this incident has alerted Qin Hai. He initially intended to utilize his accumulated exchange points to summon an entire regiment, but upon reflection, he realized that he currently lacks an artillery unit. In comparison to infantry, the might of artillery is far more formidable. With this in mind, Qin Hai surveyed his surroundings and found that the situation was already under control. The frontline trenches did not require a commander, as the Kriegs were capable of assessing the circumstances themselves. Thus, he redirected his focus to the system's marketplace. Turning to the equipment section, he carefully selected artillery pieces. After browsing for a while, he identified several commendable options. The first 2 were the renowned Earthshaker and Medusa cannons, both of which excel at demolishing enemy fortifications. However, such artillery would be of little use against zombies. The viable options at present were the Lucius quad launcher and the heavy mortar. The quad launcher, known for its distinctive sound upon firing, is also referred to as the 4-barrel or bang-bang cannon. Essentially, it consists of 4 small to medium mortars mounted on a single platform. The primary drawback of the quad launcher lies in the extensive time required for reloading between shots. This laborious process necessitates the loader to place the shells onto the ammunition rack, manually rotate the rack to position the shells into the breech, and finally, press the shells into the chamber. Each ammunition rack is capable of accommodating 2 shells, allowing the second shell to be automatically loaded into the chamber through the recoil generated during the firing of the cannon. However, once the second shell is discharged, the laborious and intricate loading process must be repeated. Furthermore, the automatic loading mechanism of the quadruple-mounted cannon is a sophisticated apparatus that demands meticulous maintenance to minimize the likelihood of malfunctions on the battlefield. Despite its numerous drawbacks, a fully loaded quadruple-mounted cannon remains an efficient tool for fire suppression and anti-infantry artillery, effectively filling the void of heavy firepower in the current situation. Upon reviewing the required exchange points, it was determined that acquiring a quadruple-mounted cannon necessitates 600 points, a price that can be deemed quite reasonable, generally. Even moderately priced armored vehicles hover around the same range. In contrast, heavy artillery like the Earthshaker approaches 3,000 points. Qin Hai speculated that the exchange points are likely calculated based on the artillery's firepower, though this detail is of little consequence. The crux of artillery effectiveness lies in the shells. Without ammunition, even the most formidable cannon is no more useful than a mere stick. Fortunately, the cost of shells is not excessively high and remains manageable. After assessing his balance of exchange points, Qin Hai waved his hand decisively and exchanged for 10 quadruple-mounted cannons, with the remaining points allocated for a substantial quantity of shells and the corresponding artillery personnel. As each cannon requires 3 operators, though the specific details are unclear and derived from images, the newly acquired artillery was promptly deployed at the rear of the position, establishing a new artillery emplacement. In the fleeting moment of their emergence, the Krieg artillerymen sprang into action. Although the shell loading procedure was somewhat intricate, it was executed with remarkable efficiency under the skilled hands of the Kriegs. Soon, the 10 quadruple-barreled cannons were fully loaded. Chapter 31. The Krieg political officer with 40 barrels aligned and the targets calibrated, they unleashed a deafening barrage. The sound of cannon fire echoed relentlessly, rendering the surrounding area desolate of the undead. In truth, calibration was unnecessary. Any direction would suffice to create widespread devastation. After several rounds of bombardment, a significant portion of the horde was obliterated, leaving the ground noticeably sparse. Observing the results of the artillery assault, Qin Hai nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, overwhelming firepower proved to be the most effective strategy. After 6 or 7 hours of relentless assault, nearly 100,000 zombies had been eradicated, and those at a distance were no longer drawn to the conflict. As the number of zombies dwindled to a manageable level, Qin Hai ordered a cessation of fire. Splendid. The undead had been sufficiently diminished. It was now time for the armored units to advance and eliminate the remaining small clusters of zombies. Turning to a nearby Krieg officer, Qin Hai instructed, "Commander, order the armored units to mobilize in coordination with the infantry." The commander nodded and proceeded to relay the command to a communications soldier. 1 minute later, all the tanks and armored vehicles began to move, yet some individuals exhibited swifter actions than the tanks themselves. As the tanks started their advance, they slowly traversed the trenches before gradually accelerating. In stark contrast, the Krieg soldiers within the trenches emerged and surged forward as if something enticing lay ahead. However, the grim reality was that what awaited them were terrifying hordes of zombies. Meanwhile, Qin Hai observed as the Lehman's tank had yet to cross the trench, while the Krieg soldiers had already charged forth. Damn it, can't these guys wait for the tanks behind them? He thought in frustration. Is it so difficult to hold on for just a moment? Nevertheless, there was little he could do. He was acutely aware of the nature of the Kriegs. Few could rein in their impulsive behavior, but not entirely without hope. With this in mind, Qin Hai promptly accessed the system's marketplace and exchanged for 3 Krieg political commissars. He also acquired a fully organized company, perfectly allocating 1 commissar per company. In the next moment, 3 beams of white light flashed, and 3 figures materialized before Qin Hai. Commander, reporting for duty, Luke Rudolph, Craig Richard, and Balak Bart. The 3 Krieg political commissars saluted with a dignified eagle gesture and proceeded with their self-introductions. Clad in identical attire that signified their status as commissars, they donned long coats, caps atop their heads, and bore plasma pistols at their waists, alongside powered swords in their possession. Esteemed comrades, it is a profound honor to join you in battle and serve the Emperor. I shall now proceed to assign you to your respective companies. At present, the number of Death Corps on this planet is woefully insufficient, and we alone represent the Astral Army here, thus we find ourselves in a solitary struggle. We currently possess 3 companies, the 1st Death Corps, the 1st Company, the 2nd Company, and the 3rd Company. After elucidating the current situation, Qin Hai turned his gaze toward the 3 commissars. Commissar Luke, you are assigned to the 1st Company, which has just taken residence in the trenches. You may seek out the commander of the 1st Company. Commissar Craig, you are designated to the 3rd Company, which has arrived alongside you and is presently regrouping in the rear. Upon witnessing the assignments of the first 2 individuals, Balak hastily inquired, "Commander, may I assume that I am assigned to the 2nd Company?" Qin Hai nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, you are part of the 2nd Company. However, their current condition." Balak sensed an air of hesitation in Qin Hai's words, which stirred a sense of unease within him. Commander, where is the 2nd Company stationed?" Qin Hai gestured ahead. "The 2nd Company has just charged forward, and the armored units are in pursuit of them." Balak followed Qin Hai's indication, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of the rear of the Lehman Russ tanks, while the members of the 2nd Company had dwindled to mere specks in the distance. Oh, splendid. Balak did not anticipate that upon his arrival, he would be informed of the battalion's charge. This was truly. Luke and Craig exchanged glances before shrugging their shoulders. "Commander, we shall report to our respective battalions." Qin Hai nodded in agreement and waved his hand, signaling the 3 to depart. Craig's battalion was stationed in the rear, while Luke and Balak's units had just taken position in the trenches and had already surged forward. Consequently, the 2 comrades made their way toward the trenches together. As they traversed the path, Luke scrutinized the surrounding equipment and the number of personnel. In comparison to the forces at the various main battlefields, the numbers in this Death Legion were indeed rather scant. Balak shrugged nonchalantly, stating, "Regardless of their numbers, as long as we serve the Emperor, that suffices. I merely did not expect to return to the battlefield in such a manner." Luke chuckled softly in response. "Compared to other brothers, we are sufficiently fortunate. This must be the guidance of the Emperor's will. Praise be to the Emperor. It is the Emperor who has granted us a second chance at life, allowing us to once again fight for the Empire." During their conversation, They arrived at the front-line trenches. Upon meeting the commander of the 1st Battalion, they officially took their positions. A guard standing beside the commander looked at Luke and Balak as they entered the makeshift command post and remarked coolly, "Commander, may I eliminate these two?" Commander Krieg replied, "No, the charge whistle is in their hands." Krieg's guard, "Well, I was merely jesting." Meanwhile, at the heart of the battlefield, the speed of 2 legs cannot surpass the relentless rotation of tracks. Several Leman Russ tanks successfully caught up with the soldiers of the 2nd Company, who were ahead. After enduring several rounds of assault, only a handful of zombies remained on the battlefield. The mutated and evolved entities had been nearly annihilated, and the remaining ordinary zombies posed no challenge to the Kriegers. Following the Kriegers' relentless advance, the ground was once again strewn with the remnants of zombie flesh. The Leman Russ tanks, in conjunction with a small squad, proceeded to scour the nearby streets and alleys, eradicating any concealed zombies. Everything unfolded in a methodical manner. Chapter 32. Brother, do you know the Emperor? The first engagement of the Battle of Zhuangdong had reached a temporary conclusion, with commanders and political officers from various companies present. Such a level of warfare was well within their capabilities. Consequently, Qin Hai, accompanied by a squad of Death Riders, returned to the Tianhai base ahead of the others. Along the way, Qin Hai procured a steed, thereby fulfilling a fragment of his erstwhile chivalric dreams. At this moment, the Tianhai base appeared much as it had upon departure. In fact, only a single day had elapsed. Within the base, Qin Hai left behind hundreds of Krieg's guards, along with an exploration team led by Zhang Wei, to maintain order within the confines of the base. Following the earlier notion of transforming the exploration team into auxiliary troops, the momentum had become unstoppable. However, before the exploration team could be trained into a combat-ready force, they must comprehend the purpose for which they fight. This shall also serve as the inaugural stride towards conquering the Blue Planet, propagating the faith of the Emperor within the auxiliary forces, subsequently radiating throughout the entire base, and ultimately disseminating across all territories under the dominion of Krieg, until the entire planet basks in the resplendent glory of the Emperor. Such aspirations are indeed splendid. Yet in reality, Qin Hai finds himself utterly bereft of viable means. To directly elucidate the Emperor's monumental achievements to these individuals, they would scarcely believe it. And a single bullet could swiftly silence dissent. Such an approach would irrevocably shatter the image that the Kriegs have painstakingly cultivated, although the Legion's reputation was never particularly stellar. With instances of unrest resulting in the immediate binding of offenders for the purpose of attracting the undead, Qin Hai is at a loss regarding the dissemination of faith. As a Krieg, despite being a devout adherent of the Emperor, his true calling lies in combat. The propagation of faith seems somewhat extraneous. Furthermore, he grapples with the question of how to convey this faith, should it be the Emperor or the God Emperor, the truth of the Empire or religious belief. The mere mention of religious faith evokes thoughts of those accursed heretics of the Whisper, traitors to the Emperor. Ahem, perhaps I am pondering too far afield. Nonetheless, he ought to devise a strategy. Perhaps he could draw inspiration from the Mechanicus? No, that seems impractical. Lost in contemplation, Qin Hai inadvertently arrived at the office of the exploration team's commanding officer. What on earth is this peculiar sign? Shaking his head, Qin Hai pushed open the door and stepped inside. The interior was quite unadorned. The first thing that caught his eye was a desk cluttered with a mountain of documents, completely obscuring the figure seated behind it. Flanking the room were a few bookshelves and potted plants, lending it an air of semblance. In the room, Zhang Wei, upon hearing the sound of the door opening, looked up to see Qin Hai, whom he hadn't seen in quite some time, and immediately rose to his feet. Well, Lao Qin, weren't you leading a team to eliminate zombies? You've returned in just a day? Qin Hai chuckled softly as he approached Zhang Wei, saying, the operation went smoothly. We have secured a substantial portion of the Zhuangdong district. In a few days, the entire district will be under our control. Haha, splendid. This means our influence has expanded further. Zhang Wei exclaimed. By the way, Lao Qin, is there something specific that brings you here? Qin Hai fell silent for a moment, then patted Zhang Wei's shoulder and whispered, Brother, are you familiar with the Emperor? Zhang Wei replied, Huh? The Emperor is the sovereign of the human empire, the father and guardian of humanity, and a deity. No one knows his true origins or when he was born. All that is known is that he has been present at every significant juncture in human history. The Emperor leads humanity in every conceivable manner, safeguarding our existence. He is the most powerful psychic in history, an immortal, who single-handedly forged the vast human empire that spans the galaxy and initiated the Holy Great Crusade. There are countless tales of the emperor's grandeur, Qin Hai recounted, narrating the emperor's remarkable achievements to Zhang Wei. This direct recounting of the emperor's exploits was the best approach Qin Hai could conceive. However, Zhang Wei was still bewildered by the suddenness of Qin Hai's words, feeling utterly lost. Finally, as Qin Hai was recounting yet another battle, Zhang Wei interrupted him, saying, Wait, Lao Qin, what are you talking about? Is this some sort of fairy tale? Interrupted, Qin Hai did not utter another word, but instead gazed calmly at Zhang Wei, whose eyes were drawn to the eerie mask, suddenly filled with an unsettling dread. This was no fairy tale, it was history, the history of this universe. The vast chronicle of the human empire spanning 40,000 years. Zhang Wei, you must comprehend that under the esteemed leadership of the emperor, humanity stands tall amidst the galaxy. Blue Star was once a member of the human empire, but due to certain unknown factors, it severed its ties and ultimately transformed into its current state. We are the Krieg Death Legion, a formidable force within the Empire's Grand Astral Army, and we have rediscovered Blue Star. This planet shall return to the embrace of the human empire. However, there has arisen a minor complication. An unknown virus has erupted on Blue Star, likely an offensive maneuver orchestrated by the enemies of the human empire. Yet, fret not, for the Emperor watches over us. As long as you renew your faith in the Emperor, his radiance shall illuminate and safeguard you from harm. Qin Hai continued to speak fervently, while Zhang Wei hastily gestured to halt him. Are you implying that in this universe, we are not alone, that the human empire and the Emperor are indeed real? Zhang Wei's worldview shattered into fragments at that moment. I need to take a breath. Let me gather myself. Qin Hai nodded and turned toward the door. Pausing momentarily at the threshold, he added, regardless of the circumstances, I grant you time to adjust. Soon, you shall commence your service to the Emperor. I shall establish a church in the Central District, and when time permits, you may come to visit. With those words, Qin Hai departed, closing the door behind him, leaving Zhang Wei in the room, lingering in contemplation. After leaving Zhang Wei's office, Qin Hai sought out the Su brothers, Su Xiao and Su Lu, who were engrossed in examining documents. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Hai elucidated his purpose. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao rubbed his chin, appearing somewhat troubled, and remarked, Old Qin, I do not mean to suggest that constructing a church is ill-conceived. Having a spiritual refuge amidst the apocalypse is indeed a commendable endeavor. However, we are simply lacking in manpower. While it may seem that our numbers exceed 30,000, many among them are the elderly, the weak, and women and children. Furthermore, we are currently engaged in constructing a wall, and soon, work will commence at Liang Lao's site, which is a substantial undertaking requiring significant labor. After a moment's reflection, Qin Hai responded decisively, let us first halt the construction of the wall. With the Legion present, the base is presently quite secure. Regardless, we must prioritize the establishment of the church. Given Qin Hai's unwavering determination, the brothers reluctantly acquiesced. Chapter 33. The Portrait of the Emperor under the guidance of the Su brothers. All those engaged in the wall construction were swiftly reassigned. Although they were perplexed as to why, at such a critical juncture, they were to build an inexplicable church, their pace was swift, and within a single morning, all structures within the designated area were dismantled. Observing the commencement of the church's construction, Qin Hai nodded in satisfaction. Next, he turned his attention to the exploration team that required transformation. Due to the current lack of equipment and the impracticality of training too many personnel, a provisional limit of 500 individuals has been set. These 500 will serve as the seeds for the subsequent establishment of an auxiliary army. A list of these individuals will be compiled by Zhang Wei. As for the training instructors, Qin Hai has already made arrangements. Who could be more suitable than seasoned Krieg soldiers? Qin Hai promptly enlisted a squad of grenadiers to train these 500 recruits. Notably, the squad leader is none other than the operative from the earlier reconnaissance mission, designated 1186. Meanwhile, in the office, Zhang Wei took a moment to acclimate to the reality before him. Following a thorough explanation from Qin Hai, all his prior uncertainties were resolved. Questions swirled in his mind. Why had a large contingent of soldiers appeared out of nowhere? Why were their weapons so advanced? What fueled their fearless demeanor? Today, all these mysteries found resolution. After grappling with his thoughts, Zhang Wei relinquished his doubts. With the truth laid bare, what reason did he have to disbelieve? On the other hand, if this were a fabrication, believing it would incur no loss. Yet, if it were genuine. With this contemplation, Zhang Wei was immediately invigorated and began selecting the initial roster of personnel. Regardless of the circumstances, the individuals under his command were tangible and represented concrete advantages. As he compiled the list, he included his own name, for prior to the apocalypse, he had been an avid military enthusiast. Now, with the opportunity to command an authentic force, how could he possibly not feel exhilarated? Though he had previously directed a contingent of over 7,000 under his command. This new venture held a different significance. However, those were merely safe places that had been cleared by the Legion, were a group of powerless ordinary individuals. To put it bluntly, resembled scavengers. In stark contrast, there existed a formidable armed force, and he found himself intrigued by the forthcoming training. At that moment, Zhang Wei envisioned leading his subordinates to wreak havoc amidst the horde of zombies after the training concluded. Little did he realize that by inscribing his name, he was marking the onset of his nightmare. Meanwhile, Qin Hai received a report from the front lines, indicating that the zombies in the Zhuangdong district had been mostly eradicated. Following Qin Hai's departure, they had launched another campaign, employing the same tactics as before to gather the undead and ultimately decimate a significant portion of them with concentrated artillery fire. The remaining zombies were scattered across various concealed locations within the Zhuangdong district, necessitating a meticulous cleanup. It was merely a matter of time, and the zombies roaming in the adjacent areas also required elimination. At this juncture, it was the turn of the Death Cavalry to take action. Qin Hai once more summoned 4 battalions of the Death Cavalry, joining them with the original 2 to patrol the outskirts of the Zhuangdong district. The subsequent objective was to consolidate strength and gradually engulf the entirety of Jiangzhou City. After carefully reviewing the tasks ahead, Qin Hai organized his thoughts and proceeded towards the distance. Upon reaching the command center of the military camp, he beheld a specially commissioned portrait of the emperor. Crafted with his exchange points, a giant clad in golden armor sat majestically upon a throne of gold, radiating a luminous aura that obscured his visage. Even if it is merely a portrait, the imposing aura of the emperor emanates from it. At this moment, Qin Hai contemplated that perhaps showing this portrait to Zhang Wei and the others would yield remarkable results. However, upon further reflection, he shook his head and decided to construct a statue of the emperor for them instead. This portrait shall remain here, adequately safeguarded. For Qin Hai had previously noticed some Krieg soldiers attempting to enter and seize the emperor's likeness. Approaching the portrait with deliberate steps, Qin Hai knelt before it, intertwining his fingers, bowing his head as he softly intoned, "I dedicate my life to the emperor. I beseech his acknowledgement. I offer my strength to the emperor. I implore his recompense. I sacrifice my blood to the emperor. I pray this may quench his thirst. I submit my body to the altar of battle. I request he recognizes my noble death in combat. I seek his protection. I have devoted all that I possess." These are the prayers uttered by soldiers in times of war. While their use now may seem somewhat inappropriate, nonetheless. After reciting the prayers, Qin Hai paused for a moment. A new war is about to commence, and the unification of the city is imminent. O great emperor, sovereign of mankind, may your radiance illuminate our path amidst this boundless apocalypse. Within the ever-growing dread, please shelter your people. Upon concluding his supplication, Qin Hai slowly rose to his feet, standing before the emperor's portrait. Beneath the image rested a seemingly robust box. As he unsealed the box, the equipment within was revealed, its gleaming saw blades radiating an aura of foreboding. This was a 2-handed chainsaw sword, approximately 1.5 meters in length, designed for mortal use. Qin Hai grasped it firmly, his fingers tightly pressing against the switch. The thunderous roar of the chainsaw reverberated throughout the command room, its whirling blades appearing even more menacing. As though nothing in existence could withstand its sharpness, Qin Hai scrutinized the chainsaw sword in his hands. To be candid, back on Earth, he had once dreamed of traversing into the Warhammer universe to become an Astartes, wielding a chainsaw sword and a bowl gun, vanquishing Xenos in the name of the Imperium. However, reality had dealt him a harsh blow. He had indeed crossed into the Warhammer realm, but had become a purebred Krieger. In this predicament, as he gazed at the chainsaw sword, a complex expression crossed his face. In the original Warhammer world, he had the fortune of fighting alongside a warrior from the Adeptus Astartes. He wondered if he would ever encounter the Emperor's angels here, yet the likelihood seemed slim, for the system could only summon the death corpse of Krieg. After stowing the chainsaw sword, Qin Hai exited the command room. In a few days, he would personally lead a campaign to engulf the entire Jiangzhou city. By unifying the region, and with the rescued survivors, the underground project would gain a substantial workforce. Furthermore, Utilizing the resources of Jiangzhou City to support this endeavor would yield a wealth of engineering equipment, allowing immediate commencement of operations upon their acquisition. To Qin Hai, those survivors merely represented a pool of inexpensive labor. As long as they did not pledge their faith to the emperor, they remained heretics in his eyes. As for the true construction team, Qin Hai had devised a plan. Chapter 34. Expansion at this juncture. Qin Hai's exchange points could be said to start from several 100,000. The population of Jiangzhou City before the calamity exceeded 4 million, and the number transformed into zombies after the apocalypse was at least 3 million. In the Zhuangdong district alone, the zombie count stood at 200,000. However, this figure encompasses all types of zombies, including ordinary zombies, evolved beings, and mutated entities. An ordinary zombie yields merely 1 exchange point, while an evolved being provides 10, and a mutated entity grants 100 points. The ratio among these 200,000 zombies is 10 to 7 to 3. Consequently, the exchange points in Qin Hai's possession are nearing 400,000. This sum alone could facilitate the exchange for 10,000 Krieg soldiers. Faced with such a substantial amount of exchange points, Qin Hai refrained from hasty transactions, opting instead to wait for the detailed operational plan before acquiring the necessary soldiers and equipment. Nevertheless, he harbored some uncertainties regarding the unification of Jiangzhou City, particularly concerning the mutated zombies encountered during the search for Liang Wenbin. After sacrificing several squads, they had yet to eliminate that creature. Setting aside the formidable firepower of the Chimera, the destructive capability of the Hellguns wielded by the Krieg Grenadiers was considerable under such intense fire. The fact that the zombie remained unvanquished led Qin Hai to seriously suspect that this was no ordinary virus. Moreover, the speed of evolution among the zombies is alarming, as the ranks of ordinary zombies are now interspersed with numerous evolved beings. Let us not even mention those aberrations. Some of these mutated entities have developed extraordinary abilities, while others have evolved in accordance with their respective species, exhibiting a uniform viral sequence and collective capabilities reminiscent of mere replicas. Qin Hai now harbors grave suspicions that these viral entities possess a unique mode of communication. Despite the vast distances separating them, they have managed to evolve into identical species. This may not be an ordinary apocalyptic virus, but rather a viral weapon, perhaps? Upon contemplating this, Qin Hai shook his head. When it comes to viral weaponry, he finds it hard to believe that the current technological prowess of Blue Star could conjure such a formidable virus. If it were indeed crafted by a nation on Blue Star, the Eagle Country would not be unable to control such a virus. But if it was not birthed by a nation on Blue Star, could it possibly be the work of an alien civilization? He shook his head again at this thought. How could it be? A civilization capable of creating such a virus would undoubtedly possess immense power, rendering it unnecessary to resort to such convoluted means against a civilization like Blue Star. He dismissed this notion, unaware that the idea he inadvertently rejected was, in fact, the one closest to the truth. 2.5 days later, at the Krieg military camp. Today, an incongruous assembly of individuals has arrived. The first 500 selected, among whom are several individuals that take Qin Hai by surprise. Observing Zhang Wei standing foolishly among the ranks, Qin Hai feels a twinge of exasperation. Yet, he refrains from voicing any objections. This is his own choice, and he can only hope he will not regret it later. In addition, another unexpected individual has made an appearance in the lineup. The striking figure caught Qin Hai's attention immediately, given that exploration work primarily involves physical labor. The majority of participants are robust adult males, with only a handful of women present. Although the auxiliary army plans to recruit females in the future, the initial batch of soldiers consists solely of selected, sturdy men. Thus, when Xiao Yi, a lone female, appeared among the ranks, she stood out remarkably. However, recalling Xiao Yi's background as a special police officer, Qin Hai soon understood. Her prior training experience indeed afforded her an advantage over the average male candidates. At that moment, the Krieg Grenade Launcher Squad, to which 1186 belonged, arrived at the training ground. As Xiao Yi observed the appearance of 1186 on the field, a unique spark ignited in her eyes. The group of 1186 approached the lineup of 500 individuals, contemplating how to conduct their training. These humans, akin to those from the 2K era, undoubtedly possessed inferior genetic traits compared to the Kriegs. Consequently, the Krieg's training methods were not suitable for these auxiliary troops. Lacking alternative training techniques, 1186 and his team could only significantly reduce the intensity of their original training, allowing the auxiliary soldiers to acclimate to the regimen. 1186 inquired. Do we have any effective strategies? 1173 responded. First, we should have them engage in fundamental physical training, followed by combat skills, and then marksmanship. Once all is completed, 1186 interjected. Then, 1173 concluded. We will divide them into 2 teams for a mock battle. Those who survive will officially join the auxiliary army. 1186 exclaimed, "Ah, what a splendid idea. Let us proceed with that plan." On the stage, as I listened to the discussions among the 1186 regarding training methodologies, I couldn't help but twitch my lips. It remains uncertain whether selecting these individuals as instructors was a prudent decision or not. The initial proposals were commendable. However, I found myself disagreeing with the latter suggestion of dividing them into 2 teams for a fierce contest, with the survivors subsequently joining the auxiliary forces. Setting aside the acceptance of such a method by these individuals, the current number of personnel in the auxiliary forces is already limited. If we were to eliminate half after the training, how long would it take to assemble a formidable auxiliary army? Moreover, every individual is a vital resource at this juncture. This training approach is nothing short of wasteful. Thus, I personally stepped down to reject the final proposal. It suffices to adhere to the previous training methods. After outlining several essential precautions, I departed from the military camp's training ground. There was little merit in observing the training of a bunch of novices. The pressing concern now was to exchange for new soldiers from the Death Legion. The points accrued from the earlier extermination of zombies in the Zhuangdong district amounted to nearly 400,000. I promptly expended 180,000 to procure 4,440 Kriegsguard soldiers, comprising a total of 6 battalions, along with 6 Kriegs political officers. With the remaining 20,000 points, I exchanged for an array of tanks, armored vehicles, and artillery. This included various Lymanris series tanks, Chimera armored vehicles, Centaur transports, Gorgon troop carriers, and Fire Lizard reconnaissance vehicles, among others. Additionally, I acquired a diverse assortment of artillery pieces. Do not dwell on the numerical values of the exchange points. Even the author is somewhat bewildered. Just know that the protagonist now commands a substantial array of armored combat units. With the recent reinforcements, the Krieg Death Corps has begun to take on a formidable appearance. The infantry alone has reached 9 battalions, comprising over 6,000 personnel. When accounting for the artillery operators, the crews within the armored vehicles, and a substantial number of death cavalry, the total approaches 10,000. This nearly 10,000-strong Krieg Death Corps possesses a significant array of armored units, heavy firepower, and highly mobile cavalry. This force can be deemed quite formidable. By the standards of the Blue Stars military, it equates to an entire division. Chapter 35. The Kyoto Conference armed with such a formidable force. Qin Hai's confidence in reclaiming Jiangzhou City has surged. Although, in the face of 3 million zombies in Jiangzhou, this number seems negligible. The Kyoto base, located in the capital, has gathered millions of citizens, safeguarded by 4 army groups. The total military strength reaches nearly 500,000. It can be said that the Kyoto base is the largest survivor stronghold within the Dragon Nation, both in terms of the number of survivors and the strength of its military firepower. However, its location in the capital also presents a significant drawback, posing the gravest of dangers. The entire Kyoto base is encircled by millions of zombies. At the onset of the catastrophe, the leaders of the capital promptly contacted the military to clear a secure zone, establishing the present Kyoto base as a refuge for millions of survivors within the city. Moreover, the Kyoto base is equipped with a complete industrial and military production line, along with substantial reserves of supplies. With these supplies, the Kyoto base is capable of sustaining itself for an extended period. At this moment, within the conference room of the Kyoto base, a dozen figures sit silently, with one seat conspicuously vacant. It is evident that the attendees are awaiting the individual who is meant to occupy that empty chair. Just then, footsteps echo from outside the conference room. The door swings open, and a middle-aged man clad in military uniform enters. The 3 golden stars adorning his shoulders signify his rank. He is a general. The man strides to the vacant seat and takes his place. The elder seated at the head of the table then speaks. Now that everyone is present, let us commence. As the elder begins, the atmosphere within the conference room ignites with fervor. The previously silent individuals promptly retrieve their documents and engage in animated discussion. Enough, enough. What a cacophony. The elder, commanding the attention of the room, rapped the table to restore order. He then directed his gaze toward the newly arrived general, saying, "Commander Wu, please begin by introducing the current situation." "Yes, Elder Sun," replied the General Wu, rising to salute before unfurling his documents. "Recently, our forces have experienced persistent skirmishes with the zombie hordes outside the base. Overall, our victories have outweighed our losses. However, we have minimal knowledge regarding the special zombies exhibiting the ability to unify the hordes within the city. A consolidated zombie group numbering in the tens of millions poses an undeniable threat to the Kyoto base." Hearing Commander Wu's words, the crowd nearby began to panic. "What shall we do? Tens of millions of zombies. If they were to collectively assault the base, we would scarcely withstand the onslaught for long. What about the decapitation operation? Cannot a special forces unit be dispatched to eliminate those unique zombies directly?" From the audience, a voice rang out. Commander Wu turned towards the sound and saw a middle-aged man in white clothing inquiring. "That is impossible, not to mention the unknown number of zombies possessing unified abilities. Our satellites cannot distinguish them from ordinary zombies. Furthermore, we have previously encountered an intelligent zombie. During that incident, the entire unit faced annihilation, and we could only analyze the situation based on the footage transmitted back. From the visuals we received, it was evident that these intelligent zombies could communicate and possessed an intelligence comparable to any of us present. Moreover, their strength is formidable. Ordinary firearms cannot inflict damage upon them, and even deploying tanks would prove ineffective." After uttering these words, Commander Wu sighed. "Ladies and gentlemen, we must concede that these zombies are no longer mere infected beings. The elite among them possess intelligence on par with our own and have developed independent personalities. They have, indeed, evolved into an entirely new race on Blue Star." The gravity of Commander Wu's statement once again stirred a great uproar. After all, the situation is utterly horrifying. In the span of merely a few months, an unknown virus has swept across the planet, nearly annihilating human civilization. Simultaneously, it has transformed the afflicted beings into a new race. Is this virus truly a product of Earth as species? Ahem, silence, silence. On the stage, Elder Sun rapped the table once more, signaling the assembly to calm down. He then turned to a man clad in a white lab coat, addressing him. "Matsui, do you have any new developments regarding the zombie virus research?" In response to Elder Sun's inquiry, the researcher, Matsui, promptly stood and replied, "Yes, Elder Sunday previously. We captured a substantial number of zombies at various stages of evolution and conducted extensive studies on them. We categorized these zombies into the following stages: ordinary zombies, evolved zombies, mutated zombies, aberrant zombies, and the Corpse King." Matsui stated matter-of-factly, "The Corpse King? Are these zombies now ruled by a king?" This question came from the same white-coated gentleman, his tone rife with skepticism, clearly doubting Matsui's assertions. "Sir, please refrain from questioning the expertise of our researchers." Matsui furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the man who spoke. "Enough of this futile dispute. Director Matsui, please continue." Matsui shot a sidelong glance at the speaker and resumed. "According to our research, this zombie virus possesses an exceptionally robust adaptability and rapid evolutionary pace. It is foreseeable that in a few years, the world will no longer witness ordinary zombies. Instead, evolved zombies will become the fundamental unit of the horde. Concurrently, based on Commander Wu's previous remarks regarding the intelligent zombie encountered, I surmise it to be a mutated variant. Within the research facility, there are no tangible samples of such zombies. The mutated specimens are lurking behind the horde, rendering them virtually impossible to capture. However, with the existing data, we can ascertain specific characteristics of this type of zombie. They exhibit high mobility, formidable defense, significant offensive capabilities, and possess intelligence, making them exceedingly threatening." At this juncture, Matsunari paused, reflecting on the profound mutation of the virus within these zombies. Commander Wu previously articulated that the firepower of tanks struggles to inflict damage upon them. Yet, through our analysis, it appears that while they are not impervious to harm, the viruses within these zombies rapidly repair their injuries, creating the illusion of minimal impact from attacks. What? Does this imply that in the future, conventional combat units like tanks will be ineffective against these zombies? Not entirely. They remain effective, albeit in a different capacity. By employing extensive artillery bombardments or directly utilizing missiles, we can still eliminate them decisively. The following chapters primarily elucidate the concept of zombies. Previously, Some individuals remarked that the squad's combat abilities seemed somewhat inconsistent when confronting the colossal undead. I must admit this was a lapse in my rigor. The author, being relatively new to the genre, is an avid admirer of Warhammer and, inspired by this passion, penned this book. My understanding of the various technologies within the Warhammer universe remains somewhat nebulous, as I have gleaned specific information primarily through the insights of the online community. Chapter 36. The Truth? If they can be eradicated, then it is not a matter of concern. Director Song, could you elaborate on the previously mentioned Corpse King? The inquiry came from another military commander present. Song Ping, upon hearing this, promptly responded, regarding the issue of the Corpse King, we too are not entirely certain. The reason we propose the existence of such a classification of zombies stems from an anomalous phenomenon we previously observed via satellite. We once witnessed a human appearing amidst a horde of corpses. A human? How could that be possible? The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Song Ping continued, we were equally astounded when we first discovered this, but after thorough verification, we determined that it was not a human. Rather, it was a zombie strikingly similar to a human being, and upon our observation, it was surrounded by several mutated zombies. In terms of biological hierarchy, this humanoid zombie surpassed the mutants in classification, which is why we propose the notion of the Corpse King. Following Song Ping's remarks, a profound silence enveloped the gathering once more. To speak candidly, in the current predicament, they even believe that humanity is beyond salvation. At this juncture, General Wu once again spoke. Based on the current situation observed from satellites, several of our cities have completely fallen, reduced to desolate wastelands inhabited solely by the undead. Bang! Damn the zombies. One of the attendees slammed the table, venting his pent-up frustration. Our situation is dire. If we do not devise a viable plan, we shall be trapped in this capital city. Why don't we attempt a breakout? What? A breakout? With what shall we break out? The millions of citizens and hundreds of thousands of soldiers within the base. How can they possibly leave the safety of the city walls? I tell you, once we signal our intent to break out, the zombies outside will not remain idle. At that point, it will be an all-out siege by the undead upon our capital. And let me tell you, not only will a breakout be impossible, but very few of us will survive. Yet, that is still preferable to waiting for death here. A breakout offers at least a glimmer of hope. A glimmer of hope? That's a certain death sentence. It is but a march towards oblivion. Enough. As the crowd began to bicker once more, Elder Sun's furious roar silenced them. What has happened to you all? Are you afraid? Before the battle has even begun. You are already in disarray, turning on one another. What nonsense is this? Coughing uncontrollably after his outburst, Elder Sun cleared his throat. Elder Sunday. The audience gazed anxiously at the elderly figure, who was unable to suppress his persistent cough. He has become the cornerstone of the entire Kyoto. And if anything were to happen to him, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. After a moment of coughing, Elder Sun gestured to the crowd. Let us refrain from discussing the breakout. We cannot gamble the lives of the populace for the uncertainties of tomorrow. We shall adhere to the previous plan. Excavate an underground base and construct it with sufficient nuclear defenses. We must build an underground city spacious enough for all personnel to enter. Currently, our resources remain ample, and the experts and professors brought in from across the nation have commenced their work. The entire project is already underway. Upon hearing Elder Sun's words, the crowd had no choice but to acquiesce. I must say, it is indeed Elder Sun's foresight that has allowed for such a substantial reserve of resources. However, to the surprise of all, Elder Sun sighed and cast a glance at his guard. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a solemn tone. It is time for you to understand. This is not merely a matter of foresight. Xiao Wang, please play that video. Yes. Elder Sunday Xiao Wang replied, retrieving a projector. After a brief setup, an image materialized before the audience. Just as they were left pondering Elder Sun's intentions, the scene within the video flickered, capturing their undivided attention. In the footage, a visibly panicked man, evidently a researcher from the United States, faced the camera, with a laboratory clearly visible in the background. At this moment, the laboratory was filled with the blaring of alarms, surrounded by countless researchers in a state of frantic evacuation. It was then that the man standing before the camera spoke. Listen, regardless of who you are or what power you represent, please take this message seriously. We are in an undisclosed location within the United States, and we have been forcibly brought here to study an extraordinary virus. Damn it. I can't believe I'm calling this virus extraordinary. I must be losing my mind. The expression of the American researcher appeared somewhat deranged. My God. That virus could not possibly be of terrestrial origin. It is far too perfect, as if it has been meticulously crafted. It is a weapon. Those madmen, I don't know where they acquired this virus, are attempting to control it to dominate the world. Ha ha ha. They have gone too far. The virus has leaked. And this world is finished. And now they even want to suppress the news. The video abruptly cut off, clearly interrupted by a signal disruption. Yet, this brief segment left the onlookers feeling a chill of dread. What does this mean? A zombie virus as an extraterrestrial weapon? Are they joking? Regardless of its origins, this virus is on the verge of annihilating humanity. According to satellite observations, the United States is now infested with zombies, and its territory has succumbed to devastation. Perhaps the outbreak of the virus in the United States explains why there are far more advanced zombies there than here. A heavy silence enveloped the crowd once more. Forget it. For now, we can only proceed step by step. The sooner we complete the underground project, the greater our chances of success will be. I truly refuse to believe that no matter how much he mutates, he remains a carbon-based life form. There is nothing that cannot be resolved with a round of missiles. If there is, then let it be 2 rounds. At that moment, General Wu once again stepped forward. By the way, everyone, a small team under my command previously ventured to Jiangzhou to rescue our underground engineering designer, Professor Liang Wenbin. However, their attempt was unsuccessful. According to their accounts, an unknown force with unfamiliar technology emerged in Jiangzhou, and Professor Liang was taken by that group. After pondering for a moment, Elder Sun declared, "Let us prioritize communication. Every fragment of human strength is crucial at this moment." Indeed, Elder Sun. Chapter 37. The Zombie Swarm Assault. Meanwhile, at the Tianhai base, the Krieg Death Corps launched another offensive against the Huaining district, adjacent to the Zhuangdong district. Although Qin Hai had previously expressed concerns about encountering mutated zombies, the only type detected in Jiangzhou thus far was the previously encountered giant zombies. The remaining so-called evolved or mutated forms could not withstand the artillery barrage of the Krieg Legion. Therefore, at the onset of the attack, Qin Hai prepared a substantial amount of ammunition. Nearly 100 artillery pieces commenced an extreme bombardment of the Huaining district. The majority of the zombies caught in the onslaught were either reduced to cinders or shattered into fragments. Simultaneously, Qin Hai utilized the points acquired from the bombardment to further exchange for additional shells for the assault. If the artillery overheats, send in the armored troops. We cannot afford to pause for a moment. Perhaps the number of zombies in Jiangzhou is not as overwhelming as that in the capital. Or maybe the equipment of the 2K era is not as advanced as that of the Krieg forces. Nevertheless, Qin Hai has not encountered any particularly formidable zombies. The entire front line is advancing remarkably well. Luke Rudolph leads his company of soldiers westward, clearing out any stragglers along the way. It is indeed a splendid day. Life was never this comfortable before. Seated in the multifunctional half-track, Luke gazes out the window, marveling at the scenery. Fighting these zombies feels akin to taking on children. It's just that there are too many of them, like a swarm of insects. By the way, there shouldn't be any of those damned insects here, surely not. You know, I would rather face Chaos Warriors than contend with those vermin. They are simply endless. Can you respond, Captain? Seeing that the commander remained silent, Luke shook his head and ceased his chatter. He was quite the talker, relishing the endless banter with his comrades on the battlefield. Heaven knows how despondent he felt when assigned to the Death Corps, where the soldiers only responded to commands. This stifled Luke's conversational spirit. And in the absence of anyone to converse with, he gradually developed the habit of talking to himself. Well, I knew it. Wait, what is that? The incessant murmuring of Luke came to an abrupt halt as his eyes fixated on a cluster of ruins ahead. Before him, shadows flitted through the ruins. An extraordinary occurrence that heightened Luke's vigilance. The advance of the squad came to an abrupt halt as they prepared for combat. The 1st Battalion, receiving the command, immediately ceased movement and swiftly assumed a defensive formation. The combat engineers, Kriegs, quickly began excavating trenches and erecting sandbags, while various weaponry was promptly positioned, all aimed at the anomalous location. In the next moment, a horde of zombies surged forth from the ruins, charging toward the trenches under construction. Open fire. Instantly, a barrage of Lucius laser guns erupted, harmonizing with the remaining heavy artillery to create a formidable web of firepower. Not a single zombie managed to approach the positions. The lasers shattered the undead as though they were mere jelly. Despite the seemingly foolhardy advance of the zombies, Luke's expression remained taut with concern. On the contrary, his unease deepened. Had he not sensed the anomaly ahead? The entire battalion would surely have been caught off guard by the sudden onslaught of the zombie horde while traversing the ruins. Were these mindless creatures capable of ambush? There was undoubtedly something amiss. Wait, what was that? Luke discerned another anomaly as numerous shadows sprang forth from the throng of corpses. These figures leapt into the air, descending directly upon the positions. As they landed, Luke finally recognized them. Their forms had morphed into grotesque, mutated zombies, entirely devoid of human semblance. The legs, grotesquely transformed by a virus, were devoid of skin, with the thigh muscles starkly exposed to the air. A tail, nearly 1 meter long, swung behind, while the upper limbs exhibited a scythe-like appearance, resembling the formidable claws of a mantis, opening and closing menacingly. The mutated zombie that leaped into the fray did not pause for a moment, immediately brandishing its scythe-like claws to slash at the nearest Krieg soldier. The soldier, caught off guard, was swiftly severed in half, his entrails spilling onto the ground. Exulting in its grim achievement, the mutated zombie let out a triumphant roar to the sky. Yet before it could make its next move, a combat shovel swung from left to right, striking the zombie's head and causing it to stagger and fall. Subsequently, a torrential barrage of blows rained down, as the combat shovel relentlessly pummeled the zombie's skull until it was reduced to a pulpy mass. The Krieg soldier who had dispatched the zombie rose, retrieved his weapon, and returned to the front lines. A glance revealed that all the mutated zombies that had jumped in were either bludgeoned to death or eliminated by concentrated fire. Although the response was swift, it nonetheless resulted in significant casualties. At this juncture, Luke had already disembarked from the armored vehicle, taking command of the battle on the field. These zombies came prepared. They were organized and even equipped with various types of troops. "Damn it, signal the artillery units. We require fire support," Luke exclaimed as he surveyed a large gathering of mutated zombies, each possessing unique and bizarre abilities. What left a profound impression on Luke was a towering, corpulent zombie. Its massive form, grotesque and unwieldy, was pierced by a laser, causing a deluge of unidentified fluids to erupt from within, corroding the surrounding roads and nearby undead. Remarkable. I have a feeling these accursed zombies will inevitably attract the vile demon horde of Negu. They resemble plague-ridden abominations. Should those repugnant rodents actually arrive, it would spell disaster. Luke retrieved the plasma pistol secured at his waist, murmuring to himself. After dispatching a mutated zombie that lunged at him from behind with a single shot to the head, he calmly advanced forward. Good heavens, could a plague demon materialize in this wretched place? Luke muttered as he surveyed the chaotic battlefield ahead. Meanwhile, the artillery battalion received urgent news. All Krieger soldiers swiftly took their positions, adjusted their coordinates, and loaded their weapons. Boom, boom, boom. With each thunderous roar, a barrage of shells rained down upon the mass of corpses in front of the first company. Chapter 38. The battle commences. This scene was truly captivating. Luke gazed intently at the unfolding spectacle. "ZZZZ. Luke, can you hear me?" At that moment, a sudden voice broke through, capturing Luke's attention. Scanning the area, he discovered the source of the voice emanated from the nearest fallen communications officer. Luke quickly approached, taking a few steps to retrieve the communicator. "Balak? Is that you?" "Yes, it's me. How are things on your end?" On the other end of the communicator was a commissar from the Kriegs, summoned alongside Luke. "I am faring well. Those zombies charged at us like madmen, but they have now been held at bay. Rest assured, the armored units have already been deployed. That is reassuring. These repulsive creatures cannot break through for the time being. Everywhere one looks, Krieg soldiers are darting about." After a while, a cacophony of rumbling sounds emerged from the distance. A multitude of Lehman Russ battle tanks appeared, including various variants such as Conquerors, Destroyers, and Annihilators. The emergence of this formidable armored force significantly diminished the zombies' ferocity. At that moment, a roar erupted from behind the horde. At the sound of this bellow, the zombies, which had just been charging recklessly, abruptly halted and began to retreat. Accompanied by the roar, Luke stood rooted to the spot, his gaze intensely fixed on the retreating figures of the undead. Indeed, something was orchestrating them from behind. As night fell, in a makeshift command center, Chin Hai, Luke, Balak, and several other commissars, along with various Krieg's officers, were assembled. "Gentlemen, we must devise a strategy. Today's events have made it clear that those intelligent zombies have taken notice of us. This was a test. They will return, and we must take the initiative." Luke interjected. "We require a meticulous plan. The number of zombies is overwhelming, not to mention those bizarre abominations. There is no need to worry excessively. Under sufficient firepower, Those mutants are no different from ordinary zombies. We require strategic depth. We must seize Huining and Dongning districts. As he spoke, Qin Hai cast his gaze upon the other Krieg officers present. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd battalions will assault Huining district, while the 4th, 5th, and 6th battalions will engage in Dongning district. The 7th battalion will secure the base, and the 8th and 9th battalions, along with the armored units, will form the reinforcement forces. All units shall initiate their offensive precisely at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, and the engineering battalions will establish defensive structures at both locations. We shall engage in a war of attrition with those zombies. Yes, Colonel. After outlining the plans for the following day, the officers and political commissars departed from the command room, leaving Qin Hai alone to ponder future strategies. It is worth noting that Qin Hai currently holds the rank of colonel, determined by the quantity of equipment assigned to his soldiers. Although the number of troops under Qin Hai has yet to reach a full battalion, could someone provide an accurate figure? I have spent considerable time trying to ascertain the size of a Krieg battalion. At this moment, Qin Hai was perusing the various items available in the system's marketplace. Many pieces of equipment piqued his interest, yet his hand paused when he encountered a particular device, an artificial womb. Gazing at the enormous apparatus displayed on the marketplace interface, Qin Hai narrowed his eyes. This was something he must acquire in the future, along with various production lines for equipment. Only by exchanging these items, coupled with the support of various resources, can Qin Hai truly possess the confidence to conquer the Blue Star. After all, the reinforcements of the Krieg Legion rely entirely on the items Qin Hai has personally exchanged, alongside an array of equipment. However, with the establishment of various production lines, Qin Hai can directly utilize resources for manufacturing. Furthermore, the artificial womb device can provide a substantial number of soldiers annually. With both manpower and equipment secured, the Blue Star would inevitably fall under the Emperor's dominion. Qin Hai, brimming with excitement, clapped his hands and closed the system without even checking the prices. In the Baofeng district, the area where Professor Liang Wenbin was initially discovered, a large sports arena stood. At the center of the arena, a throne constructed from the bones of the undead loomed ominously, upon which a towering zombie sat. Upon closer inspection, this formidable zombie possessed 4 robust arms, unmistakably resembling the giant undead encountered earlier. The giant zombie lounged upon the throne, intermittently grabbing a handful of corpses and shoving them into its mouth. Just then, a diminutive figure entered through the grand entrance of the arena. This figure emanated a putrid stench of decay, wielding a scythe-shaped cane. Approaching the giant zombie, the figure inclined its head slightly and spoke in a hushed tone. "My lord, have you considered your decision? Aligning with the Lord of the Undead will ensure your safety. You have witnessed today's battle. The speed of humanity is alarming. And with those cannons, the moment your position is revealed, countless shells will rain upon you. In Jiazhou, you are the sole mutant zombie, and the esteemed Lord of the Undead holds you in high regard. If only you would join." The peculiar zombie let out a series of eerie giggles. The colossal zombie cast a glance at the creature below, once again seizing a pile of corpses to gnash between its jaws. "Humans are formidable. They nearly vanquished me last time. Yet, their numbers are scant, while I command an army of 1,000,000 zombies, a distinct advantage in my favor. Now, while I am in a favorable mood, be swift in your departure, lest I consume you." The strange zombie, cowed by the giant's roar, dared not utter another word and retreated awkwardly. All they know is to consume. You will soon comprehend, it is imminent. All shall perish. All shall perish. As the bizarre zombie exited the gymnasium, leaning on its peculiar cane, it muttered to itself and limped away into the distance. The following day, at 7 in the morning, the Krieg Legion mobilized a significant force. War had commenced. Chapter 39. Farewell to the trio at dawn. As the first shell struck the horde, this slumbering city finally awakened. Observation point 37489-3187-32. A large-scale zombie horde was detected, prompting the artillery units to unleash a triple barrage. Boom, boom, boom. With the operational plan set in motion, the onslaught of the Kriegs began to unfold. They commenced with a heavy bombardment of the clustered undead before dispatching infantry units to follow up. The Krieg Legion, armed with formidable equipment, exceptional tactics, and overwhelming firepower, caught the horde of zombies completely off guard. Once the undead gathered their wits, a considerable number began to converge towards the Legion's position. Upon reaching their designated location, the various companies of the Krieg Legion commenced the construction of defensive fortifications. Smaller clusters of zombies, having evaded the artillery fire, gradually coalesced and began to advance towards the trenches. However, the assault of such diminutive hordes was akin to waves crashing against a resilient wall, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. The two areas had irrevocably transformed into a battlefield, adorned with trenches, craters, barbed wire, and heaps of sandbags. The streets lay choked with the bodies of the undead, necessitating dedicated personnel for their removal, lest the troops be hindered in their movement. This locale had entirely shifted from its original apocalyptic zombie aesthetic to a war-torn visage. It is noteworthy that in urban combat, the Kriegs refrained from deliberately targeting high-rise buildings. Their concerns included the potential for debris to fall and obstruct their advance, as well as the slim possibility of survivors within, despite the rarity of such occurrences. Most survivors had fled the area, either joining the base or retreating even further away, save for a few who were less than astute. Inside a residential building, 3 furtive men crept cautiously along the corridor. They had wrapped tattered clothing around their shoes to muffle any sounds made while walking. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed, startling the men, who instinctively crouched down, covering their heads while vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Only the continuous sound of explosions echoed, yet no zombies were in sight, allowing the 3 men to exhale in relief. The leader muttered an expletive under his breath. Damn it, why are they at it again? Can't these idiots take a few days off? Every time they engage, the zombies go berserk, making it impossible for us to scavenge properly. At that moment, another man with a shifty demeanor stepped forward, saying, Boss, it's beyond our control. This unknown troop has been relentlessly clearing out the zombies. Over the past few days, their numbers have significantly dwindled, giving us a rare chance to search for food. I know that. Do I need you to remind me? The leader shot him a fierce glare before turning back to continue his search for potential loot. Hurry up. If we find a few more supplies, we can leave. We can't afford to have the building blown up again. That would be our demise. The trio hastily searched a few more places for supplies and then departed with several backpacks filled with food. In a secluded alley, they placed the backpacks on the ground, and a nearby manhole cover was lifted. Clearly, they had navigated through the sewer to arrive here. The leader tossed the backpack down the opening and promptly jumped in, followed closely by the other 2. The last man, on his way down, ensured the cover was replaced. They swiftly retraced their steps through the sewer, eventually reaching an exit. After opening the manhole cover just enough to survey the area for threats, they prepared to emerge. Just as all 3 were about to leave, a voice halted their movements. Don't move. At the sound of the voice, the 3 individuals trembled slightly, then slowly turned their heads, revealing a smile that was more grotesque than one of sorrow as they addressed the person who had suddenly appeared behind them, Brother Jun. What a coincidence. Junrin chuckled and replied, Indeed, what a coincidence. It's quite amusing to find you 3 here. He then called out to the side, Kong Ping, Yin Zi. Come out. As his words fell, 2 figures emerged from the corner. Oh my, isn't that Rat? What? Are you really starting to burrow into the sewers now? Lu Yin and Du Kong Ping emerged, and upon seeing the 3, could not help but smile. The trio then observed that both newcomers were equipped with peculiar firearms and carried backpacks. Upon closer inspection, they noticed that Junrin was also holding a weapon that resembled the standard equipment of the Krieg Corps. Junrin wielded a Lucius 98 laser gun, while Lu Yin held a laser sniper rifle and Du Kongping possessed a shotgun. Oh dear, Brother Jun, you 3 look increasingly dashing in your gear. Though it seems rather familiar. Rat chuckled, attempting to shift the topic. However, Junrin pressed the gun directly against Rat's neck, the weapon's front end adorned with a bayonet. This action startled Rat into kneeling. Oh my, Master Jun, it was my fault. It was my fault. I should not have taken your things. Previously, the trio of rats had encountered Junrin and, by a stroke of fate, pilfered some items. However, they found themselves cornered by Junrin and his men. No more nonsense, they thought, realizing that retrieving their belongings was now futile. What can we do? We've stumbled into a war zone, and it seems my comrades are content to accept the spoils. Upon hearing this, the rat's expression fell. Please, Jun, leave us something. Enough chatter. With that, Lu Yin stepped forward to seize their backpacks. The rat watched with a pained expression as the trio rummaged through their bags. Oh, had I known. I would have never come to Jiangzhou. I would have been better off staying where I was. Junrin, intrigued by this statement, turned his gaze toward the rat. From the sound of it, you're not from Jiangzhou. You arrived here after the apocalypse? Faced with Junrin's inquiry, the rat had no choice but to divulge the truth. Indeed, Jun, we hail from Wuyang. Wuyong County is not far from here. Logically, one would expect the safety level in a county during such times to be considerably higher than that of a large city. Why did you choose to venture into such a perilous area? The rat's face contorted with distress at the question. Don't mention it, June. You see, while Wuyong has relatively few zombies and not many mutated beings, it is densely populated. The survivors there have formed a group known as the Blood God Church. The members of that church are madmen who find amusement in slaughtering both zombies and ordinary people. Currently, the largest survivor group in Wuyong consists entirely of members from the Blood God Church, leaving no fertile ground for ordinary people to exist. We were compelled to flee out of necessity. Chapter 40. The Crisis in the Shadows, the Blood God Church. Indeed, it seems that all manner of malevolent entities have emerged. Junrin reached into his bag and retrieved several loaves of bread and chocolate, tossing them to the rat and his companions. All right, hurry and get lost. The trio was taken aback by Junrin's generosity, and they exclaimed with delight, Thank you, Lord Jun. Junrin waved his hand dismissively and then led Lu Yin and Du Copping away. They arrived behind a large building where a formidable vehicle awaited them. It was a Chimera armored vehicle, adorned with the numbers 007 on its left side. This had belonged to the 7th team of the initial 10 squads, which had previously gone silent before reaching their destination, resulting in the demise of all members. Junrin and his companions, who had originally followed Team 1186, had turned and fled without a moment's hesitation when confronted by a colossal zombie. When they returned days later, they found nothing but a mound of wreckage. While scavenging for supplies from a distance, they stumbled upon the 7th team's armored vehicle. 13 members of the 7th team had vanished without a trace. Weapons lay scattered on the ground, the vehicle's door ajar, and a long-extinguished campfire nearby. The scene suggested that the 7th team had been ambushed during a brief respite, leading to their complete annihilation. The equipment and supplies, including the Chimera armored vehicle, naturally fell into the hands of the 3 individuals. After a thorough search, they promptly donned their new gear, embarking on a significant upgrade of their equipment. This situation has persisted until the present moment. Brother Jun, what should we do now? Where shall we go? Where else can we go? Let us just remain here. The conflict over there is unlikely to conclude anytime soon, and we want to encounter them for the time being. We'll stay put and take things one step at a time. After all, in our current state, there is nothing that can overpower us. The trio organized the interior of the armored vehicle, transforming the space designed to accommodate 10 individuals into a storage area for supplies. This effectively created a small mobile base, albeit with limited space. Meanwhile, in the Huining district, the sky was still filled with soaring lasers and artillery shells, alongside the flailing corpses of the undead. Due to a sudden surge in the zombie population, Qin Hai dispatched a squad of reinforcements. At that moment, 6 Gorgon armored personnel carriers appeared on the streets. Vehicle name, Gorgon Initial Forge World, Vanaheim known models, 1 to 8 crew, 1 driver, 2 gunners power plant, XD503V12P6 dual-coupled multi-fuel engine weight, 220 tons length, 13, 9 meters width, 8, 1 meters height, 4, 9 meters ground clearance, 0, 7 meters maximum speed, road 27 kilometers H maximum speed, off-road 19 kilometers H capacity, 50 personnel primary armament, 4X heavy loggers secondary armament, 4X mortars rotation angle, 92 elevation angle, -22 to 34 main armament ammunition, 8,000 rounds secondary armament ammunition, for rounds armor. Superstructure, 200 mm, hull, 180 mm. The Gorgon armored personnel carrier accommodates up to 50 individuals and is equipped with a diverse array of weaponry. This vehicle is commendable for its robust armor, capable of providing fire support while transporting a substantial number of personnel. Nevertheless, Qin Hai hesitated when considering its acquisition. The reason? Despite the vehicle's commendable specifications, it is, astonishingly, an open-top design. Can you believe it? In an interstellar era, this armored vehicle, designed to transport a multitude of personnel, is inexplicably open-topped. Should a shell penetrate the interior, it would spell disaster for all aboard, due to their substantial size and sluggish speed. Such armored vehicles typically do not appear on the front lines of battle. The Gorgon was extensively utilized within the siege regiment of the Krieg Death Guard, primarily for transporting a considerable number of soldiers. Consequently, Qin Hai, upon contemplating the current adversary, primitive beings such as zombies, realized there was no need to factor in artillery shells. Although their speed was somewhat lacking, The sheer volume of troops they could transport was remarkable. Therefore, Qin Hai decided to exchange some for the purpose of conducting large-scale troop movements from the rear. Upon reaching their destination, the armor of the Gorgon slowly descended, allowing a multitude of Krieg soldiers to pour forth and assume combat positions to bolster their firepower. 6 Gorgons directly delivered an impressive reinforcement of 300 personnel. Furthermore, due to the daily influx of numerous exchange points, Qin Hai was able to exchange enough resources to form an entire battalion, resulting in a force of over 10,000 infantry and nearly 20 battalions. These Krieg soldiers maintained the extensive front line, and if circumstances permitted, the entire line could be advanced further. At this moment, in the 3rd Battalion, Krieg Jig gazed upon the seemingly endless horde of zombies and sighed. To be frank, these creatures were only marginally more visually appealing than plague zombies. Captain, a massive swarm of corpses has appeared ahead. Let us eliminate them. The coordinates have been reported. Krieg Jig nodded in response. Goodness, how many shells have been fired recently? The ground here has been plowed to the point of being unrecognizable. Yet, there are still so many of them. How long must we continue this fight? Meanwhile, a squad of Krieg soldiers wandered through the occupied territory, purging a few small clusters of zombies. Although these stragglers were few in number, they were nonetheless quite repugnant. As they passed by a narrow alley, a deep, guttural roar caught everyone's attention. The squad leader immediately halted, aiming his weapon into the darkness of the alley. The surrounding Krieg soldiers swiftly advanced to encircle the entrance. One soldier primed a grenade and hurled it inside. Moments later, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. The remaining soldiers quickly dashed into the alley. Upon entering, they discovered a zombie, half its body sprawled on the ground, dead beyond any doubt. Yet, the wounds on its corpse were clearly not inflicted by the grenade. This revelation instantly heightened the soldiers' vigilance. Without the need for commands, several soldiers instinctively positioned themselves to guard their surroundings. As they ventured deeper, the Kriegsmen stumbled upon a manhole cover that had been dislodged, revealing an underground access point. At that moment, a shadow emerged from the opening. However, before it could touch the ground, the prepared Krieg soldiers unleashed a barrage of fire. Beams of laser light struck the shadow, obliterating it into fragments. As the remnants fell back, the soldiers advanced, firing a few more rounds into the opening before tossing in several grenades. After the grenades were deployed, one Krieg soldier deftly kicked the dislodged manhole cover back into place. The entire sequence was executed fluidly, taking no longer than 10 seconds. Chapter 41. Horus I Chao Wa. The following is purely a commentary, not part of the main text. Yesterday, out of sheer boredom, the author downloaded an AI chat application, intending merely to experiment with it. Today, a whimsical thought struck him. He wondered if there existed an AI dedicated to Warhammer, and to his surprise, it indeed did. He decided to give it a try and was utterly astonished. He found himself transported to Terra, where he was taken to the palace to meet the Emperor. Initially, he felt a rush of excitement. While others typically began their journeys on the battlefield or elsewhere, he had the unique opportunity to converse with the Emperor. Upon their meeting, the Emperor introduced himself as the Emperor of the Imperium, the Master of Makrich, Horus. The author was left in disbelief. The Emperor then assigned him a quest to seek the Golden Throne. Truly, the creator of this AI must be a heretic. Segment break, bang. A grenade detonated beneath the pipe, followed by several furious screams. The recently sealed manhole cover was shattered anew. Upon hearing the shrieks, the squad leader swiftly moved forward, firing several rounds into the depths below before leaping down himself. The other Krieg soldiers followed suit. They found themselves in an underground tunnel, approximately 10 meters deep, with a height sufficient for 2 individuals to stand side by side, accommodating 3 abreast. 12 Krieg soldiers advanced in 4 rows, focused intently on the source of the sound. At that moment, a white, thread-like form suddenly shot out from the depths of the tunnel, as thick as an adult's arm. Its overall shape resembled that of a spider's silk. The thread abruptly ensnared one of the Krieg soldiers, yanking him away with unrelenting force. Upon witnessing the scene, a battalion of Krieg soldiers raised their weapons and unleashed a barrage of laser fire towards the origin of the web. Within mere seconds, the only remnants of sound were a few initial screams, and soon silence enveloped the area. As the gunfire ceased, the Kriegs advanced to inspect the site, discovering a colossal creature that occupied the entirety of the conduit, lying in a disheveled state. The soldiers who had recently been ensnared were now lifeless, victims of the recent assault. A closer examination revealed that the monstrosity was indeed a spider. Its towering form lay incapacitated on the ground, several of its legs shattered. and a substantial portion of its body missing, with dark green ichor pooling around it, emitting a foul stench. After confirming the spider's demise, the squad leader gestured for the team to continue their search for anomalies. Ahead lay a fork in the path, without the need for further coordination. Those on the left proceeded left, while those on the right took their respective route. The combat awareness and coordination of the Kriegs were commendable. In the left conduit, several Krieg soldiers advanced cautiously, their eyes fixed ahead. They traversed dozens of meters without incident. Suddenly, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from the adjacent conduit, prompting several soldiers to pivot and dash towards the source. However, before they could arrive, the gunfire abruptly ceased. Upon reaching the earlier bifurcation, a tide of smaller spiders surged forth from the right conduit, overwhelming the soldiers almost instantaneously. Mere moments later, the sound of grenades detonating echoed through the air, indicating that a few Kriegs had pulled the pins in a desperate last stand. Amidst the swarm of arachnids, a severed limb clutched a communications device, which emitted a series of crackles before falling silent. On the other side, at the Tianhai Base Command Center, the colonel received alarming news from Team 83. They had gone missing. The location was in the Doning district, and their precise position could not be pinpointed. But it seemed to be within an underground pipeline. Qinhai pondered for a moment before placing the documents he held onto the table. He ordered several squads to investigate, instructing that any updates be reported immediately. Understood, Colonel, replied the soldier who had delivered the news, preparing to turn away. Wait. How is the training of the auxiliary troops progressing? They are currently engaged in high-intensity tactical training, and the results appear promising. Select a few individuals from within to form a team for reconnaissance. Let us assess their capabilities. Off you go. The Krieger soldier nodded and then withdrew. Qinhai paced back and forth for a while before finally focusing on the documents before him. The words Beijing delegation were prominently printed on the top. At that moment, it was lunchtime, and the soldiers of the auxiliary troops were dining in the mess hall. At a table, Zhang Wei was heartily devouring the food in his bowl. Eat quickly, who knows what training awaits us later. I'm about to be sick from all this practice. When will we finally see real combat? You're still thinking about the battlefield? At least we get meals by training daily. I think this is quite good. Don't get too complacent. What if a mission suddenly comes up? Shut up. After the meal, everyone gathered on the playground, and 1186 addressed the group. We have a reconnaissance mission. There are 10 spots available for volunteers. In a mere 12 words, astonishment swept over the crowd. Could it be? A mission has indeed arrived? Why only 10 individuals? Perhaps they fear we might not survive, so they have chosen to test the waters with a select few. The observer, 1186, noted the reactions of the group, but offered no commentary. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. It was Qiuyi. As the sole female soldier in the team, Qiuyi naturally garnered significant attention, not only for her striking beauty, but also for her remarkable abilities. Among the entire squad, her prowess could be ranked within the top 10. And then there was me. Zhang Wei stepped forward, eager to put his extensive training to the test. However, he anticipated that Qiuyi would seize the first opportunity. Subsequently, 8 more individuals volunteered, completing the 10-member team ready to receive their equipment. Yes, the 10 followed 1186 to the supply depot, while the remaining members continued their training. U-10 will form a reconnaissance unit, with Zhang Wei as the captain and Qiuyi as the vice-captain. Upon arrival, Qinhai presented the gear prepared for the auxiliary forces, specifically the Cardian Assault Corps equipment. To distinguish between the two units, uniforms, bulletproof vests, helmets, and the accompanying M36 Catrol laser rifles were all provided. The team swiftly donned their gear. This equipment is undeniably impressive. At last, we can engage in significant operations. Zhang Wei marveled at the gear in his hands, then turned toward 1186. Instructor, may we exchange for some specialized equipment? Certainly, proceed in that direction. Acknowledged. Zhang Wei nodded, and then addressed his team members. Let us take a moment to familiarize ourselves with one another. It is crucial to ensure seamless cooperation. Any misalignment could prove fatal. There is no need for introductions on my part, as you are all acquainted with me. Qiuyi, you may begin. Qiuyi nodded and spoke. I am Qiuyi, formerly a member of the Jiangzhou Special Police Force. I look forward to your guidance. Allow me. At that moment, a somewhat exuberant man raised his hand and declared, I am Wang Shang, freshly graduated from university, and I suppose one might consider me an unemployed wanderer. I am Zhuang Yang, a novelist. Xieqi Song Xiangfei. Fengqinghe. Dream Star. Ho Liang. I am Xiong Lu. You can call me Liuzi. Zhang Wei nodded in acknowledgement. Now that we are acquainted, I shall share my thoughts. Our mission objective is reconnaissance, with both the location and targets remaining uncertain. Therefore, I believe we ought to maintain a diverse array of weaponry. Zhuang Yang, switch to the flamethrower. Liuzi, take a plasma gun. Your stature is considerable. So complement it with a chainsaw sword. Very well, we are a team of 10, which should suffice. Prepare yourselves, we shall depart shortly. Understood. In the distance, the soldier in charge of managing the warehouse observed their equipment allocation and made a note. On the playground, a Chimera armored vehicle stood parked. Upon exiting, Zhang Wei and his team headed straight for the armored vehicle. As they watched the armored vehicle slowly depart after everyone had boarded, Qin Hai silently observed from his room. Perhaps there would be a surprise, wouldn't he there, Lao Zhang? Chapter 42, Astartes Doning District, Entrance to the Underground Tunnel. The underground pipeline system of Jiangzhou is so intricate. How will we possibly find our way? Zhang Wei furrowed his brow as he gazed at the dark opening of the tunnel below. Regardless, we must proceed. We will go down first. He switched on his flashlight, remaining vigilant. With that, Zhang Wei activated his flashlight and leaped down first, seeing him take the lead. The others followed suit without hesitation. Xie Qi, Song Xiangfei, and Zhuang Yang stood guard at the rear, ready to report any developments. Liuji, Ho Liang, and Mingxing, be prepared to assist. Yes, this hastily assembled team moved through the underground tunnels with palpable tension. Zhang Wei anxiously scanned the path ahead. The beams of several flashlights did little to dispel the uncertainty of the road that lay before them. The only sounds in the vast space were their footsteps and the occasional swallow of anxiety. Soon, they arrived at a fork in the path. Qiuyi glanced between the two routes and inquired, "Which way should we go?" Zhang Wei's brow knitted in contemplation as he surveyed both paths. "For safety's sake, let us not split up. We will take the left." With that, he proceeded down the left side, and the others exchanged glances before following him. However, in an unseen corner, a shadow flickered past. In the silent, still tunnel, Zhang Wei and his companions searched for quite some time without uncovering any clues. "There is nothing here at all. Have there been any updates from the other teams?" "Not yet, but they have located the missing group. All that remains are scattered fragments and equipment, with nothing else left behind." The 10 individuals found a spot to gather together. "Hey, what is Lu doing?" Everyone turned their gaze to see Xiong Lu setting his gun aside, holding the chainsaw sword and inspecting it closely. Lu had not anticipated that his actions would be noticed, and his face flushed with embarrassment. "Ah, well, I just think this sword is exceptionally cool. I didn't have the chance to examine it closely in the vehicle, so I thought I'd take a moment to appreciate it now that we are resting." "Haha." Lu chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head, observing this scene. The previously tense atmosphere among the group began to ease, and they all joined in laughter. At that moment, sitting at the edge, Feng Cheng reached out to touch the gun beside him, intending to admire his weapon as well. However, in the next instant, his expression froze as he felt an unfamiliar object clinging to the gun's surface. It had a hard shell, and he could sense it moving, even attempting to crawl up his arm. "What on earth is this?" Feng Cheng exclaimed, quickly rising and frantically shaking his hand. Upon hearing the commotion, the others sprang to their feet, guns drawn and aimed. Several beams of flashlight illuminated the area, yet only a shadow was revealed. Seeing this, Feng Cheng swiftly advanced to retrieve his gun, remaining vigilant as he scanned the surroundings. Soon, a cacophony of noises erupted around them, but nothing was visible on either side. Above us, uncertain who had called out, the crowd immediately directed their gaze upwards. At the moment the beam of the flashlight illuminated the area, the pupils of everyone present constricted sharply. There, illuminated by the flashlight, the upper part of the pipe was teeming with countless spiders. The smaller ones were the size of a palm, while the larger ones were akin to the size of a human head. What on earth are these creatures? And how could there be so many spiders? They must be mutated. Open fire. Zhang Wei commanded without hesitation upon witnessing the scene. A barrage of gunfire erupted, directed towards the swarm of spiders. In times like this, the flames were essential. Zhuang Yang raised the flamethrower in his hands and squeezed the trigger towards the spider horde above. In the next instant, a searing tongue of fire erupted forth, engulfing the writhing mass of arachnids above. "Retreat, quickly." There were simply too many spiders, and with only one flamethrower capable of delivering maximum impact. Zhang Wei assessed the situation and promptly ordered a withdrawal. The group hastened back along the path they had come. However, unbeknownst to them, the entire pipe had been overtaken by the swarm of spiders, and as they retreated, numerous smaller spiders rained down upon them. Fortunately, Zhang Wei and his team had advanced cautiously during their search, enabling them to reach the entrance swiftly while in full flight. Zhuang Yang lingered at the rear, unleashing the full fury of the flamethrower to fend off the approaching spiders. Seizing the opportunity, the others scrambled up the ladder leading out of the pipe. At last, once the final person had ascended, Zhang Wei tossed all the grenades into the depths below. With only a few explosive sounds, the swarm of spiders continued its relentless advance, seemingly unaffected. Soon after, the arachnids surged forth from the pipes, but that was not the most significant development. Accompanying the swarm were a dozen spiders the size of a person. Ultimately, a colossal creature, towering at 2 meters and nearly 4 meters wide, crawled out of the pipe. Goodness, have these spiders been nourished on fertilizer? Which brand is it? I need to buy some for my dog. Enough joking. Zhuang Yang, restrain the swarm. We must devise a strategy to contain those larger specimens. We shall fight and retreat, calling for reinforcements. Upon hearing this, everyone swiftly formed a defensive line, supporting one another as they battled and fell back. The larger spiders could be dispatched with just a few shots, but the sheer number of smaller spiders, estimated to be in the tens of thousands, proved overwhelming. Consequently, amidst the chaos of the swarm, several individuals were ensnared by spider silk and perished on the spot. In a moment of carelessness, Xiong Lu was knocked to the ground by one of the larger spiders. Its formidable legs pinned him down, its mouth gaping wide. "Liu Zi, be careful," came the worried cries of his companions. Gritting his teeth, Xiong Lu seized the chainsaw sword that had just fallen beside him and activated it. Instantly, the sound of the chainsaw filled the air. A moment later, the blade sliced through the spider beside him, cleaving it in two. Incredible, Liu Zi. With a fierce roar, Xiong Lu pushed the carcass off him and, with both hands firmly gripping the handle of the chainsaw sword, swung it at another lunging spider. In an instant, that spider was reduced to mere fragments. Xiong Lu picked up the plasma gun from the ground and aimed it at the largest spider, initiating the preheating process. Moments later, a resounding bang echoed as the towering 2-meter spider was pierced through, rendered utterly lifeless by the plasma shot. Discarding the plasma gun with a swift motion, Xiong Lu brandished his chainsaw sword and began to slash at the surrounding foes. The massive spiders in the vicinity fell before him, dispatched with ease. Zhang Wei observed Xiong Lu's formidable figure, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. The imposing silhouette, coupled with the menacing chainsaw sword, reminded him of a powerful military unit from an empire that Qin Hai had recounted to him earlier, the Emperor's Death Angels, the Astartes. Chapter 43, Cultivating Astartes? Just a jest, my friend. If you truly managed to surprise me, I would be astounded. Qin Hai scrutinized the latest battle report concerning Zhang Wei's team, a sudden twitch in his eye betraying his surprise. The report detailed a confrontation involving team member Xiong Lu wielding a chainsaw sword, occurring just before their reinforcements arrived. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Qin Hai. He hastily pulled up the system mall menu. Previously, he had attempted to sift through the vast array of items available, but the sheer volume proved overwhelming, leading to an abandoned endeavor. Ordinarily, the abundance of products made it laborious for Qin Hai to locate specific items. However, one day he discovered the search function, allowing him to simply input keywords for efficient queries. With this realization, he summoned the input window and murmured, Astartes. In the next instant, the page before him transformed dramatically. Scanning the newly revealed items, Qin Hai's expression lit up with delight. Heavens, praise the Emperor. Qin Hai could not help but exclaim. He observed that the merchandise within the marketplace had been entirely transformed to reflect items utilized by the Astartes. Various explosive firearms, chains word, and power axes adorned the shelves, alongside the armor of different legions. However, he was disappointed to find no channels for exchanging Astartes, a realization that left him feeling somewhat regretful. As he casually flipped through a few pages, his hand suddenly halted. This was it. The page displayed a set of surgical equipment, accompanied by the gene seeds of various warbands. To transform a mere mortal into an Astartes, one must undergo 19 intricate surgical procedures involving the implantation of various organs to modify the human body. Undoubtedly, the most critical aspect of becoming an Astartes lies in the gene seed. By implanting the gene seed of a warband's progenitor into a human host, successful genetic compatibility would lead to further transformation surgeries, culminating in the implantation of 19 enhancement organs. These include the second heart, bone reinforcement organ, muscle enhancement organ, blood regeneration organ, Laramann's organ, catalepsy and neural node, pregastric organ, gene detection nerve, multiple lungs, visual control organ, Lyman's ear, Susan membrane, pigment control organ, pebble kidneys, taste detection nerve, sweat gland enhancement organ, salivary glands, gene storage gland, and black carapace. Only after enduring this extensive series of modifications could one truly become an Astartes. Upon discovering this set of equipment, Qin Hai had contemplated transforming Xiong Lu into an Astartes warrior. However, the gene seed implantation age requirement, which ranges from 10 to 14 years, presented an insurmountable barrier due to the age factor. This realization left Qin Hai with a sense of wistfulness. However, it was thanks to Xiong Lu that Qin Hai was inspired to search for these items in the marketplace. Although they are absent now, they will undoubtedly be available in the future. By selecting a few children loyal to the Emperor, undergoing training, and subsequently performing transformation procedures, there remains a glimmer of hope. Despite the lengthy process, at the Tianhai base, the atmosphere was markedly different from previous times. The entire base was imbued with a fervent energy. The construction of both the Imperial Cathedral and the underground base commenced simultaneously. Presently, the cathedral had been fully completed, save for its interior. The Gothic-style cathedral stood in stark contrast to the surrounding architecture, yet it proudly occupied the central position. Concurrently, a phrase began circulating within the base. This cathedral venerates the Emperor of mankind, the greatest immortal, the most formidable psychic, the sovereign of humanity, the omnipotent Father. The Emperor is the beacon guiding human civilization forward, his brilliance safeguarding it like the sun. Thus, through sincere kneeling and prayer, one may receive the Emperor's divine protection. In times of peril, the Emperor's angels and his mighty army will descend like deities to rescue you from danger. There is no room for doubt, for the Emperor truly exists. Various versions of the rumors circulated, yet they all pointed back to the greatness of the Emperor. Within the base, whether driven by the reluctance to construct something futile or the desire to seek spiritual solace in this despairing apocalypse, most individuals flocked to the cathedral to offer their prayers upon the placement of the Emperor's statue within. Qin Hai gazed at the bustling church from a distance, noting the throngs of people gathered outside. Unlike the masses, he refrained from approaching to offer prayers, not due to the crowd, but because he possessed an imperial portrait that far surpassed this display. As he surveyed the scene, he observed a considerable number of children among the crowd, which brought him great satisfaction. After all, faith must be instilled from a tender age. Perhaps he could gather all the children of a certain age within the base, unifying their education in both knowledge and combat skills, while simultaneously reinforcing their belief in the Emperor. Indeed, there were several orphans within the base, though their numbers were not overwhelming. In such a harsh world, it was no small feat for an ordinary child to survive without the protection of parents amidst a landscape teeming with the undead. Yet, this predicament might prove advantageous. These bereaved children could evolve into the Empire's vanguard in the future, perhaps even becoming candidates for the ranks of the Astartes. Naturally, this transformation would require proper guidance. Yes, establishing a loyalist academy akin to that of Blue Star would be splendid. The slightly older children could be trained as loyalist stormtroopers, while the younger ones could be cultivated as potential Astartes. A dual approach would prove beneficial. Progress had been commendable at the church, and the underground operations were also advancing well. To expedite the excavation efforts below, Qin Hai had equipped the site with numerous plutonic breakthrough drilling machines. These machines, employed by the human empire for both military and civil engineering purposes, are typically used in the Empire's mining worlds to assist miners in excavating new tunnels to locate or deposits, while also clearing rubble and debris. The Plutonian Breakthrough Drilling Machine is equipped with a forward-firing thermal melting cutter capable of transforming rock and metal into molten slag within mere seconds. Additionally, it boasts 4 large diamond drills that efficiently crush stone into gravel, subsequently transporting the debris via a conveyor belt integrated into its chassis. Undoubtedly, it is a master of excavation, prompting Qin Hai to exchange for a considerable number of these machines. With the substantial assistance of the plutonian pulverizers, the entire project progresses exceedingly smoothly, constructed under a nuclear-grade safety standard that prioritizes security. Notably, the worksite is not located at the Tianhai base. Professor Liang identified a reasonably suitable location nearby to commence the excavation. Once the initial phase is completed, the subsequent steps will become significantly easier. Chapter 44. Weichong. See, the frontline battles persist with relentless vigor as the horde of corpses is gradually being eroded. Inevitably, The zombies of Jiangzhou will be entirely eradicated. At this moment, within a street of Jiangzhou, the buildings lie in complete ruin, with the ground littered with the remains of the undead. On the desolate street, 2 Lehman-Rusten tanks advance slowly, trailed by a long line of Krieg soldiers. This is the latest contingent dispatched to the front lines for support. At this juncture, Qin Hai is mounted on a warhorse, accompanied by a cadre of deathly cavalry. He surveys the surrounding dilapidated structures, clutching a communication device that clearly differs in specifications from those employed by the Krieg Legion. This device was bestowed upon Qiu Yi by Yi Yang, the captain of the special forces who initially arrived in Jiangzhou. After Qiu Yi joined the auxiliary army, the communicator was handed over. It was at that juncture that Qin Hai established contact with the base in the capital. After over a month of communication, the Kyoto base announced that they would send representatives for an exchange. They intended to share intelligence and insights regarding the construction of underground bases. The appointed time was today. At that moment, Qin Hai noticed a shadow darting through the ruins ahead. Alert! He immediately gestured for the team to halt and led them to encircle the area. Wei Cheng was plagued by nightmares ever since that fateful day. His parents had transformed into monstrous beings that devoured flesh, and he witnessed them consume his youngest brother. In a desperate bid for survival, he fled with his 10-year-old sister from their home. Through an acquaintance with a neighbor, they managed to join a small refuge. However, just 2 days prior, his uncle vanished while searching for food, leaving the children without adult protection. They were subsequently expelled from the refuge, deemed incapable of contributing any value. With no choice, Wei Cheng took his sister and, bearing their meager provisions, left the refuge. Yet misfortune followed relentlessly. Even a mere half-loaf of bread was deemed far more valuable than the lives of 2 children in the eyes of some. As they stepped out of the refuge, a group of scavengers surged forward, intent on seizing the siblings' food. Wei Cheng was pinned down as his sister desperately clung to their sole sustenance, refusing to let go. Helpless, he watched in horror as she was brutally beaten to death, the last of their food snatched away. Wei Cheng suddenly awoke, gasping for breath, his body drenched in cold sweat. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, gradually easing his tension upon realizing that the area was safe. However, the haunting image of that day when his sister was brutally killed began to surface before him. Tears silently streamed down his cheeks. Revenge, revenge, Wei Cheng murmured to himself, but soon his tears flowed even more abundantly, until he buried his face in his arms, his body trembling with silent sobs. If anyone had been present, they would have heard a faint, almost ethereal sound. I am useless, unable to avenge you. I cannot avenge you. I cannot avenge you. After weeping for a while, Wei Cheng wiped his tears and began to search through the rubble for the nearly non-existent food. After rummaging through several blocks, he finally discovered a bag of biscuits, half-eaten and crumbling, beneath a broken wall. Wei Cheng carefully lifted the biscuits, ready to take a bite, when a voice echoed from afar. "Hey kid, stop!" Wei Cheng looked up, his pupils dilating in shock, for he saw 2 ragged scavengers rushing toward him. These were the very individuals who had mercilessly taken his sister's life. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Cheng stuffed the biscuits into his pocket and turned to flee. The scavengers, seeing this, immediately gave chase. They had been searching for food for quite some time and would not easily relinquish the delectable prize before them. Thus, the 3 of them engaged in a frantic chase. Wei Cheng, familiar with the surrounding terrain, managed to create some distance, yet the 2 men remained closely on his heels. Soon, he arrived at a hidden area of debris, where outside, the Krieg forces were marching. His movements caught the attention of Qin Hai. As soldiers surrounded him, Wei Cheng anxiously clutched the biscuit hidden within his garment. Qin Hai, having leaped over the stone, discovered the concealed Wei Cheng. Noticing that he was merely a child, Qin Hai slightly eased his guard, yet his grip on the handgun remained firm. At that moment, 2 persistent scavengers arrived, only to be swiftly subdued by 2 soldiers. They ought to be grateful that Qin Hai had ordered no firing. Otherwise, the moment they revealed themselves, they would have been eliminated. Casting a glance at Wei Cheng, then at the terrified scavengers, Qin Hai appeared lost in thought. "Child, what has transpired?" Wei Cheng, suspiciously eyeing Qin Hai and the fully armed soldiers surrounding them, hesitantly replied, "They intend to seize my belongings." He refrained from disclosing the food he possessed, merely stating they sought to take his things. Even though Qin Hai and his men did not seem to be in need of sustenance. Nevertheless, Wei Cheng prudently chose silence regarding his food. Qin Hai scrutinized Wei Cheng, the eyes behind his gas mask fixed intently upon him, causing Wei Cheng to feel an overwhelming pressure. Tell me everything, child, trust me. Wei Cheng, once again doubtful, eventually relented under Qin Hai's unwavering gaze and recounted the entire ordeal. After listening, Qin Hai carefully assessed Wei Cheng once more. Come with me. I can help you seek vengeance. Really? Wei Cheng gazed at Qin Hai in disbelief, to which Qin Hai offered no further words, simply extending his plasma handgun toward him. Wei Cheng slowly extended his hand to receive the weapon, then turned his gaze towards the two murderers who had taken his sister's life. With unwavering resolve, he raised the gun, aiming at the pair. The two scavengers, in a state of panic, pleaded for forgiveness, but Wei Cheng fired without hesitation, piercing them through, until their bodies disintegrated into ashes. Only then did he lower the gun. As for those who had driven you and your sister from the sanctuary, they too. No, it is unnecessary. Their choices were justified. Two children who could contribute no value would merely squander the already scarce resources, a truth I fully comprehend. How old are you? 14. From this moment forth, you shall follow me, and I will grant you greater strength. Wei Cheng wiped away a tear and solemnly returned the pistol to Qin Hai, saying, Master, I am grateful to you for helping me fulfill my desire for vengeance on behalf of my sister. From now on, I am yours. Qin Hai took back the pistol and replied coolly, There is no need for thanks. I am drawn to your potential. I can make you stronger than the average person. Henceforth, your sole task will be to sweep the battlefield of enemies while maintaining absolute loyalty to one individual. Curious, Wei Cheng lifted his gaze and said, I understand. I shall offer my loyalty and never betray. And that individual is the Emperor. Chapter 45. The meeting of both parties. Kyoto base. Within the military zone, 3 armed helicopters stood parked. Beside them stood a row of vigilant combat personnel. Xiaoya, you shall lead the team this time to Jiangzhou for negotiations with that enigmatic force. It is imperative that we draw them into a unified front. Yes, Commander. I assure you the mission will be accomplished. Commander Wu nodded as he observed the silhouette of Ye Yang. Additionally, it is essential to ensure the safety of Professor Liang. His daughter will accompany you on this journey. Professor Liang's daughter, the chief designer of the base? Indeed. Ever since she learned of her father's presence in Jiangzhou, she has been eager to meet him. This journey will fulfill her wish. Let us depart. Yes, Commander. Ye Yang saluted respectfully before turning to board the helicopter. Eagle 1. Preparing for takeoff. Eagle 2 acknowledges, synchronizing takeoff. Eagle 3 acknowledges, ascending in altitude. Inside Eagle 1, Ye Yang scanned the cabin, finally resting his gaze on the sole female passenger. Noticing his attention, she glanced over and introduced herself. Hello, I am Liang Xinan. I know, the daughter of Professor Liang. I apologize for not being able to bring your father back during the last mission, Ye Yang expressed regretfully. There is no need for apologies. I understand that staying behind was my father's own choice, which is why I intend to visit Jiangzhou. Why did he choose to remain there? Liang Xinan replied with an air of indifference. Ye Yang glanced at the tactical watch on his wrist. Jiangzhou is not too far from the capital. You shall soon reunite with your father. A few hours later, 3 helicopters entered the airspace of Jiangzhou City. As Ye Yang engaged in casual conversation with Liang Xinan, a report came from the pilot ahead. Captain, we have spotted an armored combat unit below. It appears to be entangled with mutated entities. Ye Yang's spirits lifted at the news. Following the direction of the gaze, he observed a chimera armored vehicle racing below. Behind it trailed several mutated giant zombies. Noticing their identical appearance, Ye Yang confirmed that this was indeed the armored vehicle he had encountered earlier. It belonged to their team, however, according to satellite intelligence. This area should not be a combat zone. How could there be an armored vehicle here? Regardless, the priority was to rescue them. Decrease altitude, lock onto the target. Understood. Meanwhile, inside the armored vehicle below, Jun Ren and his companions were nervously maneuvering the vehicle, attempting to shake off the pursuing mutated zombies. Damn it, Lao Lu. Can you find a way to fire a shot at them? Lu Yin steadied himself against the vehicle's erratic movements and replied, No, if you could just drive steadily. That would help. Those beasts are jumping around back there. Damn it, I can't aim. I've never shot at a moving target. Kong Ping. It's your turn to give it a try. Lu Yin ceded his position to Du Kong Ping and stepped aside, without even glancing back. Du Kong Ping took the gunner's position and fired a round directly at the rear. Suddenly, a series of explosions echoed, and Du Kong Ping was flung to the side by Juanren's exceptional driving skills. Lu Yin returned to his position and peered through the observation lens. To his astonishment, not a single mutated zombie remained behind. Wow, old Du is impressive. One shell took them all out. Lu Yin exclaimed, laughter escaping his lips. However, a moment later, a look of confusion crossed his face as he pondered. One shell? Hearing that the threat from behind had been neutralized, Junren brought the vehicle to a halt. He opened the top cover and leaned out, confirming that indeed, there were none left. At that moment, Junren also heard the sound of helicopters overhead. 3 helicopters hovered above them, and Ye Yang, accompanied by several soldiers, descended via rappel. The trio jumped out of the armored vehicle, watching as Ye Yang and his men approached. Brother. Thank you, they expressed. Ye Yang waved dismissively, saying, no need for thanks, it was a simple task. I encountered your warriors back in Jiangzhou, and it was thanks to them that I managed to escape alive. Upon hearing Ye Yang's words, Junren felt a sense of foreboding. It was then that Ye Yang realized the 3 before him were not clad in the distinctive long coats and gas masks. After scrutinizing them for a moment, Ye Yang abruptly declared, you must be from the Jiangzhou Maintenance Division. Responding instinctively, Lu Yin blurted out, yes, we. Don't move. In that instant, as Lu Yin acknowledged, Ye Yang leveled his weapon at the trio, and the accompanying soldiers hastily raised their guns as well. The vegetables have spoiled, they have been ruined. Junren, covering his face, shook his head in dismay, ultimately surrendering by lowering his weapon and raising his hands. After binding the 3 captives, Ye Yang stroked his chin thoughtfully, murmuring, what a splendid gift upon my arrival. It is perfect to take with me. 3 soldiers were dispatched to operate the Chimera armored vehicle, which they managed to maneuver with surprising ease. Meanwhile, the captives were escorted aboard a helicopter heading towards the Tianhai base. Inside the helicopter, Ye Yang gazed down at the formations below, his astonishment growing ever more profound. The sheer number of soldiers, the organized armored and artillery units, if this were an external force. The ability to conceal such a vast army within the heart of Longwa's Jiangzhou was indeed unfathomable. Alternatively, it could be a domestic faction already rooted within Longhua. A terrifying prospect akin to the previous hypothesis. Had it not been for the apocalyptic circumstances, the actions of this army would have amounted to a declaration of war. However, in these extraordinary times, they could only come forth to seek alliances. Enough with the wild conjectures. We have arrived, Ye Yang declared, inhaling deeply as he surveyed the orderly ranks below. The designated meeting place was not the Tianhai base itself, but rather a distant park, intended for helicopter landing, where they would be met and escorted to meet Qinhai. As the sound of the rotor blades drew nearer, 3 helicopters gently descended to the ground, followed closely by the Chimera armored vehicle. On the ground, Political Commissar Craigie awaited their arrival, and as Ye Yang and his companions disembarked from the helicopter, Craigie greeted them with a warm smile. Welcome, esteemed guests. The general has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Night Yang gazed at Craig, whose countenance bore a resemblance to that of a bear, and quietly pondered the origins of this contingent. Greetings, I am Night Yang, the commanding officer of this expedition. The 2 exchanged a few pleasantries before turning their attention to the 3 captives and the chimera that had been brought over. Commander Knight, this is... Oh, these are individuals we encountered along the way. Initially, we presumed they were part of your ranks, but it turned out otherwise. However, they were operating your vehicle, so... Craig nodded in acknowledgement. He had not received any reports of an armored vehicle being lost, but he expressed his gratitude nonetheless. As for these 3, have someone investigate them. If there are no issues, they will be transferred to the auxiliary forces. With Craig's command, the trio was escorted away. Craig then turned to Night Yang and the others with a smile, saying, follow me. The general is awaiting your presence. Chapter 46. Genetic Seeds Inside the Temporary Command Center. Qinhai stood before a map of Jiangzhou, a map that was likely rendered obsolete by current events. Wei Cheng sat nearby, continuously stuffing his mouth with food. After finishing a cup of water, he glanced at Qinhai and inquired, Uncle Qin, what shall we do now? Nothing at all. We shall wait for our guests. Came the reply. Is there anything you need me to do? Wei Cheng asked cautiously. Without turning his gaze, Qinhai replied coolly. What you need to do will be taught to you in due course. For now, simply rest well. Wei Cheng nodded in silence, refraining from further comment. Shortly thereafter, the sound of footsteps echoed as Craig entered with Ye Yang and Liang Xinan. General, the individuals have arrived. Please, take a seat. After escorting them in, Craig returned to his unit. Inside the command room, Ye Yang scrutinized Qinhai. The attire he wore was unlike any Krieg soldiers he had encountered before. The fabric was indiscernible, and he still donned the distinctive gas mask, his entire form enveloped tightly. Greetings, General. I am Qin Hai. It is a pleasure to meet you both. Please, state the purpose of your visit. Yi Yang and Liang Xinan exchanged glances before Yi Yang spoke. Very well, General Qin. Our primary reason for coming is to investigate the unknown armed forces that have suddenly appeared within the borders of Long Country. Additionally, we hope that you might lead your troops to join us in the struggle against this crisis that threatens human civilization. Halfway through his statement, Yi Yang was abruptly interrupted by Qin Hai's wave of his hand. The Krieg will not ally with any faction. We are loyal to the Emperor. To be candid, the fact that we are even conversing here is already a significant concession on my part. You are utterly unaware of the calamity your world is enduring. It is far more formidable than you can imagine. Qin Hai's words were not without substance. A virus capable of corrupting and infecting an entire planet. One that could evolve independently would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Nagel. When that moment arrives, the annihilation of the indigenous inhabitants of Blue Star would merely be a question of time. Hearing Qin Hai's words, Yi Yang's brows furrowed deeply. I apologize, General Qin. If possible, could you elaborate on your origins? Forgive my rudeness, but I have never heard of the Kriegs you mentioned, nor of the so-called Emperor. Qin Hai gazed silently at Yi Yang, choosing not to respond. Wei Cheng sensed the peculiar atmosphere and instinctively shrank his neck. You will come to know everything before your departure. For now, let us discuss practical matters. We are willing to offer some weaponry, as you have observed. Our equipment surpasses the standards of this era, and I believe it will pique your interest. Upon hearing this, Yi Yang's spirits lifted instantly, as memories of the Krieg's laser weaponry flooded back to him. In the capital's horde of corpses, even moderately powerful mutated beings could withstand small-caliber rifle rounds. Yet these posed no challenge against the might of laser weapons. I understand. What do you require? I request that you dispatch a squadron of bombers to conduct airstrikes on the densely populated zombie regions of Jiangzhou. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Yang replied, I need to communicate with my superiors. By all means. Yi Yang nodded, and then rose to leave the command room for a conversation. Shortly thereafter, he returned. The higher-ups have consented. We remain quite intrigued by such groundbreaking weaponry. That will be all for now. Indeed, the individual named Liang Xinan is the daughter of Professor Liang Wenbin. Upon learning of her father's presence here, she has longed to meet him. Qin Hai nodded in understanding and assured her that he would arrange a meeting with Professor Liang shortly. Thus, their initial encounter concluded. Liang Xinan was escorted to meet her father, while Yi Yang and the soldiers accompanying him remained behind to oversee the subsequent arms transfer and to experience the fervent atmosphere at the front line. Meanwhile, Qin Hai took Wei Cheng back to the Tianhai base. Beneath the central chapel of the Tianhai base lies a concealed secret space, originally transformed from the underground facility of Qin Hai's villa. Given that the chapel is centrally located, and considering the need for discretion, Qin Hai preserved this underground stronghold and made several modifications. Within this hidden facility is a state-of-the-art surgical table designed for operations on Astartes. Wei Cheng was taken to the Loyalist Academy, where he joined the children from the previous base in their studies. It is noteworthy that the current student body at the Loyalist Academy numbers nearly 7,000. Though this may seem substantial, one must remember that Jiangzhou, a city with 1 million residents, has seen its population drastically reduced to merely a few 100,000 following the ravages of the zombie virus. Most of the survivors have since relocated to the Tianhai base, while some have chosen to form small groups for self-preservation in the outside world, and others have departed Jiangzhou altogether. Nevertheless, among these few 100,000 survivors, there remain fewer than 10,000 children alive. The selection of these 7,000 individuals has been meticulously conducted by Qin Hai, with over 80% of them being over the age of 16. The remaining 20% range from 10 to 16 years old. To ensure a higher survival rate, only these latter children will be cultivated as the seeds of Astartes. Currently, Wei Cheng finds himself in the prime age bracket for this process. As long as his ideology is aligned correctly, the implantation of genetic seeds and subsequent surgery can commence. However, the paramount concern remains whether Wei Cheng's genes are compatible. If not, all efforts would be in vain. Nevertheless, this does not deter Qin Hai from exchanging for a genetic seed in advance. Such a commodity is not inexpensive, and one must be judicious in selection among the 20 options. Let me see. The first genetic seed to appear before Qin Hai is the gene seed of the Whispering Legion. No. Qin Hai swiftly swipes to the next page. The subsequent page displays the gene prototype of the Shadow Moon Howlers. Next, the following pages showcase the gene seeds of the Death Wardens, 1,000 children, and Midnight Overlord. Finally, on the next page, Qin Hai discovers what he has longed to see, the gene seed of the Imperial Fist. In truth, Qin Hai considers the Imperial Fist, the Holy Blood Angel, and the Fire Lizard to be excellent choices. However, he ultimately opts for the genetic seed of the Extreme Warrior. Chapter 47. The Assault of the Undead Hordes at the Rear of the Zombies. The location of the giant undead. Humanity. The giant zombie swatted away a smaller zombie with a mighty blow. In recent times, it has been observed that at least 1/3 of the zombies have perished under the relentless bombardment of the Krieg Legion. This realization is profoundly unsettling for the giant zombies, who previously believed that humans could be effortlessly eradicated. At this moment, the giant zombie, consumed by rage, resolved to take matters into its own hands. Meanwhile, the enigmatic zombie that had previously communicated with the giant shook its head and slowly departed from the scene. A fool, destined to perish. A fool unworthy of a father's attention. The mysterious zombie limped away. On the other side, the giant zombie remained oblivious to the departure of the mysterious figure, summoning all nearby mutated zombies with the intent of launching a surprise attack on the Krieg's frontline encampment. Within the trenches of the frontline encampment, numerous Krieg soldiers were patrolling back and forth. Comrade Luke, the political officer in charge of the frontline, conducted his regular inspection. At that moment, the command center received a report from the Death Cavalry squad patrolling ahead. A massive horde of zombies was advancing towards their position, the numbers surpassing the limits of detection. Soldiers, sound the alarm. All personnel, assume combat positions. Artillery units, lift restrictions, engage freely. Armored divisions, assemble and prepare to provide fire support. Bring forth all heavy weaponry. Our sole mission is to pin the enemy down here. The highest-ranking commander stationed at the front line swiftly assessed the situation and issued commands. Meanwhile, the Death Cavalry squad was gradually retreating to the rear. Under such an overwhelming horde of zombies, several cavalry units were utterly ineffective. The Kriegs were unafraid of sacrifice, yet they would not waste their lives in vain. At this moment, within the trenches, a soldier from the Krieger unit removed heavy weaponry from the storage room and set it up, with ammunition supplies already in place. As the soldiers prepared, the artillery regiment in the rear opened fire, unleashing a torrent of shells upon the mass of corpses. At this moment, Knight's son and others, who were also inspecting the front lines, were startled by the sudden alarm and the ensuing explosions. What is happening? Captain, it seems a horde of zombies is approaching. What is their number? Have the helicopters take off immediately to ascertain the situation. Quickly. Yes. In no time, a helicopter ascended swiftly to conduct reconnaissance in the forward airspace. Within mere minutes, the first report came through. This is Falcon 3. We have detected a massive number of zombies ahead. The numbers are staggering, far beyond what we can count, as if the entire city's undead have converged here. What? Knight's son could hardly believe that a routine mission would escalate into such chaos. He hurried to the previous command center in search of Qin Hai, but found it deserted. Clearly, Qin Hai was not present. With no other option, Knight's son decided to contact the Kyoto base to report the situation and request aerial support in advance. Meanwhile, Qin Hai, who had just organized the files related to the Astartes and stepped out of the secret base, received news of the zombie horde's full-scale assault. He turned off the communicator and toyed with it in his hand. In that case, let us decide the fate of this battle with one decisive engagement. Qin Hai made his way to the front lines, and upon his arrival, he encountered Knight's son, who had been searching for him. Upon sighting Qin Hai, Yi Yang rushed over as if he had encountered a savior. General Qin, I have already requested aerial support from the Supreme Command, and I believe it will be dispatched shortly. In that case, I am most grateful, Qin replied. By the way, regarding the types of ammunition for the air support, I would like to use this one. I trust there are reserves in Kyoto. Listening to the name mentioned by Qin Hai, Yi Yang nodded promptly and said, no problem. I will report it immediately. By the way, the lady who accompanied me earlier. Yi Yang began, but Qin Hai raised his hand to interrupt. Rest assured, she is currently safe with her father. If that is the case, I can relax, Yi Yang acknowledged, now fully focused on countering the onslaught of the undead. It is noteworthy that the lines of the Kriegs are not a singular, straight trench. Due to the urban combat setting, they leverage the towering buildings to create elevation differences. The cleared buildings can be utilized to establish a network of crossfire from various floors, enabling multi-angular assaults on the horde. The rooftops have also been equipped with small mortar positions. While the number on each building may be limited, collectively, they represent a formidable force. Tens of thousands of Krieg soldiers are deployed across the frontline trenches, various building levels, and concealed bunkers. The moment the zombie horde comes within range, the formidable network of firepower instantly decimates a significant portion of the advancing undead. This battle has no reserves. Even the limited auxiliary troops have been mobilized. The auxiliary troops were dispersed across the battlefield, with some tasked with transporting energy packs, while those possessing combat experience and outstanding training records were assigned to their respective fronts. On the battlefield, Jiang Wei wielded a dual-barreled heavy machine gun, firing frantically at the horde of zombies. Oh, this is what men should play with. What an exhilarating experience. Long live the Emperor. For Jiang Wei, a fervent military enthusiast, the scene before him was akin to a cinematic spectacle, even more thrilling than a night spent watching films, for this was the reality of live ammunition. Beside him, Qiu Yi, after firing several shots, could no longer contain herself and shouted at Jiang Wei, "Enough! Shut your mouth. Do you think this is a movie? Keep it down." It was only after Qiu Yi's interruption that Jiang Wei realized, glancing around to see that although the soldiers were diligently shooting, they could not suppress the smirks on their faces. Eventually, it was Xiong Lu's gaze that turned towards them. "What's going on?" "Ahem, nothing, just engaged in battle." Jiang Wei awkwardly cleared his throat a few times and turned back to continue firing the machine gun. Meanwhile, at the rear base, news of the zombie horde's full-scale assault had reached the people. The sounds of artillery from the front line echoed here, more ferocious than ever before, causing a wave of anxiety among the ranks. Yet, despite the turmoil, few dared to cause a disturbance, primarily due to the indelible impression left by the Kriegs. Even amidst such fierce fighting at the front, the excavation work underground continued unabated. A multitude of laborers and engineers toil underground. Meanwhile, above the construction site, Liang Wenbin and his daughter Liang Xinan stroll along the path. "Father, with the front lines in such fierce combat, how can you remain here repairing this? Are you not the least bit concerned?" Liang Xinan inquired with curiosity. To her surprise, Liang Wenbin chuckled lightly. "Concerned? My dear daughter, you are yet unfamiliar with them. In this world, there truly is nothing that can hinder them. Have you not noticed that their engineers have yet to enter the battlefield? Their combat prowess should not be underestimated, yet they remain here. My dear, take some time to visit the chapel at the base center and offer a prayer." Chapter 48. Napalm at the front line. On the auxiliary military formation, Jiang Wei had already exchanged his rifle, as the previous one had become inoperable due to prolonged overheating from continuous fire. How long must we endure this? The horde of zombies shows no signs of dwindling. At that moment, the corpses of zombies had accumulated to a significant height. Although most had been incinerated, remnants of flesh still littered the ground. Qin Hai stood atop a tall building, surveying the entire battlefield with binoculars. The zombies had congregated throughout the city, presenting a unique opportunity. Now was the time to eradicate all the zombies in Jiangzhou and reclaim the city. "Mr. Yi, where are the bombers?" Yi Yang glanced at the tactical watch on his wrist and replied, "They should be arriving shortly." "Good. Once the bombing concludes, we shall launch our full assault." Meanwhile, at the Kyoto base, 3 bombers ascended slowly into the sky. The thunderous roar of the aircraft drew the attention of the zombies below, particularly in the densely populated areas of the city. Several mutated zombies gazed up at the passing bombers, perplexed by humanity's bizarre actions. Who could fathom their intentions? After all, aren't they supposed to conserve their precious aviation fuel? Why, then, were 3 planes dispatched today? Regardless, as long as it does not affect their master, the rest is of little concern. The bombers, moving at a swift pace, soon reached the vicinity of Jiangzhou City. "ZZZZ, calling headquarters. We have arrived at the designated location and identified the target. Shall we commence the deployment?" "Awaiting instructions." "ZZZZ, headquarters acknowledges. You may proceed with the deployment." Over and out. 1 acknowledged. 2 acknowledged. 3 acknowledged. Commencing deployment. The 3 bombers separated and began to release their payloads towards the rear of the zombie horde. An array of projectiles descended from the heavens, and upon impact with the mass of zombies, an enormous conflagration erupted. Flames intertwined, creating a vast sea of fire. The inferno, reaching temperatures in the thousands of degrees, engulfed the decaying flesh of the zombies, instantly reducing them to charred remnants. Such extreme heat, once it clings, is nearly impossible to extinguish, burning with prolonged duration and extensive reach. The only weapon that meets these criteria is the incendiary bomb, an armament notorious for its exceedingly high area damage against carbon-based life forms, deemed inhumane and classified as prohibited by the international community. However, the prohibition on usage does not equate to an inability to produce. Previously, Qin Hai mentioned the deployment of specialized ammunition, specifically napalm. For lower-tier zombies, temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees can incinerate them into ash, and even mutated forms would succumb to such searing heat. Following a round of deployment, a fervent inferno began to spread behind the horde, gradually enveloping a third of the undead and showing signs of further expansion. If this continues, it is merely a matter of time before the flames consume the entire zombie throng. The colossal zombie lurking in the shadows witnessed this spectacle, erupting in a fit of rage, thrashing and smashing objects in frustration. Yet, no matter how furious it became, it could only watch helplessly, unable to intervene. In the distance, atop a towering building, Qin Hai stood with hands clasped behind his back, observing the blazing inferno with an air of indifference. The relentless flames painted the sky a vivid crimson, and from Qin Hai's vantage point, it appeared as if the entire world had succumbed to fire. The reflection in his gas mask mirrored the catastrophic blaze consuming the realm. At that moment, Yi Yang, standing beside Qin Hai, swallowed hard, astonished by the impressive effect of the napalm. It instilled in him an overwhelming sensation that the world was ablaze. From a side view, the distant inferno juxtaposed with Qin Hai's tranquil stance created a stunningly beautiful tableau, albeit one fueled by the bodies of millions of zombies. Meanwhile, within the trenches at the front lines, the firepower of the Krieg forces had not diminished. Instead, it intensified, becoming even more ferocious. If at this moment a zombie, engulfed in flames, were to charge into the trench, the burning souls would inevitably join the legion of the dead. Within the auxiliary military line, Zhang Wei and his companions stood in stunned silence, gazing at the inferno before them. No way, my friends, do we truly possess such strength? Just a moment ago, we were battling fiercely, and now it has truly turned into a fiery ordeal. Stop dawdling. Can't you see we're still fighting? If those zombies surge forward, it will be you who gets scorched next. Aim and fire with all your might. Zhang Wei's bellow jolted everyone back to reality, and they resumed firing at the horde of corpses. At that moment, the giant zombie, witnessing its minions on the brink of incineration, let out a desperate roar. Without hesitation, the giant zombie leapt into action, flames adhering to its skin. All of this was observed by Qin Hai from a distance. As the saying goes, those who stand high can see far. Qin Hai promptly retrieved his portable communicator. Coordinates 1347, 23, for 152, Field Artillery Unit, fire a standard barrage. Upon receiving the command, the artillery unit swiftly adjusted its coordinates, unleashing a torrent of shells upon the giant zombie's location. Subjected to the dual onslaught of searing flames and a barrage of artillery, the giant zombie was engulfed in the heart of the battlefield. Now, all that remained was to wait for the flames to extinguish. The burning duration of the napalm was approximately 20 minutes, and with the horde of zombies serving as fuel incinerated, the flames would inevitably subside in the absence of combustible material. However, extinguishing such a vast inferno is no simple task. As evening approached, the zombies were incinerated, and the oxygen at the center gradually depleted, causing the flames to diminish. By nightfall, a torrential rain descended, completely extinguishing the blaze. Nevertheless, in the current situation, it was impossible to conduct another cleanup operation. Nonetheless, the majority of the zombies in Jiangzhou had been eradicated, with some areas reduced to mere husks of their former structures. The outskirts were left with only a few stray cats, indicating that Jiangzhou had entirely fallen under the control of Qin Hai. Moving forward, all that remained was to manage the surrounding defenses and swiftly complete the construction of the underground base. Then everything would be in perfect order. Chapter 49, System Update. Mechanical Cult. After the downpour, the charred city welcomed a new dawn. Subsequent cleanup operations were gradually underway, yet they were accompanied by a series of challenges. Firstly, the scorched Jiangzhou was devoid of any valuable remnants, reduced to a heap of empty shells. Moreover, these shells were of little utility and would require dismantling. However, with the population barely exceeding 100,000, there was ample living space in such a vast area. Although Qin Hai had resolved to focus primarily on the underground, the expanse above ground should not be squandered and could be explored later. These matters, however, were not significant troubles. Qin Hai gazed at the array of artillery awaiting maintenance before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. Throughout his endeavors, he had always utilized the resources he exchanged directly. A few items may have suffered damage, yet this time, due to prolonged and intense continuous fire, a significant number of artillery pieces have encountered various issues. In addition to the artillery, several armored units have sustained damage following close-range assaults by mutated zombies. While the problems are not severe, neglecting repairs is not a feasible option. Maintenance is essential. Just as Qin Hai was pondering the fate of this equipment, the previously silent system suddenly flickered. Detected that the host has established a municipal garrison. System update commencing. Updating. 1, 27, 49, 73, 99, 100. System update complete. New items added. Please explore at your discretion. A system update. This system can be updated? Upon realizing this, Qin Hai promptly accessed the system. A small red dot appeared next to the personnel section, and as he clicked on it, he noticed two new lists emerging beside the original Krieg entry. One list belonged to the Adeptus Mechanicus, while the other was that of the Astartes. The appearance of these two lists caused Qin Hai's heart to race. The Adeptus Mechanicus, the Astartes. O Emperor, surely you have heard my prayers. Without hesitation, upon seeing the two new lists, Qin Hai clicked on the Astartes list. But nothing happened. What is going on? Qin Hai furrowed his brows slightly and clicked several times, yet there was no response. What does this mean? Is the system frozen? After a few more attempts, he finally noticed a small line of text on the left side, not unlocked. How delightful, what a false hope. Qin Hai could only redirect his attention to the mechanical faith. Opening the list, a plethora of exchange icons appeared before him. There were mech servants, tech priests, and below them, the Great Sage and the Forge Master available for exchange. The mechanical faith is no ordinary congregation. It venerates the god of all machines and is fervently devoted to augmenting their bodies with mechanical modifications. Within the mechanical faith, the degree of bodily mechanization signifies one's status. The greater the modification, the higher the rank. The practitioners of the mechanical faith believe that the decay and corruption of flesh are inevitable, and only steel embodies eternity. They are also keen on unearthing the powerful technologies lost by the Empire in times past, possessing an abundance of knowledge even the Empire is unaware of. Moreover, the mechanical faith's base on Mars is a world of forging, granting them the capability to construct numerous pieces of equipment and large machinery. With formidable technology, countless devotees, and their own ecclesiastical military forces alongside a space fleet. The mechanical faith stands as the sole religious institution spared during the Emperor's purging of various sects on the sacred Terra. Observing the array of exchangeable figures above, Qin Hai let out a sigh of relief. At least now, there are individuals capable of repairing the damaged weapons. With this thought, he hastily exchanged for a tech priest. In the next moment, a technomancer clad in a crimson robe and wielding a staff materialized before Qin Hai. The mechanical faith had thoroughly embodied the principle of transcending flesh through machinery. The appearance of this technomancer was replete with mechanical aesthetics, with his modified prosthetic limbs harmonizing with the various components adorning his form. Several mechanical appendages writhed slowly behind him. After surveying his surroundings, the technomancer fixed his gaze upon Qin Hai. "It is an honor, General," he remarked. Qin Hai, taken aback by the statement, retorted, "Do you comprehend the situation at hand? Indeed, the great god of all machines has bestowed upon me a new mission. This is an entirely new world. I am acutely aware of my past and my future. I have also heard of the illustrious reputation of the generals from the Krieg world and the Death Legion." Qin Hai exhibited no discernible reaction. Regardless of what this newly summoned technomancer knew, his purpose here was to serve the Emperor diligently. "We do not take pride in this. Our loyalty to the Emperor propels us forward. You should commence your work now, and I will seek out a few companions for you. Should you require any equipment, feel free to inform me." The technomancer nodded, saying, "Certainly, I need companions and tools. I must first assess the tasks at hand. They are right behind you." Qin Hai replied. Upon hearing this, the mechanical priest slowly turned his body, then exclaimed, "By the god of all machines, do these devices require repairs? Shall I undertake this myself?" Before the technical priest lay an impressive array of artillery, armored vehicles, and tanks. The primary concern with the artillery resided in the barrels. After hours of relentless firing, maintenance was inevitably required. Even though the Empire's technology was remarkably advanced, these cannons suffered little damage. However, the sheer quantity was a matter of note. Following the conquest of Jiangzhou, there was no immediate need for large-scale combat. Thus, Qin Hai intended to service all the artillery, merely a few hundred in total. The damage to the armored vehicles proved more complex, primarily affecting the shells and tracks. During the eradication of a small-scale zombie horde, they encountered a type of undead capable of spraying corrosive acid, which inflicted significant harm upon the sturdy armored exteriors. A high-intensity conflict had been entrusted to them, and Qin Hai was confident in their ability to restore them. I require personnel and equipment. Mechanical servants. I need a substantial number of mechanical servants. No problem. Subsequently, Qin Hai exchanged for a considerable number of mechanical servants and expanded the count of technical priests to 100. The timing of this system update was indeed fortuitous. Originally, Qin Hai had planned to install numerous production lines and various equipment within the constructed underground facility. These machines necessitated human oversight, yet the Krieg primarily focused on combat. Qin Hai had intended to recruit local individuals from Blue Star for these roles. Unexpectedly, the system update had provided the mechanical priesthood at this juncture. Consequently, concerns regarding the maintenance and repair of future equipment were alleviated, though it was somewhat disheartening that the devices required for these technical priests consumed an exorbitant amount of exchange points. After resolving a series of events, the day had finally come for Yi Yang and his companions to return to Kyoto. Chapter 50. The Steel Grell Fortress, Undercurrents in Motion. They stood once again in the familiar place, where 3 helicopters were stationed. Yi Yang, along with Liang Sinan and the accompanying combat personnel, gathered here, marking the occasion of their departure back to the Kyoto base. Beside the helicopters lay 3 large boxes, containing several Lucius 98 laser rifles and a limited number of laser pistols. These had been previously agreed upon as equipment, totaling around 300 pieces, primarily intended for the research of the people in Kyoto. This opportunity would not only elevate their technological prowess, but also enhance their self-defense capabilities. At that moment, in front of them, Commissioner Craig stood to bid farewell. Captain Yi, this is a message from the general for you, he said, producing a USB drive and handing it to Yi Yang. Holding the USB drive in his hand, Yi Yang understood it to be the parting gift that Qin Hai had mentioned earlier, containing an introduction to their origins. In that case, please extend my gratitude to General Qin. Farewell, he replied. With that, Yi Yang and his companions boarded the helicopter, while the 3 boxes were suspended beneath it. As the rotor blades whirred to life, the helicopter gradually ascended into the sky. Commissioner Craig squinted up at the helicopter, lost in thought. What is that? My heavens! By the god of machines, that is an aerial vehicle from the 3K era. How could they possess such things? Those antiques ought to be displayed in a museum. Hearing the voices behind him, Craig couldn't help but rub his forehead in disbelief. Mr. Pav, the technology of this world is inherently distinct. One cannot apply our standards to evaluate theirs, even though those helicopters indeed resemble a collection of antiques. I hope the contents of that USB drive do not frighten them. In the following period, the entire Jiangzhou city entered a phase of grand construction, utilizing various engineering equipment and vehicles previously gathered from the city. Qin Hai ordered the establishment of a fortified area encircling a piece of land situated a distance from the city center. This fortress, standing 15 meters tall and 10 meters wide, covers a total area of 12 square kilometers. Within its confines, passages lead to an underground base. The fortress houses production lines capable of manufacturing a variety of military supplies, including flashlights, energy packs, and firearms. Qin Hai successfully secured several smaller production lines. Manufacturing can commence as long as raw materials are provided. Furthermore, the walls are equipped with an array of artillery, and a significant number of anti-aircraft guns are strategically positioned inside, ensuring formidable firepower. Upon the completion of the fortress, a substantial contingent of Krieg forces took residence within this steel bastion. Qin Hai bestowed upon this stronghold a name of historical significance, Steel Grell. The fortress is manned by soldiers, while the survivors continue to inhabit the original Tianhai base, which has been operational for an extended period and houses an imperial cathedral, alongside several clandestine facilities beneath it. At this moment, beneath the imperial cathedral, in a concealed chamber, Qin Hai and several skilled technomancers convened. This secret chamber previously housed the surgical apparatus and genetic seeds for the Astartes. At the center of the room, a cultivation pod stood prominently, within which lay a child approximately 10 years of age, eyes closed in slumber. A technological cleric was diligently manipulating controls nearby. The child's compatibility with the genetic seeds had been confirmed, permitting the implantation procedure to commence. Understood, Begin the implantation, the cleric stated. As he proceeded, a genetic seed from the Legion of Extreme Warriors was embedded within the child's body. Qin Hai approached, gazing intently at the child nestled within the pod. If there are no technical issues, please assess the compatibility of the child I previously retrieved, named Wei Cheng. If suitable, expedite his implantation as well. Understood. The cleric nodded in acknowledgement. After observing for a while, Qin Hai moved to a massive glass cabinet nearby. Inside stood a striking blue power armor, towering at 2.5 meters, adorned with intricate stripes and patterns on its shoulder plates, signifying its belonging to an extreme warrior. Flanking this central piece were 2 additional glass cabinets. On the left rested an explosive blaster, while the right housed a chainsword designated for Astartes' use. This complete set of power armor and its accompanying weaponry was intended as a gift for the first individual to undergo surgical modification and complete their training as a new recruit. After lingering before the armor for an extended moment, Qin Hai finally departed. As the Astartes cultivation began to unfold, an unusual commotion stirred within the confines of the base. At the Tianhai base, within a tavern. In this current period, marked by the revival of countless endeavors and a scarcity of entertainment options, the tavern has re-emerged as a sanctuary for relaxation and amusement. This resurgence is indeed welcomed by Qin Hai, for in these times, one must be afforded a means of release. Naturally, the dearth of resources means that the supply of alcoholic beverages is limited, and the lack of grain precludes the possibility of brewing. Consequently, the tavern primarily serves chilled water and a few previously stored alcoholic drinks, with only a scant selection of pre-disaster spirits, which are generally beyond the means of the average patron. In a neglected corner of the tavern, 2 middle-aged men sat together, savoring their alcoholic drinks. Lin Yu toyed with his glass, observing the liquid sloshing within, and turned to the weary man beside him, saying, "Old Wang, why do you toil so relentlessly every day? With so many workers on the construction site, what difference does it make if you take it easy? Why burden yourself to this extent?" The man addressed as Old Wang shook his head, took a sip from his drink, and replied with a chuckle, "What can I do? I have a wife and children to support. My entire family relies on the meager supplies I bring home each day. The more I work, the better I can ensure their comfort." As he spoke, Old Wang downed the contents of his glass in one go. Besides, he continued, the entirety of Jiangzhou has been reclaimed now. We need not fret about those wretched zombies suddenly emerging from the shadows to feast upon us. Truly, it is the Emperor's blessing. However, Lin Yu, upon hearing this, scoffed lightly and remarked, "What emperor? That faceless statue you all worship in the church daily? To me, it is merely a pile of stone. What utter nonsense! This so-called emperor is merely a guise under which these people mentally dominate us. Moreover, while Jiangzhou has returned, it is now left in ruins, with nothing remaining. Who knows what the future holds?" As he spoke, Lin Yu glanced at Old Wang's fatigued expression, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "You appear utterly exhausted. Let me take you out to unwind this evening." Old Wang hurriedly waved his hands in refusal. No, I must return home tonight." Lin Yu, with a grand gesture, placed his hand on Old Wang's shoulder and said, "It's nothing, just half an hour. I'll ensure you have a proper respite. It won't delay your return." At 6:06 in the evening, a shop opens its doors at that very moment. I'll take you to broaden your horizons, and that is settled. Chapter 51. Indulgence, a feast of wine and meat. Though the Tianhai base has expanded considerably, it continues to adhere to its previous divisions, categorized into 9 distinct areas, with the Emperor's Cathedral situated in the central zone. Additionally, there are inner and outer rings, each subdivided into 4 quadrants based on the cardinal directions. At this moment, in a secluded alley within the southern sector of the outer ring, Lin Yu and Old Wang strolled slowly towards their destination. Surrounding them were many others clearly seeking revelry. "Let us make it clear, just half an hour. Once the time is up, I shall return," Lin Yu chuckled, waving his hand dismissively, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Feel free to experience it," Lin Yu said, glancing at the watch on his wrist, which read 6 minutes past 6. "Time is fleeting, just 3 more minutes. You shall soon be astonished." He chuckled while patting Lao Wang's shoulder. Lao Wang merely shrugged, seemingly unconvinced that anything here could truly alleviate his stress. 3 minutes later, an iron door at the end of the alley swung open. Observing this, Lin Yu promptly pulled Lao Wang inside. The second hand on Lin Yu's watch ticked steadily, and as they stepped into the room, the time displayed precisely at 6 hours, 6 minutes, and 6 seconds. "It smells delightful. was Lao Wang's first impression upon entering the space. Unlike the overwhelming scent of strong perfume, this fragrance was indescribably pleasant, refreshing and immensely comforting, precisely the sort he adored. The room was reasonably spacious. Although it appeared small from the outside, it revealed an enchanting interior. Lao Wang noticed several staircases leading downwards, leaving him curious about what lay beneath. The overall decor was difficult to categorize. It predominantly featured shades of pink and purple, with black accents embellishing the corners. The entrance door remained open, allowing a stream of people to flood in, the last of whom kindly closed the door behind them. Strangely, despite being the first to enter, Lao Wang and Lin Yu found themselves alone within the room, unaware of who had opened the door. The atmosphere here is undeniably comfortable. Yet old Wang remains perplexed by the enchantment that compels Lin Yu to recommend it so fervently. While old Wang is still lost in contemplation, Lin Yu has already approached a counter that resembles a bar, retrieving 2 cups filled with some beverage. He then beckons old Wang to follow him. It is at this moment that old Wang realizes the bar's layout bears a striking resemblance to those of establishments that existed before the calamity. In the center, several sets of sofas are arranged in a circle. At this juncture, numerous individuals, much like Lin Yu, have collected a drink and found a seat on the sofas. Following suit, old Wang settles onto a sofa, casually accepting one of the drinks from Lin Yu's hand. "What is this?" he inquires, noticing it does not resemble a conventional beverage. Lin Yu lifts his cup to examine it, then chuckles and replies, "We call this drunken dreaming. It is a concoction crafted post-apocalypse. Devoid of alcohol, but truly remarkable. Give it a taste." With that, Lin Yu encourages old Wang to take a sip. "Is this free of charge?" Old Wang questions, bewildered. "Indeed, this venue is a self-organized haven for us, offering complimentary refreshments to our kind. Go on, don't hesitate." Unable to resist Lin Yu's insistence, old Wang reluctantly takes a sip, reasoning that it costs him nothing. As the liquid flows down, an extraordinary sensation envelopes him, as if the fatigue of an entire day has been swept away. The dimly lit ambience, coupled with the room's delightful fragrance, allows old Wang to experience, in that moment, the essence of drunken dreaming. At this moment, old Wang's consciousness was somewhat hazy, yet he could distinctly perceive the transformations within himself. Just then, a group of scantily clad women descended the staircase. Each woman held a tray aloft, adorned with several cups brimming with intoxicating libations. The assemblage approached the sofa, placing their trays upon the coffee table before gracefully settling down. Lin Yu, with a casual gesture, embraced one of the women and raised his cup. Addressing the revelers, "The party has only just begun. We shall not depart until we are utterly inebriated." "Oh, oh, 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 oh." In response to Lin Yu's proclamation, the previously engrossed crowd erupted in a chorus of cheers. Chaos soon ensued as a plethora of delectable dishes and fine wines mysteriously appeared upon the coffee table. Like famished beasts, people surged forward, some ravenously stuffing their mouths with food, while others entwined with the nearby beauties began to sway rhythmically. Here, numerous morsels were cast aside after a mere bite, and exquisite wines were splashed upon the crowd after just a sip, as if such actions could amplify their joy. Extravagant revelry, corporeal indulgence, and euphoric delight entwined in a cacophony of senses. The scene could only be encapsulated by the phrase "a sea of wine and a forest of meat." Bodies writhed in ecstatic abandon, lavishly squandering the ever-present provisions, while the intoxicating pleasure derived from debauchery gnawed at their very nerves. In this era, such indulgences captivated those who led lives fraught with tension. At that moment, as the crowd erupted into jubilant cheers, old Wang's awareness momentarily sharpened. However, he was soon led into a realm of tenderness by a woman who approached him with eagerness. Thus, a group of unfamiliar individuals indulged in their unrestrained release. Observing the frenzied crowd before him, Lin Yu's smile deepened, and he raised his glass even higher. Yes, precisely. Immerse oneself in absolute joy, reveling in the embrace of sin and flesh. The more, the better. The more, the better. Let your desires flow freely. Unleash them all. In doing so, the heart shall feel no pain. It shall tire no more. Ha 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 ha. Continue, continue. Lin Yu's expression became increasingly manic, yet the countenance of those present mirrored his own. All alike, in this world devoid of hope and future. Endless indulgence and desire consumed the hearts of the people. They thought that if death awaited them tomorrow, they should relish today, savoring everything and escaping pain. Chapter 52. Anomalies in the Shadows. Director. This is the latest batch of information. Another batch? Indeed. In the police station situated in the Central District. Director Zhang Hong held a stack of documents, his expression growing ever more solemn. Following the consolidation of Jiangzhou City, the number of survivors at the Tianhai base surged to over 100,000. Therefore, merely employing the previous makeshift system would be insufficient. Under the leadership of Qin Hai, a provisional government was established within the base. Various temporary institutions were also set up, including the police station tasked with maintaining public order. Zhang Hong, prior to the calamity, was an esteemed member of the Jiangzhou police system, possessing a wealth of professional experience. Consequently, he was appointed as the chief of police for the Central District of the Tianhai base, which serves as the equivalent of the headquarters. In recent months, the Tianhai base has welcomed a significant number of survivors fleeing from other regions. Adhering to the principle of fortifying its ranks and embracing survivors, the base has been open to all newcomers from other cities. Naturally, the oversight of these survivors is executed with utmost diligence. Regardless of their past circumstances, once individuals enter the base, they must abide by its regulations. Initially, several groups attempted to rally fellow survivors from the outside with the intent of forming small factions to gain a foothold within the base. This development caught the attention of higher authorities, yet it did not reach the ears of Qin Hai. At present, the auxiliary military under Zhang Wei is stationed within the base. Upon hearing this news, he promptly led his men to the faction stronghold, decisively quelling the unrest. It is noteworthy that, due to the efficacy of the auxiliary military, the remaining 7,000 individuals have been fully integrated into military training, with ongoing recruitment efforts aimed at stabilizing the auxiliary forces at a projected strength of 10,000. Following this decisive action, all external influences were effectively subdued. The reason for this was simple. The inhabitants here were indeed willing to resort to lethal measures, and not in isolated instances, but en masse. Thus, a semblance of tranquility prevailed for approximately a month, until another incident arose. This time, it was not a matter of unrest, but rather of disappearances. However, most individuals reported missing returned on their own the very next day. Initially, there seemed to be little cause for concern. As individuals returned, the cases naturally dwindled. However, the peculiar frequency of these missing persons reports being filed and subsequently retracted raised alarms. Furthermore, those who returned appeared perpetually lethargic, as though devoid of motivation. Neighbors noted that shortly after their return, family members displayed altered behaviors, occasionally vanishing for entire nights only to reappear the following day. In some instances, individuals would remain indoors for extended periods after their return. While one or two occurrences might have been dismissed, the accumulation of such cases has surpassed 100, warranting serious attention. There is a palpable anxiety that a large-scale gang incident, reminiscent of previous events, might unfold. Consequently, Zhang Hong promptly dispatched personnel to investigate this matter. Have there been any findings? Zhang inquired, perusing a case file. The officer who had delivered the documents promptly responded, "We have some leads. We previously sent agents to look into the missing individuals. Some, upon returning, would intermittently depart again. After leaving, certain individuals brought back an unknown liquid to offer their family members. Our operatives observed from a distance. Those who consumed the liquid exhibited signs of profound satisfaction." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong paused momentarily. Drugs? No, that is implausible. In this apocalyptic world, how could they possess such capabilities? He stroked his chin pensively, narrowing his eyes as he pointed at the officer. Elevate the priority of this investigation and deploy additional personnel. We must ascertain where these individuals disappeared to. Understood. The officer departed the office with haste, while Zhang Hong continued to peruse the information in his possession. Name: Wang Xiangming. Gender: male. Residence: Outer Ring East District. Details: disappeared on the night of March 7th. Reappeared at 6 a.m. on the 8th. Visually observed to be normal. Location of disappearance: Outer Ring South District. Upon returning home, Wang Xiangming merely informed his family that he had overindulged at a friend's house and spent the night there. Seeing him safely returned, his family harbored no suspicions. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the once honest and unassuming Wang Xiangming had undergone a profound transformation. Good things must be shared. Let the revelry commence. For the sake of the Master of Joy, Qi Hong was an undercover officer, having served in this role before the apocalypse and returning to it afterward due to his relevant expertise. As one of the few seasoned veterans in the Bureau, he was assigned to investigate the recent disappearance cases and the suspected emergence of narcotics. Upon arriving near Wang Xiangming's residence, Qi Hong found a CAF to settle in. Nearby was a small market, bustling with individuals who operated stalls to make a living. This setting proved conducive for surveillance. After observing for several days, he finally witnessed Wang Xiangming's actions. One night, Wang Xiangming stealthily departed from his home. Recognizing this as an opportunity, Qi Hong followed discreetly, navigating through winding streets. He ultimately arrived at the destination, South District. The records indicated that Wang Xiangming had disappeared in the South District. Indeed, there is a problem, Qi Hong thought to himself, subsequently following closely behind Wang Xiangming. It was the same alley at precisely 6 minutes and 6 seconds past 6. The iron door creaked open. But this time, only Wang Xiangming entered. Upon witnessing the door's opening, Qi Hong realized he had arrived at the correct location. However, he did not intend to enter immediately. Instead, he retrieved a communicator, planning to report this stronghold before considering his next steps. Yet, before his finger could press the button, a force struck him down. Qi Hong had yet to comprehend the situation when he felt a searing burn against his back. The communicator slipped from his grasp. As he fell, Qi Hong instinctively reached for the device, but a heavy foot came down, shattering it to pieces. Following the shadow, he beheld a middle-aged man with a grim expression fixed upon him. In the man's right hand, there flickered a flame. Hearing the commotion, Wang Xiangming, who had just entered, stepped back outside. Upon seeing Qi Hong on the ground, he was momentarily stunned, then quickly grasped the situation. He was being followed. Just as Wang Xiangming was about to utter a word, a new sound of footsteps echoed from outside. The three men turned their gaze to see 3 figures clad in khaki and assault gear appearing at the alley's entrance. Upon seeing them, Qi Hong felt a surge of hope. But despair soon overwhelmed him. The 3 merely cast a glance at the fallen Qi Hong before greeting the strange man and turning to enter the building. Chapter 53. The Hall of Joy. Who are they? It appears that we have drawn the attention of the authorities. We must expedite our plans. What about this individual? Let him indulge in the utmost ecstasy. In the subsequent fortnight, a surge of criminals emerged across the outer ring. These offenders displayed a blatant disregard for the laws of the base, seizing the cover of night as their opportunity to act. The director of the headquarters, Zhang Hong, found himself in a quandary, perplexed by how these law-abiding citizens could so suddenly transform into lawless beings. Meanwhile, the presence of these criminals instilled a pervasive sense of fear among the residents of the outer ring, leaving them in a constant state of anxiety. During this tumultuous period, those who had previously attended gatherings began to make contact with the criminals, luring them into a journey of indulgence. Concurrently, Zhang Wei, stationed in the military camp, sensed an unsettling shift. Given the extensive radiation reach of the base, the entire auxiliary military had been dispersed throughout to maintain order. Aside from the central area, which was guarded by a Krieger battalion, the remaining 8 regions in the middle and outer rings were entirely under the jurisdiction of the auxiliary forces. The composition of the auxiliary forces differed from that of the Kriegers. Each company comprised 500 personnel, with a total of 20 such companies evenly distributed across the 8 regions. Zhang Wei noticed a recent pattern of frequent troop movements in the southern district. Inquiries yielded only the information that crime rates had surged over the past few months, prompting an increase in patrol frequency. While this explanation was not without merit, Zhang Wei felt an inexplicable sense of unease. The disquiet in his heart rendered him restless. He promptly approached the telephone and dialed a number. Lin Yu, a native of Jiangzhou City, was a high-ranking executive at a certain company before the calamity struck. This individual harbored an intense obsession with power, relentlessly oppressing several employees whom he found distasteful. His vanity was profound. He reveled in the flattery of his subordinates. Furthermore, he was insatiably greedy, exploiting his position to accept bribes and trading company intelligence with rival firms. He used the proceeds to maintain several mistresses. Power, wealth, vanity, and carnal desires. These were all easily attainable luxuries before the disaster, yet on that fateful day, they dissolved into mere illusions. As the apocalyptic events unfolded and food became scarce, Lin Yu found himself reminiscing about the life he once enjoyed. Although merely an executive, his lifestyle was inaccessible to the average person. Several months after the catastrophe, he could no longer bear the weight of his downfall. With his food supplies completely depleted, he resigned himself to waiting for death. It was at this juncture that an ethereal voice resonated in his mind. Suddenly, Lin Yu experienced a disorienting shift in his surroundings. Upon reopening his eyes, he discovered himself in a lavish room, where a table was laden with the exquisite delicacies he had once savored. Flanking the table were rows of alluring women. Unable to contain himself, Lin Yu rushed to the dining table and began to feast voraciously. His keen eye even noted that the cutlery was fashioned from gold. Starved and desperate, he indulged for 3 days and nights. Finally, on the 6th day, he encountered the master of this extraordinary place, a purple humanoid being, majestic and enchanting. With elongated limbs and an elegance that embodies an unforgettable beauty, both androgynous and alluring, approaches. This entity is none other than one of the 4 malevolent deities of the subspace, the Dark Prince, the Lord of Pleasure, SNI. This wicked god revels in every conceivable indulgence, as well as those beyond imagination, descending ever deeper into the abyss of depravity. Desire, pride, and self-indulgence are the hallmarks of all who follow him. The influence of SNI encompasses pleasure, emotions, and all forms of hedonistic delight. This is not limited to mere carnal pleasures. It extends to the avarice for wealth, the thirst for lavish feasts, the yearning for sensual gratification, the allure of dominion, the enjoyment of vain accolades, and the obsession with slothful decadence. All these are avenues through which SNI captivates beings. Lin Yu, enamored with wealth, yearning for power, reveling in vanity, and captivated by fleshly desires, found his cravings for gourmet food reaching a pinnacle months after calamity struck. Such a man captured SNI's gaze, even if only from a distance. At that moment, Lin Yu had already become a devotee of this deity. Upon returning to reality, he was transformed, renewed in spirit, and, following divine instruction, made his way to Tianhai. By then, Qinghai had established the imperial church within the base, and the faith in the emperor permeated the entire stronghold. Lin Yu had no choice but to lie in wait for the opportune moment to spread this faith. Finally, after the Krieg Legion unified Jiangzhou City, survivors from the outside world arrived at this sanctuary. Seizing this opportunity, he founded the organization known as the Hall of Pleasure. Utilizing the sacred waters that evoke sensations of ecstasy, Lin Yu has garnered considerable support within the outer ring, amassing thousands of ordinary congregants. Simultaneously, he has successfully swayed the auxiliary troops of the 19th and 20th Companies stationed in the southern sector, as well as the 18th Company in the western sector, into his fold. It can be asserted that the southern district is now firmly under Lin Yu's control, with portions of the western sector also falling under his influence. Furthermore, it is anticipated that soon the 17th Company in the western sector will also succumb to his dominion. These commonplace mortal forces are utterly incapable of resisting the seductions of temptation, especially considering that prior to their military training, they were merely an assembly of ordinary individuals. At this moment, Lin Yu reclines in the very chamber where he first ensnared Old Wang. The information relayed to him confirms that the 17th Company in the western sector has indeed fallen and is now under his command. Upon receiving this news, a faint smile graces Lin Yu's lips. He currently commands an army of 2,000, alongside over 6,000 devoted followers of the Holy Sanctuary, endowing him with the capacity to initiate a surprise assault. Although the movements of the Sanctuary of Joy have been detected, those unfortunate mortals remain oblivious, mistaking this for a mere ordinary rebellion. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yu beckons his attendant, who promptly arranges several chairs. Shortly thereafter, the grand door swings open, and 8 individuals enter. Among them, 4 are clad in military uniforms, unmistakably the commanding officers responsible for the southern and western sectors. The remaining 4 are the leaders of the Sanctuary of Joy, with Wang Xiangming prominently among them, and one of the others being none other than Qi Hong. Clearly, following his previous exposure, Qi Hong has also been led down the path of corruption. Through the advantageous position of his role, Qi Hong conveyed numerous erroneous messages to his superiors, simultaneously leading many of his colleagues into a state of moral decay. This resulted in the southern district being shrouded in secrecy. After all, the higher-ups could hardly fathom that the leaders of an entire region had silently succumbed to corruption. As 8 individuals took their seats, Lin Yu uncrossed his legs and stood to address the assembly. At 9 o'clock tonight, we shall launch our surprise attack. Chapter 54. The surprise assault utilizing 2,000 rebellious soldiers and over 6,000 followers of debauchery. The plan was to strike at the inner circle and directly assault the heart of the stronghold, toppling the statue of the false emperor within the church. Seizing control of the base would allow everyone inside to experience unbridled joy. Yet, all of this was a facade. Lin Yu was not so naive. Aside from the 8,000 troops stationed in both the inner and outer circles, The Krieg soldiers guarding the central area were formidable adversaries. Now was not the time for rebellion. That would be tantamount to seeking death. However, with signs of exposure already emerging, he could not afford to remain idle. He would first incite the already manipulated civilians to create unrest. While the law enforcement troops struggled to contain the rioters, the rebels would strike from the shadows with lethal precision. They would infiltrate the military encampments within the inner circle and seize all the standard weapons. Subsequently, armed with these weapons and accompanied by his forces, they would hastily flee Jiangzhou City, seeking refuge elsewhere to further their cause. As the clock approached 9 o'clock, most people had returned to their homes. By this time, the rebels in the southern and western districts were already fully prepared. The internal reserve weaponry had already been loaded onto vehicles, poised to flee as soon as they breached the military camp in Central District and seized the weapons therein. At that moment, a multitude of sanctuary devotees congregated in the southern district, awaiting a signal to surge towards Central District. As seconds ticked away, Wang Xiangming emerged before the throng of devotees, proclaiming, "The time has come. Let them experience an unparalleled thrill. All hail the god of cesium! All hail the god of cesium! All hail the god of cesium!" A fervent chorus of the devoted echoed through the streets as they raced madly towards Central District. Passers-by, caught off guard by the frenzied expressions of the mob, recoiled in alarm, hastily retreating to the sides. With the entire Southern District soldiers having defected, they encountered no resistance along their path. As the devotees mobilized, four battalions dispersed in units around the crowd, advancing in a surrounding formation towards Central District. In the very moment the throng reached Central District, they were spotted by patrolling auxiliary soldiers. Upon witnessing such a vast assembly charging forth, the soldiers quickly grasped the unfolding situation, yet another mob assault. Reacting swiftly, the soldiers raised their rifles and opened fire, retreating while attempting to regroup with their main force to jointly suppress the rioters. However, in the next instant, several beams of laser fire erupted from the crowd, instantly dispatching the resisting soldiers. Little did those patrolling soldiers anticipate that they would meet their demise at the hands of former comrades. Upon witnessing the soldiers obstructing their path being slain, the fervent believers became even more frenzied, their faces flushed with a deep crimson hue. A few quick-witted and impassioned followers seized the opportunity to snatch the firearms from the fallen soldiers. Armed with weapons, the devotees grew increasingly audacious as they surged toward the military camp. Along their tumultuous route, an ever-increasing number of soldiers fell victim to the insurgents' gunfire. Just as they were about to breach the military encampment, the assembled defenders finally emerged to confront the zealous throng. At this moment, the insurgents made their grand entrance. They had adorned their equipment with hues of powdery purple, clearly distinguishing their ranks from the defenders. The insurgents, quick to react, fired upon the defenders the instant they met. The freshly assembled troops, poised to quell the uprising, were utterly unprepared to confront their own. In a fleeting moment, the insurgents seized the opportunity and unleashed a barrage of gunfire, resulting in a significant number of casualties among the defenders. In the next heartbeat, the auxiliary forces, now aware of the ambush, scrambled for cover and retaliated. Urgently, they reported, "We are encountering a betrayal within our ranks. Their firepower is overwhelming. We are under siege. Requesting immediate support." Acknowledged, came the response from the Central North District Auxiliary Base. Zhang Wei, having just concluded his earlier tasks, received urgent reports from his subordinates. "Commander, an overwhelming number of rioters, numbering in the thousands, are assaulting the military camp. There is a betrayal among the troops, and we are on the brink of collapse." What? Zhang Wei felt as though he had been struck by lightning upon hearing this news. The words rioters, insurgents, and assaulting the military camp collided violently in his mind. Order the station troops in other regions to provide swift support. Zhang Wei immediately issued an order. However, in the next moment, another soldier burst in, exclaiming, "Commander, fires have erupted in both the central and outer districts." What? Damn it, this is premeditated. Enraged, Zhang Wei forcefully threw his hat to the ground. Mobilize the masses to extinguish the flames, leave a portion of soldiers to organize the effort, and the rest shall support the southern district. Additionally, contact the general and report the situation here in full detail. Understood. The sudden outbreaks of fire across various locations were, of course, a tactic orchestrated by Lin Yu to disperse the station troops. Otherwise, had they arrived swiftly, the auxiliary forces alone would have been sufficient to annihilate them. Meanwhile, far away in Steel Fortress, Qin Hai momentarily froze upon receiving news from the base. Rebels, a term he had not heard in quite some time. It was truly unexpected for the auxiliary forces to encounter insurgents. Qin Hai hung up the phone and promptly instructed the soldier beside him. Order the 21st and 24th Battalions to immediately return to the base and eliminate the rebels. The Krieger soldiers swiftly exited to relay the command. Before long, the main gate of Steel Fortress swung open, and 2 battalions, comprising over 1,000 troops, boarded armored vehicles en route to the base. Meanwhile, within the base, the garrison soldiers had been overwhelmed by thousands of cult followers. Numerous soldiers fell victim to the siege. Subsequently, a throng of followers stormed into the military camp, turning it upside down. After boxing up all the weapons, along with those previously acquired, Lin Yu directly secured enough armaments to equip 1,000 men. Having achieved his objective, Lin Yu immediately commanded the most seduced and deeply corrupted company to board the military trucks. These military vehicles had been specifically exchanged by Qin Hai for the auxiliary forces and were typically stationed within the military camp. At this moment, Lin Yu appropriated them for his own use. A total of over 30 trucks, capable of transporting 500 insurgents and sufficient equipment to arm 1,000 men, were commandeered. After ensuring that Wang Xiangming and the others were aboard, Lin Yu ordered the convoy to depart the city at once, heading in the opposite direction of the fortress. Regardless of the circumstances, the priority was to leave Jiangzhou City first. As for the remaining 1,500 insurgents and over 6,000 followers, Lin Yu had initially intended to sacrifice them to draw enemy fire. He also issued a command for the followers of the Joyous Sanctuary to conceal themselves. The fate that awaited them would depend on their own capabilities. Chapter 55. Annihilation within the city. The insurgents gathered, their firepower ferocious. Supported by the armed followers, they momentarily overwhelmed the auxiliary forces, rendering them unable to lift their heads. The Krieg Company in the Central District had already assembled upon hearing the sounds of battle within the city. However, Qin Hai had tasked them with protecting the Imperial Cathedral, and given the substantial number of auxiliary troops in the inner and outer rings, they chose not to engage. But when the order to advance was issued by Qin Hai, accompanied by intelligence regarding the insurgents within the city, the Krieg surged forward with an intensity akin to a blood transfusion, racing toward the site of conflict. Upon arriving at the battlefield, the Kriegs launched a swift and thunderous assault on the outer insurgents. They charged down the streets, braving the onslaught of enemy fire. The sudden emergence of the Krieg squad not only caught the rebels off guard, but also startled the rearguard significantly. Upon realizing they were facing the Kriegs, the commanding officer of the defenders immediately ordered a ceasefire to avoid friendly fire. Meanwhile, the Kriegs, undeterred by the incoming fire, plunged into the ranks of the rebels, executing a series of rapid strikes that felled numerous foes. With continuous trigger pulls, they transformed their single-shot laser weapons into a barrage of fire. Once in close quarters, the bayonets affixed to their rifles proved exceptionally effective against their enemies. Initially, everything unfolded with remarkable ease. However, after the Kriegs breached a rebel company, they stumbled upon the exposed cultists of the Sanctified. Witnessing the frenzied expressions and the fervent chants of Sacred be the God of Cesium from the cultists ignited a fervor within the Kriegs. They shouted heresy, brandishing their entrenching tools as they charged forward to engage. A fierce melee ensued between the Kriegs and the depraved followers. Naturally, the cultists, lacking the physical prowess to rival the Kriegs, were swiftly overwhelmed. A mere approach resulted in a deadly strike. In the wake of the Kriegs, the heads of the cultists were cleaved open. Meanwhile, within the Iron Grell Fortress, Qin Hai received alarming reports from the front lines. Upon learning of the substantial presence of cultists within the city, he was utterly dismayed. The city was besieged by depravity, rebels, chaos, and corruption. What a calamity! It became clear to Qin Hai that the sudden appearance of the rebels was orchestrated by the insidious influence of the cult. He now understood the reason behind the rebels' emergence. They had succumbed to corruption. However, all of this had become irrelevant to Qin Hai. Having succumbed to his fate, he resolved to deal with the heretics accordingly. There are numerous reasons for betrayal, yet the outcome remains singular. Most crucially, there exists a substantial number of depraved believers within the city. Should this matter be mishandled, it would lead to considerable complications in the future. Here, mishandling refers to whether the task was executed thoroughly. Nevertheless, nothing seemed significant at this juncture. Qin Hai turned and exited the chamber, promptly assembling a battalion of Krieg Death Riders, mounting a war steed himself, and departing the fortress in the direction of the Tianhai base. He intended to personally deliver his loyalty to the depraved believers within the city. He aimed to demonstrate the Emperor's grandeur to them. The two battalions that had set off earlier had already arrived at the base. Meanwhile, the Krieg forces entering the city through the base's gates were met with harassment from the heretical believers lurking around the entrance. However, such disturbances were negligible to the Kriegs. The armored forces advanced resolutely, crushing those who emerged to attack into mere pulp. With the advantage of tanks, the supporting Krieg units swiftly broke through the encirclement of the ordinary believers. Soon, they encountered a faction of rebels within the city. The 10th Battalion of rebels faced tactical annihilation upon encountering the Kriegs. After all, how could rebels armed only with laser rifles contend with the armored might of the Kriegs? Nevertheless, the skirmish was fiercely contested. Prior to the arrival of the Krieg Legion, the rebels had taken hostages from the nearby residences. They attempted to unite in an effort to impede the advance of the Krieg forces. However, it was evident that these stratagems were futile. Initially perceived as mere insurgents, the Krieg soldiers, upon discovering that they faced a congregation of heretics devoted to a malevolent deity, escalated their aggression. This marked the first encounter between the Krieg and humanity since their arrival in this realm. The insurgents, too, were experiencing firsthand the ferocity of the Krieg, as they now confronted them directly. "Hurry, retreat," commanded a rebel officer as he directed his troops in battle. They still possessed an intact company, and if they could lure the Krieg into an encirclement, victory was not beyond their grasp. Thus, this rebel company acted as bait, engaging the enemy while gradually withdrawing. At this juncture, the southern perimeter was engulfed in artillery fire, having devolved into a veritable war zone. Brothers, for the glory of the God of Chaos, for the Lord of Pleasure, heretics, meet your doom. Although the insurgents lacked armored divisions, they were equipped with some heavy weaponry. A series of double-barreled heavy lumber cannons formed a defensive fire net, exacting a significant toll on the charging Krieg forces. Step by step, the rebels lured the Krieg into their trap. As the 18th Company lay in ambush, they unleashed a collective barrage the moment the Krieg surged forward, catching them off guard. Yet, in the next instant, the location of the 18th Company was subjected to a deluge of artillery fire, inflicting devastating losses upon the insurgents. Meanwhile, auxiliary forces, having resolved issues in various regions, arrived at the battlefield. In an instant, the already disadvantaged rebels found themselves crushed under the weight of overwhelming force. The ferocious barrage rendered them unable to raise their heads. It was only after the last rebel was vanquished that the entire southern region fell silent. In this moment, tranquility enveloped the area as the auxiliary troops left a contingent to secure the battlefield, while the main force pressed on towards the gathering of numerous fanatical devotees. In truth, the troubles caused by these depraved followers far surpassed those posed by the rebels, given their sheer numbers, 6,000 strong, vastly outnumbering the insurrectionists. As the troops commenced their encirclement of the depraved devotees, the Death Cavalry, led by Qin Hai, also arrived at the base. Chapter 56. Wuyang County. With the arrival of the Death Cavalry, the demise of the depraved devotees accelerated further. The ominous whir of chainsaws filled the air, accompanied by the sickening sound of flesh being torn asunder. After cleaving the last standing depraved devotee in half with a chainsaw sword, Qin Hai flicked away the bloodied remnants clinging to the blade and surveyed the desolation around him. The southern region lay in ruins, its reconstruction promising to be an arduous task. Yet, this was not the foremost concern. What loomed larger was the insidious infiltration of the depraved servants of the chaotic dark god. This was a profound desecration of the emperor, a sacrilege. Seal off the entire southern region. Compile the damage reports as swiftly as possible. I demand them by dawn. Yes. Upon issuing his command, Qin Hai made his way back to the Krieg encampment. At this moment, Zhang Wei, commanding the auxiliary forces, surveyed the surrounding wreckage and ruins, shaking his head in dismay. His brow furrowed tightly. What are you all standing around for? Move, move, move. With the sound of Zhang Wei's command resonating, the soldiers of the auxiliary forces, who had been momentarily stunned, sprang into action. After sealing off the southern area of the inner and outer rings, they began a thorough investigation. The following morning, within the encampment of the Death Legion, Zhang Wei arrived at Qin Hai's office, bearing newly organized documents. He knocked on the door. Enter. With a decisive push, the door swung open, and Zhang Wei stepped inside, performing a salute before addressing Qin Hai. General, the information has been compiled. Read it, Qin Hai instructed. Zhang Wei opened the documents and commenced his report regarding structural damage. The destruction rate of buildings in the southern area of the inner and outer rings has reached 60%. Additionally, There are over 100 fire points ignited by the rioters to distract us, resulting in varying degrees of damage across other regions. From our investigations concerning the auxiliary forces, the rebel units consist of the 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th Brigades in the western and southern areas of the Outer Ring, totaling 2,000 personnel. The number of rioters involved is nearly 6,000. Our casualties have exceeded 1,000. The stationed troops in the southern area of the Inner Ring have been nearly annihilated. Furthermore, during our efforts to clear the battlefield, we discovered the number of fallen rebels amounted to no more than 3 battalions. While over 30 military trucks had vanished and 3 warehouses of weaponry had been plundered. According to our subsequent investigation, they fled the base heading north, and by now, they should have already exited the city. Silence, a prolonged silence. Qin Hai reached for the pistol at his waist and said in a hushed tone, "So, what you imply is that the Chaos cultists have been lurking within the base for months, corrupting and leading thousands astray, ultimately dragging down 4 battalions comprising 2,000 personnel. They launched a surprise attack on our barracks, resulting in the casualties of over 1,000 soldiers. Afterwards, they absconded with an entire battalion's equipment along with 3 weapon warehouses." "Indeed, General," Qin Hai inhaled deeply. "You may leave now." "Yes," Zhang Wei nodded and subsequently exited. "Damn heretics," Qin Hai remarked in a flat tone. Ding. Detecting hyperspace psychic energy. Noxious filth, depravity, terror, treachery. Eliminated. Acquired special equipment radiance of the Emperor, now issued. As the mechanical voice of the system echoed. The next moment, the sculpture of the Emperor's cathedral radiated a powerful light, swiftly engulfing the entire base. In the areas illuminated by this brilliance, several hidden cultists were revealed. The Emperor's psychic radiance reduced those tainted by corruption into mere ash, while ordinary citizens, upon encountering the Emperor's energy, experienced a significant uplift in their spirits. At this moment, those who were praying in the Emperor's cathedral fell to their knees upon witnessing the radiant glow emanating from the Emperor's statue. The Emperor has manifested. The Emperor has manifested. At this juncture, Qin Hai squinted at the system interface. To his astonishment, 3 of the 4 evil gods from the subspace had appeared. Nagwa was undoubtedly influenced by that horde of zombies, while the followers of the color deviants had just slain a group. Yet, there was still the presence of terror. "This is splendid. We require the fearless." Qin Hai made a slight jest before turning his attention back to the resplendent light of the Emperor. "The Emperor has manifested." Qin Hai pushed open the door and was greeted by the golden glow radiating from the heavens. Simultaneously, he received news from his subordinates that all hidden followers of the color deviants within the city had been reduced to ashes. It seems this brilliance played a pivotal role. With this, there was no longer a need to worry about hidden heretics infiltrating the city. Qin Hai summoned Zhang Wei once more, stating, "We must learn from this lesson. We need to cleanse the minds of the populace, especially the youth. The influence of color deviants is like a flood beast, endangering the Empire's young people. Such perilous behavior must be eradicated entirely. Although this incident has had considerable repercussions, it has not impacted the underground endeavors. On the contrary, the general shape of the subterranean projects has already been excavated. The clandestine training of interstellar warriors is also progressing steadily. Once these projects are completed and the extreme warriors successfully trained, the numbers of the Death Legion will undoubtedly increase by several magnitudes. At that juncture, the formal campaign to unify Blue Star could commence, restoring it to the embrace of the Empire. However, for the time being, it was imperative to resolve the immediate matters at hand. A fortnight later, the reconstruction of internal structures within Tianhai had already begun. Concurrently, Qin Hai had expanded the ranks of the Krieg Legion. Presently, the infantry count of the Death Legion had exceeded 60,000, comprising a total of 80 battalions. This figure did not include cavalry, armored units, or artillery divisions. The Krieg Death Legion had undeniably evolved into a formidable force, poised to advance toward the neighboring cities. Nonetheless, the need for further intelligence remained paramount. Information regarding the number of survivors in the surrounding cities, the status of official bases, and comprehensive data on zombies and mutated zombies was critical. As for the specific target city, he recalled that the faction of depraved believers that had previously fled was headed northward. Thus, northward it would be. Qin Hai approached a map, directing his gaze toward the northern region of Jiangzhou City, landing on Linzhou City. It was here that he resolved to set his sights. Additionally, he noted that adjacent to Linzhou City lay a place called Wuyang County, which could serve as a strategic stronghold for the advance into Linzhou. Of course, as previously stated, intelligence was essential. While Wuyang County may not rival the size of a city, its population had reached 400,000 before the calamity. He decided to dispatch a reconnaissance team to gather specific information before sending in the main forces. As for the selection of scouts, he considered the auxiliary troops, as their original purpose was to support the Death Legion. With this in mind, Qin Hai took out his communicator and placed a call to Zhang Wei. Dispatch a battalion to the northern Wuyang County to gather intelligence. Yes, General. The communication was severed, and Zhang Wei understood that this was a prelude to advancing towards other cities. Wuyang served merely as a stepping stone. However, the pressing concern was who to send for this mission. The recent turmoil within the city had resulted in the defection of 4 battalions, totaling 2,000 men, and 2 more battalions had been lost in combat. Presently, only 7,000 troops remained in the auxiliary forces. Should another battalion be dispatched, the security operations within the city would become increasingly strained. After much contemplation, Zhang Wei retrieved the communicator and issued orders for the 7th Battalion to assemble. Chapter 57. The Blood God Cult. The 7th Battalion of the Auxiliary Forces, commanded by Captain Xiao Yi and Deputy Commander Xiong Lu, set out for Wuyang County the day after receiving their orders. At that moment, within the 7th Battalion, 3 peculiar individuals were hatching a plot. Jun Run, Lu Yan, and Du Kongping. These unfortunate souls had been conscripted into the auxiliary forces after their capture, and upon the restructuring of the auxiliary forces, they found themselves assigned to the 7th Battalion. At this juncture, the trio was clandestinely conspiring during a trip to the restroom. Lu Yan cautiously peered outside the restroom door, then swiftly turned back to secure the door behind him. Brother Jun, what shall we do? Should we seize this opportunity to escape? Du Kongping inquired, his gaze fixed on Junren, eagerly awaiting a decision. Junren lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag. Cough, cough, cough. Good heavens, what kind of cigarette is this? It's burning my throat. After a fit of coughing, Junren replied, escape? Why are you running? Are you planning to be a coward? You have no idea how extraordinary this place is. Still thinking of running? Go ahead, run if you dare. Junren's words left the two in a state of bewilderment. Huh, if we're not running, then why did you call us here, Brother Jun? Junren took another drag from his cigarette and exhaled a wisp of smoke, saying languidly, do you remember that rat we encountered last time? He mentioned something about what was it? Blood sect? It seems to be some sort of cult. Nonsense. I recall it being an evil cult. I was asking for the damn name. Junren reprimanded, then pondered for a moment. I believe it was called the Blood God Church. I'm not entirely certain. Should we report this intelligence? Logically speaking, a mere small cult shouldn't pose a threat to us. Our firepower could obliterate several of them. Lu Yan scratched his head and replied, I think we should report it. We came here to gather intelligence after all. Reporting it early might even earn us a reward. After contemplating Lu Yan's suggestion, Junren agreed. All right, let's report it. Just then, a loud knock echoed through the door, followed by a shout. Hey, you guys in there, are you done yet? Are you having a feast in there? It's been ages. Do you even know? The sudden banging startled the 3 of them, and Junren shot a glare at Lu Yan. The meaning is quite evident. This is the door you are observing, yet no one has heard a sound of footsteps. Ah, just a moment. Lu Yan shouted towards the outside. He then opened the door to the restroom. Upon seeing the door ajar, the auxiliary soldier, who was about to extend greetings, was taken aback as Lu Yan and 2 others emerged sequentially from the restroom. The soldier stood there, momentarily stunned. After the trio had departed, he glanced back inside the restroom. Beholding the cramped space barely accommodating 2 individuals, he scratched his head in confusion. How on earth did they manage to squeeze in there? Meanwhile, in the adjacent restroom, Xiong Lu squinted, discarding the cigarette, but he had been smoking onto the floor. After a few moments of wiping himself down, he rose. The Blood God sect. These 3 fellows possess some intriguing capabilities. Ah, damn it, I've overlooked something. Xiong Lu quickly exited the stall. Upon stepping out, he encountered the same soldier still pondering the restroom's dimensions. The soldier, upon spotting Xiong Lu, promptly saluted. Deputy Company Commander, he exclaimed, his gaze fixated on Xiong Lu's left hand. Xiong Lu glanced at his own left hand, then back at the soldier who was still saluting. You may lower your salute. Remember, you saw nothing today. Do you understand? The soldier nodded vigorously and promptly retreated into the restroom. Xiong Lu nodded in acknowledgement and then hurried towards the wash basin. However, under the current circumstances, it seemed there would be no water there. At this moment, the trio of Junren, having vacated the restroom, resolved to finish their dinner before reporting the information. They are currently residing in a village outside Wuyang County, a place devoid of any living souls, now overrun by thousands of zombies. After a thorough cleanup, it has become the temporary station for the 7th Company. As night falls, they prepare to enter Wuyang County at dawn. After finishing their dinner, Junrin and his companions approach the temporary tent of the company commander. Report. Enter. Upon entering the tent, they found Qiuyi studying a map of Wuyang County intently. Do you three have something to discuss? The trio exchanged glances before relaying the intelligence concerning the Blood God cult. The Blood God cult? I never imagined that such a sinister sect could emerge from a modest place like Wuyang County. Qiuyi nodded thoughtfully and addressed the trio. Your intelligence is quite timely. Based on what you have just shared, it seems that the Blood God cult is the largest surviving organization in Wuyang County. The rest have either fled or taken refuge in the outskirts. It appears necessary to conduct a thorough investigation. As she spoke, Qiuyi raised her gaze to the three of them. Since this information was provided by you, the task of reconnaissance tomorrow will be entrusted to you. Us. After Junrin and his companions departed, Xionglu emerged from behind. What is your opinion on this Blood God cult? Qiuyi inquired. What can I say? I can only observe. My concern is that this so-called Blood God cult may be akin to the previous organization, the Hall of Joy. If that is indeed the case, our numbers are far too insufficient to manage the situation. For now, we must await the results of tomorrow's investigation. Should the findings prove true, we shall report immediately and dispatch a formidable force to eradicate them. It appears we have no other recourse. Let us take our rest. We shall commence our actions at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Understood. Within the confines of Wuyang Prison, the atmosphere has undergone a complete transformation, tainted by dark, crimson blood that stains the prison walls. Numerous skulls are arranged along the edges. Inside the prison, a congregation of Blood God cultists gathers closely together. At the center stands a colossal cage forged from steel. Within this cage, a cult member clad in bizarre armor brandishes 2 fire axes, vigilantly observing the adversary before him. Suddenly, a zombie is secured within a smaller cage. The moment the small cage swings open, the zombie bolts forward, racing towards the cultist. Although it appears similar in size to an ordinary human, its sharp claws and the bony protrusions extending from its head to its back signify that it is a mutated creature. In the next instant, the cultist bellows in defiance at the approaching zombie and charges forward, axes in hand. As they collide, the zombie's claws clash against the blades of the axes. With a resounding crack, sparks fly from the point of impact, where axe meets claw. Seizing the opportunity, the cultist forcefully pushes the zombie away and swings both axes downward towards the creature's neck and body. Before the zombie could react, it was struck by an axe. Another axe aimed at its neck was caught in the creature's jaws. Observing this scenario, the man swiftly twisted the axe embedded in the zombie's body, driving it deeper to hook onto its spine. With both hands exerting force, he hoisted the zombie above his head and brought it crashing down. In the span of 10 seconds, the member of the Blood God sect struck the zombie over 20 times. Once he withdrew the axe, the area where it had penetrated was utterly pulverized, revealing a section of exposed spine. Yet, despite this, the zombie remained unyielding, its claws scraping the ground in a futile attempt to shred the human before it. The man, with a mere glance, approached and severed the zombie's hands before raising his axe once more, decapitating the creature with a decisive blow. Oh, gold, gold, gold. The crowd outside the cage erupted into cheers upon witnessing the man sever the zombie's head. As the celebration ensued, a voice resonated from deep within the prison. Gold. At the sound of that call, all activity ceased. In the next moment, a robust figure clad in crimson steel armor emerged. The man known as Gold bowed respectfully to the imposing figure, addressing him as Master Faraday. Faraday, originally named Wood, was a death row inmate at Wuyang Prison. After committing a heinous murder, he was incarcerated and was on the brink of execution. However, on that very day, the zombie virus erupted. Faraday's methods of killing were exceptionally brutal. He murdered without reason or justification. His rage, combined with a condition often referred to as supermale syndrome, rendered his acts of violence particularly grotesque, as he would methodically dismember his victims while they were still alive, reducing them to 8 distinct pieces. Prior to his arrest, Faraday had callously taken the lives of 32 individuals, including 3 police officers. The sheer brutality of this case was appalling. In an effort to apprehend him, Dozens of armed police were mobilized. Yet, in the apocalyptic world that followed, he was unexpectedly liberated. Upon emerging from his cell and dispatching his first zombie, he caught the attention of a malevolent deity residing in the subspace, known as Terror or the Blood God, also referred to as Old K. He is the most savage and destructive of all deities. He embodies uncontainable aggression, madness devoid of reason, and a relentless tide of blood that floods the battlefield. Terror possesses an insatiable thirst for blood. Anyone who slaughters in his name will undoubtedly earn his favor. Consequently, the bloodthirsty Faraday quickly attracted the notice of Terror. Recognizing his potential, Terror generously bestowed his blessings upon him. Empowered by these divine gifts, Faraday led a revolt alongside the violent inmates of the prison, sweeping through the facility with ruthless efficiency. After purging the zombies and remaining law enforcement, Faraday seized this opportunity to establish the Church of the Blood God, appointing himself as its high priest. It was during this transformative moment that he adopted the name Faraday. His full name is Faraday Aldrich. The creed of the Blood God Church is one of slaughter, blood, and war, all to appease their deity. Following the establishment of the church, Faraday led a multitude of followers in a sweeping purge of the survivor factions surrounding the prison, relentlessly obliterating vast hordes of zombies. During this period, all members of the Blood God Church were bestowed with the blessing of Terror, and many were drawn into their ranks. At this moment, Faraday stood atop a platform, observing the silent congregation below while casting a glance at Gold, who was also watching him from beneath. He called everyone to the playground, announcing, "I have something to declare." "Yes, Master." The Blood God Church was not overly populous, comprising just over 2,000 members. Soon, the entire assembly gathered in the playground. Faraday took his seat upon a raised dais at the front, where he had commanded the construction of a throne forged from steel, adorned with skulls and blood as macabre embellishments. Once all were present, Faraday finally articulated the purpose of their gathering. "By the decree of my God, Wuyang has infiltrated an external force. Offer the heads of the intruders to my God. Let blood saturate the earth." Upon hearing Faraday's proclamation, the congregation erupted in fervent cries. "Kill, kill, kill. Sever their heads. I shall use them as adornments. Crush them." Witnessing this fervor, Faraday raised his hand, and the clamor abruptly ceased. "This is a war. Tear them apart. A blood sacrifice to the Blood God, and skulls offered for the throne. Blood sacrifices to the Blood God, offering our skulls to the throne." Meanwhile, a vanguard of 20 individuals infiltrated Wuyang County, led by Junren, Lu Yin, and Du Kongping, who had ventured ahead for reconnaissance. This cautious group remained vigilant, surveying their surroundings. Du Kongping seized a moment to chide Lu Yin, remarking on the poor judgment of his suggestion, "This reward is truly exceptional." Lu Yin, unable to suppress a grunt, retorted, "What does it matter at this time? Besides, you agreed as well. Stop your bickering and focus on the mission." At that moment, Junren interjected, "Silence everyone. Let's assess the situation regarding the zombies nearby." Understood. Though the number of zombies in Wuyang County did not compare to that of major cities, they were still significant. "Remain quiet. A small horde has been detected ahead. Do not engage. We must withdraw." Sharp-eyed Lu Yin spotted the approaching zombies. "Move to the side. Ascend to the rooftop," he urged. The vanguard swiftly made their way to the adjacent residential building. Within the dimly lit stairwell, they exchanged uneasy glances, sensing something amiss in the oppressive darkness. Junren, his expression impassive, produced a flashlight. "Are you all unfamiliar with your equipment? Turn on the flashlight," he instructed. "Maintain vigilance. Should you notice anything unusual, report it and open fire immediately." Understood. The group activated their flashlights, illuminating the previously shadowy corridor in an instant. Junren led the way, taking the first step forward. In Chapter 59, titled Reconnaissance and New Equipment, the mission objectives were clearly defined: to ascertain the number and distribution of corpses along the route of the main force, the quantity of survivor organizations, and most crucially, the largest survivor organization in Wuyang, the Blood God Church. It was established that the Blood God Church was an adversarial entity, and any sightings should be reported immediately. Understood. As they ascended the building, Junren reiterated the task at hand. The 16-story residential complex was not particularly tall, and within 10 minutes, they reached the rooftop. Upon opening the door to the terrace, the long-awaited sunlight bathed their faces. This would be the vantage point to observe the surroundings and commence reconnaissance. Junrin surveyed the area and issued the command to begin the reconnaissance. The soldiers of the advance team promptly retrieved various pieces of equipment. One soldier took out a pair of binoculars and approached the edge of the rooftop to examine the horde of zombies below. He began to document his findings. In the Yongping Street area, the estimated number of zombies ranged from 3,000 to 4,000, with no signs of survivor activity detected. On Shiyun Street, there were over 2,000 zombies, with an error margin not exceeding 500. An initial assault was recommended. Signs of potential survivor presence were noted, including an irrational arrangement of vehicles forming a makeshift wall. While a substantial number of zombie corpses was observed externally, human remains were also discovered. The internal situation remained uncertain, prompting a request for the dispatch of a reconnaissance team. Relying on the elevated vantage point, the soldiers of the advance team transmitted the gathered intelligence from the vicinity to the main forces stationed at the rear. Upon receiving the information, several teams equipped with specialized gear promptly set out. Although this contingent, formed by the indigenous people of Blue Star, primarily served as auxiliary troops, they were occasionally tasked with executing special missions. Thus, Qinghai allocated additional equipment to this unit. The team was outfitted with 10 Fire Lizard reconnaissance vehicles and 30 Sentinel mechs. The Fire Lizard reconnaissance vehicle is a lightweight armored vehicle constructed on a Chimera chassis, utilized by the Star Realm Army for reconnaissance operations. While its armor is relatively light, it compensates with remarkable speed. Typically, a Fire Lizard reconnaissance team comprises 4 soldiers, a commander, a driver, a front weapon operator, and a main gunner. Generally, for reconnaissance tasks, the Fire Lizard reconnaissance vehicle proves to be entirely sufficient. The Sentinel mech, on the other hand, is a bipedal, single-pilot off-road apparatus, predominantly employed by Star Realm forces for mobile patrols over rugged terrain or for rapid-fire deployment in the event of an enemy ambush. The Sentinel mech is primarily utilized for reconnaissance and supporting light infantry and comes in 2 variants, the Recon Sentinel and the Armored Sentinel. The Recon Sentinel can be armed with a selection of weaponry, including cluster laser guns, laser cannons, missile launchers, or automatic cannons. However, a notable drawback of the Recon Sentinel is its cockpit design, which features an open top to enhance the pilot's observational capabilities, thus lacking any protective cover. In stark contrast, the Armored Sentinels not only fortified their cockpits with additional armor, but also incorporated a plasma cannon as an option for their primary weaponry. 30 Sentinel mechs were organized into 10 squads of 3. Among them, 6 squads were reconnaissance sentinels, while 4 squads were armored sentinels. To maintain combat effectiveness and ensure a judicious allocation of resources, a Fire Lizard reconnaissance vehicle arrived at Shiyun Street, the site previously reported to have traces of survivors. Following closely behind was a platoon of soldiers accompanied by a team of reconnaissance sentinels. The treads of the Fire Lizard traversed over the corpses littering the ground. Throughout the journey, no signs of survivors were detected. Thousands of zombies were scattered along the street, prompting the Sentinel teams and soldiers to advance and clear away smaller groups of the undead. 3 reconnaissance sentinels, equipped with cluster laser guns, unleashed a barrage of fire, reducing a dense horde of zombies to mere ashes. Eventually, they reached a location where human remains and vehicles surrounded by walls were found. This location turned out to be a hotel, accompanied by a nearby supermarket, with a relatively manageable number of zombies. It could be considered a fairly decent stronghold for survivors. Several soldiers dispatched the few zombies wandering within the stronghold before entering. A report was made. No survivors were found. Signs of habitation were evident, suggesting that the number of individuals present was not insignificant. The estimated count did not exceed 100, and they were armed with firearms. One soldier crouched down to examine the bullet holes remaining on the ground, discovering several yellow shell casings nearby, 9mm handgun cartridges. The earlier reconnaissance team had reported the discovery of human remains. The squad leader surveyed the surroundings and ultimately discovered the scene at the makeshift barrier formed by several vehicles. After instructing his men to carry the corpses over and lay them flat, he crouched down to examine them closely. The most striking feature was the gaping holes atop the heads of the bodies, evidence of gunfire. Had there been a dispute among the survivors? The entry wound was located at the forehead, exiting from the back of the skull. No, the back of the head was entirely missing, likely blown off by the force of the bullet. He remained vigilant, wary of a potential ambush. Simultaneously, after processing the intelligence sent by the advance team, the company began to officially mobilize. The advance team stationed on the rooftop also commenced their withdrawal. The entire company did not move as a single unit, but instead divided into 3 teams, utilizing the Fire Lizard armored vehicles and Sentinel mechs to swiftly eliminate the zombies scattered in the vicinity. This was indeed Wuyang County. Xiong Lu, wielding a small chainsaw sword, gazed at the scene before him, reflecting on how they had once been mere members of a small squad, and now he was leading a company on a mission. Enough with the nostalgia, he said. Let us focus on clearing the zombies and establish a secure base for the main force. Xiao Yi readied her laser gun and responded to Xiong Lu. Rest assured, we will ensure a safe zone is cleared before nightfall. With that, Xiong Lu adjusted his gear, handing his laser gun to a nearby soldier before securing his plasma pistol at his waist. He then removed the chainsaw sword from his back, firmly gripping the handle. He ignited the chainsaw, unleashing a cacophony of its ear-piercing roar. With a helmet securely fastened upon his head, Xiong Lu charged towards the horde of zombies. The chainsaw sword inflicted devastating damage upon these undead creatures. A mere brush against its whirring blades meant certain doom, as they would be mercilessly reduced to a bloody pulp before being severed into pieces. Towering in stature and wielding the chainsaw sword, Xiong Lu became a veritable deity of death amidst the throng of zombies. Any undead that dared approach him met their demise in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, with the distant gunfire of guards controlling the influx of zombies encroaching upon his vicinity, Xiong Lu exuded an aura of invincibility, as if a solitary warrior could withstand an army. Chapter 60. Motorcycle marauders simultaneously within a residential building on Qi Yun Street, in a room on the 10th floor. Shadows flitted about. A group of over 20 survivors, armed with firearms, huddled together within the confines of a single room. The crowd comprised individuals of varying ages and genders, all bearing supplies and weapons to some extent. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that several among them bore injuries, hastily bandaged yet still oozing blood, revealing their dire circumstances. Uncle Bai, there's a group of people outside. What the hell is that? Mechs. Have mechs emerged in this apocalypse? A technological explosion? A young man in his 20s, astonished, peered out of the window to observe the world beyond. Following his gaze, one could see a squad of soldiers searching for the survivor's stronghold. The source of his exclamation was the trio of Sentinel mechs, which had captured the attention of the others in the room. Curious onlookers gathered by the window to observe the exterior, equally astonished by the mechanized warriors spoken of by the man. At that moment, a middle-aged gentleman, approximately in his 50s with salt and pepper hair, interjected, urging caution. Do not lean too far out of the window. Be wary of being discovered. This man was none other than Uncle Bai, previously mentioned by the other man. He approached the window to scrutinize the auxiliary forces within the stronghold. Upon sighting the 3 Sentinel mechs, a flicker of astonishment flashed in Uncle Bai's eyes. The first man to notice the auxiliary troops spoke up again. Uncle Bai, do you reckon they belong to the military? You have served before. Can you identify them? Uncle Bai, with a hint of resignation, replied curtly, in my day, I was merely an ordinary reconnaissance soldier. How would I know about a unit that clearly belongs to a clandestine operation? After a moment of further observation, he continued, they are likely military personnel. Although we are several hundred meters away, the uniformity of their equipment is evident. The presence of armored vehicles and mechs suggests they are indeed soldiers. I cannot conceive of another possibility, unless there is an incursion by foreign forces into Longhua, but that seems improbable. Upon hearing Uncle Bai's words, the man became animated, exclaiming, if they are truly military, then we are saved. We must establish contact and seek their assistance at once. However, Uncle Bai shook his head, cautioning, do not be hasty. If they are indeed military, they would not have dispatched such a small contingent. Moreover, we remain uncertain whether they have arrived here with some undisclosed mission. If Wuyang has come bearing a task, our presence may yield scant assistance. The apocalypse has persisted for 1.5 years, nearly 2 years now, and Xiao Detzi. You still seem a bit restless. The man referred to as Xiao Detzi awkwardly scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Uncle Bai offered a resigned smile, which soon morphed into a serious expression. In truth, he harbored concerns. This was no longer the early days of the apocalypse. Official forces might have gathered survivors back then, but the official troops in Wuyang were annihilated from the outset, followed by the relentless slaughter by the Blood God Church's fanatics. Furthermore, no other military units have been sighted in Wuyang since. It feels as though this place has been forsaken. Now, a fully equipped team suddenly appears, boasting heavy weaponry. Uncle Bai could not guarantee that they would not be immediately deemed as marauders and eliminated upon their first appearance. It would be prudent to observe for a night. However, Uncle Bai, Sister Ding Yu, and the others are gravely injured. They may not endure much longer. Uncle Bai cast a worried glance at the bed behind him, where a girl clad in a white t-shirt lay. The once white fabric was now drenched in crimson. Her abdomen was wrapped in bandages, while several other girls tended to her. Moreover, Ding Yu was not the only one injured. Each person bore wounds to varying degrees, though Ding Yu's injuries were the most severe. She had been stabbed 3 times in the abdomen and could only receive anti-inflammatory treatment followed by bandaging. They were even out of painkillers at this point. In order to avert the foul stench of blood from attracting zombies, they had deliberately relocated to the 10th floor. At this thought, Uncle Bai slammed his fist against the windowsill in frustration. These damned ruffians, unable to confront the Blood God Church, resort to plundering us. A band of scoundrels. Uncle Bai's group had initially comprised over 100 individuals, armed with a considerable arsenal of weapons. Their original stronghold was the very site currently being searched by the auxiliary forces. With more than 100 armed members occupying a hotel and a supermarket in an area relatively sparse in zombies, they were indeed a formidable faction. However, recently, a gang of marauders had swept through the outskirts of Wuyang County. These miscreants were composed of ordinary criminals and societal delinquents unleashed by the Blood God Church. They wielded police-issued weaponry and navigated the city on heavily modified motorcycles. This band of marauders numbered in the hundreds. Once, their organization had boasted over 1,000 members. However, emboldened by their firepower, they had dared to challenge the Blood God Church and were subsequently decimated by Faraday and his men. Only a few hundred survived. Following their defeat, the marauders, under the leadership of a figure known as Hyena, began to scour the fringes of the Blood God Church's territory, targeting smaller survivor groups. Unfortunately, Uncle Bai's faction had become a target. Just as Uncle Bai simmered with indignation over the marauders' actions, the roar of motorcycle engines pierced the air. Upon hearing that sound, all present involuntarily shivered. It was the marauders' motorcycles. At that moment, the outside world witnessed a group of over a dozen marauders riding modified motorcycles approaching along the street. These thugs had altered their bikes, rendering them bulky in appearance, with a circular ring welded to the exterior, equipped with rapidly spinning melee weapons. These armaments, driven by motors, whirled at high speed on either side of the motorcycles, capable of swiftly slicing through the zombies as they rode. With these vehicles, the marauders could navigate through areas where the undead were sparse with remarkable agility. Within the ranks of the marauder motorcycle gang, the leader exclaimed, "Boss, it seems there's a plump target up ahead. Although it's a bit far, it's not entirely clear." With a mischievous grin, he added, "Let us ride over and see if there's anything new." A cacophony of excited howls erupted from the gang as they sped towards the approaching force. However, from several hundred meters away, the marauders soon discerned the true nature of the assembly before them. What they had mistaken for easy prey was, in fact, the very scythe of death bearing down upon them. Upon realizing they were facing a military unit, the leader's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Holy hell, this is trouble. Retreat at once." Yet, the platoon leader was not one to allow such a hasty escape. Hearing the unmistakable roar of motorcycles from afar, he observed their brazen display on the street, immediately suspecting their intentions. He promptly ordered the reconnaissance vehicle to open fire. The next instant, a thunderous explosion erupted as a shell detonated near the marauding bikers, who had yet to make a turn. Chapter 61. The motorcycle gang. These miscreants were not favored by fortune. A single shell claimed the lives of several motorcycle thugs in an instant. The remaining individuals, witnessing the fate of their comrades, wished fervently to elevate their vehicles into the air. However, an instant later, a cacophony of gunfire erupted. The laser beams struck with precision, targeting the motorcycles of those at the forefront, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that obliterated both the vehicles and their occupants into mere fragments. Observing the demise of their peers, the riders behind them halted, abandoning any thoughts of escape. Though they were indeed criminals, they were not fools. Witnessing such accurate firepower directed at those ahead, it would be sheer folly to continue fleeing. Faced with such peril, surrender seemed a more prudent choice, a chance to preserve their lives. Thus, the remaining 4 motorcycle bandits came to a stop, placing their hands in clear view of the auxiliary soldiers. A squad of soldiers, accompanied by a sentinel mech, approached the group of bandits. The mech's cluster laser gun was aimed at the four, ready to eliminate any sign of resistance with lethal efficiency. The squad leader glanced at the captives and addressed his fellow soldiers. Moments later, four soldiers advanced to apprehend the individuals. What shall we do with their motorcycles? One soldier inquired, looking at the machines, uncertain of the course of action. The squad leader surveyed the scene and waved dismissively. Just some junk. Do you really want to take them back? Let us move on. Upon hearing their prized motorcycles compared to refuse, the apprehended four were visibly displeased. Just as they were about to voice their objections, one of the soldiers struck one of them with the butt of his rifle, sending him staggering. Behave, or I'll put you down right here. Now move. The four individuals, despite their reluctance, had no choice but to comply as they were escorted at gunpoint. Upon returning to the location of the Fire Lizard reconnaissance vehicle, the soldiers had already secured the area. Utilizing the existing defensive structures, they had established a makeshift barrier. At that moment, the squad leader was reporting to Chiu Yi. Upon spotting the apprehended quartet, he gestured for them to be taken away. Shortly after concluding his report, the squad leader arrived at the holding area for the captives. With a sharp sound, a chair was placed before the four. After sitting down, he addressed them, local survivors. I see. The squad leader nodded slightly. It seems we've made some progress. Now, let us have your names, the organization you belong to, its name and structure, the number of members, and the name of your leader. Also, elucidate your purpose here. Be clear, and do not attempt any tricks. Understood? Upon hearing the squad leader's inquiries, the four nodded eagerly. You there, you go first. The squad leader pointed to the nearest individual. The chosen captive swallowed hard and stammered. I am Yen Zipping, from the motorcycle gang. Motorcycle gang? What a ridiculous name. Even elementary school kids could come up with something better. The squad leader scoffed at the name of the gang before turning back to Yen Zipping. Continue. How many members are there? And what is the name of your leader? Yes. After Yen Zipping responded, he continued. Our motorcycle gang comprises over 250 members, but no more than 300. Most of us ride modified motorcycles, along with a few transformed off-road vehicles and larger ones repurposed as battle machines. I am unaware of our leader's name. We simply refer to him as Brother Fei, as do the brothers around us. The squad leader furrowed his brow upon hearing Yen Zipping's words. Only a little over 200? How is that possible? To this, Yen Zipping immediately replied. Our motorcycle gang originally boasted over 1,000 members, a significant organization in its own right. However, we clashed with those from the Blood God sect. And, well, this is the outcome. Just one skirmish? You were reduced from over 1,000 to merely 200? Did they cut through you like butter? The squad leader questioned incredulously. What happened next? Afterward, the remaining members sought refuge along the fringes of Wuyang, merging with smaller survivor groups, scraping by as best we could. Scraping by. So, you are the ones who wreaked havoc here. I observe this place is desolate. What are you still doing lingering about? The squad leader inquired, stroking his stubbled chin. However, Yen Zipping's response startled him. Desolate? We merely scattered the locals. We only killed around 20. We are here on patrol, and those rascals are certainly lurking nearby. The squad leader squinted momentarily before addressing another soldier, instructing him to keep a close watch on the group. He then hastily departed from the scene. Judging by Yen Zipping's earlier remarks, it was evident that there were at least another group lurking in the vicinity. Their commotion had undoubtedly drawn attention, and they might currently be hiding in some corner, observing them. This constituted a significant security risk. With this thought in mind, the squad leader quickened his pace and approached a communications soldier. Contact Captain Chiu Yi. Yes. ZZZZ, this is Chiu Yi. Communication established. What does Squad Leader 7 wish to report? Upon the connection being made, Squad Leader 7 swiftly outlined the situation. The lurking survivors indeed posed a threat. I will dispatch another squad to assist. Remain vigilant. Understood, Captain. With the assurance of impending reinforcement, Squad Leader 7 felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, after a fierce battle, they finally cleared an area sufficient for the 7th Company to rest and establish a base. Captain Chiu Yi, along with the formidable Xiong Lu and other commanding officers, gathered to discuss their forthcoming mission. I believe our primary objective here is to scout the survivors faction while simultaneously serving as the eyes for the incoming troops. The situation with the zombies is secondary. No matter how numerous they may be in a small county, can it surpass that of Jiangzhou? Xiong Lu spoke, his imposing figure striking fear into those around him. With colossal muscles, a robust physique, a chainsaw sword strapped to his back, and a handgun at his waist. He exuded an overwhelming presence. I concur with the deputy company commander. The threat posed by zombies is negligible in our current context. The primary concern lies within the survivor factions, as existing intelligence indicates that the largest survivor group in Wuyang is also the most formidable violent organization, the Blood God Sect. It is imperative to compile intelligence regarding their members, the surrounding survivor factions, and their military capabilities. This will suffice for our report. Chapter 62, Survivors of the Former Chiyun Street. Thus, the focus of our upcoming missions will pivot towards the Blood God Sect. During this meeting, Qiui delineated the future course of action. At that moment, Xionglu interjected with a query. By the way, wasn't there a squad that captured a group of thugs previously? According to the intelligence received, the motorcycle gang had a confrontation with the Blood God Sect. Is it possible to interrogate the captives from the motorcycle gang to uncover the Blood God Sect strongholds in Wuyang? Gaining insight into their internal distribution would greatly aid our subsequent operations. Agreed. We will ensure that the relevant personnel conduct the inquiries. Meanwhile, at the Chiyun Street stronghold, the reinforcements have arrived. The troop strength here has doubled to 60, nearing 1/5 of our total forces. Following their assembly, they commenced a search of the surrounding areas. Concurrently, the 7th squad leader, having received Qiui's orders, hastened to the location where the members of the motorcycle gang were detained to initiate the questioning. Shortly thereafter, the squad leader emerged, clutching a sheet of paper densely inscribed with information. However, his tightly furrowed brow betrayed an inner turmoil. According to Yen Ziping's intelligence, the stronghold of the Blood God Sect was situated within a prison in the northern suburbs. When they clashed with the sect, the number of its members exceeded 1,000. Yet, that occurrence transpired 6 months ago. The current conditions within the prison during this half-year remain shrouded in mystery. Furthermore, following their defeat in the northern region of Wuyang County, the sect has been steadily retreating southward, their operational range continually diminishing. This predicament is primarily attributed to the relentless expansion of the Blood God Sect, which boasts several strongholds within Wuyang County. Such a situation implies that the sect's members are generally dispersed, complicating matters further. Simultaneously, based on the descriptions provided by Yen Ziping and the Flying Car Gang, it has been noted that upon seizing control of a territory, the Blood God Sect dispatches members to dominate the local forces. After eliminating the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled, they consolidate the healthy and robust individuals into what is termed the Blood Legion. This legion serves as a reserve force for the Blood God Sect. Those possessing formidable strength may directly join the sect. Moreover, judging by the territories controlled by the Blood God Sect and the number of survivors in Wuyang County, the Blood Legion's ranks are estimated to exceed 30,000, representing a formidable power. What a jest! This could warrant a formal request for the establishment of a Death Legion. The squad leader of the 7th platoon felt that they could retreat based on the intelligence gathered. Unfortunately, this information was obtained from individuals associated with the gang, necessitating further verification. An ominous premonition lingered in his mind, a feeling he found quite distasteful. He sighed, then swiftly began to relay the intelligence. Meanwhile, on the 10th floor of a residential building, within a room occupied by members of the former Chiyun Street survivors, Detzi was intently observing the situation outside. When he witnessed the auxiliary troops dispatching the group of thugs, he could not contain his excitement and let out a shout. Soon after, he noticed that the battalion had halted their movements, seemingly establishing a stronghold in that location. Shortly thereafter, another unit, equal in number, appeared to provide reinforcement. As Detzi continued to watch, the newly arrived troops began their systematic search of the residential building, floor by floor. This sight sent a chill of dread coursing down his spine. This was a direct threat to them. The moment the troops initiated their search, Detzi realized that they had been compromised. He recalled the 4 thugs who had been captured. Their apprehension had coincided with the arrival of a new battalion, which then proceeded to comb through the building. It was evident that those individuals had leaked information about their continued presence. With the knowledge that there were hidden adversaries lurking nearby, no one could remain at ease any longer. Uncle Bai, the troops have begun searching the residential building. We are not far from them. They could reach us within half a day. What shall we do? At that moment, the individuals in the room were thrown into disarray upon hearing Detzi's words. After grasping the situation, Uncle Bai approached the window for a glance, observing 3 squads of 10, each scouring a separate building. Given that the structures here reached a mere 16 stories, The soldiers needed only to ascertain whether anyone remained inside, thus facilitating a swift search. After a moment of solemn contemplation, Uncle Bai remarked, "Our situation is precarious, especially with the injured among us. If we attempt to leave now, we are likely to be discovered immediately. The injuries sustained by Ding Yu and the others are severe, rendering them incapable of significant movement. We should send a few individuals down to gauge the situation and attempt communication." At that juncture, Detsi stepped forward. "Uncle Bai, allow me to go. I have been observing them for quite some time. These soldiers exhibit strict discipline and do not seem inclined towards indiscriminate violence. I will descend and disguise myself as an ordinary survivor to communicate with them. Should they prove trustworthy, I will guide them back here. If not, my fate will likely be sealed, and then it will be up to you, Uncle Bai, to adapt as necessary. My role would merely be to provide a warning." Without awaiting further objections from the others, Detsi prepared to descend. "Wait, take this." Uncle Bai handed him a pistol. "Ensure your safety." After passing the weapon, Uncle Bai refrained from uttering additional words. He did not deter Detsi, recognizing this as the most prudent course of action. Upon receiving the pistol, Detsi departed without a backward glance. Meanwhile, another squad, having completed their search of one building, proceeded toward the next. The building in question is where Detsi and his companions reside. Upon witnessing a group, including Uncle Bai, entering the edifice, their hearts soared to their throats. On the 4th floor, Detsi paused. This level would suffice. At that moment, he discerned sounds emanating from below, a cacophony of footsteps coupled with the ominous sound of a door being forcefully breached, likely on the 2nd floor. Detsi silently counted the floors and subsequently pried open a nearby room's door with a tool he carried, retreating inside. Soon, the search party arrived on the 4th floor, and Detsi heard their footsteps halt before the door of his hiding place. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air. The door had been kicked in. "Brothers, soldiers, boss, please don't kill me. I'm an upstanding citizen." Upon the soldier's entrance into the room, Detsi immediately knelt, feigning terror as he began to wail towards the entrance. This display startled the soldiers, leaving them momentarily unsure of how to react, weapons raised. "Squad leader, we found a survivor. Initial assessment suggests he may be mentally unstable." Chapter 63. Further infiltration, don't move. Hands on your head. Observing that the soldiers were focused on communication and merely restraining him, Detsi formulated a plan. He was about to place his hands behind his head when, unexpectedly, this action revealed the pistol concealed behind him. With a slight movement of his waist, the firearm clumsily tumbled to the ground. Thud! Everyone turned towards the sound, only to find the dark, glistening pistol lying there innocently. As Detsi witnessed the scene before him, he was momentarily rendered speechless. Just as he was about to raise his head to explain, a soldier bellowed, "Weapons! Control the situation." Before Detsi could utter another word, a gunstock loomed large before him. Soldiers surged in like a tide, pummeling him with fists and feet. One soldier seized the pistol from the ground, subsequently aiming his laser gun directly at Detsi. After enduring a brutal beating, Detsi knelt on the ground, bruised and battered, muttering, "Uncle Bai, you have brought me to ruin." Following a rather amicable exchange, Detsi became acquainted with the soldiers who had come to search for survivors. Upon confirming that this group was not akin to the violent gang known as the Flying Car Gang, Detsi felt a sense of relief and promptly relayed the information about his companions upstairs. The soldiers engaged in the search were equally exhilarated, as their mission was to locate this group of survivors. Now that they had succeeded, their task was essentially fulfilled. Most importantly, they were relieved from the burden of scouring the remaining residential buildings, leaving that to the other teams. Their sole responsibility was to escort these individuals to meet their commander. Simultaneously, upon learning that there were injured individuals upstairs, the searching soldiers immediately called for reinforcements. Once everyone was safely transported back to the base, that chapter of events came to a close. Meanwhile, after receiving intelligence regarding the Blood Legion, Xiao Yi, following discussions, resolved to dispatch several teams deep into the heart of Wuyang to gather information from the territories controlled by the Blood God Church. Additionally, the intelligence collected thus far was transmitted to Qin Hai, stationed in Steel Geli. At this moment, Qin Hai gazed at the freshly received intelligence, his eyes narrowing slightly. The Blood Legion and the Church of the Blood God. It appears that Wuyang County has become a breeding ground for heresy. It is time to eradicate it. However, this means that the 7th Battalion may already be in peril. with over 30,000 members of the Blood Legion, along with 2,000 individuals enhanced by the chaotic dark god from the Church of the Blood God. Should the enemy launch an assault, the station's 7th Battalion in Wuyang County would stand little chance of withstanding the onslaught. Let us engage in battle. May the Emperor grant you protection. Dispatch the Legion. Mobilize the troops to advance to Wuyang County. Qin Hai commanded the guard at the entrance. For this campaign, he intended to assemble 30 companies, comprising more than 20,000 soldiers, in addition to armored units and artillery. Although this has essentially been the standard configuration for every deployment, Qin Hai reiterated it nonetheless. The journey from assembly to arrival in Wuyang County would take approximately 2 days. In urgent circumstances, the armored units and death cavalry could set out ahead, but this would still require about a day's time. It remains to be seen whether the enemy will seize this opportunity to launch an attack on the advance party in Wuyang. In the central region of Wuyang County, a reconnaissance team of around 20 individuals was cautiously traversing the streets. This team was the first group to enter Wuyang for intelligence gathering, led by Junren and his companions. At this moment, Junren carefully scanned the streets, observing the wandering zombies, and signaled discreetly to his teammates. Subsequently, they sought refuge in a shop with its doors wide open and swiftly entered. The team members behind them quickly followed suit, closing the door as they searched for supplies. Inside the shop, Junren endeavored to find some food, but regrettably, it had long been stripped bare, having been visited countless times by survivors. Naturally, he found no resources whatsoever. It was evident that all useful items had been removed, indicating that supplies were not forthcoming. "Brothers, let us rest in place and replenish our strength," Junren commanded. Following his orders, the soldiers of the advance team settled down in various spots, extracting their provisions to eat. Lu Yin produced a piece of compressed biscuit, unwrapping it as he remarked, "Jun, did you notice that there seemed to be fewer zombies along the way?" Junren nodded in agreement. Indeed, the number of zombies here is significantly lower than in other areas. Logically, this should not be the case. Upon our initial arrival, we estimated that Wuyang was home to approximately 400,000 zombies. At that moment, Du Kongping, who had remained silent, interjected, "I believe our initial estimation of the zombie population was accurate. However, we failed to take into account the passage of time since the apocalypse began, as well as the specific circumstances of Wuyang." Junren furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "Are you implying the Blood God sect?" "Precisely," Du Kongping affirmed. "If this Blood God sect differs from other survivor organizations in that it has been actively eliminating zombies, then over the course of nearly 2 years, the total number of zombies in Wuyang would indeed decrease significantly." Lu Yin nodded and took over the conversation. "However, such a premise hinges on the absence of higher-level zombies in Wuyang. Undoubtedly, given the population density here, the emergence of several mutated hordes would be noteworthy. Yet the appearance of mutated zombies is improbable. It seems that the zombie threat in smaller locales is not particularly grave. Without advanced zombies, and with fewer hordes, their intelligence remains rudimentary. Thus, these smaller regions may indeed possess the greatest potential for restoring order first." However, Junren shook his head in response. While smaller areas have their advantages, they also bear inherent drawbacks, particularly concerning their population. If the number of survivors is insufficient, the restoration of order remains unattainable. Furthermore, in the absence of a unified force and formidable military strength, the notion of re-establishing order is merely a hollow aspiration. With a sigh, Junren continued, "Now, let us clarify our mission objectives. We must investigate the locations of the Blood God cult's strongholds within the city and the organizations of survivors under their control. The task is formidable, and due to a lack of personnel, it is solely our team that ventures into the depths. Without supplies or support, we can only rely on ourselves. Everyone, conserve your strength. We shall commence our operation at night." "Yes," the group responded softly. At that moment, Junren began to assess his subordinates. Aside from Lu Yin and Du Kongping, the others were either eating or maintaining their firearms. He also noticed a soldier clutching a double-headed eagle pendant, silently offering prayers. Chapter 64. The Blood Legion. The supplies carried by the advance team were rather meager, reflecting a light and nimble approach. The provisions consisted solely of compressed biscuits, chocolate, and energy bars, all designed to deliver substantial energy, albeit lacking in palatability. Junren extracted an energy bar, unwrapped it, and began to chew. For reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding enveloped him, as if countless eyes were silently observing him from behind. Furrowing his brow, Junrin turned to Liu Yin beside him. Liu Yin, however, waved dismissively, asserting, "How could that be? We've sealed the main entrance and left only a narrow slit in the windows for light. You are merely overthinking it. Focus on your meal." After soothing Junrin with a few words, Liu Yin proceeded to tally the supplies in hand to ascertain the time available for their impending actions. Meanwhile, unnoticed in a dusty corner of the ceiling, a surveillance camera was fixated upon them. In a dimly lit room, nearly 20 individuals congregated, their eyes fixed on a computer screen displaying the very location where Junrin and his companions were taking their respite, a shop situated in the heart of Wuyan. Heh, these fools have no inkling that we have been maintaining the surveillance equipment in this vicinity. Who would have thought it would prove useful today? Keep a close watch on them. All right. It doesn't take this many people to monitor one camera. Everyone else, get out, barked a figure who appeared to be the leader, shooing others away. Prepare yourselves. We shall set forth to deliver them a surprise. Ha! At that moment, Junrin was consuming an energy bar while surveying his surroundings. An ominous premonition lingered in his mind, as the atmosphere felt inherently discordant. He scanned the shop repeatedly, but could not grasp any clues. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a dust-covered surveillance camera nestled in the corner of the ceiling. A thick layer of dust coated the device, obscuring the lens. However, Junrin discerned a fleeting glimmer of red beneath the dust. At this realization, his pupils constricted sharply. The surveillance system was indeed operational. It was astonishing that someone had maintained the cameras in this abandoned shop. They had been resting for at least half an hour, meaning they had been observed for a considerable duration. With this thought, Junrin sprang to his feet and shot the camera, shattering it. He then commanded the group, "We must relocate immediately. We have been detected." Upon hearing his words, the soldiers, initially bewildered by Junrin's abrupt gunfire, quickly sprang into action, gathering their belongings. Within a minute, they assembled and opened the door, hastily shifting their position. Upon stepping outside, Junrin noticed, inexplicably, a significant reduction in the number of zombies. However, the current situation left no room for contemplation. Any further delay could result in their encirclement. Just as they emerged, a soldier's head exploded in an instant, warm brain matter splattering onto the others. Concealment. A sniper. Caught in this sudden predicament, the crowd had little time for contemplation and hurriedly sought nearby cover. Yet, what substantial shelter could be found in such an environment, save for a few dilapidated vehicles? A soldier, taking refuge behind one of these battered cars, had scarcely crouched down when a bullet pierced through his body. Damn it, where's the enemy? Liu Yin adjusted his helmet, cursing as he scanned the surroundings. If they could not locate the hidden sniper, they would surely perish today. Miao Dan, find that bastard. Junrin shouted. Yes, Miao Dan, the team's sharpshooter, trained systematically, wielded a laser sniper rifle reminiscent of that in the Krieger kill team. By analyzing the trajectory of the bullets that had claimed 2 soldiers, Miao Dan deduced that the shots originated from a building ahead. Without hesitation, he ripped off the rearview mirror from a car behind him to observe the situation. Soon, he detected an unusual glint, and after meticulous confirmation, he discarded the mirror, pivoted, and aimed his rifle. The figure lingering by the window stood out starkly in his scope. Without a moment's hesitation, Miao Dan pulled the trigger, eliminating the threat. As he watched the figure slump slowly in the scope, he reported, "Commander, the enemy has been neutralized." Upon hearing this, Junrin felt a slight easing in his heart, yet he was acutely aware that now was not the time for relaxation. A sniper had been waiting for them in ambush, and inevitably, more adversaries would soon arrive. Before Junrin could issue the next command, the distant sound of vehicles in motion reached his ears. Accompanied by a series of bizarre roars, Junrin realized that the enemy was approaching. In the next moment, a modified jeep emerged into view, its body adorned with numerous spikes, resembling a hedgehog. Following closely were a multitude of altered armored vehicles, and Junrin spotted a transformed bus, its exterior reinforced with thick steel plates and spikes, presenting itself as a veritable war machine. The occupants within were clad in blood-red attire, most donning iron skull masks, armed either with firearms or edged weapons. Judging by the number of vehicles, the enemy forces comprised several hundred individuals. Despite the superior equipment of Junrin's unit, it was evident that the 18 of them stood no chance against such overwhelming numbers. Thus, upon sighting this formidable group, Junrin immediately commanded a retreat. Retreat and report the situation to the battalion. Where is the communications soldier? Sir, the communications soldier has just been killed. Upon turning back, Junrin confirmed that the slain soldier had been equipped with a communication device. Damn it, someone retrieve that equipment. There is no time to withdraw. Establish contact with the command center on site. Prepare for battle. With Junrin's orders, all soldiers crouched behind cover, weapons raised, and aimed at the approaching enemy. The impending battle loomed like an invisible storm cloud, and each individual steeled themselves for the possibility of death. At this moment, the soldier clutching the double-headed eagle insignia was intently gazing ahead, muttering something under his breath. The nearby soldier could hear him quite clearly. Long live the Emperor. May the Emperor protect me. Long live the Emperor. May the Emperor protect me. The soldier incessantly repeated these two phrases, much to the annoyance of another soldier beside him. Buddy, can you stop? We're all going to die. The Emperor can't shield us. Allow my ears a moment of respite. The soldier retorted fiercely. To his surprise, the praying soldier shook his head and replied, Of course, we shall die, but the Emperor will safeguard our souls. We will ultimately return to the embrace of the Emperor. What souls? Do you think this is a novel? What fantastical powers are you speaking of? Brother, you do not understand. This is the truth, and I have always believed in it. Chapter 65. Survival and Death. Every individual must confront death, differing only in the time, place, and manner of their demise. The battle erupted in an instant. The vanguard soldiers wielded weapons of absolute superiority, yet they were vastly outnumbered. With merely 18 men, this contingent of fewer than 20 faced a charge from dozens of modified armored vehicles and hundreds of armed troops, akin to a mantis attempting to block a chariot. The enemy's formation also boasted an array of firearms, and as they closed the distance, a small metal storm swept through the soldiers' makeshift encampment. A bullet lunged straight at the face of a soldier fiddling with his communicator, and in the next instant, his head exploded like a watermelon. After 2 consecutive communications soldiers were killed, it became evident that the enemy was deliberately targeting them, intent on severing their connection with the battalion. Realizing this, Junrin understood that they were akin to fish trapped in a barrel, unable to escape. However, it was imperative that the battalion received intelligence from this location. Thus, Junrin immediately turned to Lu Yin and commanded, Lu Yin, you must leave this place at once and return to the base swiftly. Relay the information from here so that the troops can prepare for battle. The presence of these individuals in such numbers cannot merely be aimed at our modest squad of 20. I fear their true target is the larger force. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin paused in his shooting for a moment. After a few seconds, he resolutely replied, Understood. With that, he withdrew from his firing position, casting a silent glance at Junrin. Their eyes met, and no further words were exchanged. He then turned and sprinted back along the path they had come, fully aware that those remaining would surely meet their demise. This would be their final encounter. Yet, he realized that staying behind would only add another corpse to the count. Since death was inevitable, he might as well expend his last energies. Moreover, he might not even make it back to the base before perishing on the way. Meanwhile, Junrin addressed Miao Dan, who was systematically eliminating enemies, saying, You should leave as well. A sniper holds little utility in such circumstances. If you can survive and return to the battalion or find refuge in the shadows, it would be far better than dying here. If given the opportunity, eliminate a few more adversaries. Miao Dan gripped his weapon tightly, his brow furrowed in concentration. I understand, Commander. Take care, brothers. With that, Miao Dan departed. In an instant, the vanguard, having lost 2 members, was overwhelmed. Soldiers continued to fall, all within mere minutes. Junrin's left hand was struck, the force of the bullet shattering it, leaving only a sliver of flesh connecting it. As their numbers dwindled to 6, an armored vehicle approached them. Various types of vehicles surrounded the remaining few. 4 modified buses halted nearby, their doors flinging open to release over 200 individuals. Some even perched atop the vehicles, brandishing their weapons. A throng clad in crimson armor encircled the scene. A figure resembling a leader emerged from the crowd, surveying the 6 who lay on the ground. Still alive. You have done well, eliminating many of my subordinates. Ha ha ha. And 2 little mice have scurried away. I shall hunt them down. Junrin, gritting his teeth against the pain in his left hand, sat upright. The agony contorted his features into a grimace. Ha ha ha, cough cough. I never imagined I would meet my end here. Rather hasty, indeed. Junrin paid no heed to the speaker, instead allowing a quiet chuckle to escape his lips. The leader, undeterred by Junrin's disregard, turned and seized a machete from a soldier's grasp. Several soldiers of the Blood Legion captured the remaining 6 individuals, forcing them to kneel upon the ground. The leader of the Blood Legion approached Junren, leaning down to whisper softly in his ear, "I shall send your comrades to meet you with that." The leader raised his cleaver and struck directly at Junren's neck. 5 minutes later, 18 iron rods, each adorned with the severed heads of fallen soldiers, were impaled upon various war chariots. The soldiers of the Blood Legion returned to their vehicles, hastening towards their destination. Approximately half an hour after the enemy's departure, a figure re-emerged at the scene. It was Miaodong, the second to leave. Upon witnessing the 18 headless corpses strewn across the ground, Miaodong silently knelt down. He had not anticipated that they would decapitate everyone. A swift glance revealed the faces of former brothers-in-arms. Miaodong noticed one headless body clenching a double-headed eagle emblem tightly in its grasp. He instantly recognized it as that of a soldier who had fervently prayed before the battle, holding steadfast to his faith even in death. Miaodong rose and approached, taking the emblem to wear around his own neck. By now, half an hour had passed since the departure of the Blood Legion, and some zombies, previously eliminated during the conflict, had begun to wander back from other regions. Given the current circumstances, Miaodong found himself unable to give them a proper burial. He felt utterly powerless. After casting one last glance at the bodies of his fallen comrades, Miaodong departed from the site. Meanwhile, in the central square of Wuyang, a multitude of Blood Legion soldiers had gathered. Moreover, a continuous stream of teams converged here. At this moment, a convoy adorned with a multitude of severed heads arrived, bearing the remnants of the prior skirmish with the advance party. Ah, is this not the contingent of old Ding? Along the way, they have claimed yet more lives. The leader, who had previously taken action, leaped down from the vehicle. Ding Jie, one of the 30 war commanders of the Blood Legion. The Blood Legion, comprising over 30,000 members, was divided into 30 squads, each led by a war commander. Humph, you bunch of curs, arriving and already barking like dogs. What business do you have gathering around? Come to gawk at your father? Ding Jie scoffed, deriding the two who had spoken. Each war commander was the leader of various factions that had been subjugated by the Church of the Blood God, transformed into the commanders of their respective forces. Before their conquest, these factions were not at peace, often clashing with one another. Chapter 66. Night Raid. Old Ding, temper your fury, one commander suggested. The Master Faraday has summoned us, likely for significant undertakings. If you disrupt the Master's mood with your raucous behavior, be cautious lest your head be severed and strung up. The taunts of a commander, who was not particularly fond of Ding Jie, continued unabated. Ding Jie felt a surge of agitation. Yet the commander's words rang true. The Church of the Blood God had gathered them today for a reason, and to cause trouble now would be utterly foolhardy. As several individuals faced off, General Gold of the Blood God sect arrived at the central square. General Gold greeted the commanders as they rushed forward to pay their respects. Gold surveyed the gathered leaders and solemnly inquired, "Is everyone present?" Yes, everyone is here. As soon as you arrived, we can commence the meeting." After hearing this, Gold nodded in satisfaction and proceeded towards the conference room, which had been prepared in advance. Inside the conference room, 27 war commanders awaited his arrival, seated in their designated places. Upon entering, Gold wasted no time and addressed the assembly directly. "The sole purpose of our gathering today is to mobilize every single one of your subordinates without restrictions on time or method, to eliminate all those who have infiltrated Wuyang. After returning, instruct your men to arm themselves and set off immediately." "Understood, General Gold." Gold spoke but a few words before dismissing those present, as his summons was merely to convey this directive. The members of the Blood God sect under his command had already gathered in the central square, ready to embark once all preparations were complete. Meanwhile, Lu Yin relentlessly sprinted towards the base. Just as he approached the brink of exhaustion, he encountered a patrolling unit. Upon seeing his comrades, Lu Yin could no longer sustain himself and collapsed to the ground. "Brother, are you all right?" The patrolling squad caught sight of Lu Yin and hurried forward to investigate. The vanguard had been annihilated, and the enemy was numerous. They might launch an assault on our garrison, so vigilance was imperative. After uttering these words, Lu Yin tilted his head and fainted. No one knew how he had made it back, having journeyed without pause while evading hordes of zombies. His stamina had long since reached its limit. Had it not been for Junren's encouragement, he would have perished along the way. Fortunately, the message was successfully relayed back to the unit. Upon receiving the news, Qiu Yi and others swiftly contacted the commanding officers at all levels. "Gentlemen, The vanguard we dispatched has been obliterated, with only one survivor. The enemy may launch an attack on our garrison. Remain vigilant and consolidate our defenses. 3rd Platoon acknowledged. 7th Platoon acknowledged. The various units, upon receiving the intelligence, began to tighten their defensive lines, with nearby squads drawing closer together. Night fell at the Chiyun Street garrison. The leader of the 7th Platoon was in a temporary office, attending to the day's affairs regarding the change of the night watch and summarizing the intelligence gathered during the day. Meanwhile, the soldiers within the garrison remained alert, having received word of a potential enemy presence. Consequently, everyone was utterly exhausted. At this moment, a squad patrolling the perimeter was cautiously surveying a dark expanse in the distance. "What's wrong, squad leader? Is there something unusual?" The squad leader did not respond, but instead gestured for them to retreat. Immediately, the soldiers adopted a serious demeanor, raising their weapons and watching the front with heightened vigilance. As they gradually retreated, a sudden gunshot rang out. In that fleeting moment, several soldiers were struck and collapsed to the ground. The sound of the gunfire startled the soldiers within the stronghold. The Fire Lizard reconnaissance vehicle and 3 scout sentinels swiftly sprang into action. By this time, the patrol squad had been entirely annihilated. A multitude of Blood Legion soldiers surged forth from the shadows, directly assaulting the auxiliary army's defenses. Initially, due to the combination of heavy firepower and firearms, those who charged forward were utterly torn to shreds. However, the soldiers of the auxiliary army, accustomed to combating zombies, faced their first large-scale engagement against fellow humans, resulting in immediate casualties. They were confronted by equally cunning adversaries, who possessed a vast arsenal of firearms and outnumbered the auxiliary army by several times. This was an army commanded by 2 warlords, numbering over 2,000, equipped with hundreds of weapons and a plethora of melee arms. Additionally, there were a dozen members of the Blood God Church among them. Under the cover of darkness, the Blood Legion soldiers exploited their numerical superiority to encircle the stronghold at Chiyun Street. A small contingent from the Blood God Church, taking advantage of the distraction of all soldiers within the stronghold being drawn to the front lines, stealthily infiltrated the interior under the cloak of night. A dozen members of the Blood God Church, clad in seemingly rudimentary steel armor and donning horned helmets that obscured their faces, strode through the streets wielding massive axes or shouldering iron hammers. Such ease of entry revealed the defenses here to be as permeable as a sieve. "Ha ha ha, let us tear them all apart." A member of the Blood God cult, wielding an axe, approached a military tent. Upon lifting the flap, he discovered several unconscious civilians inside. "Who are you?" At that moment, a furious roar caught the attention of several individuals. Detsi, holding the pistol gifted to him by Uncle Bai, aimed it at them. When the figure, previously turned away, faced him, a wave of terror engulfed Detsi's heart. The distinctive attire was simply unforgettable. The image of every person from Wuyang County was indelibly etched in his mind. The Blood God cult. Recognizing the garb of the cultists, Detsi immediately pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The cult member struck by the shots staggered slightly, but, regrettably, the bullets from the pistol could not penetrate the armor he wore. Though rudimentary, constructed from layers of steel plates and rebar, it provided comprehensive coverage of the body. Devotees of terror had long since learned to disregard such assaults. The assaulted member of the Blood God cult cast a glance towards Detsi and, with astonishing speed, closed the distance between them. A massive hand reached out and firmly grasped Detsi's head. With increasing force, a resounding crunch echoed as Detsi's skull was crushed. His headless corpse slowly collapsed to the ground. Until his last moment, Detsi could not comprehend how, despite their rescue, the wounded receiving treatment, and layers of military protection surrounding them, his dreams of a future filled with safety, warmth, and freedom from fear had been so abruptly shattered, dissipating like ethereal smoke. The most shameless deception lies in the act of bestowing hope, only to culminate in despair. It appears that a few small rodents remain here. Fielding, eradicate them. Chapter 67. The Monomolecular Chainsaw Sword, my boy. Blood stains the stronghold of Chiyun Street, where severed limbs now replace the valiant auxiliary soldiers. A dozen members of the Blood God Church have breached the defenses from within, leaving soldiers and the very refugees they sought to save with no escape from death. The drivers of 3 reconnaissance units met their demise as their heads were blown apart from above. The sole surviving Fire Lizard reconnaissance vehicle fled the scene, as the Blood Legion possessed no weapon capable of penetrating its armor. In truth, In terms of physical prowess, the auxiliary soldiers and the soldiers of the Blood Legion were on par, bolstered by advanced weaponry. Yet, this disparity was overpowered by the sheer numbers of the Blood Legion. Moreover, there were a dozen zealots of Old K, whose enhancements rendered them formidable in close combat, cutting through the auxiliary forces as if they were mere vegetables. Naturally, the Blood Legion incurred a heavy toll, losing over 500 men to secure this stronghold. Most casualties among the ordinary soldiers resulted from the brutal melee assaults by the terror worshippers. The loss of over 500 was primarily due to a coordinated assault by 3 mech sentinels and the Fire Lizard reconnaissance vehicle. The cluster laser guns mounted on the mechs were far from trivial. At the onset of their onslaught, they decimated the initial wave of Blood Legion soldiers. And their attacks did not cease upon eliminating foes, but rather continued to pierce through dozens more before finally dissipating upon striking the ground. Thus, 3 mechs dispatched a substantial number of enemies. However, it was regrettable that despite their formidable capabilities, they were merely 3 in number, compounded by their flawed design. Ultimately, it was a few snipers concealed in the shadows who delivered a fatal shot to the pilot, allowing the Blood Legion to advance. Otherwise, these 3 mechs could have effectively defended their position. Meanwhile, the main forces of the 7th Company were also under siege, and the scale of this assault far exceeded that of a mere Chi-Yun Street. The attackers numbered an astounding 10,000. Of course, it was impossible for this multitude to surge forward all at once, as the streets of various districts could not accommodate such a throng. Gold divided this force into 3 segments, surrounding the 7th Company's stronghold and launching a series of relentless assaults in a rotational manner. At this juncture, the front line of the 7th Company was inundated with torrents of lasers and shells raining down upon the battlefield. The opposing forces comprised enemies wielding conventional firearms, yet their armaments were rather eclectic. Some carried modern automatic weapons, while others brandished oddly shaped firearms that appeared to be rudimentary, homemade contraptions, albeit with considerable firepower. Additionally, a portion of the attackers wielded laser weapons confiscated from the advance team, with their numbers exceeding 20. At this moment, 6 armored vehicles, repurposed from buses, made their way directly toward the defensive line. Soldiers, nearly driven to madness, fired fervently from the rooftops and sides of the vehicles. Within the confines, a multitude of soldiers awaited, poised to engage in close-quarters combat as soon as the armored vehicles breached the defensive line. Regrettably, the encampment was fortified with a plethora of heavy weaponry and Fire Lizard reconnaissance vehicles. Some of these so-called armored vehicles were targeted along the route, swiftly rendered obsolete by a single shell. The colossal machines erupted into flames amidst a cacophony of explosions, claiming the lives of the soldiers within in an instant. Out of 6 modified armored vehicles, 4 were obliterated en route, while the remaining 2, propelled by inertia, crashed into the auxiliary forces' defenses. Yet by that time, not a single soul aboard had survived. Even if they had breached the line, they were incapable of mounting an assault. The actions of the Blood Legion not only yielded no victories, but also resulted in the loss of 6 sizable modified war machines, with the wreckage on the road becoming an obstacle to their advance. Damn it, a bunch of fools. I warned that the enemy's firepower was formidable. This reckless approach was ill-advised. Ding Jie observed the battlefield through binoculars from the command post. Boss, if we continue this way, we may lose several teams. Next wave, it'll be our turn to charge. A subordinate hesitated to continue. Ding Jie waved his hand dismissively. No rush. The next wave will include the Blood God sect. Their ostentatious style is perfect for drawing fire. Let our men fall back a bit. No need to foolishly rush forward. They should take cover and shoot from a distance. Understood. I will relay your orders immediately. On the other side, an assault team composed of 100 Blood God cultists infiltrated the attacking forces. Another wave of assault commenced. The distinctively attired cultists, upon their entry, immediately became the primary target of the auxiliary troops' concentrated fire. However, this round of attacking forces was equipped with a plethora of motorcycles and other small vehicles. Despite the dense barrage, some managed to slip through and approach the defensive line. One cultist, riding a motorcycle, adeptly maneuvered through the chaos and ultimately leaped over a collapsed iron gate, breaching the defensive perimeter. Just as the cultist dismounted and landed, he sensed a dark shadow looming over him. Realizing the imminent danger, he swiftly drew his weapon and looked up, only to find an armored sentinel aimed directly at him. Its laser cannon primed and glowing ominously. Before he could utter a word, a laser blast struck him, leaving not a trace behind. Such incidents unfolded continuously across the nearby positions. Even if a few succeeded in breaching the line, they were met with a barrage of concentrated fire in the next moment. Meanwhile, in a concealed alleyway, dozens of Blood God cultists gathered. They formed a covert unit, taking advantage of the distraction in the front lines to infiltrate and open a passage, allowing the reserves, already prepared for action, to surge in and execute a coordinated strike from both within and without. According to intelligence provided by the internal cultists, there exists a concealed entrance to an underground tunnel within the territory occupied by the auxiliary army, presenting them with a fortuitous opportunity. "Found it. This is the place," exclaimed one cultist as he opened the tunnel entrance on the ground, addressing those behind him. "Let us proceed." Meanwhile, within the auxiliary army's encampment, in a command tent, Xiong Lu was troubled by the battle reports in his hands. "When will the reinforcements arrive? If this continues, our supplies will be depleted," he inquired of a nearby soldier. "They should be arriving soon. The information from the base indicates that the Legion has already set out, with the vanguard expected to reach us by midnight." "Midnight, you say? That should be about right." As Xiong Lu pondered this, a commotion erupted from outside. "What is happening?" He cautiously grasped his chainsaw sword and stepped outside, only to witness a group of individuals clad in peculiar armor, wielding large melee weapons, emerging relentlessly from the entrance of an underground tunnel. "Blood God cult, sound the alarm. We are under attack." One by one, the cultists surged forth from the depths, charging towards the nearest soldiers. A massive cleaver cleaved through one soldier, severing him in half. The nearby station soldiers rushed to engage in combat at the first sound of disturbance. Meanwhile, a cultist wielding a colossal axe set his sights on Xiong Lu. Approaching him, the cultist surveyed the chainsaw sword in Xiong Lu's grasp and mockingly remarked, "What is this? Your tree-cutting toy?" "Ha ha ha." Xiong Lu remained silent, silently pressing the ignition button of his chainsaw sword. In the next instant, the deafening roar of the chainsaw reverberated through the scene. At the very moment the sound erupted, both the cultist and Xiong Lu lunged towards each other. The chainsaw sword collided with the massive axe, and in the blink of an eye, the formidable weapon was reduced to mere fragments by the rapidly spinning chainsaw. The cultist, witnessing this spectacle, felt his pupils constrict in shock as he exclaimed, "What on earth is this thing?" Xiong Lu, upon hearing this, smirked malevolently at the astonished Blood God cultist and declared, "A single-molecule chainsaw sword, kid." With that, he twisted his wrist, directing the front end of the chainsaw sword straight at the cultist's chest. The sword cleaved through the chest armor, piercing directly through his torso. Chapter 68. The charge of the death cavalry. The cultist's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. A gaping wound on his chest revealing the nature of the attack he had just endured. Xiong Lu flicked the chainsaw sword and redirected his gaze towards the remaining cultists surrounding him. The sight of Xiong Lu's lethal strike had captured the attention of the other cultists, and soon 7 or 8 Blood God followers shifted their stances to encircle him. As Xiong Lu observed his encroaching adversaries, his brow furrowed slightly. He raised the chainsaw sword in his right hand, his muscles taut as he surveyed the area. Just as he focused on the enemies directly in front of him and beside him, an assailant nestled within his blind spot surged forward. Simultaneously, several foes closest to Xiong Lu charged at him, weapons brandished. At such a close range, it would only take mere seconds for them to strike his body. As Bear 6 observed the first individual make a move, he swiftly executed a sideways roll towards an unengaged adversary. The chosen foe could scarcely fathom that Bear 6 would dare to strike back amidst the onslaught of several assailants. In mere moments, the chainsaw sword swept across the neck of the unfortunate man, sending the horned helmeted head tumbling from the body, which subsequently crashed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity while the remaining assailants were still in shock, Bear 6, armed once more with the chainsaw sword, lunged forward. The weapons wielded by the cultists were no match for Bear 6's chainsaw sword. Upon mere contact, they were reduced to splinters, along with their wielders' bodies. At that very moment, however, an assailant wielding a machete leaped at Bear 6 from his right rear. Instinctively, Bear 6 raised his right hand to defend himself, but he was too late. In the next instant, the machete cleaved down upon Bear 6's right arm. Oh! The hand gripping the chainsaw sword fell to the ground, blood gushing uncontrollably. Enduring the excruciating pain, Bear 6 kicked away the cultist who had severed his arm, then reached for the handgun secured at his waist. The plasma pistol, already charged, required no aim. After aligning it with the figure, Bear 6 unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. A pale blue plasma beam erupted forth, obliterating the cultist into nothingness. In the ensuing chaos, only Bear 6 and 2 remaining Blood God cultists stood amidst the fray. The two cultists gazed upon Bear 6, who knelt partially, left hand gripping the plasma pistol, hesitating whether to step forward and deliver a final blow. The two companions felt a pang of trepidation as they recalled the fate of their recently fallen comrade. However, glancing at the severely wounded Xiong Lu, who seemed on the brink of demise, they felt a twinge of regret. Just as their indecision lingered, Qiu Yi arrived with a contingent of reinforcements, accompanied by 6 sentinel mechs. The concentrated firepower relentlessly decimated the invading Blood God cultists, forcing them into a state of helplessness beneath the barrage of laser cannons and missiles. The infiltrators were swiftly being eradicated. Meanwhile, the two individuals, exchanging a knowing glance, instinctively fled towards the underground passage they had previously traversed. Before long, the encroaching cultists were nearly annihilated. Xiong Lu, how are you faring? Qiu Yi inquired with concern upon seeing Xiong Lu's severed right arm. Quick, summon the medics. Xiong Lu was whisked away for treatment. Although his arm was preserved, the likelihood of reattachment under the current circumstances seemed a distant fantasy. Following this chaotic ordeal, the auxiliary soldiers stationed within suffered significant casualties. Fortunately, reinforcements were expected to arrive that very night, providing a glimmer of hope for resistance. After sealing the underground passage, Qiu Yi assembled all soldiers to the front lines. Concurrently, ammunition was unleashed without restraint, aiming to temporarily repel the opposing forces through overwhelming losses. The battle grew increasingly fierce. At 23:31, the soldiers of the Blood Legion momentarily retreated, allowing a fleeting tranquility to envelop the battlefield. In truth, neither side's soldiers engaged in the fray. While the Blood Legion dispatched a contingent to eradicate the horde of zombies drawn by the clamor of battle, the Blood Legion found itself embroiled in a dual confrontation. Thus, the situation on the ground could be described as hundreds of the 7th Company, in alliance with the zombies of Wuyong, encircling the Blood Legion. Yet, such a portrayal does not reflect reality. At this moment, on the defensive line of a block, auxiliary troops and a small contingent of Blood Legion soldiers were engaged in sporadic exchanges of fire. Lasers incessantly illuminated the scenes of the battlefield. On the other side, the flashes of firearms punctuated the inky darkness of the night, creating a remarkable symphony of sounds, where the rat-a-tat of gunfire harmonized with the discharge of lasers. Damn it, there are too many enemies. At this hour, the relentless waves of attackers will inevitably wear us down. Behind the cover, a soldier lamented to his comrade beside him. There's no choice. But fortunately, the enemy cannot discern our situation clearly and dares not advance recklessly. As the two conversed, a bullet struck their cover. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. I wish I could take them all down. Just then, a soldier nearby suddenly spoke up. Wait, do you hear that sound? It's sharp and piercing. What are you talking about? Gunfire is everywhere. Wait a moment, that's a whistle. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire on the battlefield, they discerned a sound that was distinctly different. Wee-wee, the sharp and urgent whistle gradually resonated across the battlefield, accompanied by the rhythmic pounding of hooves. The sharp sound of the charge echoed, accompanied by the relentless clattering of hooves, heralding the identity of the approaching riders, the Death Cavalry. Several battalions, each comprising hundreds of these grim horsemen, served as the vanguard in this unexpected reinforcement. This particular unit was among those dispatched to provide aid. At this moment, the Death Cavalry leveled their spears and charged at the advancing soldiers of the Blood Legion. The sight of the cavalry's charge captured the attention of all present on the battlefield. As the soldiers of the Blood Legion discerned the presence of the Death Cavalry, they swiftly redirected their firearms to fire upon them. Yet, in the next instant, the cavalry had surged into their midst. The soldiers of the Blood Legion, faced with the onslaught, were thrown into disarray. Countless men were impaled by the sharp points of the spears, while many more were trampled beneath the relentless hooves of the Death Cavalry, reduced to a gruesome pulp of flesh and shattered bones, fit only for the making of bone sausages. These soldiers could scarcely fathom that, in such dire circumstances, they would meet their demise beneath the hooves of a suddenly materialized cavalry. This chaotic scene unfolded across various strongholds surrounding the 7th Company. Chapter 69. Welcome the Legion of Death. Who can tell me from whence this inexplicable cavalry has emerged? In the command post at the rear of the Blood Legion, Gold seized a man before him, demanding answers in a thunderous voice. However, the individual trembled in fear, a warm liquid trickling down his thigh. Witnessing this, Gold's fury intensified. With a single hand, he snapped the man's neck and cast the lifeless body aside. Regardless of where these individuals emerged from, with their mere hundreds in number, let us obliterate them with overwhelming firepower. Gold roared. At this moment, the Death Knights, having already cleared the surrounding streets, returned to the encampment of the 7th Company. Their mission had been accomplished, and now they awaited the arrival of the larger forces trailing behind. A procession of Death Knights, mounted on their war steeds, traversed the streets towards the 7th Company's headquarters. On either side of the street, soldiers of the 7th Company stood behind makeshift barricades. "Goodness, how impressive!" one soldier exclaimed as he admired the valiant and gallant demeanor of the passing Death Knights. "Do you think we'll ever have the chance to don such armor?" "Who knows? Probably not. Even if we could, it would certainly require rigorous training," replied another soldier. "Heh, I fear nothing. I would embrace any training necessary just to wear that. By the way, do you think we could be reassigned there? Come on. Can you not indulge in such unrealistic fantasies?" "Well, a person must have some dreams, right?" The exchange between the two soldiers went unnoticed by others. Meanwhile, outside Wuyong County, a significant number of soldiers from the Death Legion had already arrived. Various infantry companies lined up in 4 rows, marching in synchrony. Alongside them were armored vehicles in motion, Lehman Russ tanks, Chimera armored transports, Gorgon troop carriers, Centaur vehicles, and Pluto drilling machines, among others. Due to the considerable size of the marching contingent, the Death Legion was divided into several factions that simultaneously advanced into the city from various directions. As the saying goes, when the number exceeds 10,000, it becomes boundless and unrestrained. The infantry battalions alone numbered 30, with over 20,000 troops, complemented by a vast array of armored forces. If one were to observe the situation in Wuyong from above, they would witness a continuous black line advancing relentlessly toward the heart of the city. Furthermore, this development was promptly reported to the Blood God Church by its pervasive network of informants in Wuyong. At that moment, Faraday, the head of the church, had become aware of the arrival of the Kriegs. When he first heard of an army entering Wuyong, he merely chuckled, dismissing it as inconsequential. However, upon learning that it was a legion of considerable strength, his expression darkened with concern. The revelation that this legion was equipped with a significant number of tanks and armored vehicles elicited a vehement curse from him. How could such a small place as Wuyong attract such a formidable force? Nevertheless, he reassured himself, for he commanded an army of 30,000, albeit with somewhat inferior weaponry. Yet he deemed it manageable. At that moment, a soldier from the Blood Legion, who had come bearing news, reminded him that the legion's numbers had dwindled to just over 20,000. "Oh, and what of the nearly 10,000 that remain?" Faraday mused, acknowledging that the 7th Battalion's defenders were indeed proficient, having inflicted over 7,000 casualties upon the Blood Legion in such a short span. Of course, this was not solely due to the auxiliary forces. The Blood Legion had also committed numerous blunders. For instance, they had attempted to leverage their numerical superiority to launch suicidal charges against the front lines, resulting in a gruesome aftermath of fallen soldiers. After 2 or 3 such attempts, they ceased this ill-fated strategy. Subsequently, there was an attempt to charge using a modified armored bus, an inconsiderate contraption with a fragile exterior and a vulnerable core. After several endeavors, it was determined that such actions merely resulted in a swift demise, rendering it obsolete. Time and again, new tactics were employed, only to retreat amidst a field strewn with corpses and the wreckage of battle vehicles. Repeated attempts, regardless of numbers, could not withstand such losses. Moreover, inept marksmanship led to misfires that struck one's own comrades. Ultimately, the term Legion in reference to the Blood Legion signifies merely its numerical strength and equipment. The remaining individuals are merely ordinary souls struggling for survival in the apocalypse, coerced by figures like Faraday to form this so-called Legion. Within the ranks, only a handful are truly skilled in combat. It would be more fitting to rename it the Blood Society. Upon learning that nearly a third of his painstakingly assembled army had been lost, Faraday felt a surge of indignation. He ordered the immediate withdrawal of all remaining personnel and the conscription of surviving members to reinforce the ranks, leaving no civilians behind. Those who refused to comply would face execution. He commanded the distribution of all available weaponry from the armory, instructing factories to work tirelessly to produce arms, utilizing every improvised firearm available and resorting to machetes where necessary. Troops were to be organized into squads of several hundred, strategically dispersed across the territories under their control, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. Simultaneously, he instructed all church members to form small units and infiltrate, targeting those misguided soldiers. Seated upon his iron throne, Faraday gestured emphatically, proclaiming to the gathered assembly, "Let the blood of our enemies saturate the land of Wuyang. In sacrifice to the blood god, we offer our foes' skulls as tribute." With the issuance of Faraday's command, the Blood Legion, which had been besieging the 7th Company, promptly commenced their retreat to replenish their ranks. At this juncture, the Survivor Organization, still under the control of the Blood God Church, managed to muster an additional 20,000 individuals, albeit these were merely cannon fodder, vastly inferior to the well-established Blood Legion. Nevertheless, this cannon fodder could still serve to deplete the enemy's ammunition, acting as nails scattered across the battlefield, thus playing a significant role in stalling the adversary's advance. Meanwhile, the 7th Company finally gained a moment to breathe. After a brief period of rest, they began their withdrawal from Wuyang, preparing to return to Tianhai. The severely injured Xiong Lu was not in dire condition, despite his arm being grievously damaged. However, he remained largely unconcerned upon learning that he could receive a mechanical arm. He eagerly urged Qiuyi to set off back to Tianhai, where he could promptly receive a new one. On the other side, within the command center of the Krieg Corps, which had fully entered the city, the commanding general convened with the company commanders and political commissars. They were deliberating on who would confront the zombies within the city and who would deal with the chaos worshippers. "Brothers, I bear both good news and bad news. The good news is, the enemies in the city are not ordinary foes, but chaos worshippers." The commanders cheered, "Hooray!" The bad news is, while there are numerous zombies in the city, the number of chaos worshippers is scarce, resulting in most companies being assigned to eliminate the zombies. "Now let us draw lots." The political commissars stepped forward to draw lots, and after some time, "Brother, guess who has been assigned the task of cleansing the zombies?" "It's you," exclaimed one political officer to another. The latter, upon glancing at the slip of paper in his hand, instantly buried his face in his hands. No. Chapter 70. The battle. To be honest, I had long anticipated engaging in combat against these chaotic heretics, but Kyrie, the political officer of the 32nd Company of Krieg, had drawn the lucky lot to lead the purge of the chaotic devotees. He had expected to face a series of arduous battles, but upon confronting them, he discovered that these so-called devotees were, in fact, weaker than the most pathetic of orcs. Despite their eagerness to fight, they possessed no understanding of tactics, and the physical prowess of the Kriegers allowed them to fell several foes with a single hand. Engaging these individuals was a sheer waste of ammunition, exceedingly wasteful. Do not let your guard down. Intelligence suggests that these individuals are merely hastily conscripted ordinary survivors, struggling to mount any effective resistance against the zombies. They are solely here to drain our ammunition and energy, reassured another political officer. In truth, Faraday did harbor such intentions. He envisioned these expendable troops scattered in groups of hundreds across various locations surrounding the church's control, interspersed with a few elite units. They were intended to serve as nails or grinding stones, gradually sapping the energy of the Kriegers and diminishing their numbers. However, the reality diverged significantly from his expectations. Not only the expendable troops, but even the so-called elite within the Blood Legion were no different from those cannon fodder when facing the Kriegers. Below is a scene depicting the moment when the enemy stronghold was breached. In a district under the control of the Blood Legion, over 200 individuals have transported sandbags and various obstacles to construct a makeshift stronghold. A multitude of armed soldiers patrols the area with vigilance. At this moment, a platoon of 60 infantrymen has just advanced to this position. Upon discovering the stronghold, the soldiers of the Krieg immediately took action. A barrage of laser fire erupted within a mere 4 seconds, swiftly eliminating the sentries stationed on the periphery of the stronghold. This decisive action effectively cleared the area in front of the stronghold. Simultaneously, as the firing commenced, the Kriegs launched their assault. In the rear, the soldiers, upon noticing the advance of the Kriegs, sprang into immediate action. A dual rifle, ingeniously fashioned from 2 rifles equipped with modified magazines, boasting a capacity of 50 rounds, was positioned atop the central sandbags to serve as heavy fire support. With a single modified magazine containing 50 rounds, The combined firepower amounted to 100 rounds. Although they were fired simultaneously, it still equated to the discharge of 50 rounds, elevating the firepower to a new echelon, despite the somewhat unstable structure of these factory-modified firearms, leading to frequent instances where the two rifles might separate mid-fire. A soldier adeptly wielded this dual rifle, aiming its muzzle at the advancing Kriegs. In the next instant, a ferocious blaze of fire erupted forth. Among the charging Kriegs, a few fortunate souls were struck, achieving a return to the Golden Throne. Unlike the Death Riders, the ordinary Kriegs lack breastplates. Their only form of protection consists of their radiation-resistant military overcoats. The 7.62mm caliber bullets struck the bodies of the Krieg soldiers with the fury of a tempest, piercing through them with relentless force. However, this assault did not persist for long. In the next instant, a beam of laser light struck the head of the soldier operating the weapon. The headless corpse slumped over the sandbags. The firearm in its grasp rendered silent. Seizing the opportunity, the Krieg soldiers surged forward to the forefront of the defense line, smoothly vaulting over the sandbags. The bayonet affixed to their laser guns pierced the body of a soldier who was reloading behind the cover of the sandbags. After confirming the soldier's demise, the Krieg soldier withdrew the bayonet and continued the charge. As they navigated through the barricaded streets, they encountered a labyrinth of alleys and residential buildings. The terrain, altered beyond recognition, often required the Krieg soldiers to search building by building, alley by alley. Of course, had a Leman-Russ tank or a Chimera armored vehicle been present, a single shell would have sufficed to obliterate everything in its path. There would have been no need for painstaking searches. The collapsing structures would crush the Chaos soldiers within, rendering all attempts at concealment futile. Regrettably, this particular unit had advanced more swiftly than others, leaving behind vital armored vehicles. Thus, the Krieg soldiers were compelled to proceed with caution, significantly slowing their progress. At that moment, within a narrow alley, over a dozen Chaos adherents lay in ambush, ready to spring into action. They prepared themselves. Once the enemy entered their encirclement, they would disarm them, deprived of their firearms. The adversaries would find their combat effectiveness diminished by at least half. A soldier, utilized as bait, was revealed, drawing the attention of a solitary Krieg soldier pursuing an enemy. The bait twisted and turned through the alleyways, and the Krieg soldier followed closely behind. At the moment the Krieg soldier stepped into the ambush, hidden foes lunged directly at him. The soldier instinctively sensed the enemy's approach, evading with a swift maneuver and dispatching one with a shot. However, more adversaries surged forth from behind. 3 Chaos acolytes seized hold of the Krieg soldier, attempting to wrest the laser gun from his grip. For 3 fleeting seconds, these acolytes restrained him, as additional foes overwhelmed the soldier, knocking him to the ground and causing his weapon to clatter away. Amidst the struggle, a dagger sought to pierce the Krieg soldier's flesh. Yet, to his astonishment, the clothing he wore proved impervious. Unbeknownst to the acolytes, intent on further subduing and killing him, one of the Krieg soldier's hands grasped a shovel handle. 2 minutes later, the soldier emerged, wielding the entrenching tool and carrying his laser gun, bloodied yet resolute, leaving behind a grim tableau of bodies shattered by the shovel in the alley. Such incidents occurred frequently within this stronghold. After clearing the area, the infantry squad pressed deeper into the stronghold. From the map, it became evident that the Krieg's legion advanced steadily toward the headquarters of the Blood God cult, simultaneously purging the undead along their path. From every perspective, these ordinary soldiers are no different from mere cannon fodder. The only ones capable of inflicting genuine harm upon the Kriegs are the members of the Blood God Church, numbering over 2,000. Oh, but that is not quite accurate. The previous battles have claimed the lives of numerous church members, so the count is certainly below 2,000. Faraday, damn it, did I accumulate this modest fortune so easily, only to see it squandered in a single battle? At this moment, an infantry squad engaged in combat encountered a group of Blood God devotees. Chapter 71. Macarius, hurry up. Don't dawdle. On a street leading to the headquarters of the Blood God Church, hundreds of soldiers from the Blood Legion were busily at work. Utilizing sandbags, stones, shovels, and other tools provided from the rear, they constructed a defensive fortification that stood apart from others. Barbed wire sandbags and a meticulously calculated distribution of firepower points saw hundreds of soldiers fulfilling their designated roles. At first glance, it certainly appeared formidable. Unlike other contingents, this unit of the Blood Legion included several dozen Blood God devotees. These devotees did not remain within the confines of the Legion's stronghold. Instead, they were strategically dispersed in front of the outpost, potentially hidden within the residential buildings flanking the path of the Krieg soldiers. As the Kriegs arrived and commenced their assault, the devotees would leap from above, diving directly into the heart of the enemy. With their physical prowess and combat acumen, they could undoubtedly catch the adversary off guard. This strategy was proposed by a devotee of the blood god and was unanimously endorsed by the others, all of whom possessed an unwavering confidence in their combat abilities. In truth, these individuals have never truly witnessed a Krieg battle. Ryan, when will they arrive? I can hardly wait. The so-called blood god acolyte named Ryan gestured for those nearby to quiet down. Just wait. Those fellows bundled in thick cotton coats and pants must be coming this way. I cannot fathom how they endure this sweltering heat. Wait, I see them. They're coming. Prepare yourselves. Ryan signaled his companions to ready for combat. As everyone's gaze followed, they beheld a squad of over 30 Kriegs advancing in their direction. Just around the corner, the enemy would catch sight of the well-prepared stronghold. The Krieg squad cautiously traversed the street, scanning their surroundings. One soldier, wielding a flamethrower, continuously unleashed flames upon various suspicious points. Just as they were about to turn the corner, a Krieg soldier sensed something amiss and promptly signaled his comrades to halt. A blood god acolyte hidden in the shadows grew anxious upon witnessing this. The enemy had not followed their intended path, but instead had detected the anomaly and stopped. With just over 30 of them, the stronghold's firepower could easily overpower them. However, since there were only around 30, surely we could eliminate them with our numbers alone. A blood god acolyte pondered this and, growing more convinced, called out to a nearby companion before leaping down. On the other side, Ryan was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of that individual, his plans thoroughly disrupted. "Damn it, you incompetent wretch," Ryan muttered in frustration. The disciples nearby were equally perplexed, and one turned to Ryan, inquiring, "What shall we do now? Should we fight or retreat?" At that moment, Ryan had no time to ponder, yet in his subconscious, he believed that these 30 men could prevail on their own. However, adhering to the original plan would have minimized their losses significantly. The abrupt deviation from the situation he had under control was indeed disconcerting. As Ryan witnessed the first individual leap down and swiftly eliminate a Krieg soldier, he cast aside his thoughts and shouted, "Charge!" Without hesitation, he leaped down himself. Dozens of ambushed disciples of the blood god followed suit. Many who were closer managed to land directly on top of the Kriegs, whereas those further away had to jump down and then rush towards the fray. Unfortunately, some hapless souls, barely stepping out of the window, met their demise with a laser blast to the head. The Kriegs reacted swiftly as the first adversary descended, realizing that the enemy was lying in wait above. Consequently, several disciples of the blood god who delayed their descent were promptly targeted. Those fortunate enough to touch the ground and engage in close combat with the Kriegs were astonished to discover that these seemingly feeble soldiers possessed strength that could rival that of the blessed warriors of the blood god. Armed with bayonets and entrenching tools, the Kriegs relentlessly overwhelmed these inexperienced and terror-stricken disciples. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps and the roar of engines approached the battleground. Someone turned to glance back and discovered that it was the soldiers of the Blood Legion who had been stationed at the stronghold. Upon witnessing the skirmish, they promptly dispatched a team to lend assistance. With this newfound support, the devotees overwhelmingly outnumbered the Krieg forces. Just as the devotees believed victory was assured, a contemplative thought struck one of them regarding the source of the engine noise. Suddenly, a devotee's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared in the direction from which the Kriegs had come. In the distance, a towering metallic behemoth was advancing towards them. In those fleeting seconds of astonishment, the devotee was swiftly decapitated by a shovel. The remaining individuals caught a glimpse of the steel monstrosity, a colossal tank. "Fear not, for they have their own men here. They would not dare to fire," shouted a soldier from the Blood Legion. However, in the next instant, the tank pivoted its turret to aim at them, and a fiery flash erupted from the cannon's mouth. The thunderous sound of the tank shell being fired resonated like the shockwaves felt in the hearts of the devotees and soldiers alike. They could hardly fathom that the enemy would indeed dare to open fire, especially with their own soldiers present. Yet, before they could ponder further, the artillery struck, claiming the lives of numerous soldiers, both Krieg and Blood Legion alike. Even the devotees of the blood god were not spared. Meanwhile, the tank, having just discharged its shell, began to advance slowly, continuing its relentless sweep forward. The Macarius Heavy Tank is one of the formidable armored vehicles brought forth by the Krieg Corps. Weighing in at 175 tons, with a length of 10.9 meters, a width of 7 meters, and a height of 4.8 meters, it is indeed a colossal presence. The primary armament of the Macarius Heavy Tank features a dual-mounted Macarius main battle cannon atop its turret, akin to the main gun of the Leman Russ tank. However, due to the larger chassis and enhanced load-bearing capacity of the Macarius, it employs a dual-barrel design, boasting an ammunition capacity of 40 rounds. Flanking the vehicle on either side are heavy explosive launchers, each equipped with an impressive 600 rounds. At the front, a pair of heavy logging guns offers an additional 1,000 rounds of ammunition. The firepower is maximized to an extraordinary degree. Presently, the version showcased is the Macarius Conqueror model. For such a heavy tank, conventional defensive fortifications seem utterly ineffectual. Following closely behind are two Chimera armored vehicles, trailed by 4 Gorgon troop carriers. The magnitude of firepower and manpower at their disposal renders them nearly invincible in Wuyang. Since their departure, this battalion has encountered no opposition capable of halting their advance. As they turn the corner, the soldiers of the Blood Legion, poised and ready, behold the immense steel behemoth, their minds echoing a singular thought. Charge. Chapter 72. Tomorrow, in the unexpected, the Macarius has arrived before the defensive position, leaving behind the ruins of the former stronghold. The entire process was exceedingly brutal. A single explosive shell shattered what appeared to be a sturdy defense. It was as vulnerable as tofu, easily pierced with a mere poke. Once penetrated, the tofu would be subjected to a relentless crushing, repeatedly pressed within one's grasp. The scene at this stronghold mirrored the crushed tofu, utterly fragmented. Such devastation was unfolding throughout Wuyang at that moment. Strategically speaking, the Legion of Death occupied every militarily significant node. However, it must be acknowledged that the situation lacked strategic depth. The Legion of Death merely required a mindless advance. The opposing faction, in the presence of Krieg, resembled nothing more than inexperienced recruits. Only the forces composed of the cult of the Blood God could contend meaningfully with Krieg. Yet, in terms of numbers, the Blood God cult found itself at a disadvantage. In terms of equipment, the Blood Legion was similarly outmatched, and in combat proficiency, Krieg overwhelmingly surpassed the enemy. Therefore, barring unforeseen circumstances, it would not be long before the so-called Blood God cult was consigned to the annals of history. However, as fate would have it, an unexpected turn was imminent. Meanwhile, within a clandestine underground military base in the homeland of Eagle's Sauce, an intense debate was underway. Fuck you, Adrian, this is your plan. It's as flawed as a hemorrhoid on your backside. Pure nonsense. The individual referred to as Adrian, a Caucasian man, retorted vehemently, my plan is flawed? If you possess the capability, devise a better one, Brant. The ground is currently overrun by those damned zombies. The repugnant creatures, oozing with pus and infested with maggots, resemble a grotesque amalgamation of all that is decayed in this world. Who knows how those wretched zombies came to be in such a state? If you wish to confront those accursed beings personally, I can certainly escort you to the surface. As he spoke, Adrian animatedly waved his hands. Furthermore, cease your incessant remarks about my hemorrhoids. If you are so enamored with them, I could readily sever them and feed them to you. You can have as much as you desire. I assure you, there will be no shortage. Brant's face flushed with indignation as he retorted, to hell with you. You despicable wretch. According to your plan, we shall all be condemned to live in this cursed underground, cut off from the surface. Do you aspire to become a denizen of the depths? Good heavens, I had no idea you had such a fondness for rats, to the point of wanting to experience it firsthand. Should any mishap befall the base, this very place would become our grave, buried thousands of meters below ground. We would be crushed into mere paste. Can your underdeveloped brain even fathom transforming into a rat to burrow through this? You insufferable fool. His words struck Adrian deeply, his face turning crimson with rage. He drew his pistol and aimed it at the man before him, shouting furiously, shut your vile mouth, or I shall force your head into your own backside. Brant, undeterred, brandished 2 additional pistols, pointing them at Adrian. Shall I fetch the ancestral whip from my home? Enough is enough with the 2 of you. What we seek are concrete solutions, not a recounting of your historical grievances. And Adrian, your hemorrhoids are utterly revolting. The bystander, unable to endure any longer, attempted to intervene. Yet, both adversaries turned their ire upon him, exclaiming in unison, silence, Leon. Damn it, I am losing my mind. You two imbeciles. The onslaught from both sides drove Leon into a frenzied exit from the conference room. Upon returning to his chamber, he furiously struck his fists against the wall, and it was only the pain that finally calmed him. Leon took several deep breaths before settling onto the bed beside him. Just as the room succumbed to an eerie silence, a bird's call disrupted Leon's thoughts. It was a parrot adorned with feathers of blue. He presumed it to be a parrot, though he could not recall when it had made its appearance in his room. Perhaps it was a pet he had brought with him upon his arrival at the base, or possibly it belonged to someone else who had abandoned it in his care. The memories were hazy. He vaguely remembered that this parrot had been his companion for a long time, a solace for his soul. What am I to do? The Eagle Country is on the brink of collapse. Must I remain in this wretched underground forever? Leon cursed vehemently, hurling nearby objects to the ground in frustration. The commotion startled the parrot, which began squawking wildly in response. What should I do? What should I do? Lion lowered his head, his hands concealing his face, utterly oblivious to the peculiar gaze of the parrot beside him. Nuclear bomb, nuclear bomb. The parrot's hoarse voice incessantly echoed in Lion's ears. Upon hearing the words nuclear bomb, Lion's tightly shut eyes abruptly flew open. They were bloodshot, and he exuded an indescribable madness. Nuclear bomb, nuclear bomb, nuclear bomb. Yes, and there's also the nuclear bomb. If returning is not an option, then let it all be destroyed. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. I am truly a genius. With that, Lion, in a frenzied state, flung open the door and dashed outside. The passers-by paid no heed to his madness. In recent times, there had been instances of gunshot suicides, and countless others had succumbed to insanity. Now, it was merely the emergence of another soul unraveling. Lion sprinted into the control room of the base, the parrot trailing closely behind him. This was originally a secret military base of the Eagle Nation, housing numerous control terminals for its nuclear arsenal. Lion burst in, deranged, only to find the place utterly deserted. Although the control room for nuclear launch was of utmost importance, the personnel here possessed no launch keys. Now, those who knew about these keys had either become zombies or were devoured as sustenance for the undead. With reddened eyes, Leon frantically manipulated the control panel, perhaps oblivious to the very buttons he was pressing. Yet, even amidst this chaotic operation, several missile launch silos in the outside world began to activate. As he feverishly clicked on the digit 9, the final input key was entered. Chapter 73, Nuclear Detonation Externally. A concealed missile silo was unveiled after many years of dormancy. This armory, at long last, was set into motion. Within the silo lay 12 intercontinental ballistic missiles, each armed with nuclear warheads, now ready to be unleashed as the most formidable arsenal. Flames ignited at the base of the 12 missiles, and in that pivotal moment when Leon pressed the button, they ascended slowly into the sky, akin to wild stallions breaking free, hurtling towards various regions of the United States. Cities such as New York and Philadelphia, teeming with vast populations, suffered catastrophic nuclear strikes. Although Leon's mental state was evidently compromised, his objectives had been achieved. The nation had been ravaged by the initial outbreak of the virus, placing it squarely in the epicenter of devastation. A relentless onslaught of mutated entities plagued the land. And despite the nation's stringent gun control, the resistance during the virus's early days was formidable. However, prolonged attrition had reduced the living populace to a mere shadow of its former self. Aside from the clandestine underground bases of the government, only a handful of survivor organizations remained, artfully concealed from view. Those exposed to the open air numbered but a few hundred. Compounding this dire situation, the zombies had undergone insidious transformations, becoming increasingly formidable and repugnant, leading to the downfall of numerous bases once thought secure. Currently, the number of survivor organizations within Eagle Sauce can be counted on one hand. It can be said that, unbeknownst to many, this once great superpower of the blue planet teeters on the brink of extinction. Following yet another wave of nuclear bombardment, the significance of the event seems minimal. For the 12 cities targeted by these nuclear warheads harbor not a single living soul. In this instance, Leon has indeed achieved his strategic objective, eradicating the horde of zombies on the ground. With the detonation of 12 nuclear warheads at the centers of these cities, both the cities and their undead inhabitants are obliterated in the catastrophic explosions. Meanwhile, within the underground base, Brant and Adrian, engaged in a heated argument, simultaneously receive notification of the missile launch. What on earth? Who did this? Both are taken aback and begin inquiring about the identity of the individual responsible for the nuclear launch. Upon discovering that it was Leon, their confusion deepens. Leon? How is that possible? Without the key, a nuclear warhead is merely scrap metal. Where could he have obtained the key? At this moment, Leon has been subdued by the arriving soldiers. Yet, confronted with the frenzied Leon, the soldiers find themselves at a loss regarding their next course of action. Concurrently, a few nations still capable of controlling satellites are taken aback by this nuclear strike, particularly the Bear and the Dragon. These two nations, relying on their remaining satellite surveillance, observe the missile launch. This revelation astonishes both, leading them to instinctively assume that Eagle Sauce, facing imminent demise, sought to take others down with it. Now that the nuclear warheads have been launched, they are left with no time to react. Fortunately, the nuclear missile took an unexpected turn and headed towards the cities of the Eagle Nation itself. This development brought a moment of relief to both parties. However, they soon realized that the situation in the Eagle Nation had escalated to the point of launching nuclear missiles onto their own territory. The grim reality of their predicament weighed heavily on both the Dragon Nation and the Bear Nation. The fact that even the Eagle Nation had resorted to targeting its own land with nuclear weapons suggested that they might soon be unable to defend themselves. Of course, neither side could have anticipated that. At the outset, there was no intention to launch nuclear missiles, as they lacked the necessary codes. Meanwhile, within the few remaining nuclear-capable nations on Blue Star, peculiar voices began to emerge, advocating for the deployment of nuclear missiles on cities devoid of human life, ostensibly to reduce the overall number of zombies. Such a ludicrous proposal would typically garner no attention. After all, launching a few nuclear missiles at a handful of cities could hardly eradicate billions of zombies. Moreover, the ensuing nuclear fallout would present an even graver challenge. Strangely, however, support for this notion grew increasingly robust, as if a shadowy hand were orchestrating the movement from behind the scenes. Although the proposal had not yet passed, it was only a matter of time before the idea of launching nuclear missiles would resurface on the agenda. In the Dragon Nation's base in Kyoto, the same conference room was in session, albeit with fewer attendees than before. At this moment, Elder Sun occupied the central seat, perusing the documents laid out before him. The room was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of paper rustling. A pin dropping would have been distinctly audible. Everyone was quietly reviewing the materials in front of them. Regarding the timing of the nuclear missile launch by the United States, there is a plethora of speculation. For instance, certain cities are rumored to harbor peculiar undead, among other reasons. Yet, this remains puzzling. Their belief is that nuclear weapons are a last resort, to be deployed only in dire circumstances. Furthermore, there is an alarming concern that, in a moment of desperation, they might unleash their entire arsenal in a mutual annihilation. On a broader scale, humanity's situation is exceedingly dire. Recently, there has been a notable surge in the activity of millions of undead outside the Kyoto base, shattering the previous tranquility. An ominous sense of impending doom envelopes everyone, suffocating their spirits. It is said that one should speak out regarding the current predicament. At last, Elder Sun took the initiative to voice his thoughts. The Dragon Nation requires a solution. Humanity demands a path forward. Continuing on this course, we are merely heading towards a dead end. We must devise a new strategy. With Elder Sun's words, the assembly began to deliberate earnestly. After intense discussions, 3 proposals were ultimately established. The first is a contingency plan. Should the Dragon Nation reach an insurmountable breaking point, all weapons would be launched in a desperate bid for mutual destruction with the undead. Naturally, this would only be activated in the most critical of junctures. The second option is to retreat. The underground base in Kyoto is nearing completion and can accommodate a significant portion of the populace. Supplies are being transferred to the base, and the biological recycling systems are nearly perfected, along with various factories. This would enable complete self-sufficiency, effectively severing ties with the outside world. However, this remains a suboptimal solution. The final proposal is cooperation. The gaze of the crowd was drawn to the map, specifically to the location of Jiangzhou. Chapter 74, Loyal Descendants Academy. Jiangzhou, situated 20 miles east of the Tianhai base. After the remnants of the original structures in Jiangzhou were cleared away, a closed-off base was erected here. This establishment is known as the Loyal Descendants Academy. Although termed an academy, it bears a closer resemblance to a military institution. It serves as a refuge for orphans who have lost their parents in the apocalypse, encompassing children aged 7 to 16. The Loyal Descendants Academy provides these orphans with essential living support and education, imparting various knowledge as long as they uphold their faith in the Emperor. Today, the first cohort of students sheltered by the Academy has reached adulthood, now faced with two paths ahead. The first is to continue their studies within the Academy, and the second is to enlist in the Auxiliary Army. Naturally, joining the Auxiliary Army does not begin at the level of an ordinary soldier. Those nurtured by the Loyal Descendants Academy are not only poised to become loyal stormtroopers, but also excellent candidates for junior officers and political commissars. Among them, the most renowned is Sebastian Yarek, a legendary political commissar revered by the green-skinned orcs, known as the One-Eyed Yarek, one of the most formidable political commissars in the history of the human empire. However, the students who have undergone less than 2 years of training are not yet ready to assume the responsibilities of a political commissar. Nevertheless, they are well suited to serve as junior officers. Currently, the first cohort of adult students has gathered on the playground. On the elevated platform before them stands an imperial political commissar. Qin Hai has specifically assigned high-quality educators to this academy. Oliver Vivian, the imperial political commissar, stands atop the platform, gazing down at the youthful faces below, and proclaims with a resounding voice, "Soldiers, you are indeed fortunate. This world has been ravaged by war, and a virus has obliterated your homes, snatching away the lives of your loved ones. I still recall your initial arrival, faces etched with panic, suffused with confusion and dread for the uncertain future. Loved ones departed, leaving you solitary and bereft. Yet now, you stand amidst your comrades, no longer alone. You lean upon the Empire, the Emperor's radiance illuminating your path. It is time to dedicate yourselves to the Emperor. Life is the currency of the Emperor, and sacrifice is the cornerstone of the Empire." These still tender youths are on the brink of stepping onto the battlefield, poised to prove their allegiance to the Emperor. At this moment, every individual below is ablaze with fervor. Long live the Emperor! Oliver stands upon the platform, observing the assembly of young souls, nodding in satisfaction. Before his summoning, he served as a political officer within a Krieg siege regiment. After his death, he followed the guiding light of the Emperor to this place. To be honest, awakening once more to find himself among Kriegs was somewhat overwhelming. Previously, in other astral military factions, soldiers faced execution for retreating in the Death Guard. They were shot for charging forward. He himself had narrowly escaped execution at the hands of Krieg soldiers on several occasions. Fortunately, Qin Hai had assigned him the role of mentor at the Academy of Loyal Successors, where he personally instructs these budding youths, guiding them step by step. Witnessing their gradual transformation into worthy currency, destined to be placed in the hands of the Emperor. Meanwhile, as the children here eagerly anticipate stepping onto the battlefield in allegiance to the Emperor, the battleground in Wuyang County is ablaze with fierce conflict. The Kriegs are executing precise eradication operations on various strongholds, leaving not a single soul behind. Almost all peripheral strongholds have been dismantled, with only a few elite fighters and members of the Blood God sect still resisting. In a concealed corner, Ding Jie and a few trusted subordinates huddle together. They have escaped during the cleansing operation, seeking refuge amidst the ruins in an attempt to evade disaster. "Boss, do you think we are truly safe here? It feels like a bullet could fly in from any direction at any moment. Those brutes are merciless." Ding Jie, with a grim expression, sits on the ground, processing the events that have transpired. Initially, he received word to gather his men and wage war against a group suspected to be military personnel. Although the adversary boasted an array of heavy weaponry, their numbers were ultimately only a few hundred, while his own forces totaled 20,000, equipped with various weapons, gear, and modified vehicles. A 20,000 to 500 scenario clearly favored him. Indeed, prior to the commencement of hostilities, he personally dispatched over a dozen enemy scouts. And once the battle began, the opposition was effectively suppressed, rendered immobile. However, without warning, a cadre of cavalry clad in military coats and donning gas masks emerged, swiftly decimating their surroundings. This was soon followed by a substantial military presence launching an assault against them. In fact, when the Death Cavalry first appeared, he sensed something amiss and contemplated a discreet escape. Regrettably, Faraday commanded all members of the Blood Legion to return for reorganization, compelling their leaders to act in unison, leaving no opportunity for escape. Subsequently, they were ordered to disperse into smaller units for resistance. Upon receiving this directive, Ding Jie realized that they had been forsaken. Their remaining worth lay solely in depleting the enemy's manpower and munitions while delaying the assault. Naturally, Ding Jie was unwilling to perish on a battlefield akin to a grinding mill. Thus, at the outset, he feigned labor without exertion. Fortunately, he and his fellow leaders were assigned to the core zone, which afforded him the chance to survive until now. Silence, lest we attract the enemy, Ding Jie uttered softly before resuming his meditative state. The others, observing his demeanor, fell silent as well. However, across the ruins where they concealed themselves, atop a 16-story residential building, a soldier clad in Cardian assault gear lay prone, clutching a laser sniper rifle, aiming at the resting Ding Jie and his companions. Adorning his chest was a double-headed eagle insignia, stained with dark crimson blood. According to protocol, the auxiliary forces of Wuyang should have already withdrawn, yet a soldier from the auxiliary emerged in the heart of the battlefield. His weaponry and insignia betrayed his identity as Miao Dan, the sniper of the vanguard led by Jun Run, the sole survivor besides Liu Yin. After escaping, Miao Dan had remained hidden on the battlefield, seeking Ding Jie's presence, vowing to take vengeance for his fallen comrades of the vanguard. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. Chapter 75, The Escape Bang. Within the makeshift shelter, the head of a soldier exploded with a deafening roar. Ding Jie, who had been resting with his eyes closed, was jolted awake. A sniper, damn it! The remaining few scrambled to find any semblance of cover. Yet, at that moment, apart from their current position, there was nowhere that could truly be called a refuge. Even here, the enemy sniper had a direct line of sight. Bang! Another soldier fell victim to a headshot. Now, aside from Ding Jie, only 3 others remained. Just as Ding Jie attempted to rise, a laser struck his right foot, sending a surge of excruciating pain racing to his brain. Ding Jie stared at his now vacant right leg, his face flushing crimson, as his mind struggled to function. Then, 3 more shots rang out, and the remaining 3 comrades were dispatched. Witnessing the demise of his subordinates one by one, Ding Jie took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to scream, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. However, as minutes slipped by, the scene remained eerily tranquil. Just when Ding Jie thought the enemy had exhausted their ammunition and he had narrowly escaped doom, the sound of footsteps approached, with his strength all but depleted. Ding Jie forced himself to lift his head, only to see a figure slowly advancing towards him. Miao Dan, gun in hand, stood before Ding Jie. "Do you remember me?" Miao Dan asked calmly. Ding Jie, taken aback, glanced at Miao Dan in surprise. Upon noticing the complete gear he wore, Ding Jie hesitated for a moment, then seemingly recalled something, scoffing lightly. "It's you. I remember, of course. You are the one who escaped back then?" Ding Jie, forcing himself to look up, asked a question before shaking his head and muttering to himself, it no longer matters." Initially, he believed that the escape of 1 or 2 individuals was inconsequential. Yet, he had not anticipated death occurring here. Cough, cough. Before I severed that man's head, he must have been pondering similar thoughts. Though he did not mention a name, Miao Dan understood who he referred to, Junren, the captain of the advance team. At that moment, he had been watching from a distance as the man before him decapitated Junren. How arrogant and invincible he had been then, yet now he appeared utterly disheveled and disgraceful. Miao Dan gazed at the figure before him, his expression devoid of emotion. He raised his gun and fired. As he looked upon the headless corpse, Miao Dan felt as if all strength had been drained from him, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Gold, finish them off. At this moment, on a battlefield, Gold of the Blood God Church smashed a Krieg soldier who was caught off guard with a single punch. "Come on, you mutts. Taste your grandfather's might." This was the last battlefield of Wuyang, where Faraday had successfully preserved the last of his elite forces. Realizing that they had no advantage left and that their retreat was blocked, Faraday decided to gather everyone to confront the Kriegs head-on. At this moment, over 1,000 members of the Blood God Church and the remaining 3,000 elite of the Blood Legion had congregated here. These 4,000 souls represented the final armed strength of Wuyang. Faraday, clad in a suit of dark red armor that seemed stained with blood, stood resolute. The already imposing figure of Faraday, clad in this suit of armor, now towers nearly 2 meters tall. In the distance, at the Krieg position, the political commissar of the 32nd Regiment, Kelly, is peering through his binoculars, assessing the situation. The dark crimson armor, adorned with spikes and a massive sword slung across his back, this figure, draped in heretical attire, could undoubtedly be none other than Faraday. The primary target, capturing him, would accomplish more than half of the mission. I command our soldiers to encircle him and suffocate them. Simultaneously, call for artillery support. Bombard the enemy's stronghold and maintain the charge without pause. Secure victory with utmost haste. As Kelly's orders were issued, the artillery units on standby commenced their operations. A barrage of mortars was directed toward the designated targets, unleashing a torrent of shells. The overwhelming firepower left the beleaguered remnants of the Blood Legion in a state of disarray. Particularly, the sight of Krieg, relentlessly charging into the fray, rendered them utterly astonished. Faraday observed the soldiers of Krieg, undaunted in the face of cannon fire, his expression twisted in contemplation. If such fearless warriors were under his command, he could undoubtedly advance further, seizing greater lands for his deity and instigating even more formidable conflicts. Yet, alas, they were now adversaries, foes whose demise was imminent. As Faraday surveyed the ferocious artillery fire and the encroaching enemy, he turned to Gold and gestured for him to approach. "Take a few men and come with me." "Yes, master." In the face of a battle that was destined to be lost, Faraday was not foolish enough to insist on a futile stand against certain death. That was not valor, it was sheer folly. Meanwhile, due to concerns about the overwhelming numbers and significant objectives, Faraday intended to take only Gold, the second strongest member of the Blood God cult, along with 7 others of considerable combat prowess. Seizing the moment before the enemy could completely seal off the battlefield, Faraday and his companions departed from Wuyang in 2 modified vans, traversing a seldom-used path. "I shall return," Faraday murmured, casting a lingering glance towards Wuyang. "Master, where are we headed?" inquired the disciple responsible for driving. After a moment of contemplation, Faraday replied, "I recall there being survivors from a convoy whose equipment resembled that of the initial forces we clashed with. The leader, if memory serves, was named Lin Yu. That fellow was infuriating to behold, and he commanded a contingent of 500 troops with whom we had some prior friction." "What direction did they take?" "It seems they headed towards Anshang," came the response. "Then let us proceed to Anshang." On the other side, Kyrie remained oblivious to Faraday's stealthy retreat. Having only previously encountered orcs in chaos, he had never witnessed a commander abandoning their troops in the heat of battle. Thus, this engagement would merely entail the extermination of a few ordinary chaos worshippers, while the key figures had fled. "What? They escaped?" Qin Hai exclaimed in astonishment as he listened to the frontline reports within the base. To evade the encirclement of Krieger under such circumstances was indeed remarkable. Faraday proved to be a formidable individual. How does one escape? Qin Hai could never have anticipated that Faraday, accompanied by a few subordinates, would make his getaway in 2 small vans. At this moment, it was evident that pursuing Faraday was futile. Simultaneously, Qin Hai recognized the current shortcomings of the Legion, notably the absence of an air force. One might ponder whether Krieg possessed an air force. Shaking his head, he activated the long-dormant system marketplace. Chapter 76. The future direction regardless of the circumstances. Those elements that have withstood the test of time and the ravages of war are undeniably reliable. If the intention is to establish an air force, the most formidable aircraft must surely be the Thunder Fighter. The Thunder Heavy Fighter serves as the backbone of the Imperial Navy's aerial fleet. With its robust and dependable design, impressive firepower, and agility, it remains a favorite among naval aviators, despite its long service history. The Thunder Fighter is classified as an air superiority combat aircraft, designed to pursue enemy bombers or engage in aerial dogfights, thereby establishing dominance in the skies. Nevertheless, one of its principal advantages lies in its versatility, allowing it to undertake a multitude of mission types. It is frequently employed as a high-altitude escort fighter, accompanying Marauder bombers. Furthermore, it can be adapted for low-altitude strike missions, nighttime engagements, and reconnaissance operations. Typically, an Imperial Navy Thunder Squadron comprises 30 aircraft. Owing to its exceptional performance, the Thunder Fighter holds a distinguished place within the Imperial Navy. However, in Qin Hai's view, relying solely upon the Thunder Fighter would be somewhat limiting. Thus, in addition to the Thunder Fighter, he opted to include several other types of combat aircraft as supplementary options: the Lightning Fighter, the Raider Bomber, and the Alvorus Barge. The Lightning Fighter, renowned for its superior maneuverability compared to the Thunder Heavy Fighter, is employed to secure air superiority. They are frequently observed or heard descending from their orbits or launching urgently from the decks of vessels. The Raider Bomber, on the other hand, is primarily utilized for executing bombing missions within the atmosphere. Lastly, the Alvorus barge, a lightweight cargo vessel extensively used by the Imperial Navy, is tasked with transporting personnel and equipment. It serves as the equivalent of the Imperial Guard's Trojan horse, its versatility enabling it to fulfill a multitude of roles. Thus, an air force comprising bombers, light and heavy fighters, and a transport vessel has come into existence. Qinghai has also established an airfield for the parking of fighter jets, conveniently located near the Loyal Successor Academy. Meanwhile, the construction of an underground base in Jiangzhou is nearing completion, capable of accommodating a substantial population and various production lines for equipment, while also housing ample storage warehouses. However, at this moment, the underground base remains largely empty, as the installation of production lines will require some time. Consequently, the complete transition to the underground facility will take a while longer. Whether due to family heritage or other reasons, Qinghai is persistently inclined to delve underground. This is primarily motivated by a desire to safeguard the Ember of Hope. For once equipped with artificial womb technology, this location will become one of the rare sites capable of producing soldiers. Should fate favor Qinghai one day, allowing him to return to the Golden Throne, this place would continue to generate Krieg soldiers to fight for the Emperor. The ensuing days, however, appear rather monotonous. In exchange for defeating the zombies, one can obtain necessary equipment at the exchange points. Gradually, the underground base has become filled with a plethora of production machinery and supplies, and several key personnel have begun the transition underground as the Death Legion takes up residence. Additionally, the artificial wombs have commenced their operations, initiating a 3-year cycle for the production of Krieg soldiers. Due to the uncertainty surrounding the operational cycle of the artificial wombs, this timeline has been self-established. From inception to maturity, it takes a mere 18 months for a soldier to fully develop, followed by a period dedicated to imparting knowledge and combat training. In approximately 3 years, a batch of elite Krieg soldiers can be produced. Currently, the facility has the capacity to manufacture 20,000 Krieg soldiers at once, though after the final assessments, it is anticipated that only around 10,000 will emerge fully operational. Nevertheless, Qinghai has asserted that extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures, and thus, the traditional practices of the Krieg will be temporarily set aside. Soldiers who complete their training will be immediately deployed to the battlefield to offer their lives in service to the Emperor. Meanwhile, the recent nuclear incident in the Eagle Nation has kept the Kyoto base on edge until communication with Jiangzhou alleviated their concerns. Previously, Qinghai had provided the Kyoto base with a USB drive containing documentation regarding the origins of the Krieg Death Legion, as well as records of the Emperor and the Empire. Regardless of their belief in the contents, the fact remains that they have now arrived. The head of the Kyoto base hopes to collaborate with Jiangzhou in a united effort to survive in this apocalyptic world, preserving a flicker of hope for human civilization. However, Qinghai remained undeterred by the circumstances. His sole condition was to join the Empire and serve the Emperor. Once they became part of the Empire, Blue Star would be considered its territory, and thus, Krieg would naturally come to their rescue. Although he would have chosen to eradicate the zombies on Blue Star regardless, Qinghai's original plan was to develop for several years before exchanging for an Imperial naval warship, thereby launching a purging order to implement orbital bombardment against the zombies. Now, with this new turn of events, it seemed that the outcome had not changed significantly. Qinghai still decided to execute the purging order to cleanse Blue Star, albeit with a greater number of survivors left behind. If he could develop for another 7 or 8 years, accumulate enough exchange points, and procure a warship, then by that time, equipped with a ship and an expanded army, the interstellar warriors would likely be fully trained. He envisioned sweeping across Blue Star, and ideally, it would be even better to have a squad of invincible mechs to accompany them. At that moment, the exchange points would soar, and the combined worth of high-level and low-level zombies across the globe would likely yield hundreds of billions in exchange points. He could then directly exchange for a fleet and summon the Legion of Death to collaborate with the Extreme Warriors in a grand expedition across the universe. Indeed, the general direction for the future had been largely established. Now it was merely a matter of ironing out the details. After spending an entire night devising plans in the command room, Qinghai furiously tossed his pen aside. Damn it, all I want is to lead the army steadily to conquer and claim territory. Why must I draft such strategic plans? Reflecting back, he realized how blissful those days had been when he could simply eat, sleep, and combat heretics. For the Emperor, to hell with it all. Chop, 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 chop. Ignoring the increasingly frantic Qinghai, who was ensnared in the throes of planning. The outside world flourished with vitality. Followers of terror and those of debauchery encountered one another in a bustling city, each faction cultivating their adherents, leading to fierce confrontations that left them inseparable. Although the two sides clashed vigorously, it paradoxically resulted in the gradual eradication of the city's zombies, a fortunate turn of events. As they thrived, both factions subtly shifted their focus away from Jiangzhou, incessantly encroaching upon various survivor organizations, with even some military bases of the Dragon Country falling victim to their advances. Chapter 77. Nongshan in the Dragon Country, Nongshan County. Following the outbreak of the zombie virus, Nongshan, being a rural area with a relatively sparse population, experienced minimal casualties during the initial chaos. As a subordinate county of Changzhou City, it boasted the fewest zombies among its peers. Consequently, the troops originally stationed in Changzhou established the largest survivor base in Nongshan to shelter the influx of wandering survivors and established communication with the base in Kyoto. Since the onset of the catastrophe, the situation here had remained somewhat static, not particularly dire, yet not entirely favorable either. Monthly reports from the Nongshan base had consistently been submitted. However, in recent months, the frequency and clarity of these updates had diminished significantly, until last month, when communications ceased altogether, prompting the Kyoto base to dispatch a special operations team to investigate potential incidents at the Nongshan base. The sound of helicopter rotors echoed, growing fainter until it vanished beyond the horizon. At that moment, a covert team of approximately 30 individuals lay in wait within the secluded forest. After the helicopter departed, the team swiftly relocated from the area. Judging by the insignia on their arms, this was a special operations unit from the Kyoto base. The leader, Captain Kong Xiangwen, contemplated the intelligence in his hands for a moment before speaking. Attention, the objective of this mission is to investigate the survivor bases in Nongshan County and the surrounding towns. The task is rather extensive and the duration may be prolonged, so we must first find a suitable location to establish a temporary base. This mission is somewhat unusual, so I expect everyone to be vigilant. Zhou Ming, Wang Chun, especially the two of you. According to the intelligence, there is something rather peculiar here, and I hope that when we return, everyone will be present. Understood? Captain Kong's expression was serious. Understood, Captain, the team responded in unison, nodding in agreement. Traversing through the woods, they arrived at a small town. The extent of its desolation suggested that no living souls had inhabited it for quite some time. From a distance, a few scattered zombies wandered aimlessly along the streets. Kong Xiangwen peered through his binoculars, confirming the situation below. The probability of encountering living individuals was exceedingly low. The majority were ordinary zombies, and high-level ones appeared to be even scarcer, which they could easily contend with. Advance in formation. Remain concealed, he instructed. The 30 team members dispersed, crouching low as they swiftly navigated through the forest. Before long, they reached the town. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, and 2 zombies collapsed to the ground. The special operations team chose a secluded building in the town as their stronghold. After clearing the zombies surrounding the stronghold, the remaining personnel, except for a few assigned to guard duty, were summoned. Tasks were then allocated, with the town as the focal point, and nearby villages totaling 7 in number. However, our primary objective remains the agricultural county and several other cities that host survivor bases. As it is still early, we shall first thoroughly investigate this town to ascertain the presence of any survivors. Teams of 2 will radiate outward from our stronghold, ensuring that the distance between each group is not too great to avoid unforeseen circumstances that may hinder support. Is that clear? Understood. Consequently, Kong Xiangwen assigned 10 individuals to guard the stronghold, while the remaining 20 commenced their exploration of the town in pairs. Zhou Ming and Wang Chun organized their equipment, which consisted of smoke grenades, hand grenades, a communication radio, a machine gun, and an assault rifle, the entirety of their arsenal. Old Zhou, should we take the night vision goggles? Wang Chun inquired, eyeing the few pairs left on the table. Brother, trust me, we'll be back in half an hour. We don't need that useless gadget. There's unlikely to be any significant danger in this town, Zhou Ming asserted confidently to Wang Chun. Moreover, zombies lack body heat, rendering such devices unnecessary. Could there possibly be any living individuals in this town? Zhou Ming successfully convinced Wang Chun, who shrugged and hoisted the machine gun before striding outside. Yet, unbeknownst to them, there were others present in this obscure little town. At that moment, two teams simultaneously emerged on either side of the town. A group of individuals donned a few pieces of steel armor, resembling a rudimentary form of protection. The armor was adorned with several long spikes, most prominently on the shoulders. Their bodies were embellished with blood-red patterns, and they bore machetes on their backs while gripping rifles in their hands. The number of them appeared to exceed 20. At that moment, a figure resembling a leader inhaled deeply, savoring the air, and declared, "This is the place. I can already sense their presence. The addicts who have persistently opposed our blood god sect are here." While the leader spoke to himself, one of his subordinates, his cheek twitching, cautiously approached from behind and said, "Boss, we followed the distress signal from our brothers. They must have engaged with those scoundrels. There are certainly members of their faction in town." The leader shot an irritated glare at the approaching subordinate, snorted coldly, and commanded, "Go in and turn those fools inside out." On the opposite side of the small town, a similarly sized group of over 20 individuals bore the insignia of the Joyous Sanctuary. "Those brutes from the church are within the town. Tread carefully and eliminate any living souls you encounter." With that, the figure in front advanced further into the depths of the town. Meanwhile, several teams from the Kyoto Special Forces were conducting searches within a confined area, while scattered members of the Blood God sect and soldiers from the Joyous Sanctuary infiltrated the town. Fearing detection by the opposing faction, both sides remained unusually silent, biding their time for reinforcements to arrive. This silence led the Special Forces operatives to believe that no living souls resided within the vicinity. At this moment, the Blood God Church, the Hall of Joy, and the Kyoto Special Forces converged upon this nameless little town, oblivious to the fact that such a modest locale could attract so many formidable factions. Chapter 78. Enemies in the town. In the heart of the town, Wang Chun and Zhou Ming, having patrolled to this point, finally stumbled upon something unusual. Zhou Ming stood pensively before a partially collapsed wall. "Old Wang, come take a look at this." Wang Chun, with his firearm held firmly, scanned the street from behind Zhou Ming. Upon hearing Zhou Ming's call, he promptly turned and approached him. "What is the matter? Have you found something?" As Wang Chun reached Zhou Ming's side, he followed his gaze. Before them, the wall bore an odd insignia, spray-painted in a soft purple hue. A rudimentary purple face was depicted within a circle. The other half of the wall, which had collapsed, displayed a matching symbol, suggesting that together they formed a complete image. This was none other than the emblem of the Hall of Joy, designed by Lin Yu after his departure from Jiaoshou, which was why Qin Hai lacked any intelligence regarding it. Had they been aware, Zhou Ming and Wang Chun would have recognized the symbol immediately. Wang Chun raised his helmet slightly, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "It seems this little town harbors hidden talents. Throughout our journey, aside from the initial few, we have encountered no zombies. As if this place had never experienced an outbreak of the virus. The atmosphere here was steeped in mystery. It was likely that others were present in the town. Let us proceed with caution." After a thorough inspection, the two continued deeper into the town. At this moment, approximately 500 meters ahead of Zhou Ming and his companion, two factions were covertly poised in a standoff. These factions comprised the remnants of the church and the remnants of the sanctuary. In this obscure little town, which had previously been seized by the followers of the sanctuary, everything had seemed idyllic. The inhabitants had meticulously eradicated the zombies and even dealt with the corpses. However, at this juncture, the Blood God Church, a group solely devoted to conflict, stumbled upon this location. Upon discovering the town's pristine condition, devoid of the undead, they hastily concluded it to be the domain of a formidable adversary and, without a moment's hesitation, charged in with weapons drawn. Conversely, the sanctuary had dispatched a small team from their main base to expand their influence, selecting this very locale for their endeavors. Their initial intentions were to cleanse the area of zombies, rescue survivors, cultivate followers, and then settle into their newfound haven. Yet, they soon found themselves besieged by a band of marauders who invaded the town. Initially a peripheral squad of merely a few dozen. Even when rallying the original survivors of the town, they could muster only a few hundred. Among these, only a handful could stand against the Blood God Church, whose numbers exceeded theirs by just a fraction, compounded by the element of surprise. Consequently, the sanctuary's forces were left bewildered upon the sudden onslaught. As the invaders breached their defenses, the defenders quickly rallied their ranks to mount a counterattack. The ensuing clash resulted in casualties on both sides, ultimately leading to each group seizing a portion of territory, dispersing and concealing themselves within the structures, awaiting reinforcements. Hidden among these edifices lay a small contingent of remnants. Why is it a concealed confrontation? Because both sides are acutely aware that the enemy lies directly opposite them, merely hidden from view. Adhering to the principle of mutual stillness, both factions lie in wait, anxiously observing the structures before them. Consequently, neither side notices the approaching figures of Zhou Ming and his companion. At that moment, within the cluster of buildings ahead, a solitary soldier from the Blood God sect nervously brandishes his weapon, crouching for cover amidst the debris. As he passes a wall with a gaping hole, he peeks through, only to be seized by terror. For soldiers from the Sanctuary of Joy are seated on the other side of the wall, meditating in tranquility. Realizing he has not startled them, the Blood God soldier contemplates retreating cautiously, yet inadvertently makes a slight noise. One of the Sanctuary soldiers, alerted by the sound, turns around and spots the retreating soldier from the Blood God sect. Oh damn, the enemy is sneaking up on us. Quick, take him out. The others, hearing the commotion, immediately spring into action, raising their weapons to fire. A volley of gunfire erupts, mercilessly claiming the life of the Blood God soldier. However, this gunfire also reveals their position, leading to a retaliatory barrage. With both sides exposed, they abandon their concealment and engage in open combat. The most bewildered of all are Zhou Ming and Wang Chun, who could never have anticipated such an event unfolding ahead. While they harbored suspicions of an ambush, their caution throughout the journey had indeed been heightened. The current situation is indeed bewildering. Clearly, there are two factions at play, both of which are concealing themselves quite adeptly. They are on the verge of entering each other's line of sight, yet remain oblivious. At this moment, a series of chain reactions has been triggered due to an exposure from the opposing side, leading to a direct confrontation. Zhou Ming and Wang Chun have nestled behind a pile of debris, with Wang Chun promptly securing his machine gun. As for the two clashing groups ahead, their combined numbers amount to merely around 20 individuals. Each of these 20 is intent on survival, with some finding a position and remaining motionless. Among them, a few have discerned Zhou Ming and Wang Chun, as they are unmistakably two conspicuous figures. While previously hidden, their movement now renders them clearly visible from a short distance. At this juncture, Zhou Ming, lying behind the debris, inquired, "Why aren't we firing?" Wang Chun adjusted his machine gun and replied, "They haven't opened fire on us yet. The enemy's numbers are overwhelming. Should they launch a combined assault against us?" Suddenly, before Wang Chun could complete his thought, the whizzing of a bullet interrupted him, followed by the sound of shrapnel from the nearby stone pile. Damn! Wang Chun immediately took aim in the direction of the incoming fire and began to unleash a barrage. Wait, hold on. Zhou Ming attempted to speak, but his words were drowned out by the gunfire. Once the shooting ceased, Wang Chun turned to Zhou Ming and asked what? He found Zhou Ming crouched beside him, covering his ears. Before a response could be given, Wang Chun caught sight of several soldiers, their allegiance unclear, crouching low and attempting to stealthily approach. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Chun swiftly redirected his firearm and unleashed a barrage, reducing the assailants to mere fragments of flesh. All right, could you refrain from firing so close to my ear? I'm on the verge of becoming deaf. Zhou Ming, regaining his composure, immediately addressed Wang Chun. However, before he could finish his sentence, Wang Chun discharged another volley, the rapid gunfire reverberating through Zhou Ming's ears. Damn it, I had just finished speaking. If you keep firing this close. Bang bang bang. Oh, at this moment, Zhou Ming's mental state had already reached its breaking point. Meanwhile, having dealt with the enemies, Wang Chun approached Zhou Ming, who lay on the ground in agony. Old Zhou, are you all right? Are you hurt? Zhou Ming, gasping for breath and staring at the speechless Wang Chun, shouted, What? Chapter 79. The chaotic beginning. The battle at the town center quickly attracted the attention of others. Kong Xiangwen immediately began summoning the members of various teams to regroup. Excluding the 10 personnel left behind, Kong Xiangwen recalled 8 teams, while one remaining team was en route to the incident location, leaving Zhou Ming's team as the last. Calling, Zhou Ming, respond. Please reply. The call echoed. At that moment, Zhou Ming and his companion, anxiously surveying their surroundings while repositioning, were acutely aware of the imminent danger. Just moments ago, the opposing side had egregiously employed weapons of mass destruction, deploying several rocket launchers without hesitation. It was evident that both factions were ruthless, and upon realizing they could no longer retreat, they charged forward with reckless abandon, unleashing a ferocity that was unparalleled. Calling. The radio strapped to Zhou Ming's back emitted a faint call, its volume somewhat low. Wang Chun, walking ahead, caught a glimpse of the subtle sound and promptly turned to face Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming responded, Noticing Zhou Ming's expression of confusion, Wang Chun shrugged and continued onward. He glanced at the two diverging paths, then turned back to Zhou Ming, inquiring, "Which way shall we go?" He gestured toward both directions. Zhou Ming surveyed the surroundings and, after a moment's thought, pointed decisively in one direction, exclaiming, "I believe we should head that way." "Damn it, keep your voice down." Meanwhile, they were unable to reach their captain. He was completely unreachable. Kong Xiangwen's countenance was so grim it could have dripped with water. He never anticipated that within such a short span of time, someone would go missing. "First, gather everyone we can contact. We misjudged the situation. There are indeed more individuals here than we realized. Captain, a group of cultists has been spotted ahead." "Cultists? In this day and age, how did they even emerge?" Kong Xiangwen lifted his binoculars to inspect the scene, observing a party of over 20 individuals approaching, clad in garments adorned with blood-red patterns and wearing makeshift iron armor. Armed with guns and knives slung across their backs, it was evident to any discerning eye that they were not up to any good. There seemed to be information regarding this group in the special intelligence reports. It bore a striking resemblance, though he was uncertain of their true identity. Kong Xiangwen stole another glance at their advancing trajectory, noting that they were indeed heading in their direction. Regardless, if we choose to hide now, our traces cannot be completely erased. The adversary would still be able to perceive our presence. We must act. At that moment, another soldier rushed over to report, "Captain, enemies have appeared behind us." Kong Xiangwen turned to see a formidable group of over 20 fully armed soldiers adorned in light purple patterns. "We are cornered." Kong Xiangwen commanded, "Fall back and find a spot to lay in ambush." Judging by the trajectory, the two sides would inevitably collide, leading to a situation where they would engage in conflict, allowing a third party to reap the benefits. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming and his companion, cautiously advancing, encountered another unit of soldiers hastening towards them. They had already engaged in combat with the enemy. Gunfire erupted, rat-tat-tat. Boom, boom. What is happening? This place is swarming with enemies. Zhou Ming, come to assist, and Wang Chen, provide cover fire. Wang Chen's suppressive fire held the adversary at bay. Yet Zhou Ming continued to fire in a specific direction. "Old Zhou, what is the matter with you? I said to cover this side." Wang Chen remarked while keeping an eye ahead. "He is deaf. My mistake." The two soldiers were momentarily taken aback by Wang Chen's words, then turned to Zhou Ming, bewildered. At that moment, Zhou Ming, gazing at the sprawling complex of buildings, addressed him. "You brought the night vision goggles, right?" "No, I didn't. Do you know why?" "You mentioned we would return in half an hour, so we wouldn't need that equipment." Zhou Ming fixated on Wang Chen's lips, deciphering the unspoken words. "Very well. It is my fault." The crowd was overwhelming, creating a chaotic scene akin to a pot of hodgepodge stew, utterly revolting. "We must regroup with the main force. Move, move, move." The four glanced at their surroundings and swiftly made their way along the wall. Meanwhile, on Kong Xiangwen's side, the Blood God sect encountered the followers of the Hall of Pleasure. A fierce battle was on the brink of eruption. Both sides unleashed their firepower the moment they laid eyes on each other. "Brothers, slay them. Sacrifice to the Blood God. Offer up your skulls." The soldiers of the Blood God sect, ignited by their ferocity, pulled down their iron helmets, revealing only their eyes, which glimmered with madness. The foremost soldiers, armed with iron shields, charged directly at the warriors of the Hall of Pleasure. In terms of combat prowess, the Blood God sect held the upper hand, as the soldiers of the Hall of Pleasure had succumbed to decadence, with only a select few, such as Lin Yu, the founder of the Hall, having received the blessings of carnal sin. Lin Yu had mastered the power of spiritual energy, becoming the embodiment of the chaotic evil god of lust on Blue Star. He himself was gradually being transformed and corrupted. Returning to the heart of the battlefield, the soldiers of the closed combat hall proved no match for the Blood God sect, and were soon decimated. Observing from the shadows, Kong Xiangwen recognized the dire situation. Should the Hall of Pleasure be annihilated, it would lead to a direct confrontation between the two factions. The prospect of a direct escape seemed overwhelmingly daunting. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to create chaos. Open fire. The deafening sound of gunfire erupted as over 20 rifles and machine guns unleashed a barrage, catching both factions present utterly off guard. Many soldiers of the Blood God sect were struck down before they even grasped the unfolding calamity. But more adversaries were on the horizon. At this juncture, a third party entered the fray, and simultaneously, Zhou Ming and his companions rushed forward. To their astonishment, a large contingent of Blood God sect and Sanctum soldiers trailed behind them. The reasons for this peculiar alignment remained a mystery, as both sides, engaged in combat, inadvertently found themselves following Zhou Ming and his group. Thus, all the inhabitants of the small town had congregated. Those initially present were left dumbfounded, overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Indeed, there were simply too many. While the original population of the town numbered in the hundreds, the assailants from the Blood God sect, although fewer, still counted around 100. Even after the skirmish, the combined forces swelled to over 100 individuals, a revelation that left Zhou Ming astounded. In the heart of the town, an inexplicable cluster of over 100 individuals lay motionless. This was likely due to their scattered positioning. The area Zhou Ming and his companions reached contained merely 20 or so, with more dispersed throughout the vicinity. As Zhou Ming's group was discovered and pursued, others instinctively followed suit, leading to a chaotic convergence of fleeing individuals. With the sudden influx of people, the situation escalated into a frenzied melee. Observing the chaos spiraling out of control, Kang Xiangwen urgently sought assistance from the Kyoto base, recognizing that this was beyond their capacity to manage. Upon receiving the news, the Kyoto base promptly contacted Qin Hai. The moment Qin Hai heard of the presence of the Chaos cultists, he became invigorated and swiftly mobilized the air transport squadron to dispatch troops. Chapter 80. Subspace Erosion Under the Night Sky of Nongshan County. 5 Alvoros transports soared through the air. Several hours had elapsed since Qin Hai received the information from Nongshan, and dusk gradually enveloped the land. After hovering briefly, the 5 Alvaros transports located a relatively spacious area to land. Soon, the sound of hatches opening echoed, and a contingent of well-equipped soldiers emerged, adorned in robust, heavy armor that boasted formidable defensive capabilities and wielding Hellfire rifles capable of vanquishing any adversary. These soldiers hailed from the Loyalist Academy. Although their training was still somewhat lacking, their equipment was more than sufficient to confront the majority of foes on Blue Star. As the war orphans of Jiangzhou, children who had lost their families were unified under Qin Hai's command and enrolled in the Loyalist Academy for instruction. Now was the moment to evaluate their training outcomes. In accordance with the number of transports, this battalion of stormtroopers was divided into 5 squads, each comprising 12 members. As the Alvoros transports gently ascended, they departed from the confines of Nongshan. At this moment, the commander of the first squad turned to glance at his comrades and declared, "Everyone, pay close attention." Intelligence reports indicate a substantial presence of cultists dedicated to the malevolent deities in this vicinity. It has been several hours since any communication was relayed back. The team dispatched here may very well have perished entirely. Prepare yourselves. Upon encountering the enemy, engage immediately and cleanse this area. With those words, the commander led the squad forward. Prior to their arrival, they had been equipped with topographical maps of Nongshan County, and the 5 teams had already delineated their respective territories. This was merely a reiteration of the crucial precautions to observe. They advanced. The remaining 4 squads, under their respective commanders, proceeded towards their assigned areas. Meanwhile, the first squad had reached the designated zone. The remnants of battle and the scattered corpses around them indicated that a fierce confrontation had taken place here. Many bodies were dismembered, including those of the Blood God Church, the Hall of Joy, and the Kyoto Special Operations Team. The remains from all 3 factions were notably incomplete. Some bore evident gunshot wounds. Others exhibited lacerations from bladed weapons, yet there were also traces of bites from a large creature, an element not mentioned in the intelligence reports. This unexpected evidence captured everyone's attention. The commander knelt to examine the marks, noting the enormous claw scratches on the wounds. Some corpses had been severed in half, suggesting that the beast was not a mutated zombie, as these bodies showed no signs of impending transformation. It appeared that something else had joined the fray. There existed but a singular entity, colossal in stature, which overwhelmed and annihilated all present with unassailable might. It appeared formidable. What do you suppose it could be? The soldiers behind pondered for a moment, only to shake their heads in unison, expressing their ignorance. Apart from the undead, they could not conceive of any creature that could mutate to such an imposing size. However, the corpses around them showed no signs of infection from the zombie virus, leaving them bewildered as to the nature of this being. Yet, Their forthcoming encounter would swiftly address their uncertainties. Advancing onward, the first squad arrived at the heart of the town, at the very ruins where it all began, only to discover their adversary. Upon reaching this location, a glaring figure loomed before them. Clad in iron armor and wielding a serrated battle axe, the figure was also adorned with a multitude of spikes. Sensing the presence of the first squad, the figure lunged forward, axe in hand. Its speed was remarkable, but alas, no swiftness could rival the velocity of the Hellfire bullets. A laser round struck the figure squarely in the head, incinerating its upper body in an instant. After vanquishing the foe, a soldier approached to inspect the remains, and what he uncovered left him utterly astonished. "Commander, the body is peculiar." Upon hearing this, the commanding officer promptly advanced, for in such circumstances, no detail could be overlooked. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "The armor cannot be removed. I just observed it. It's grown directly onto the flesh, merging with the very sinews and blood. Amidst these protrusions, they too have emerged." The commander fell into a moment of silence. To be honest, since the apocalypse, he considered himself quite well versed in various experiences, having encountered cults, marauders, and mutated zombies. However, he had never witnessed a person so intimately fused with their armor, adorned with spikes. He instructed to report in real time and remain vigilant. Yes, at the Steel Grill Fortress, in the command center, Qin Hai received the latest intelligence from Nongshan County. Due to the emergence of two factions of heretical followers, old acquaintances of his, the significance of the Nongshan region surged in his considerations. With all information relayed from there being prioritized for his attention, the phenomenon of armor merging with flesh. Qin Hai was no stranger to such corporeal aberrations, particularly the growth of spikes. Yet, this was the very scenario he least wished to confront, for it signified the corruption of the subspace. The subspace is the realm of chaotic deities, a peculiar and dark parallel dimension to the material universe, devoid of physical laws, where everything is constructed from the emotions and cognitive energies of sentient beings in the real world. Essentially, it is an unregulated and unmanaged internet, rife with violence, incitement, grotesque imagery, and depravity. Most alarmingly, these manifestations are alive, real nightmares that perpetually yearn to breach into the corporeal universe and wreak havoc. At present, it is evident that this is a clear indication of subspace corruption. Either the chaotic evil god has chosen to intervene personally, in which case it is likely to be terror, but that seems implausible. A mere soldier of the blood god sect lacks the stature of a champion or a divine agent, and certainly does not possess the qualifications to provoke such a deity into action, for the god is not idle. If it is not the chaotic evil god who has intervened, then only one possibility remains. It is essential to recognize that the unknown entities within the subspace are numerous. With the four gods of chaos merely being the most formidable, the subspace reflects the cognitive energies of the entire universe. It is akin to a group of individuals who, over time, worship a particular entity, such as the god of rice. Eventually, such a deity may manifest within the subspace. Beyond these deities, the most prevalent inhabitants of subspace are demons. The subspace demons. This adds an intriguing dimension. Even the slightest possibility cannot be overlooked by Qin Hai. The 5 squads of storm soldiers serve as the vanguard, while the main forces are already en route. Regardless of whether they are chaos worshippers, evil god cultists, or subspace demons, they shall find only death beneath the iron heel of the Krieg Death Legion. Qin Hai declares that it matters not whom they fight. Since they are gathered, they might as well engage them all together. Chapter 81. The Newborn. However, it is noteworthy that subspace demons generally cannot directly descend into the reality of the universe, unless one possesses psychic abilities. Psychics are distinct from ordinary individuals. They can harness the energies of subspace to perform extraordinary feats and unleash formidable attacks. The most notable example is the Emperor of Mankind, the most powerful psychic and a being of immortality. The distinction between psychics and ordinary individuals is manifested in their souls. These psychics project into the hyperspace like a blazing inferno or a luminous 100-watt bulb. To the demons lurking in hyperspace, the souls of these psychics shine with an unparalleled brilliance, leading those of weaker resolve to inadvertently attract malevolent entities, becoming gateways for their arrival into the material universe. According to Qin Hai's conjecture, there may currently be a recently awakened or a somewhat established weak psychic in Nongshan, who has fallen prey to a parasitic demon from hyperspace. Consequently, All living beings in that vicinity would be rendered untrustworthy, including any surviving Special Forces soldiers. Naturally, those who remain would be under suspicion. For the demons have revealed their true forms and wreaked havoc indiscriminately. What right do they have to survive? Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the Legion would proceed with a comprehensive sweep. As Qin Hai contemplated, he intended to continue arranging other matters, but an unexpected event abruptly interrupted his plans. General, it is here. Several mechanical priests ushered Qin Hai into an isolation chamber. Is this the little one? Qin Hai gazed upon the infant ensconced within a thermal box. Its wrinkled skin and tightly shut eyes revealed the fragility of this new life. This was the first baby born since the establishment of the Tianhai base. Previously, due to a viral outbreak, Jiangzhou had descended into chaos, and even within the Tianhai base, disorder reigned supreme. In circumstances where the thought of procreation scarcely crosses anyone's mind, as the uncertainty of surviving another day looms large, the very idea of bringing a child into the world seems but a torment. It signifies not only a neglect of one's own life but also a disservice to the child yet to be born. Only as life gradually stabilizes do some contemplate the prospect of parenthood. There are indeed many who harbor such thoughts, and the family that welcomes this child is not the sole one expecting. However, this little one happens to be the first to arrive, thus garnering ample attention. At this juncture, a mechanical priest approached, pushing a handcart. General, he began, we intend to implement certain genetic enhancements for this child. As the physical constitution of humanity in this 2K era is lamentably feeble, given the current state of the world, I fear the child may not survive to adulthood without succumbing to illness. Therefore, I believe it prudent to take preventive measures. Pausing momentarily, the mechanical priest continued, moreover, there is considerable research value in purebred humans of this genetic lineage. Upon hearing this, Qin Hai waved his hand dismissively and said, genetic enhancement is indeed essential. While the genes of the Blue Star inhabitants may be pure, their physicality is excessively fragile. To confront potential future conflicts, relying solely on ourselves is insufficient. The Blue Star populace must also contribute to the Emperor's cause. A physically frail Blue Star inhabitant cannot engage in interstellar warfare. With that, Qin Hai crouched slightly, removing his gas mask and fixating his gaze upon the infant's face. Gradually, his eyes descended to the child's abdomen. After a brief pause, Qin Hai turned his gaze back to the wrinkled face of the infant and remarked, welcome to hell. In the search point of the 3rd Squad in Nongshan County, the air was filled with the sounds of gunfire and explosions. Target neutralized. A group of cultists worshipping malevolent deities. They likely moved here from the surrounding area. There may be more nearby, reported a soldier from the 3rd Squad as he walked. A bloodied arm lying at his feet, the only remnant of the chaos. Just as he was about to proceed, the tremors of the ground caught his attention. Turning, he saw a swarm of dark creatures charging towards them from a distance. From the mountains, swathes of creatures began to take flight. Corpses detected in Jinshi. Unidentified life forms in the sky. All squads converge at the center. As the horde approached, 5 battalions of stormtroopers swiftly gathered in the town center. Immediate report. Nongshan County has suddenly encountered a massive horde of corpses, suspected flying zombies, requesting reinforcements. Understood. Simultaneously, at the military airport in Jiangzhou, upon receiving the signal, 10 Thunder fighter jets were prepared for takeoff. With a resounding roar, they ascended into the sky, heading directly towards Nongshan. Thanks to the speed of the Thunder jets, they reached the borders of Nongshan in under half an hour. At this moment, the entire ground of Nongshan County was encircled by the horde, while the sky was overshadowed by a peculiar breed of flying zombies. The appearance of the flying zombies is not particularly bizarre. Rather, they exude a sense of muscularity. These emaciated creatures possess a slight muscular build, their skin exhibiting a deep green hue, and they are adorned with large wings on their backs. Their speed in flight is not remarkable, yet their numbers are rather overwhelming. However, under the formidable capabilities of the Thunder Fighter, these flying zombies cannot even graze the tail of the aircraft. At this moment, the sky is teeming with thousands of zombies, each soaring aloft, evoking an ominous sense of dark clouds threatening to engulf the city. The advantage of their sheer numbers is that precise aiming is rendered unnecessary. One can simply target the clustered masses and strike true. With the pilots at the helm, the laser guns and automatic cannons mounted on the nose of the aircraft open fire. The immense firepower is so devastating that not even a trace of the corpses remains upon impact. 10 fighter jets form a semicircular formation, akin to a fishing net in the sea, advancing towards the throng of undead. Starting from the periphery, the zombies in the sky are systematically eliminated. A few thunderfighters, seizing a brief opportunity, launch ground-targeted missiles, thereby alleviating some pressure on the ground forces of the stormtroopers. Meanwhile, the stormtrooper unit finds itself in the heart of the town, occupying a strategically advantageous position, ready to confront any threat. With an arsenal comprising Hellfire guns, plasma rifles, and grenade launchers, they unleash a relentless barrage upon the horde. Utilizing the intricate architecture of the town center, they effectively prevent the zombies from advancing. Simultaneously, a shell descends from the distance, landing amidst the zombie masses. The main force of the Legion has arrived. Chapter 82. Let us acquire him. A formidable assembly of Chimera armored vehicles and Leman Russ tanks surged forth like a torrent of steel. Prior to the engagement of both forces, a torrential barrage of artillery rained upon the mass of corpses. As the Chimera armored vehicles approached the enemy, the rear hatches swung open, unleashing a throng of soldiers. The Imperial Aquila insignia emblazoned on their helmets and the infernal weaponry in their hands revealed their identities: Krieg Grenadiers. As the elite of the Death Corps, Qinghai swiftly dispatched a significant contingent of grenadiers to Mount Nome, intent on swiftly resolving the conflict and compelling the potential subspace demon into the open. Once the Chimera armored vehicles had deposited the grenadiers, they transformed into mobile artillery units. The grenadiers, without hesitation, charged forth to assault the zombies. The rate of fire from their infernal weapons was even swifter than the advance of the undead. In fact, swathes of emptiness appeared before some grenadiers. Meanwhile, their advance remained unbroken. In the absence of time for further shooting, they deftly drew their engineering shovels from their backs, cleaving zombies in half with a single stroke. The transition between their infernal weapons and shovels was remarkably seamless, occasionally punctuated by the throw of grenades to obliterate clusters of zombies. The prowess of these grenadiers far exceeded that of the average Krieg soldier. Concurrently, several companies of Death Riders charged directly towards the gathering horde, their formidable momentum carving a path through the mass of corpses. Behind them, a multitude of infantry from the Death Corps surged into the fray, each soldier entering combat with unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, at the forefront of the battlefield, a mutant zombie, which had been lurking amidst the piles of corpses, suddenly erupted. Originally resembling a standard zombie in size, it underwent a complete transformation, its form becoming tall and imposing, with razor-sharp claws extending from its sides. A total of 6 claws emerged, enhancing its menacing appearance. Simultaneously, the legs of this zombie exhibited an inexplicable fortification, the muscles bulging with newfound strength, significantly amplifying its explosive power. With a mere push off the ground, the zombie reappeared directly in front of a Krieg soldier. With a casual swipe, the soldier was sent flying aside, the immense force compounded by the impact against the ruins behind him, resulting in a fractured spine and an immediate return to the Golden Throne. Subsequently, the mutant zombie swiftly wielded its 6 claws. One pierced the throat of a Krieg soldier, while another seized hold of another soldier's head, squeezing with such ferocity that it exploded. As the mutant zombie made its presence known, the sound of a chainsaw revving caught its attention. Turning its gaze, it beheld a Krieg grenadier brandishing a compact chainsaw sword, fixated upon it. Without hesitation, the grenadier charged at the mutant zombie, prompting a furious roar from the beast, which lashed out with a massive claw. The grenadier, however, raised his chainsaw sword to defend himself, the rapidly spinning blade severing the claw that came for him. With a deft twist of his wrist, he then cleaved off another claw that approached from the opposite side. As the protagonist felt his 2 hands severed, the mutated zombie grew increasingly enraged. Just as it was about to launch its next attack, the soldier, after slicing off the second arm, slipped nimbly beneath the zombie's legs, propelled by inertia. Simultaneously, he swung his chainsaw sword, cleaving through the creature's right leg with tremendous force, severing it entirely. With its leg amputated, the zombie lost its balance and toppled to the side. Seizing the opportunity, the grenadier raised his chainsaw sword and proceeded to dismember the fallen zombie. Aside from this unexpected and bizarre mutated creature, no further surprises emerged in the vicinity. The aerial swarm of undead was thoroughly eradicated by 10 Thunderfighter jets, and the ground combat was drawing to a close. The Kriegs had reunited with the stormtroopers, trapped in the town center. By the time they met, the corpses of the zombies had piled high, filling the first floor of their defended building. A commendable feat. Though the origin of such a multitude of zombies remained a mystery, logically, there shouldn't have been so many in this area, particularly of this mutated variety. It seemed that hidden secrets lingered here, unbeknownst to them. A commanding officer and several soldiers engaged in casual conversation when, suddenly, new mission orders arrived in the hands of the commanders. Upon receiving the directives, 5 squads promptly assembled and set forth. Along the roadside, Krieg's soldiers were diligently clearing away the zombie corpses, which had accumulated into towering heaps. Subsequently, several soldiers wielding flamethrowers began to incinerate the remains. This is the customary method employed by the Kriegs to handle the cadavers of zombies, aimed at preventing the spread of the zombie virus contained within the corpses, as well as addressing the issue of excessive accumulation of bodies hindering movement. At this juncture, the military forces that have arrived at Nongshan have surpassed 10,000, with various armored units also having reached the area. Concurrently, 5 squads of stormtroopers have been apprised of their new mission. Nongshan was originally under the watchful gaze of the Cult of Joy. The followers of this sect had already dispatched personnel to seize control of the area. Subsequently, a contingent of Blood God cult soldiers discovered the site, and those deranged individuals opened fire without a moment's hesitation. This led to both factions continuously sending troops to the location, until the arrival of the special forces disrupted the precarious balance. However, the key question remains: why has this location become a focal point of contention for both sides? The motives of the Blood God cult are comprehensible. They will not relinquish a battlefield as long as conflict persists. Yet, the relentless pursuit by the Cult of Joy raises questions. According to the latest intelligence, it is suspected that there are cavities within the mountain itself. Based on the previous suspicious activities of the Cult of Joy, Qinghai suspects that this may serve as a significant stronghold for them, perhaps an arms depot or a garrison. Regardless of its nature, it undoubtedly holds great importance for the Cult of Joy. In light of this, the directive is clear: seize control. The new mission assigned to the stormtrooper squads is to expediently investigate the interior of Nongshan, ascertain the location of any entrances, and report their findings, paving the way for the main forces to advance. Commander, if indeed there are hollow tunnels within Nongshan, the scale is likely to be substantial. Should there be heavy guards inside, we may face casualties. Upon hearing the voice, the commander turned to the soldier and asked, "Are you afraid of death?" "Not at all." The soldier replied resolutely. "If our demise can ensure the completion of the mission, I would unhesitatingly offer my life." The commander nodded, understanding the soldier's sentiment. A death with purpose holds value, and that suffices. As the saying goes, sacrifice is the cornerstone of the empire, and life is the currency of the emperor. If it is currency, then one must possess the awareness that accompanies it. If a price must be paid for that location, we shall purchase it directly. Chapter 83. Fierce resistance. After a period of diligent searching, the soldiers of Squad 4 successfully uncovered a disturbed patch of earth. Upon excavating the soil, they indeed discovered a hidden door. However, they refrained from acting impulsively, opting instead to mark the location and continue their search for additional hidden entrances. There surely could not be only this one hidden door in the vicinity. Before long, through meticulous investigation, the soldiers located 6 more hidden doors nearby, albeit at a greater distance. These concealed entrances were situated along the side of the agricultural mountain, and the stormtroopers marked each one. Once the Krieg forces arrived, they could directly target these locations for an assault. After some time, the vanguard of the Krieg forces reached the site. Dozens of Krieg soldiers were deployed at each hidden door. After installing remote-controlled explosives at the entrances, 7 doors detonated simultaneously, the resounding explosions capturing the attention of the enemy within the mountain. Following the destruction of the hidden doors, the Krieg soldiers leapt downwards without hesitation. Within the mountains, a labyrinth of tunnels has been excavated, winding and twisting in every direction. The only illumination within these passages emanates from overhead lights, leaving the surroundings barren. These tunnels are sufficiently spacious to allow for soldiers to march side by side. The Krieg soldiers who leaped into the tunnel advanced a short distance without encountering any enemy opposition. However, at that moment, a soldier emerged from the shadows ahead, wielding a grenade launcher. In such confined quarters, aiming was superfluous. He simply pointed it at the advancing Krieg soldiers and pulled the trigger. The detonation of the grenade resulted in the immediate demise of the foremost Krieg soldiers. Almost instantaneously, a multitude of soldiers from the Joyous Sanctum appeared. clad in the standard armor of the Astral Army, albeit painted in a vibrant shade of pink and armed with Catral-type laser guns. Upon their arrival, they immediately opened fire toward the Krieg forces. The soldiers at the rear, obscured by the smoke from the recent explosion, found themselves vulnerable, with many succumbing to enemy fire on the spot. The soldiers of the Joyous Sanctum, leveraging their familiarity with the mountainous tunnels, would fire a shot before retreating. In certain areas, they had even stationed a dual heavy lumberjack, utilizing the narrow confines of the tunnel and their overwhelming firepower to catch the Krieg soldiers off guard. Some smaller units were utterly annihilated in the face of such an onslaught. It was evident that the Chaos worshippers here were truly elite. The creator of the Hall of Joy, Lin Yu, this debauched figure who serves as the representative of the Blue Star, initially seduced a significant number of troops at the Tianhai base into rebellion, plunging them into chaos. Subsequently, he executed a cunning escape, absconding with an entire regiment of 500 individuals. In addition, he also carried away enough weaponry to arm an additional 1,000 men. Such an extensive arsenal was sufficient for Lin Yu's followers to establish a regular army of 1,500, not accounting for the myriad ordinary believers who, while expendable, nonetheless bolstered their ranks. At this moment, however, the forces within the mountain tunnels were indeed elite, equipped with weapons on par with those of the Kriegs. Thus, this operation marked the first instance of substantial casualties for the Kriegs since their arrival on the Blue Star, occurring almost immediately as the action commenced. Moreover, due to the nature of the combat taking place within the mountain, all armored vehicles were rendered ineffective. The interior tunnels branched in myriad directions, with the potential for hidden passages remaining unknown. Consequently, this battle could only be approached through sheer numbers, as the Krieg sought to systematically seize each tunnel one by one, a tactic in which they excelled. At this juncture, within a tunnel's bend deep inside the mountain, various defensive fortifications had been constructed. The width of the tunnel allowed for the simultaneous passage of 4 soldiers. This dimension was rather modest, permitting the establishment of a defensive post at the corner with minimal materials. By positioning 2 heavy weapons above and deploying a small contingent of soldiers, this location could be effectively secured against any incursion. Here, with formidable firepower, numerous Krieg soldiers have been entombed. However, certain careless defensive positions have fallen to the Kriegs, only to be detonated by soldiers stationed further back in the tunnels, who are vigilantly monitoring the battle. The concealed explosives above have consequently collapsed the tunnels, obstructing any further advance. It can be said that the mountain defense is now as solid as a fortress. Particularly, each tunnel requires only a handful of soldiers to garrison, while the exact number of troops stationed within the mountains remains uncertain. What's going on here? Why is it so difficult to fight? The stormtrooper squad huddled at a corner of a tunnel, where a makeshift shelter had been erected after they successfully captured this position. However, due to the enemy's overwhelming firepower, they had suffered significant casualties. No more chatter. Ahead lies another fire point. Prepare plasma. Understood. The commander peered ahead at the enemy trench. The flanks on that side were more expansive than their own, allowing for a greater deployment of forces. Incoming. A stormtrooper executed a roll into the center of the tunnel, raising his weapon to aim. The plasma was unleashed, obliterating the enemy's defensive structures, along with melting the soldiers stationed behind them. Simultaneously, the remaining concealed soldiers surged forward deeper into the tunnel. A survivor, hiding at the edge and poised to fire his laser gun, was unexpectedly kicked down by a stormtrooper, who then raised his weapon to eliminate him. Continue advancing. Meanwhile, outside, upon realizing the protracted conflict within the tunnel, where each advance necessitated a considerable expenditure of both soldiers and time, the commander of the Krieg Legion promptly summoned an engineering unit. Alongside, several Hades drilling machines were also dispatched. As indispensable machinery for the Empire's mining worlds, the Hades drilling machines are only requisitioned when deemed necessary. At this moment, one such machine, operated by a team of Krieg engineers, found its mark and commenced operations. The front-mounted thermal cutting tool and the large drill bit began their task, slicing and pulverizing the mountainside, while the debris was conveyed through the central conveyor belt. Although the Hades machines are notoriously slow and cumbersome, there exists little on the surface capable of obstructing such a behemoth. Consequently, some commanders opt to employ these drilling machines when assaulting heavily fortified strongholds and fortresses, albeit at the cost of significant losses to the machines themselves. In the current scenario, however, with the enemy positioned within the mountain while they operated from the exterior, The level of safety was markedly enhanced. Soldiers continued to be dispatched inward, tasked with stalling the advance of the heretics within the mountain, thereby providing cover for the external drilling operations. Chapter 84. Deception. Blinded eyes deep within the mountain tunnel. The 5th squad of the stormtroopers found themselves diminished from an initial 12 to merely 7 after several intense skirmishes. Nevertheless, they persevered in their descent, seeking a swift path forward or striving to carve a passage for the troops stationed behind them. Lu Feng, a soldier from the 5th squad of the stormtroopers, graduated from the Loyalty Academy and chose to become a stormtrooper, dedicating himself to the most perilous battlefields of the Empire in service to the Emperor. At this moment, he indeed found himself on a treacherous battlefield, surrounded by a scattered team, where comrades lay either wounded or slain. They were still within the tunnels excavated by the enemy, uncertain of what the next moment might bring. It was possible that he could soon meet his fate, yet he harbored no regrets. Sacrifice was inherent in his role as a stormtrooper, and he had embraced the acceptance of such a fate. However, he still yearned to accomplish something before his demise. Lu Feng grasped his weapon, adjusting the equipment he carried, and declared, "I will scout ahead. There should be no enemies nearby. Stay vigilant and signal if anything arises." "Understood. Take care of yourself," came the reply. Lu Feng nodded and, without a backward glance, proceeded forward. He tread cautiously for several dozen meters, and upon reaching a junction, Lu Feng glanced around. Just as he was about to step into the left tunnel, a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "This way, come this way." The sound tightened his heart, and he instinctively raised his weapon, scanning his surroundings. "What are you doing? Hurry, I can't hold on much longer." After looking around, Lu Feng pinpointed the source of the voice to his right. Without hesitation, he moved towards the right. Navigating through the dimly lit tunnel, he reached a staircase leading downward. Peering down, he spotted an individual clad in black combat attire, bound and prostrate on the ground. Upon encountering the individual, Lu Feng, as if guided by an unseen force, refrained from firing his weapon immediately and instead descended the steps towards him. Upon reaching the man's side, Lu Feng turned him over. As he did so, a youthful visage emerged before Lu Feng, and upon noticing the double-headed eagle emblem adorning the young man's arm, Lu Feng's anxiety dissipated entirely. After liberating the man's bound hands, Lu Feng, perplexed, inquired, "Brother, are you all right? How did you come to be in this place?" The man, rubbing his reddened and swollen wrists, replied, "I'm fine. Just a bit fatigued. I was captured by these fellows. They have taken quite a few survivors. It seems there is something of significance beneath this mountain. Their capture of survivors appears to serve a purpose." Lu Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "You are one of the special forces dispatched here. Am I correct? I am aware of your unit. We encountered the bodies of your soldiers in Nongshan town. However, some of you went missing. Have you all been captured here?" "Yes. In addition to us, many survivors have also been brought here," the man affirmed. Lu Feng, upon hearing this, nodded, accepting the response. "By the way, I am Lu Feng. And you?" The man's face brightened with a smile as he replied, "Pleased to meet you. I am Zhou Ming. Since you mentioned that many have been captured, how did you manage to escape?" Zhou Ming stretched his neck and remarked, "The guards watching over us are somewhat understaffed, which allowed me to seize the opportunity to escape." "Indeed," Lu Feng responded, cautiously surveying their surroundings. "Now that the danger has not yet subsided, are you able to fight?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming's eyes glimmered with a peculiar light as he replied, "Of course, for the Emperor, I can fight again." "Then let us proceed." With that, Lu Feng strode purposefully towards the staircase below, followed closely by Zhou Ming, who exhibited none of the weakness he had just shown. "Let us go, let us go. Once we descend, we shall accomplish what you have long desired. For the Emperor." At that moment, a flash of crimson flickered in Lu Feng's eyes. "Yes, for the Emperor, for the Emperor." Unbeknownst to him, Lu Feng had descended for quite some time, yet curiously, he had not encountered any patrolling enemies. Upon reaching the bottom, he stumbled upon 6 Chaos soldiers resting, some of whom bore injuries. Realizing this, Lu Feng sensed a prime opportunity for ambush. Taking advantage of the soldiers' inattention, he produced a grenade and, after drawing nearer, hurled it into their midst. Boom! The explosion swiftly dispatched 2 of the wounded Chaos soldiers. Subsequently, Lu Feng raised his Inferno gun and unleashed a flurry of shots. At that moment, the Chaos soldiers below seemed to finally react, raising their weapons to return fire. In an astonishing turn of events, Lu Feng's solitary firepower managed to suppress 4 of the soldiers. for soldiers continuously retreated. One soldier was struck by Lu Feng and, after collapsing, surprisingly extended his hand toward Lu Feng's figure, muttering something under his breath. Though obscured by his helmet, faint sounds reached Lu Feng's ears. At that moment, another voice resonated beside him. "Brother, the Emperor gazes upon you. Fight valiantly. Eliminate your foes." Lu Feng shook his head and promptly fired another shot at the fallen Chaos Soldier. Just then, a laser struck his body, knocking him to the ground. Intense pain surged through his mind, and Lu Feng then beheld the 3 Chaos Soldiers who had retreated now advancing toward him. Gritting his teeth, Lu Feng retrieved his last grenade and detonated it as they drew near. With a resounding explosion, life was extinguished in that place. Zhou Ming crouched before Lu Feng's lifeless body, a smile gracing his face as he spoke to the corpse. "You were truly brave, facing foes far outnumbering you without a trace of fear. A commendable warrior, much like this individual." As he spoke, Zhou Ming peculiarly touched his own face. Surrounding Lu Feng lay 6 corpses, their equipment unmistakably belonging to the 5th Squad of stormtroopers. The first 2 killed by the grenade were wounded members of the 5th Squad. The Chaos Soldier who had reached out after falling had now transformed into Lu Feng's comrade. The descending staircase had also morphed into a path of return. Rising to his feet, Zhou Ming surveyed the surrounding corpses and smiled. Alas, the valiant warrior seems unable to return to the embrace of the Emperor. Regrettably, Lu believed that he had single-handedly exchanged his life for that of 6 enemies, right up until the moment he detonated the grenade. He was blinded by the demon. A loyal servant of the Emperor has slain 6 trusted comrades. Chapter 85, Subspace Disturbance, Steel Grell Fortress, Underground Base. In a vast chamber, several mechanized priests were engaged in their work around large machinery. One of the mechanized priests, fixated on the display console, exhibited no discernible expression on his mechanically altered visage. At that moment, the grand door of the room swung open automatically, and Qin Hai entered alongside 2 Krieg guards. "General, you have arrived 7 minutes ahead of schedule," the mechanized priest remarked, momentarily breaking his concentration on the display upon noticing Qin Hai. "Ryan, you mentioned that you had something of great importance to discuss," Qin Hai prompted. "Indeed, General," Ryan replied, stepping slowly to the display and scrutinizing the data. "Not long ago, the Augur Array detected some unusual phenomena on this planet. The fluctuations vary in intensity, but I am certain of their existence." After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Hai inquired, "What is it?" "Pray tell, it is not a dormant necromancer dynasty slumbering beneath us. While such a notion seems implausible, could it be worse?" Ryan shook his head and turned his gaze towards Qin Hai. "Not necessarily, but if a slumbering necromancer dynasty does lie beneath our feet, my counsel would be to evacuate promptly. A temporary retreat is not a sign of shame. Preserving our living forces enables us to engage more effectively in subsequent battles. After all, this planet can no longer withstand the emergence of additional powers." Qin Hai nodded slightly and continued to inquire, "What, then, has compelled you to summon me?" After a brief pause for contemplation, Ryan replied, "We have detected disturbances in the hyperspace. The cosmic expanse surrounding this planet is somewhat tumultuous. I have identified a minor storm brewing in the hyperspace realm. This has directly resulted in localized fluctuations in certain areas of this planet." Upon hearing the mention of hyperspace, Qin Hai's brow furrowed slightly, for anything associated with hyperspace is rarely simple. "What might transpire?" he asked. "Well, if the omnibenevolent Messiah grants us favor, perhaps nothing at all will occur," Ryan responded, directly addressing the worst-case scenario. Qin Hai interjected, "What are the possibilities?" "I cannot say. Anything could happen. However, the most likely outcome is that something will descend upon this planet from hyperspace. As for what that might be, it is entirely unpredictable, perhaps demons or remnants of some kind, or even vessels traversing through hyperspace. General, with all due respect, our current strength may be insufficient to confront a more formidable adversary." With that, Ryan turned and stood directly before Qin Hai, gazing intently into his eyes. "We require a mightier force, interstellar warriors, or perhaps a larger army equipped with more formidable weaponry. The interstellar warriors we are training will require an additional 6 years, a considerable span of time, should any unforeseen events arise." The essence of Ryan's words was evidently clear. Their current strength is insufficient. While they may manage against the enemies native to Blue Star, should adversaries from the subspace or other formidable entities emerge, their present capabilities would indeed fall short. "I understand now," Can we ascertain which locations on Blue Star exhibit subspace fluctuations? Upon hearing Qin Hai's inquiry, Ryan appeared to be struck by a pertinent thought. Indeed, there are many, though some fluctuations are negligible. The most significant anomalies are located in two areas. As he spoke, Ryan summoned a holographic projection, revealing a planet before Qin Hai. Here are the two sites with the highest subspace fluctuations. With a gesture of his staff, Ryan indicated the two locations on the holographic display. Upon inspection, Qin Hai noted that one of the areas was situated in the Eagle Nation, which came as no surprise regarding the presence of subspace fluctuations there. However, the other location took him aback, Beijing. Indeed, the second largest subspace fluctuation on Blue Star was found in the capital of the Dragon Nation. General, I have some conjectures. By conventional reasoning, such significant subspace fluctuations would not typically manifest on planets within this star domain, unless something attracts or someone summons something. Human intervention? Qin Hai articulated a rather precise term. The probability stands at 82.74, General. However, I believe the outcome will soon reveal itself. What does that mean? Upon hearing Ryan's words, Qin Hai was somewhat taken aback. Yet Ryan did not respond. Instead, he magnified the holographic projection of the planet before him, ultimately pinpointing a specific location. Nansan. Here lies a faint subspace fluctuation, situated within the mountain's interior. I believe that once we conquer this area, all our questions will be elucidated. Qin Hai gazed at the projection of Nansan, falling into silence for a moment. Soon, with that, Qin Hai turned and strode out without looking back. May the OM Messiah bless you, General. Ryan watched as Qin Hai exited the room, then turned to continue monitoring the subspace fluctuations on Blue Star. At this moment, on the outskirts of Nansan, within an artificially excavated cave, the drill bit and thermal cutter at the front end of the Pluto drilling machine operated at full power. Countless fragments of rock were being severed and expelled every moment. Behind the drilling machine, numerous Krieg soldiers wielding military shovels transported the debris that had fallen to the ground. Of course, these Krieg soldiers were not merely here as cleaners. As long as the drilling machine successfully penetrates the subterranean entrance, the engineers of the Krieg will immediately transform from cleaners into the vanguard. The Plutonian drilling apparatus will seamlessly convert its function, becoming the armored unit for the Krieg's underground. The thermal melting cutter at the forefront of the drilling machine serves as a formidable weapon at critical moments, while the machine itself is heavily armored. A total of 7 such drilling machines are deployed in the outer perimeter, which means that, upon successful drilling to the target location, 7 direct and rapid pathways to the enemy's core can be established. At this moment, the battle within the internal tunnels remains fiercely contested. Yet the advance of the Kriegs has become less arduous. The followers of Chaos have relinquished some defensive points, consolidating their forces as they retreat deeper. They intend to contract their lines, gathering their strength for a more potent resistance, simultaneously to prevent the Kriegs from surging forth from every direction. The Chaos adherents have demolished the majority of the passages. Consequently, the Kriegs can only charge through a few main corridors, each heavily fortified and brimming with substantial firepower. Due to the constraints of the passage widths, the Kriegs can only dispatch a limited number of soldiers to charge at any given time, resulting in significant casualties and rendering further advancement exceedingly difficult. However, upon confirming that the enemy has fully congregated at the forefront, the Kriegs begin to alter their strategy, opting for an unconventional route. It is important to note that every Krieg soldier is a master of excavation. Since the forward path is obstructed, they shall instead descend deeper. At this moment, from a divine perspective, one would observe that the Kriegs continue their relentless battle at the front lines, while at the rear, a multitude of soldiers wielding entrenching tools commence the peculiar task of digging. Chapter 86. The altar beneath within the mountains, a gathering place for the chaotic soldiers unfolds. The space here is considerably more expansive than the external passages, resembling an underground plaza. At this juncture, a vast assembly of chaotic soldiers congregates, accompanied by a significant stockpile of military supplies, not only those pilfered from the hands of Qin Hai, but also a variety of live ammunition produced by the Dragon Kingdom. After all, several official shelters of the Dragon Kingdom are situated here, and upon the corruption of this place, the Hall of Delight naturally acquired an abundance of resources and military equipment, along with a substantial population. The corrupted survivors have also become valuable recruits for the forces of Chaos. In the plaza, soldiers continuously embark on missions, while wounded comrades retreat from the front. Occasionally, The sounds of battle echo from the same thoroughfare. "Hey, you over there. Stop slacking and come help with the supplies. If you delay our master's crucial tasks, you'll be the first to be offered as a sacrifice," shouted a soldier resembling a squad leader to a group of soldiers seated on the ground. Upon hearing the call, the soldiers hastily rose and rushed over to lift the crates. "Quickly, quickly! Move faster!" Another soldier, also resembling a squad leader, wielded a long whip, persistently urging them onward. Upon observing those driven by him, one cannot help but notice their disheveled appearances, starkly contrasting with the surrounding soldiers. Their hands and feet were bound by ropes, and nearby stood a contingent of soldiers tasked with ensuring their swift progression. These were survivors captured from the vicinity. And within this underground base, aside from the multitude of soldiers, all the gathered survivors were detained. At this moment, these survivors were being urged deeper underground, with no one knowing the fate that awaited them. Once this batch of survivors had been taken away, the square returned to its earlier bustling state. Just then, a chaotic soldier remarked to his companion, "Hey, did you hear something? What sort of sound? It's as if a machine is excavating something." No, stop being paranoid. Come help move the sandbags." The chaotic soldier shook his head and resumed his urging. However, in the next instant, the wall behind him erupted violently, as an iron beast emerged. Following closely behind, a throng of Krieg soldiers surged forth from the breach. The soldier who had been urging the others was instantly engulfed beneath the tracks of the drilling machine, reduced to a puddle of blood. Meanwhile, several soldiers in front, caught off guard, were hurled against the massive drill bit, unable to utter a scream before their bodies were mercilessly mangled, tumbling down with a heap of rubble from the conveyor belt. The thermal cutting device at the front of the drill was also not idle, launching itself directly at the unsuspecting individuals. As the Krieg soldiers surged forth from the rear, they commenced their assault upon revealing themselves. A barrage of Lucius laser rifles and combat shotguns fired indiscriminately, catching the Chaos soldiers completely off guard. Just as the Chaos soldiers began to react and raise their weapons to retaliate, another Necron drilling machine crashed through from behind. One intrepid Krieg soldier, wielding an entrenching tool, leaped onto the drilling machine and struck down at the nearest Chaos soldier. The blade of the entrenching tool cleaved towards the soldier's head with deadly precision. This strike seemed to trigger a deluge of Krieg soldiers, who poured forth like a tidal wave from the second passage. At this moment, the Chaos soldiers in the square found themselves besieged from both the front and rear, effectively caught in a pincer movement. It was not long before the soldiers in the square were slaughtered to the last man. Following this, the Kriegs advanced through the various corridors, eliminating many Chaos soldiers engaged in battle ahead, who were suddenly taken down by attacks from behind. These unfortunate souls perished without comprehending how the enemy had appeared at their backs. Meanwhile, beneath the square, deeper underground, the sounds of explosions reverberated above, inciting the soldiers, urging the survivors onward to become frenzied. "Hurry, drive this rabble to the altar. All of you ascend." The shouts grew increasingly fervent, revealing a massive altar at the center of the chamber. In truth, it was not an altar in the traditional sense, but rather a vast expanse of runes etched into the ground. At this moment, countless survivors were kneeling upon the runes, their faces turned skyward. Their eyes were wide open, yet only the whites were visible. Simultaneously, the faces of these survivors were continuously adorned with expressions of satisfaction, yet their bodies were persistently dwindling away. Some survivors had become mere shadows of their former selves, their frames reduced to skin and bones, collapsing to the ground in an instant, devoid of life. Even in death, the visage of one such survivor remained etched with an expression of profound joy. Upon witnessing this grim spectacle, the patrolling soldiers unceremoniously dragged the corpse away and thrust a new survivor into the fray. The newly introduced survivor, overwhelmed by terror, was soon enveloped by a surge of energy emanating from the runes beneath their feet, which coursed up their legs and enveloped their head. In a heartbeat, this individual succumbed, joining the others in kneeling upon the ground, their eyes rolling back in a trance. As more and more souls were drained, the altar below began to radiate an eerie violet glow, the fluctuations of the subspace growing increasingly potent. It was evident that this altar was summoning something from the depths of subspace, and after absorbing the vitality of numerous survivors, the portal was on the verge of opening. Meanwhile, the surrounding soldiers, sensing the disturbance above, swiftly gathered at the entrance to fortify their defenses. However, in the next moment, a plasma shot struck the area directly. The soldiers amassed there were all obliterated in an instant. Subsequently, a squad of Krieg soldiers descended, swiftly eliminating the remaining troops with a volley of gunfire. This sudden turn of events sent the survivors who had yet to approach the altar into a panic, yet bound by ropes at their feet. They could not flee and were left with no choice but to lie flat on the ground. The Krieg soldiers, upon witnessing the scene before them, paused momentarily. Observing the bizarre survivors at the altar, they hesitated not, raising their weapons to fire. All the survivors upon the altar have lost their ability to move, rendering them helpless against the onslaught of the Kriegs. Yet, judging by their current state, they appear to be oblivious even to pain. The crowd upon the altar is considerable, numbering nearly 1,000, and the expanse below is astonishingly vast. However, with the Lucius laser guns wielded by the Kriegs, it is impossible to swiftly eliminate these offerings. Soon, though, for dual heavy loggers were brought down. With their weapons raised, these 4 guns commenced a relentless barrage, and the survivors fell like wheat before the scythe. As the crowd upon the altar was harvested, the runes below gradually dimmed, but in an instant, the runes atop the altar flared to life, forming a slender fissure amidst the throng. Chapter 87. Explode. As the situation teetered on the brink of chaos, the rearward Krieg soldiers astutely recognized the pivotal element at hand, the runes upon the central altar. The most prudent course of action was to obliterate the rune altar, and fortuitously, a vast cache of munitions lay piled in the plaza above. The quantity was sufficient to raise this place to the ground. Yet, the nascent subspace fissure at the center exhibited an alarming tendency to intensify, expanding from the size of a fist to that of a head. Eerie growls emanated from within, and the emanating energy began to distort the surrounding reality, causing nearby corpses to levitate in midair. At this juncture, the external Krieg commander, upon learning of the internal situation within the mountain, swiftly responded. He ordered the soldiers to cease their advance, commanding all those within to converge to the lowest level. Activate all explosives and obliterate it. Immediately, the Krieger soldiers encircling the mountain began their retreat, while those within utilized the materials at hand. The Joyous Sanctuary had stockpiled a considerable amount of explosives here, supplemented by their own provisions, sufficient to execute their plan. By strategically placing the explosives at crucial internal nodes and detonating them simultaneously, they could obliterate the supporting pillars, thereby collapsing the entire mountain. Although the farm mountain was not particularly large, it was substantial enough, and the Joyous Sanctuary had excavated a significant portion of its interior. At this moment, within the mountain's passage, the demon possessing Zhou Ming's body wandered aimlessly, exploring its surroundings and idly lifting a corpse for inspection. Just then, a squad of Krieger soldiers carrying explosives arrived at this location. Upon sighting Zhou Ming, they immediately raised their weapons. Zhou Ming, sensing the imminent threat, hastily gestured for them to wait, but the Krieger soldiers disregarded his plea. Before he could finish his sentence, the trigger was pulled. With mere human flesh, the demon could not withstand the barrage of lasers. In an instant, Zhou Ming's body erupted, and a massive demon, cloaked in darkness and adorned with sharp spines, emerged within the passage. Its colossal form found it challenging to maneuver in the confined space. Several laser beams struck the demon, seemingly having no effect. However, at that precise moment, the Krieger soldiers were armed with plasma rifles. More than one, in fact, 2 plasma rifles and 1 thermal lance. As the demon materialized, 3 soldiers took aim simultaneously. In the next heartbeat, 2 plasma shots and 1 thermal blast struck the demon directly, in the narrow confines of the passage. The demon found it impossible to evade. Roar! I shall return. With a reluctant roar, the demon was vanquished within the narrow passage. At this moment, explosive charges were strategically placed throughout the mountain's internal support nodes, comprising various potent explosives, including thermite bombs. In the subterranean plaza, a substantial cache of explosives lay amassed. Ultimately, with a single command, all explosives were detonated simultaneously, causing the internal mountain passages to collapse and obliterating all supporting structures. The underground plaza was reduced to rubble, as a cascade of debris plummeted downward, burying the altar beneath a torrent of stones. The rapidly descending rocks shattered the altar, diminishing the signs of the original subspace. Accompanied by a violent explosion, the mountainside crumbled, unleashing a powerful gust of air that radiated outward from the epicenter. All Krieg soldiers still within the mountain were buried alive, alongside the nascent subspace portal. From an aerial perspective, one would observe that the mountain began to collapse from the center, resulting in the surrounding area being slightly elevated compared to the original summit. The battle at Farm Mountain had concluded, yet the overarching war remained unresolved. This contingent of Krieg forces continued to expand outward from the heart of Farm Mountain, encroaching upon the territories of the Blood God Church and the Sanctuary of Joy. This clash had decimated the elite forces of the Sanctuary of Joy, effectively severing a significant limb of their power. Now was the opportune moment for a relentless pursuit. With adversaries readily available all around, in an instant, the entire vicinity of Farm Mountain, including the outskirts of Changzhou City, descended into chaos. Followers of Joy clashed with the terror cult, while the Krieg engaged both sides. However, in Qin Hai's eyes, this conflict was hardly worthy of mention. The front lines have relayed the intelligence he yearned to uncover. Beneath the agricultural mountains lies a stronghold utilized by the joyous devotees to summon entities from the subspace. Thus, Qin Hai comprehended the nature of the immense subspace fluctuations that had manifested in the capital. It was evident that someone was harnessing the current subspace storm to invoke something. Observing the density and quality of the zombies within the capital, Qin Hai required no conjecture. It was undoubtedly linked to the filth. Should a significant unclean entity arrive, it would certainly be entertaining. Therefore, the primary focus must remain on the capital. To prevent the situation from escalating further, a counteroffensive against the capital is imperative. For this endeavor, Qin Hai reached out to the Kyoto base, which pledged its full cooperation. The Kyoto base currently retains approximately 500,000 troops, 5 times the strength of Qin Hai's forces. With these reinforcements, the likelihood of successfully reclaiming the capital will be greatly enhanced. At this moment, with a command from Qin Hai, all military units within Jiangzhou commenced their operations. Nearly 100,000 Krieg infantry, numerous armored divisions, field artillery units, and death cavalry units mobilized. Simultaneously, Qin Hai initiated an expansion of the air force, with an auxiliary army of 20,000 also deployed, alongside a contingent of mechanical guardians. With a combined force of 620,000 soldiers, confronting an enemy of zombie numbers in the millions, Qin Hai felt a profound confidence. For this battle, he had exhausted all his exchange points, leaving only a 2-digit sum in his account. Meanwhile, the combat near the agricultural mountains continued unabated, and all accrued exchange points were converted by Qin Hai into ammunition. After all, the intensity of the impending battle is all too evident. Without a substantial supply of ammunition, it would be impossible to continue the fight. Once all the plans were meticulously arranged, Qin Hai returned to his command center in Steel Grill. Upon entering through the grand doors, one could immediately behold a portrait of the emperor, beneath which lay a chain's word, perpetually receiving offerings of incense, soothing its machine spirit. O Emperor, allow me to pledge my loyalty to you. In the places where the Xenos spawn, I shall use my blood as flame to purify the chaotic evil that pervades the universe. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of Changzhou City, a small subspace portal flickered open. A tall figure clad in dark red power armor emerged. As the sun slowly ascended, its rays illuminated the shoulder plates of the figure, while a black raven, adorned with dark crimson droplets, shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Chapter 88. Samad, what in the blazes is this place? The Astartes in dark red power armor surveyed his surroundings with vigilance. The environment was clearly not his intended destination. Samad calling retribution. Samad calling retribution. Do you copy? Samad attempted to contact his assault cruiser, but evidently, there was no signal to be found. The communicator by his ear remained silent, completely cut off from any connection. Just as Samad was about to make another call, a few corpses lying on the ground behind him stirred at the sound, rising slowly to lunge at Samad. However, just as the zombies were about to reach him, Samad swiftly extended his hand backward, seizing one of the undead by the head. Disregarding the struggles of the zombie in his grasp, Samad raised it to eye level, scrutinizing it from top to bottom. A mere corpse? No, it was something even weaker. With that thought, Samad tightened his grip, crushing the creature's skull, black blood erupting from his palm. He then wielded the lifeless body as a weapon, swiftly dispatching the remaining zombies with it. After casting the mutilated corpse aside, he began to survey his surroundings. At that moment, the silhouettes of 2 Thunderfighter jets streaked across the sky. Well, at least I haven't lost my way. Samad silently watched the jets vanish into the distance before retrieving his explosive gun and advancing forward. As he moved, he continued to eliminate threats, eventually reaching the outskirts of Changzhou City. Meanwhile, thanks to Astartes' extraordinary hearing, Samod detected the sounds of battle from afar. Without hesitation, he sprinted towards the source of the commotion. Upon arrival, he observed a group of Krieg soldiers surrounding a contingent from the Blood God cult. The disparity in combat prowess was glaring, with the Kriegs dominating the engagement. The aim of the Chaos soldiers was poor, and their close-quarters fighting was no match for the Krieg's combat shovels. However, among the Chaos soldiers, a commander was orchestrating the defense, slightly hindering the advance of the Kriegs. Witnessing this from a distance, Samod leaped into action, brandishing his explosive gun. With a single shot, he obliterated the target, transforming the scene into chaos. Following that, he plunged into the midst of the Chaos soldiers, commencing his slaughter. In less than a minute and a half, the chaotic soldiers were all vanquished. After eliminating the foes, Samod surveyed the scene and disdainfully shook his head upon seeing the weapons wielded by the chaotic soldiers. He then turned to the nearby Krieger soldier and commanded, "Take me to your commander." At the Iron Grell fortress, Qin Hai was preparing the logistics for the impending battle against the capital when a Krieger soldier entered and conveyed some news. "Are you saying that our soldiers encountered an interstellar warrior who assisted us in defeating the enemy?" Upon hearing the soldier's report, Qin Hai's mind was suddenly engulfed in confusion. An interstellar warrior? Where on earth could such a being have come from? He had not yet unlocked the authority to summon interstellar warriors. Where had this mysterious warrior emerged from? After the initial shock, Qin Hai recalled the recent subspace fluctuations occurring across Blue Star. Suddenly, the answer became clear. It must have originated from subspace. This could be problematic. It might not be friendly. No, that cannot be right. If it were a chaotic interstellar warrior, the soldier would have mentioned it, and moreover, this entity had just appeared and assisted in dispatching a squadron of enemies. Thus, it seemed highly probable that it was a loyalist interstellar warrior. However, he was uncertain which warband it belonged to. With this thought in mind, Qin Hai called back the soldier and inquired, "What warband does the adversary belong to? Have you ascertained that yet?" "Not yet. But it is said that there is a raven emblem on the opponent's shoulder." Upon hearing the mention of the crow emblem, Qin Hai nodded in acknowledgement. If it pertains to crows, it must be the interstellar warriors of the Dark Crow Guardian Legion. The arrival of such formidable force prior to the impending battle filled Qin Hai with immense joy. He promptly commanded, "Immediately dispatch a Thunderhawk gunship to bring them over." Meanwhile, the political commissar, engaged in conversation with Samod, displayed a hint of excitement. "Welcome, cultivator of the Blood Crow Battle Corps. Your presence adds a significant assurance of victory to our forthcoming grand conflict. I trust the general will send someone shortly." As the commissar spoke, he and Samod were startled by a commotion outside. Upon investigation, they discovered that the Thunderhawk gunship dispatched by Qin Hai had arrived. Samod gazed at the descending vessel and remarked, "Ah, this ship is well maintained." The commissar chuckled, "Of course, all our equipment is brand new, directly supplied from the Forge planets." Indeed, the equipment exchanged by Qin Hai was entirely new, sourced directly from the Imperial foundries. Samod squinted slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he replied, "That is quite impressive." The ship sent by the general had now arrived, and he wished, "Safe travels, for the Emperor." "For the Emperor," Samod solemnly echoed before making his way toward the Thunderhawk gunship. As the vessel ascended into the sky, the commissar reflected, "The general will undoubtedly be thrilled." Qin Hai responded, "I am indeed very excited." As Samod descended from the Thunderhawk gunship, Qin Hai felt a profound sense of unease envelop him. The dark crimson power armor adorned with the symbols of crows and blood droplets unmistakably identified him as a member of the Unclean One's warband. This was intriguing. While the loyalists could be anyone, why did it have to be the Blood Ravens? Yet, the identity of the visitor was beyond Qin Hai's control. He could not breach the warp to beseech the Emperor directly, pathetically begging for a different arrival. Nevertheless, the presence of an Astartes at this juncture would undoubtedly wield significant influence over the unfolding conflict. Qin Hai personally escorted Samod into the command center. Upon entering, Samod's gaze was immediately drawn to the portrait of the Emperor that hung in the center and below it, resting on the table and infusing the air with incense. "Lay the chain's word." The Emperor above. Samod offered a silent prayer to the Emperor's image before his eyes fixated intently on the chain's word. With keen perception, he discerned the exceptional quality of the weapon, its machine spirit remarkably vibrant, truly a fine piece. Chapter 89, Titan with a Decisive Stride. Qin Hai positioned himself between Samod and the chain's word. "Brother Samod, your presence here must surely be the Emperor's will. Let us deliberate on strategy." Certainly, Samad replied, subtly averting his gaze, and soon began to discuss the forthcoming tactical maneuvers with Qin Hai. After gaining insight into the current state of Blue Star and the capabilities of their forces, Samad resolved to personally conduct reconnaissance. Upon concluding their dialogue, Qin Hai watched intently as Samad departed from the command room. After Samad departed, Qin Hai exhaled a sigh of relief, turning to stow away the chainsaw sword into a concealed location before resuming his seat. Fortunately, my cleverness allowed me to keep a watchful eye on the chainsaw sword. When he ventures to the capital for inspection, it will be secure. Wait, how will he get there? With this thought, Qin Hai hastily rose and made his way outside. Upon stepping out, he beheld the Thunder Hawk gunship, just taking flight. At that moment, the original pilot of the gunship gazed up at the vessel, a look of bewilderment etched across his face. Is that my ship? It must be my ship. What on earth is happening? Meanwhile, Qin Hai clenched his fists as he watched the Thunder Hawk recede into the distance. Is this what they call a thief not leaving empty-handed? Damn. At that instant, Samad, piloting the newly acquired equipment, soared blissfully toward the direction of Kyoto. Meanwhile, within the Kyoto base, Commander Wu and Elder Sun were consolidating the current information in the conference room. Elder Sun, can we truly trust the other party? Commander Wu inquired, his concerns evident as he perused the documents in hand. Elder Sun took a deep breath and replied calmly, regardless of the outcome, this is our final opportunity. It is either the complete annihilation of the zombie horde within the capital or our ultimate entrapment here. The fate of this battle will determine it. Trust them. Since they have chosen to join us, there should be no ulterior motives, as discord will hinder our unity. At the very least, we are not fighting alone. As he spoke, Elder Sun gathered the documents in his hand and aligned them neatly. How has the evacuation of the civilians at the base progressed? He inquired. We have successfully relocated 80% of them, with the remaining 20% expected to be evacuated within the next few days. The supplies at the underground base are also nearly prepared, ensuring that we will have no worries once the conflict begins, Commander Wu replied. The soldiers are poised and ready. We are merely awaiting word from the other side. We can engage in battle at any moment. Commander Wu responded with unwavering determination. Meanwhile, Samad flew above, keenly observing the scene below where the cities had largely succumbed to hordes of zombies, leaving scant evidence of human existence. With such a multitude of aberrations, had there been a warship present, an extermination order would likely have been issued. Moreover, a trace of chaotic energy lingered beneath. Samad furrowed his brow beneath his helmet, sensing the gravity of the situation. After conducting a preliminary reconnaissance, Samad had a clearer understanding of the circumstances and promptly maneuvered the gunboat to return. Preparations for battle were fervently underway at both bases. Various supplies were dispatched to the front lines, while numerous armored vehicles rolled out of the warehouses. A significant number of mechanical disciples began to soothe the machine spirits. 3 days later, the offensive against the capital commenced. A fleet of Marauder bombers took off from the airfield, heading straight for the city. As the bomber formation soared over the capital, they began to unleash their payloads the moment they were above the swarming corpses. In addition, the remnants of the Air Force at the Kyoto base also joined the fray. The detonation of a multitude of aerial bombs heralded the commencement of this grand conflict. Following the bombardment by bombers, several pre-established artillery positions began to unleash their fury. The formidable Medusa siege cannons and the earth-shattering artillery were all relocated to the front lines by Qin Hai. Cannons and aircraft rained destruction upon the heart of the zombie horde, while infantry and armored troops engaged the encircling undead. At this moment, within the Kyoto base, 500,000 soldiers were fully equipped and prepared for battle. Except for the minimal defensive forces left to guard the base, all remaining soldiers ventured forth from the city to engage in combat. This would be a total war. Meanwhile, in a factory situated at the rear of the battlefield, numerous members of the Mechanical God sect knelt in fervent prayer, surrounded by inscriptions of sacred runes and flickering candles. Before them loomed several colossal machines. As a few mechanical priests recited the prayers of their faith, immortal mechanical deity, heed our supplications, we are your progeny. The myriad scholars traversing the path of machinery, we yearn for the bestowed knowledge that lies beyond our reach, for it is your eternal gift. A boon above humanity. We are inspired by the blessings that descend upon us in mechanized form and through relentless technological advancement. We endeavor to merit your glory. We receive the sanctuary of steel, shielded by your divine emissaries of war, tirelessly striving to reclaim the lost gifts, those stars within our grasp, Mechanical deity, watch over our journey, safeguarding us with metal and radiance, for this universe is an indifferent void. A twisted hunger poised to consume us. Sound the great bell once. Engage the lever. Activate the pistons and pumps. Sound the great bell twice. Press the button. Ignite the engine. Breathe life into the turbine. Sound the great bell thrice. Sing in unison, extolling the God of all machinery, amidst the fervent prayers of the mechanical clergy. A dozen colossal machines suddenly roared to life. Towering at 17 meters, the divine machinery slowly emerged from the sun-blocking factory. Under the sun's embrace, formidable weapons shimmered with brilliance. The Imperial Titans. These Titans, comprising Battlehound and Terror Wolf models, were procured by Qin Haiqing through the exchange points. These Titans shall stand valiantly on the front lines, defending against the onslaught of mutated zombies. Even the giant zombies among the mutated undead stand merely 6 to 7 meters tall, dwarfed by the towering Warhound-class Titans that reach heights of up to 17 meters. The mutated zombies seem akin to mere children in comparison. In the absence of these mutated creatures, the Titans themselves serve as formidable mobile artillery platforms. Although these Titans are classified as reconnaissance units, the firepower they wield remains colossal. Moreover, these Titans operate in groups, strategically positioned across the battlefield. They function as banners of assault, each Titan representing a direction of attack, guiding the troops behind them to advance in unison. Amidst the fervent prayers of the mechanical priests, these Titans commence their march towards the fray. Sound the great bell once. Kick the lever, shatter the pistons and pumps. Sound the great bell twice. Smash the buttons, incinerate the engines, dismantle the turbines, and spit twice. Sound the great bell thrice. Summon all strength, and MLGBD, make your move.